Chapter 601 Intuition. Yang Bo continued to play the game to do tasks. And he chose tasks such as exploration. Even in the game, Yang Bo clearly felt that he could be smoother and faster when controlling the Bionic Man to shoot today. However, Yang Bo did not show all of it. On the one hand, it was limited by the attributes of the Bionic Man itself. And on the other hand, there was no need to perform too well. Yang Bo only did tasks such as exploration, and did not do tasks such as hunting. Because hunting tasks are difficult and high-difficulty tasks. And he planned to do them later. The game department was very happy that Yang Bo went online to do tasks. Because doing tasks and exploring is a credit. Why did this guy come to do tasks every day these 2 days? Yang Bo continued to hunt monsters in the game. And the staff of the game department were puzzled. Today, the staff of the game department was in a very relaxed state. Everyone drank coffee, milk tea or other things, and leisurely watched the performance of the players in the game. Who can tell clearly about people like him? Maybe he was dumped by a woman. The staff of the game department could not figure out Yang Bo's weird personality and messy way of playing games. A bald middle-aged male staff member who was drinking milk tea heard this and said, "You know what? This guy is playing games seriously. I feel it's a bit abnormal." Yes. 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 Another short-haired young man who was stirring the coffee in the black cup with a spoon nodded in agreement after hearing this answer. The head of the game department took a big sip of iced coffee, put down the cup, and said with a relaxed face, "Isn't it good for him to be in this state? We all hope that he will be in this state. We have handed in our data for the exploration mission completed yesterday, and we will get credits soon. Seeing how he played games today, I'm afraid he will complete the mission quickly again." Others nodded, and a young man with blonde curly hair and blue eyes said, "We are lucky to follow the boss. If we followed others, maybe half of the credit would be taken away by the higher-ups." Half? How much do you look down on the leader? A guy who was in the same period as me made a contribution. But not only did he not get any credit, but he also took the blame. Someone shook his head. The hierarchy in our military has also been solidified. Although we are promoted by seniority, everyone has accumulated experience. But under the same circumstances, there must be more than one choice. Then people with connections can be promoted quickly. And people without connections may miss this opportunity, and have no chance in the future. The colonel in charge of the game nodded. That's it. It was not our responsibility last time. But I didn't expect the superiors to put the responsibility on us. Even I was treated like this. What do you think will happen to others? And don't look at me because I have connections. But because I have connections, more people are watching me. If you make a mistake, you will be demoted at most. If I make a mistake, do you believe that other warlords will encourage others to fight and kill me? This thing is not as simple as you think. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Each military leader would keep an eye on each other's descendants. As long as they can find an opportunity, they will definitely slap them to death. In this regard, it is more difficult than ordinary people. This guy's shooting skills are so good, and his reaction is so fast. I feel that he is not an ordinary person in reality. These people watched Yang Bo holding a machine gun in the game, seeing a 100% hit rate, and at least 98% weak point attack and vital point attack. And the people in the game department felt a little bit unbelievable. What's the matter? When we were in military school, we played some games, and could achieve double 100%. Some people felt that this was nothing. Your statement is completely wrong. The monsters in the real game have data models. As long as you understand his data model, you can easily achieve 100%. If we can make a data model of the activities of these zombies on this planet, we don't need any game players at all. We can directly input the relevant data model to the Bionic Man and do anything. Look at the speed of these zombies. None of them are the same. There are more or less differences. And their claws, and their teeth are different in length and sharpness. And their defenses are different. There are individual differences. These are basically the same in the game. The head of the game department nodded when he heard this. The military has spent more than 300 years without making a model of the energy data of this planet, because they will change with time and individual reasons. So this guy is probably also a master in reality. When we find him, we must be careful. We must think of the worst when we do things, and then prepare. Others nodded when they heard this. And someone asked, "Boss, what is the worst plan you are talking about?" The worst plan is that other military leaders send him undercover. The colonel picked up the cup of iced coffee and shook it twice. There were ice cubes and coffee in it. He took a sip and continued, no matter if he is an undercover or not. We just need to use his gaming ability. It would be better if he is a murderer or something like that. Or if he is someone who is not convenient to disclose his identity. It would be better. At worst, we can lock him up, play games every day, and prevent him from contacting the outside world. So there will be no problems. I don't think anyone can come to search our project department yet. The colonel answered very confidently. Boss, you are this. Several subordinates gave their boss a thumbs up. Boss is more thoughtful than we thought. Other people in the game department flattered the boss. And the boss smiled slightly. In the game, Yang Bo completed the game again. Today, he explored a tunnel. In this tunnel, there is a data center of this world and this country. However, there is a very special spider in this tunnel. This mutant spider is not big, but it can spray a sticky venom, which will attach to the defense layer of the bionic man like spider silk, and poison the game character in the game. Once sprayed with this venom, the bionic man will be paralyzed in a very short time. The only way is to be quick and kill the spider when it spits venom. What makes Yang Bo depressed is that these mutant spiders today do not give any skills. These mutant spiders are not big, just smaller than a fist, hidden in the gaps and dark corners in this tunnel. These spiders are lurking in various places without moving. As long as your character approaches them, they will spray venom instantly. Yang Bo also has the ability to detect sound waves, so he can find the hiding places of these spiders. Some spiders hide deep in the gaps, and will slowly come out when they sense movement. The data center is in a place in the middle of the tunnel. There is a natural cave inside. One advantage of storing data here is that the temperature is suitable, and the transportation is also very convenient. However, the cave has now become a ruin, and some plastic-like things can be seen. As for whether information can be read from it, Yang Bo doesn't know. Unlucky. The crawlers don't give skills. Yang Bo originally thought that these mutant spiders would give skills, but who knew that none of them would give them? The big spider last time seemed to give skills. Could it be that these spiders are just ordinary spiders? Yang Bo has never figured out why the crawlers don't give skills, and the scope of the crawlers is not easy to define. After completing the task, the official switched Yang Bo to the virtual game again. I guess the authorities are going to use my bionic man to collect some debris? After leaving the game, Yang Bo went out in stealth. What? Annie and Shio were shocked when they heard Yang Bo say that the person who was attacked in the news was himself. It's all our boss's family conflict. Don't be surprised if you see my news in the future. Yang Bo came to vaccinate the two of them. And of course, he also gave them an injection, because Yang Bo had no confidence in Lu Jijia. Although Lu Jijia explained his plan very clearly. But the most impressive thing about Lu Jijia is that he runs fast. As for doing other things, Yang Bo felt unsure. And the Lu family had issued a reward, and he didn't know if anyone had accepted it. Maybe the killer was waiting somewhere else. Are you going to be interviewed? Annie asked while nodding when she heard this. Our boss wants me to be a bait to see if there are other killers. Yang Bo held Annie in his arms. Annie was a little fat and had a plump figure. It was so comfortable to hold her in his arms. Ah, what kind of boss is that? He is so bad? Shio was not satisfied with Yang Bo holding Annie, and asked with Yang Bo's other hand around her waist. Our boss is a senator of this planet. Yang Bo smiled. It is indeed a black-hearted politician who can come up with such a plan. Will you be in danger? Annie asked worriedly when she heard this. There is no danger. It may be on the news, so I'm here to tell you. Don't worry. Of course, Yang Bo couldn't say that he didn't believe in Lu Jijia's plan. Tell us, is there another woman? Shio next to him suddenly said. Yang Bo was speechless. Why was this woman's brain circuit so weird sometimes? But he could still connect. There is a woman, but I have nothing to do with her. Yang Bo nodded. We already knew that you only come to us after a while. There must be another woman here. That is it because the other woman is inconvenient to come to us? What does this woman look like? The next second, the two women kept asking. I really don't have any other women. This woman has some relationship with the boss. Anyway, it's very complicated. I was misunderstood. Yang Bo wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to say it, because there were too many things involved. Humph! Shio stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Bo's vitals. No matter what women you have outside, you can't ignore us. Come at least 10 days a month. Xiao then stared at Yang Bo fiercely and said. But the next second Xiao was slapped by Annie. You still need 10 days to die. 5 days is enough for you. It was only 3 days last time. Who kept begging for mercy on the last day? We will be stronger in the future. Xiao explained weakly after hearing this. This guy will be stronger. Don't you find that he is with us? And the physical gap between us is getting bigger and bigger? Then 5 days. Xiao looked at Yang Bo again. Why don't I just live here with you? I say it doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter? Yang Bo said unhappily. Humph. Xiao snorted. Yang Bo picked up the two people. One armpit and the other. And then went into the room. They had already been vaccinated. And now they needed another injection. The next morning, Yang Bo left Annie's villa in a tightly covered manner. As for Annie and Xiao, they were still sleeping because they were too tired from the injection. Yang Bo hid in the suburban park again and returned to his villa. Then he saw the message Lu Jijia sent to him. As for Lu Jijia, he dragged it until yesterday evening and reconciled with the family. Lu Jijia's company paid a penalty of 900 million credit points, which were all lent to him by Zhang Buishan. So Lu Jijia and Lu Jingxiang are now each carrying a debt of 450 million credit points. Lu Jijia was ready to act according to the plan. But he didn't expect to find someone on the black market offering a reward for Yang Bo and Zhou Kerson's mission. And someone had already accepted it. But it wasn't long before. So Lu Jijia didn't need to pretend to issue a mission. And he also communicated with Zhang Buishan. Lu Jijia was ready to play the killer himself to act in this scene. Zhou Kerson went through a long period of torment. And immediately nodded and agreed after Lu Jijia said the plan to act. Brother Jia, I feel that this seems a bit unreliable. How about we change places? Yang Bo saw that Lu Jijia chose the place to act in the mall, and felt that this place was crowded with people. The surveillance in the mall is more complete. The chain of evidence is more complete. And there are already other people I arranged in it. Not to mention the police. Lu Jijia answered very confidently. You said someone has accepted the mission. Won't the killer appear? Yang Bo was still a little worried. It would be better if he changed to a place with fewer people. They just received the mission not long ago. And there is a 90% probability that they are still on the way. Don't worry. Don't you worry about my work? Lu Jijia patted his chest and said. Okay then. Yang Bo nodded. Brother Jia, who are you pretending to be? Yang Bo decided to ask first. I can't tell you this. If I tell you, it might be exposed in the surveillance. Our surveillance must be realistic. If you know what I'm pretending to be in advance, it's inevitable that there will be flaws. Zhou Kerson, a woman, is not afraid. So what are you afraid of as a man? Lu Jijia couldn't help but say when he saw Yang Bo asking so many questions. So Yang Bo drove the car. And Zhou Kerson sat in the passenger seat. Zhou Kerson wore a 3/4 sleeve emerald green low-cut dress. Her hair was tied up high. And she wore a pair of big sunglasses. She also wore a pair of high heels on her feet. Yang Bo was a little speechless. And wanted to say, Sister, we are acting. We will run away later. However, Zhou Kerson knew that things would get out of hand later. And the video would definitely be released. So she dressed herself up beautifully. Lu Jijia had arrived half an hour in advance. The place he went to this time was a large shopping mall, which was also the largest local shopping mall with food, drink, and entertainment. The whole building has 6 floors, and each floor is 7 meters high. This height is mainly to prevent mechas from entering these buildings. The area is probably more than 1,000 acres. Even in stormy weather, it is quiet and peaceful inside, with green plants everywhere, swimming pools, beaches, etc. There are also some large private rooms. And any scenery you want can be presented to you through virtual technology. Came to the underground parking lot. And the acting began. Yang Bo got off the car first. Then walked quickly to the other side. And Zhou Kerson got off the car holding Yang Bo's hand. Yang Bo also knew that the video would be posted online. So he tried to be careful. Otherwise, he would be criticized by a group of people. Don't be nervous. Zhou Kerson's arm was slippery. However, Yang Bo felt that she was nervous. So he leaned in and whispered. Because she was wearing a mask. Others couldn't see her lips clearly. There are all kinds of strange people. If you talk under the surveillance, someone can know what you are saying based on your lips. Yeah, Zhou Kerson hummed. And took Yang Bo's arm. Yang Bo was a little speechless. They had agreed to go shopping together in the play. But he felt that the other person was nervous. So he didn't say anything. What Yang Bo didn't know was that Zhang Boijin was watching the surveillance. There seems to be a problem between the two? Zhang Boijin touched his chin. The reason for saying this is that Lu Jijia is still a qualified subordinate, who reports everything because he knows the script. But Zhang Boijin just muttered. Because it didn't affect the effect of the later play. Where are we going? Seeing that they were about to reach the elevator, Yang Bo asked. Why don't we go to a place with fewer people? Wait a minute. Zhou Kersen also wore sunglasses. And her eyes behind the sunglasses looked around. She originally wanted to say that as she was acting later, she shouldn't hurt other people around her. But she realized something was wrong after saying 3 words. Where are there fewer people? Yang Bo didn't know where there were fewer people in the mall. Zhou Kersen looked at her watch and said, There are fewer people on the 4th floor. Just as she was about to enter the elevator, Yang Bo suddenly felt something was wrong. From the sound, there were 2 people walking at a faster speed. Yang Bo turned his head and saw 2 people wearing hoodies, sunglasses and masks. But judging from their body shapes, they were women. But Yang Bo could tell at a glance that these 2 people were definitely men. Because women walk differently from men. And while they were walking, one hand was holding a handbag and the other hand was inside the handbag. If it was just one person, it would be fine. But the key was that there were 2 people. And the footsteps of the 2 people walking were also women's habits. There were also 2 people breathing rapidly, and their heartbeats accelerated. When Yang Bo looked at the other 2 people, these sounds were all collected in his mind. Let's take the stairs. Seeing that the 2 were about 20 meters away from him, Yang Bo whispered, then pushed Zhou Kersen to the side, and then dragged her to the stairs. The sudden movement almost made Zhou Kersen lose her balance. But the next second, Yang Bo's strong arms hugged her waist. Then she felt her body suddenly accelerate. And then she entered the stairs next to the elevator. Zhou Kersen was still a little confused. But she felt the energy fluctuations all of a sudden. She turned her head and saw that there were 2 people holding 2 laser swords rushing towards her. And they were 2 women. At this time, the other people waiting next to the elevator also screamed and began to flee. One of the women holding the laser sword took out an electromagnetic bomb from her chest and threw it out. Then the bulging chest flattened. And then this guy took out a round object and threw it far away. The round object suddenly turned into a mechanical spider. And the mechanical spider got under a large flying car. The next second, the large flying car exploded, and the firefighting system of the entire building was activated, spraying out firefighting liquid instantly. The firefighting robot was dispatched urgently. But at this moment, the mechanical spider lurked under other cars and continued to cause damage. The explosion of the battery bomb directly hit the elevator, causing the system inside the elevator to be damaged instantly. Zhang Boijin jumped up when he saw the scene in the surveillance. He didn't expect that this woman was pretending. And she disguised the bomb as that thing. Chapter 602, Being Beaten. Lu Jijia. Zhang Boijin jumped up and quickly turned on the communicator to call Lu Jijia directly, not caring that his beloved teacup was knocked over on the table. The tea spilled on the table. And then the teacup rolled to the ground and broke with a snap. I know. The whole mall was in chaos. Lu Jijia heard the alarm on the radio and the report that the underground parking lot was attacked. And he knew that something was wrong. If anything happens to Yang Bo, I will put you in jail for life, Zhang Boijin said angrily. Lu Jijia didn't dare to answer and rushed to the nearby toilet to take the restoring potion. Lu Jijia is now using the disguise potion to disguise herself as a slightly fat woman. If she doesn't remove the disguise, she can't use her superpowers at all. If she returns to her original identity as a counselor, she can use her superpowers in public. Now, if she uses superpowers in this disguise, the monitoring system will judge her as a suspicious target or even a threatening target. Lu Jijia didn't want to be tortured by the police drone. The last time, the pirate's killer was shocked by the high voltage of the police drone. Yang Bo hugged Zhou Kersen and ran to the stairs. In fact, at the stairs, Yang Bo had a chance to block the killer behind him. The doors of the stairs were made of radiation-proof and explosion-proof warship armor. As long as Yang Bo held this door now, he could isolate the 2 killers outside the stairs. The reason why he didn't do this was, on the one hand, because Yang Bo didn't know how many people there were on the other side, in case someone came down from above. The second point was to make the matter bigger, to lead these killers up, to make others feel embarrassed. because I was acting as a resident. Besides, there was a burden next to me. Yang Bo was very fast, and entered the stairs in a few big steps. At this time, the two killers had just dropped the bombs. The flying cars in the underground parking lot were in trouble. The mechanical spiders seemed to be specifically targeting the underground flying cars. All of these flying cars were destroyed and caught fire. And the smoke was billowing. This must be a mechanical spider used in war. Yang Bo muttered in his heart, as he heard the explosions in his ears. Why, it seems different. Jo Kersen was hugged by Yang Bo and ran wildly. She wanted to ask why it was different from the script. But she thought of the surveillance and asked directly. These are real killers. I knew before that Brother Jia was unreliable. No good will come from following him. Yang Bo was still wearing a mask. While talking, Yang Bo came to the second floor. Yang Bo called Lu Jijia with the communicator while running. But Lu Jijia didn't answer the phone. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that Lu Jijia was taking the reduction agent in the bathroom. The two killers chasing behind, releasing energy light from their bodies, rushed into the stairs and heard the sound of the target running up the stairs. The stairs here are not the kind that can be seen from below. The two people rushed up like two lightning bolts. At this time, Yang Bo had already brought Jo Kersen to the third floor. The third floor is now very empty, and people can be seen running in the distance. The broadcast in the mall is guiding people where to run. And there are virtual projections on the ground and in the sky. This floor of the mall sells general merchandise. As soon as he came in, Yang Bo threw Jo Kersen aside and picked up a set of fishing lines on the shelf. Quickly wrapped the door of the stairwell on the third floor with fishing line. Yang Bo was wrapping the fishing line when he felt someone pulling the door. But the fishing lines were very tough. Run! Yang Bo took Jo Kersen and ran to the other side. Originally, Yang Bo was going to take the elevator to the top floor, where the police drone, planetary warning system, and city defense system could protect him. But the elevator was damaged by two bastards with battery bombs. And Yang Bo could vaguely hear the vibration sound caused by someone slapping hard in the elevator. Obviously, there were other people trapped in the elevator. At this time, Lu Jijia finally called, Yang Bo. Where are you? I'm on the third floor of the mall. Yang Bo quickly answered. Don't move over there. I'll be there soon. Lu Jijia's next words made Yang Bo speechless. I'm followed by two killers. Why don't I move? Yang Bo answered directly and unhappily. Where are we going now? Jo Kersen asked. I don't know. Yang Bo's answer made Jo Kersen feel a little unexpected. If they were two people, it is very likely that one of them would guard the door of the stairs just now, and the other would come from the second or fourth floor from another staircase to attack us. If they were three people, one of them would guard the door of the stairs just now, and the other two would come to us from the second and fourth floors at the same time. Of course, maybe there are more of them. So I said I don't know. Lu Jijia has now returned to his original appearance, but he is still wearing women's clothes. Lu Jijia. The bad news is that there are 5 killers. Now there is one outside the door of the third floor of staircase number 2, 2 on the fourth floor, and 2 on the second floor. They are quickly detouring. According to my information, they have targeted Yang Bo's car and followed Yang Bo's car. The good news is that these killers only have light laser weapons and laser swords. Not good. They kidnapped more than 20 people on the fourth floor. And they told the police that if the police wanted to send drones and other robots in, they would kill these 20 people. Zhang Buizhen's voice was a little excited. Lu Jijia almost cursed when he heard this. And he had dug his own grave. Because in this situation, the police's drones, and the police dared not enter the mall in a short time. If these killers killed more than 20 people, then the commander of the police would at least be dismissed. Hurry up and go to the third floor. Zhang Buizhen urged Lu Jijia. I'll hang up first. I met the killer. Lu Jijia's words were redundant, because Zhang Buizhen saw Lu Jijia from the surveillance. And he just met the killer in the stairwell on the fourth floor when he came down from the fifth floor, because all the elevators were destroyed by them with electromagnetic bombs. Yang Bo immediately received a call from Zhang Buizhen, and learned that there were killers on the second and fourth floors. And the killer on the fourth floor also held more than 20 hostages to threaten the police not to enter this kind of building. Jo Kersen only realized now who called Yang Bo and could see the whereabouts of himself and others. Yang Bo quickly opened the map of the entire mall and almost cursed. There are many elevators in this mall, but only 2 stairs. The problem is that the elevator is broken now. Then Yang Bo received another message. That is, Lu Jijia encountered 2 killers, but failed to beat them, and then ran upstairs. How come this guy was not beaten to death? Yang Bo was speechless. Then Zhang Boijin sent another message. That is, the planet guardian has arrived. Then Zhang Boijin sent another message that 2 killers have entered his floor. Yang Bo was a little speechless, and ran to one side with Zhou Kersen. The main reason is that the mall is too big, and it is impossible to get there from here. Of course, if Yang Bo reveals his superpowers, he can get there instantly. These malls were built to fight mechas, so there are windows here, but they are relatively small, and they are all made of special materials. And the walls are also battleship armor. And there are storms on March Star for half a year, so the building safety factor is higher. Fourth brother, can you break the glass and let me go out from here? Yang Bo first thought of the window, so he called Zhang Boijin. This needs to go through the procedures, and there is no way to get close to the building now. These killers and others are outside. Just now, the police tried to sneak up and were found in a position where the killers can't see them. Zhang Boijin was also anxious and answered. Is there any passage in the building that can reach the roof? Yang Bo asked again. Turn left ahead, and there is a maintenance passage. But where are you going now? Zhang Boijin asked from the other side. I started to go to the roof, but now I'm going to the sewer. Yang Bo answered. Then you have to hurry up. The maintenance passage is all mechanically controlled, because the killer is already searching for you on the 4th floor. Zhang Boijin said. Yang Bo received the blueprint of the maintenance passage of this mall. Zhou Kersen didn't know what to do now. And Zhou Kersen was also a superpower. However, this kind of low-level superpower is not very useful when encountering assassins. Even Lu Jijia was defeated and fled by the 2 assassins. When they came to the maintenance channel, Zhang Boijin sent a photo of how to open the mechanical device. This kind of maintenance channel is basically pure machinery, because this channel will only be enabled when all intelligent systems cannot work. Fortunately, these machines are usually maintained by robots. Yang Bo quickly opened the door of the maintenance channel. Inside was a narrow channel, and there were many pipes, which were filled with various lines or other things. Fortunately, the lighting inside was still normal, but the door of the maintenance channel had a bad point. That is, it could not be closed from the inside. Go. After the 2 came in, Yang Bo quietly closed the door of the maintenance channel. However, there was also a disadvantage in the maintenance channel. That is, there was no signal on the communicator. Where to go? It was the first time that Zhou Kersen saw such a place in the mall. Follow me, Yang Bo said in a low voice. But when he looked down, he found that Zhou Kersen had run away with her shoes, and he didn't know when. I'll carry you. Yang Bo felt annoyed, and without waiting for Zhou Kexingsen to agree, he immediately carried her on his back and ran away. Yang Bo made a very low sound. One of the 2 killers outside had already come to the door that Yang Bo had locked. After opening the door, the 3 killers searched the 4th floor. This mall is big enough. The 3 searched around and finally found the open maintenance passage. The 3 saw this scene and rushed directly into the maintenance passage. After entering the maintenance passage, they faced another problem. That is, there was no trace to be found whether going up or down, because it was usually cleaned by maintenance. The 3 people looked at it, and then one went up, the other went down, and the other retreated and informed the other killers with a communicator. Chapter 603 Luck? It's really a bad life to follow this fat guy. Yang Bo cursed in his heart while running away with Zhou Kersen on his back. As for what it feels like to carry a beautiful woman on your back, Yang Bo's ears are now concentrating on receiving sounds from all sides. He heard the sound of someone opening the maintenance channel door behind him, and then heard the voices of 3 people. One disappeared. One got farther and farther, and one got closer and closer. As for the beautiful woman on his back, she is just a burden. If it weren't for this beautiful woman, Yang Bo would have countless ways to escape in such a place without signal. So this beautiful woman is just a burden now. If it weren't for this burden, I would solve it by myself. Yang Bo was a little speechless. What Yang Bo has to do now is to try not to expose his identity, because his identities have not done good things. If he really wants to be exposed, he is afraid that he will have to hide his identity for the rest of his life. Yang Bo quickly flashed into another channel, because Yang Bo heard a sound in this channel, and it was the voice of a robot. Joe Kersen had no idea where Yang Bo was going, because she was not familiar with this place. She could only hug Yang Bo's neck tightly, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, she was also a superpower. Yang Bo followed the sound and found that two maintenance robots seemed to be repairing the damaged elevator equipment. Suddenly Yang Bo's eyes lit up. These robots seemed to be replacing the control system in the elevator. The control system was in a box, and the cover of the box looked like a battleship armor. Yang Bo put Joe Kersen down, then pointed to the distance and said, "Hurry up and hide over there." "What about you?" Joe Kersen was a little confused, because she heard Lu Jijia being beaten and fled by two killers. "We can't run away. The killer behind is very strong. You run first. I will stop him for a while." As he spoke, Yang Bo took the cover of the elevator control box from the box next to the robot. After trying it twice, it felt very smooth, because there was a handle in the middle of the cover. This design was obviously a style from many years ago. But the things here may not be used in a lifetime, so use them as cheaply as possible. This cover is a round one with a diameter of about 1 meter. The moment he took it in his hand, Yang Bo knew that this was a material similar to a single piece of armor. Two automatic maintenance robots. The hole is square, and there are several mechanical arms. Then Yang Bo took a fancy to a tool carried by one of the robots, which was a high-energy plasma cutting device. However, the maximum cutting distance of this device is only 10 centimeters, and it is impossible to shoot a laser more than 1 meter long like a laser sword. Warning. Please stop your illegal behavior. Warning. Please stop your illegal behavior. The two robots made noises when they saw Yang Bo taking these parts. Yang Bo didn't care at all, and took the high-energy plasma cutting gun on the mechanical arm of another robot in his hand. Looking at this cutting equipment, Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. This is an older model of tool, without password systems or intelligent authentication systems. Because this is just a tool, and it is very conspicuous. The whole tool is like a metal water pipe, about 3 centimeters to 4 centimeters, and about 1.3 meters long. No one would take this out to commit crimes, because there is no way to hide it. Fortunately, March Star is relatively poor. Yang Bo looked at the backward automatic maintenance robots in front of him. Because the economy of this planet is underdeveloped, it does not require the highest standards in many safety regulations. Of course, this kind of shopping mall may not use these maintenance robots for hundreds of years since its establishment. As long as the government does not force the safety level, these businessmen will not talk about upgrading these useful and useless things. Just like the shopping malls in places like the Capital Star, there must be intelligent maintenance robots with various tools, and no additional tools will be carried at all. Joe Kersen was still in a daze, and at this time, there was already energy fluctuations behind her. So Joe Kersen hurriedly ran to the place where Yang Bo said, "Uh-huh. Kid." The female killer wearing a brown short skirt, a 3/4 black short-sleeve t-shirt, a red belt on her waist, a white hat, and a white mask laughed at the situation in front of her. The killer actually missed the passage Yang Bo came in through. But just as he ran over, he heard the sound of a robot in the passage. So he flashed back, because Yang Bo in front of him was hunched over, holding an ancient tool in one hand, which was still emitting energy, but only a little. In the other hand, he held a round metal object. The killer only needed to look at the scene to know where the round object came from the cover of a control box on the wall next to it. "I'm a swordsman, so if you know better, get out of here." Yang Bo was acting. "Of course. Uh-huh. Kid, where's the woman with you? She ran away?" The killer put the laser gun on his red belt. Then he held the laser sword in one hand, turned on the communicator, and started the offline recording mode. "Kid, this will be the last thing you have left in this world. I didn't expect our luck to be so good. You came to go shopping not long after we received the mission. Don't worry. We will definitely follow the employer's requirements. We will cut off your limbs first, and then cut off your third leg. Why can't you think it through and hook up with someone else's ex-girlfriend? You don't even ask what their ex-boyfriend does. But that's right. You lowly residents don't understand how dark this world is. Employer, please look carefully. This is one of your mission targets. I will cut off his right hand immediately." The killer didn't take Yang Bo seriously at all, because according to the news, this guy was just a resident, and he had just become an adult for less than 2 years. So the killer called Yang Bo kid. "The police will be here soon. None of you killers can escape." Yang Bo felt annoyed. This villain was killed by his talkativeness. He just came to do it. He kept nagging and filming videos. Don't worry, kid. You won't feel anything when the laser sword cuts your arm, because it will carbonize your blood vessels, bones, and nerves, the killer said to Yang Bo with a smile, waving the laser sword with one hand and filming the video with the other hand. You killers, are you despicable and shameless? Joe Kerson, who was far away, heard that the killer was going to cut Yang Bo's hand and jumped out at once. Haha. Both targets are in front of me. It looks like I'm going to get rich. The killer laughed. Don't come over. Yang Bo turned around and shouted at Joe Kerson. I'm a superpower. Joe Kerson stood still when she heard Yang Bo shouting at her, but said stubbornly, Haha. A D-level superpower dares to say he has superpowers. Grandpa is a B-level superpower. The killer laughed. The two robots next to him seemed to have detected the laser sword in the killer's hand and were issuing warnings. Warning. There is unknown dangerous energy. Please leave as soon as possible. Warning. There is unknown dangerous energy. Please leave as soon as possible. Kid. I'm going to cut your left hand. It won't hurt at all. The killer looked at Yang Bo's not afraid at all, and felt uncomfortable. What he wanted to see most was the despair of his target. So he smiled and approached Yang Bo step by step. I was looking forward to the little ghost in front of me seeing his arm fall to the ground. And he didn't feel anything. The killer liked this scene the most. As Yang Bo slowly retreated, he shouted innocently, You criminals will all be in jail for life. Who wants you to kill me? I am a resident, and I have not offended anyone. If you want to blame someone, blame the woman behind you. In your next life, you'd better not sleep with other people's women, even if they are abandoned by others. The killer smiled and watched Yang Bo retreat step by step with his body bent, like a cat watching a mouse. It was me who dumped that Lu guy, not him who dumped me. Joe Kerson heard this from behind and jumped to correct it. The killer had already approached the two maintenance robots, and the two maintenance robots were still issuing warnings. The killer looked at the two robots and kept shouting beside him, and swung the laser sword in his hand. In an instant, the two robots were cut in half. But the next second Yang Bo moved. Yang Bo held the round metal cover in his left hand, and the high-energy ion cutting tool in his right hand, and quickly stabbed the killer. Ha ha. The killer laughed, and slashed the high-energy ion cutting tool in Yang Bo's hand, with the laser sword in his hand. But the next second, there was a loud explosion. The killer's whole body was blown back, and Yang Bo was also blown back. Joe Kerson didn't expect it to explode suddenly, and the whole person was also blown away by the impact. Yang Bo got up in a mess, and jumped like a rabbit to see the killer, who was blown away. The killer's entire right hand holding the laser sword was gone. Even his shoulder was gone, and half of his body was seen to be corroded by energy. You can also see that half of the killer's body is shaking, and black blood is spitting out of his mouth. The killer looked at Yang Bo stubbornly with his eyes wide open, and his face was full of disbelief, as if he was hit by 100,000 Ys. Joe Kerson also got up at once, ran over quickly, and was also stunned by this scene. You? How did you do it? Joe Kerson looked at the killer in front of him and asked in disbelief. Laser sword. This killer just used a laser sword to break two automatic maintenance robots. The battery in his hand was charging the laser sword. My tool just poked a little behind the laser sword's transmitter, and the plasma on it directly penetrated the battery and caused an explosion. Yang Bo took out the killer's laser gun while speaking, and then turned the broken killer over and found a few spare batteries on the belt on the back. How is this possible? Joe Kerson was a little unbelievable. Haven't you been to school? The battery contains energy. If you penetrate the battery, the energy in the battery cannot be released in an orderly manner, and it will explode instantly. Yang Bo asked Joe Kerson with a look of a top student. What are you doing? Joe Kerson watched Yang Bo take out the opponent's laser gun and then take someone else's hand. Isn't it in the movie that you can unlock the laser gun and authorize it to others? Yang Bo asked with a confident tone. The movie is all a lie. Before Joe Kerson finished speaking, she saw Yang Bo really use the opponent's hand to activate the laser pistol. Yang Bo was ready to act, but he didn't expect that he actually unlocked it. However, thinking that the laser pistols used by these guys would definitely not be standard military equipment, and these killers' weapons would definitely not be so sufficient. So whoever gets it can use it. At this moment, a person flashed in the passage over there. Yang Bo picked up the laser pistol, fired a shot, and then said to Zhou Kersen, "Run!" But at this moment, the figure over there suddenly fell to the ground. Zhou Kersen saw this scene and widened her eyes. Yang Bo almost slapped his thigh. He didn't intend to kill the other party, but the skills in his mind proved that the unlucky guy. He shot him to death with a shot or the minimum power of the laser gun. Fighting plus 32. This is probably the most frustrated A-level killer. I didn't hit him. Did I? Yang Bo pretended to shrink his neck and bend over to look at Zhou Kersen and asked in a low voice, "Why don't you shoot again and see?" Before Zhou Kersen finished speaking, she saw Yang Bo picked up the gun and shot the other party. And this time, he just hit the other party's leg. And you can see that there was a charred hole in the leg. Then Zhou Kersen ran over quickly, and Yang Bo followed behind. Hiss! Zhou Kersen looked at the killer lying on his back on the ground, and one of the killer's eyes became a dark hole. That is to say, this killer was so unlucky to be shot in the eye by a laser gun. My shooting skills are still pretty good. I am very good at shooting in the survival game in the game. Zhou Kersen looked at Yang Bo. But Yang Bo looked a little proud now. Well, you are awesome. Let's go! Don't you want his laser gun? Didn't the movie say that dead people can't seem to unlock it? The first killer in front was not dead yet. When Zhou Kersen passed by, she took the tool in Yang Bo's hand and poked the man's head directly. Reincarnate better in the next life. Don't bully the poor. Fighting plus 16. A skill flashed in Yang Bo's mind. Yang Bo and Zhou Kersen ran out and found that this was near the elevator on the second floor. Zhou Kersen just ran out and saw that Yang Bo didn't keep up, but was hiding in the place where he just came out. Just when Zhou Kersen was about to ask, a shadow flashed out from inside. The next second, the shadow felt something was wrong, and the energy light on his body burst out instantly. Ah! But the next second, the man let out a shrill scream, and the energy light on his body flashed instantly, just like a flash bomb. Yang Bo just heard a sound behind him. So when he came out, he let Zhou Kersen run in front and hid on the side of the exit. The man who came out moved very quickly, but in the eyes of a pervert like Yang Bo, it was not very fast. The energy in the body of a superpower also has properties. Once the energy in the body of a superpower is running, if it is attacked by energy weapons such as laser weapons, there are only two results. The first result is that the energy in the body of the superpower can resist the attack of energy weapons. The second result is that it is hit and exploded. If you want to be more vivid, the superpower who is running energy is the same as the battery that is running. The tool in Yang Bo's hand is indeed not very powerful, but it can cut a lot of metal. The energy area of the point above is very small, but it can't stand its strong energy. If it is weak, it will definitely not be able to cut other things. When this super energy ion reacts with the energy light protecting the body of this superpower, the energy protection on the superpower person exploded instantly. So what does the superpower person feel now? It's like the feeling of using too much strength to injure the meridians in the body. Of course, the meridians of the superpower person are mainly used to transport energy, which means that the energy destroyed these meridians. The killer could never have imagined that a low-level superpower person would actually plot against him. His eyes were bulging, full of blood, staring at Yang Bo, who was trying hard to get up and kill the guy in front of him. But he couldn't move. His body was out of control. Although the killer had already been alert because he saw the bodies of his two companions, so the energy barrier generated by the killer on the body's surface would not have any problem if the laser gun hit him anyway. But Yang Bo's device is a cutting tool. The cutting point of this device is very small, but the energy is very strong. And once the energy sensor of this tool detects that the energy consumption is too large, it will increase the energy transmission. Because this setting is used to cut things of different materials, and it can adjust the energy transmission by itself. So when Yang Bo used this tool to poke this person, the energy on this person offset the energy released by this tool. The detector of this tool sensed that the energy consumption was too large and would instantly increase the energy output. This is an old-fashioned cutting tool, and there is no life detection. If there is a more intelligent cutting device with a life detection system, it is useless against people. Zhou Kersen jumped up in fright and saw a figure rushing towards him. Then the next second, this person lit up like a light bulb and fell to the ground. This less than 5 minutes before and after overturned Zhou Kersen's decades of life. And at the same time, he was curious about Yang Bo. Then the next second, Yang Bo was seen lying on his side, not even looking at the person lying on the ground. And he was attacking the person with a laser gun. The person on the ground was hit by the laser gun in the hands, legs, and finally in the head. And then he stopped moving. Stopped shooting. He's dead. Seeing that the person was dead and Yang Bo was still there, not looking at the shooting here, Zhou Kersen hurried over and shouted, "Swordsmanship plus 32. Yang Bo's mind flashed. Of course he knew that the other party was dead. But this is a shopping mall with many surveillance cameras, so the acting must be more realistic. Go! Yang Bo pretended not to dare to look at the corpse and dragged Zhou Kersen to the stairs. And this scene was seen by Zhang Buizhen again. Zhang Buizhen and the housekeeper looked at each other. Zhang Buizhen was a little confused. Zhou Kersen just came out of the maintenance passage next to the elevator. There was nothing strange about this, except that the shoes on her feet were gone. But Yang Bo's appearance was strange. One hand held something round, and the other hand held a stick more than 1 meter long. And after the two came out, one continued to run forward, and Yang Bo hid beside the exit. When Zhou Kersen reacted and turned around, a killer with energy barriers all over his body rushed out. Just when Zhang Buizhen thought that Yang Bo and the other two were going to be killed by the killer, he didn't expect that the energy barrier on the killer's body exploded by itself. Then he saw Yang Bo took out a laser pistol and fired continuously at the killer on the ground, and looked at Yang Bo's funny face with his face turned to one side. Zhang Buizhen felt like he was hit by 10,000 question marks, and his mind was a mess. Uncle Nyo? Zhang Buizhen had a lot of questions, but he didn't know which one to ask first. So he looked at Uncle Nyo next to him. Do you want me to call and ask in person? Uncle Nyo also had a lot of question marks in his mind. First of all, what happened in the passage? Why was there an explosion? And what are the things in Yang Bo's hands? What is the round thing in his hand? What is the stick-shaped thing? Where did the laser pistol he took out last come from? And why did a dignified A-level killer suddenly fall to the ground and twitch? You know, this killer almost beat Lu Jijia to death just now. Chapter 604 Announcement. Zhang Buizhen called Yang Bo, but Yang Bo was running for his life and had no time to answer the phone. However, Zhang Buizhen could see from the video surveillance that Yang Bo ran down the stairs on the second floor, then came to the first floor and ran out of the mall directly from the entrance. Zhou Kersen followed Yang Bo. Her mind was a mess, and she just knew to follow Yang Bo. There were already many police drones, police robots, and police outside the mall. There were even police mechas, which blocked the entire mall with a covetous look. When Yang Bo ran out of the mall, he threw away the weapon in his hand. The police drones and police robots did not recognize the identities of Zhou Kersen and Yang Bo. However, the two did not carry weapons, so the drones and robots were just on guard. The police robots had huge shields in their hands, which formed a wall that surrounded the entire mall. Zhou Kersen looked at these huge shields and felt suffocated inexplicably, which was the unbelievable feeling of the rest of his life after death. The shield of the police robot left a gap, and Yang Bo and Zhou Kersen rushed in through the gap. And then the police robot pulled up the wall behind them. Zhou Kersen slumped on the ground and took off his glasses, with no image at all. Yang Bo also slumped on the ground, and then took off his mask and glasses. The reason for doing this is to let the surrounding drones and other intelligent devices recognize their identities, because there are police drones, police robots and police mechas around. And if you are not careful, you may be beaten by these groups. After the police drone identified them, they sent the two to a nearby hospital for examination. The police had no idea that the killer's target was the two residents who looked weak. Dear viewers, 2 more survivors have escaped from the mall. The 2 survivors did not seem to have any injuries on the surface. According to observation, the 2 should be residents. Dear viewers, the largest mall in March Star was attacked by terrorists, and 2 more hostages escaped. Dear viewers, according to incomplete statistics, more than 20 hostages were kidnapped by terrorists. The 2 hostages who just escaped have been sent to the nearest hospital. The news media reported the news that Yang Bo and Zhou Kersen had come out, but did not take a frontal photo of the 2. Just after Yang Bo and Zhou Kersen were sent away, the police did not know what news they got and directly launched a general attack. More than a dozen police officers in armor rushed directly and quickly into the mall. According to the video footage that was later exposed, one of these police officers in armor was a Planet Guardian. The Planet Guardian used the sky-splitting technique to kill 2 hostage-taking killers. As for the other 3 killers, subsequent reports said they were killed by the police with laser guns. Yang Bo, how did you do it? Zhang Buizhen rushed to the hospital and looked at Yang Bo strangely in the special ward. This is really an accident. Yang Bo told the whole story. After listening, Zhang Buizhen felt that something was wrong. Master, Ms. Zhou has a video. Just when Zhang Buizhen didn't believe it, Niu Bo walked in and whispered, "What video? What video does she have?" Zhang Buizhen was a little confused when he heard this. Look! Niu Bo took out the video directly. Yang Bo also stretched his neck to look, and found that it was a video shot by Zhou Kersen. At the beginning, Zhou Kersen was hiding in the distance and shooting the video. The killer looked very arrogant, and said something like not to sleep with other people's girlfriends. Zhang Buizhen glanced at Yang Bo again when he saw this. Because Yang Bo didn't say it so carefully just now. This killer is talking nonsense. Sister Kersen and I are innocent. Yang Bo didn't say it just now because he was afraid of misunderstanding. He didn't expect Zhou Kersen to record a video. Zhang Buizhen felt something was wrong after watching it. But the video couldn't be faked. And fake videos couldn't be shown to himself. Niu Bo must have checked it before taking it. Ms. Zhou's original intention of taking the video was said to be to leave evidence for the police. After all, at that time, this situation would most likely, Niu Bo explained in a low voice. And at the same time, he looked at Yang Bo with a new eye. The reason why he didn't finish his words was that Zhou Kersen thought the 2 would die in that place. So he recorded some videos as evidence to help the police solve the case in the future. This reason makes sense. After all, these 3 killers are not ordinary people. And Yang Bo and Zhou Kersen are weak. We don't need to worry about it now. This is completely evidence. Although there is no substantial evidence, it is enough for the Liu family to drink a pot. Zhang Buizhen thought of another point after watching the video. Young master is wise. Niu Bo nodded. Sometimes it is difficult to deal with the drama. Yang Bo, these killer organizations are very vicious. So do you want to exchange the 3 killers you killed for money? Of course, I have no other intentions. In order to save you trouble in the future. Of course, the compensation will be very generous. And as a resident, you killed 3 people. No matter what the circumstances, you will be subject to a long-term investigation by the judicial department. Zhang Buizhen said again. The video of Yang Bo's killing was a bit unbelievable. And Zhang Buizhen didn't want Yang Bo to be exposed. After all, his interests were linked to Yang Bo's. I have no problem at all. But the last person may have a surveillance video. And there is also Sister Kuexian. Yang Bo nodded. It would be best to give money. He definitely didn't want to be famous. Uncle Niu, go and communicate with Ms. Zhou. After the identity verification of these 3 killers, there may be a bounty. And it will belong to you at that time. Zhang Buizhen said again. Thank you. 4th brother. Yang Bo hurriedly thanked him. We are brothers. Zhang Buizhen felt that Yang Bo was too lucky. 3 of them were killers above level B. But they were gone just like that. Niu Bo went out for a few minutes. And then Zhou Kuexian ran in. Yang Bo, is what they said true? Zhou Kuexian looked at Yang Bo and asked. We don't have the power to enforce the law. And we will be investigated by the judicial department. In addition, if the killer organization knows that we killed him, their killers may continue to retaliate against us. We just need to take the money. Yang Bo nodded and explained. Okay. I'll listen to you. Zhou Kersen nodded when she heard this. Yang Bo was speechless. What do you mean you listen to me? You still owe me so much money. And now I just have some income. Where is brother Jie? Yang Bo quickly changed the subject and asked. He was beaten by 2 killers and is still receiving treatment. These killers are not low level. Zhang Buizhen couldn't say anything bad about his subordinate. But the way he did it made him feel that his subordinate was a little unreliable. When he heard that he was still receiving treatment, Yang Bo knew that Liu Jijia might have been seriously injured this time. But it was true. These killers were all B-level and A-level superpowers. With his small body, he would have been slapped away by someone. After all, those who could take on such tasks and carry out terrorist attacks openly were definitely not ordinary killers. At this time, Niu Bo glanced at the communicator and whispered, the identities of the 3 killers killed by Yang Bo have been confirmed. 2 are A-level superpowers, and 1 is B-level superpowers. The alliance bounty for the 3 people has reached 420 million credit points. The other 2 people who were killed are both A-level superpowers. They are a killer team called Poison Rose. This killer team likes to dress up as women when doing tasks. Zhang Buizhen heard this, and looked at Yang Bo in disbelief. He actually killed 2 A-level and 1 B-level superpower killers. You discuss how to divide the money. When you receive the bounty, I will transfer it to your account. Zhang Buizhen stood up and prepared to leave when he heard this. Since it was a famous killer organization, he had to make some arrangements. I don't want it. Split it equally. Yang Bo and Zhou Kersen said at the same time. You discuss it carefully. I have something else to do. I will treat you to dinner later. Zhang Buizhen was ready to leave after saying this. Thank you. Fourth brother. Yang Bo sent Zhang Buizhen away. Yang Bo. Who is this person? Zhou Kersen looked at Zhang Buizhen, who was leaving, and asked. The fourth young master of the Zhang family. Yang Bo answered. Is that the fourth young master Zhang? Zhou Kersen certainly knew that there was a fourth young master Zhang. After all, the conflicts in the Zhang family were known to everyone in the big family. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. Are you okay? I want to be discharged from the hospital. Yang Bo. Thank you today. But I can't take the money. You don't want the money. Are you going to tell others about this later? Yang Bo asked back after hearing this. No. Of course not. Zhou Kersen hurriedly explained. Take it. If you don't take it, I won't feel at ease. And the fourth young master Zhang won't feel at ease either. Yang Bo shook his head. Zhou Kersen could only nod after hearing this. Yang Bo didn't kill anyone. So the two were just ordinary customers, and didn't need to be investigated or anything. Yang Bo looked at Lu Jijia, who was still in the treatment room, and knew that this guy's injury might be unusual. Lu Jijia is too. Zhou Kersen was a little speechless. She didn't expect that Lu Jijia's words were so reasonable at the beginning. But in the end it turned out to be like this. Don't envy him. After his treatment is completed, I'm afraid there will be a large amount of compensation. Yang Bo laughed. Yang Bo. Thank you today. Zhou Kersen heard this, and naturally knew that Yang Bo was joking. It's okay after the matter is over. Let's go first. Yang Bo and Zhou Kersen left. Of course, the two will get a compensation later, but not as much as Lu Jijia. Yang Bo and Zhou Kersen returned to the company dormitory. After hearing the cause and effect of the matter, Lu Jingxiang was also speechless. This Lu Jijia. Lu Jingxiang didn't know what to say. At this time, the official March Star released the news about the terrorist attack. Everyone in the alliance was very curious about this incident, and March Star reacted so quickly. After all, it was only 2 or 3 hours since the incident. They actually figured out the cause and effect. According to our preliminary investigation, this was an accidental incident. But the cause of this incident is very complicated. These terrorists are carrying out a bounty mission. Let's take a look at a video. This is what a killer said when he was chasing the target of the mission. Of course, Yang Bo was censored in the video material, and the killer's words directly shocked the little fairies in the entire alliance. The ex-boyfriend hired someone to kill his girlfriend and her current boyfriend. How could such a thing happen in the alliance? Chapter 605 Stand Up. Countless women's groups have stood up and demanded that the government release more information. Some liberal groups have also stood up and demanded that the government release more information. Who is going to do this? Seeing that the situation is so hot now, many politicians have also stood up and expressed their opinions, and then conducted a strict investigation on this matter. However, the official side of March Star said that the case is still being investigated, and the identities of the 5 members of the killer team have been announced. These 5 killers belong to a group called the Poison Rose Killer Group, and the rest are still under further investigation. The video played is just this short clip. As for the video of Yang Bo killing 3 people later, it has not been released. Zhang Buizhen now wants to make the news a hot topic and then announce the results. As for the Lu family, Zhang Buizhen dare not contact them, because they are military personnel. Zhang Buizhen is now watching the video with Niu Bo, and the things in the video are a bit too incredible. But it is so reasonable. This Yang Bo is bold and careful, and reacts quickly. Niu Bo said after watching the video carefully. Of course, this may be related to his experience. After all, no matter how ordinary a person is, he will become calm and composed after experiencing what he has experienced. Zhang Buizhen laughed when he heard Niu Bo's words. This may be the most unlucky person I have ever seen in my life. He was attacked by the Red Earl terrorist organization on the planet Pato. He was attacked by a pirate group when he was immigrating. He was finally rescued and put on a warship. But later, he was abandoned on another planet, because the warship was carrying out a special mission. After being rescued after many twists and turns, he settled down on our planet. But he was unexpectedly visited by the Ashes organization later. Lu Jijia arranged a good performance this time. But he didn't expect such a change to happen in the middle. Nyobo nodded when he heard his young master say this. He is actually quite lucky. After all, if he hadn't immigrated, he might have been killed by the Red Earl organization. The Red Earl organization killed many people on Pato Star. Is this tool really so powerful? Zhang Buizhen looked at the high-energy ion cutter in his hand. Nyobo explained, this high-energy ion cutter is indeed very powerful. The reason why this high-energy particle cutter was eliminated was because of its low safety factor and lack of intelligent recognition system. We simply tested this tool, and it can easily penetrate ordinary energy shields. Of course, Yang Bo was able to achieve such a result. The first killer was careless, and did not expect him to dare to fight back. Of course, it may be related to each of these killers, because this tool is very powerful. The second killer was purely lucky. Yang Bo just fired a shot, and actually hit the eye directly. Of course, this may be related to his usual love of playing games. After all, many games now have equipment that is not much different from reality. Plus the narrow environment in the maintenance channel. As for the last killer, on the one hand, it is because the inside of the maintenance channel cannot know the situation outside. And the other is carelessness. Nyobo nodded and explained. Is Yang Bo considered a lucky person? Zhang Buizhen suddenly asked. Of course, this planet has not found any mutant creatures for so many years. But he happened to find them. I personally guess that Yang Bo's superpowers may be related to energy detection. Nyobo also watched the videos several times in succession. There was no false element. The reactions of the two were very normal. And Yang Bo did not have any superpowers at all. Are you talking about mental power? Zhang Buizhen asked after hearing this. It should be more in this direction. Nyobo nodded. Master, what should we do about the Lu family? Nyobo asked. Let the news ferment a little more. Soon these women's groups and freedom groups will contact us. At that time, we will issue a specious notice. And then find someone to expose the news of Joe Kerson's lawsuit. The only thing I am worried about now is where the Poison Rose killer team is. Zhang Buizhen asked a little worriedly. I think these killers may not give up. Do you want to send special forces to protect Yang Bo? The reason why Nyobo said this is naturally because he knew the contract between the other party and his young master. Not for the time being. Although my brother is lucky, he is timid. You can see that he rarely comes out of his villa. Zhang Buizhen shook his head. We still have a lot of troubles in the Zhang family. If we send special forces to protect Yang Bo, it is very likely that the family members will find Yang Bo. Nyobo nodded when he heard what his young master said. I don't know what the family is doing. I always feel that they may be planning some big action. I am worried too. Zhang Buizhen sighed. Yang Bo sat in the company dormitory for a while, and then went back to his villa on the pretext of being tired, and then went online to play games. Joe Kerson also took a bath in the residence. This short time today made Joe Kerson feel very complicated. Originally, she was acting easily, but she didn't expect so many killers to come out. What Joe Kerson didn't expect was that Yang Bo actually killed 3 killers. And there were 2 A-level superpowers. Although everything was witnessed by her own eyes, she always felt like she was dreaming. A little unrealistic. Lu family. Joe Kerson thought of her experience today. And she gritted her teeth. She had already paid the money. But she didn't expect the Lu family to not let her go. Of course, the Lu family must have agreed to this with her family. Closing her eyes, Joe Kerson thought of Yang Bo bending his body, holding a control box cover in one hand, and a tool in the other hand to face the killer with his teeth bared. At that time, Yang Bo's action seemed a little funny and a little ridiculous. But she felt that Yang Bo was standing in front of her, and was a real man. At that time, I was hiding on the side, and my legs were weak. And I almost peed myself. Because the killer had a laser sword and a laser gun. When I heard that the killer was going to cut off Yang Bo's arm, I didn't know where I got the strength from. But I actually jumped out. Now I think it's incredible because the situation was too scary. At that time, I didn't realize that the killer was an A-level gene evolver. But I also knew that the killer must be extraordinary. Otherwise he couldn't be a killer. I don't know if Yang Bo is the same as me. Joe Kerson felt that Yang Bo might feel the same as herself after what happened today. After Yang Bo returned to the villa, he was fine. The reaction of these killers seemed too bad. The people in the game department saw that Yang Bo was not online, thinking that this guy went to play with women again. Unexpectedly, after half a day, this guy actually went online. After going online, he still took an exploration mission and then played games peacefully. In the evening, Lu Jijia was finally discharged from the hospital. You are really a fool. Lu Jingxiang looked at the other party sitting in the smart wheelchair with a look of disgust. Auntie, I am awesome. I escaped from the hands of 2 A-level gene evolution killers. Lu Jijia was a little complacent. Of course, this is worth showing off to anyone. How dare you say that? Who patted his chest and guaranteed that there would be no problem before? Lu Jingxiang said angrily, and took a bottle of drink to Lu Jijia. Although Lu Jijia looks fine now, it may take 3 to 5 months to recover from his injuries. The bones and muscles of superpowers are very strong. The medical cabin can only make your bones and muscles grow, but they cannot reach the original strength. It takes a period of growth to recover. I didn't do this on purpose. Besides, I feel that nothing good will happen when I am with Yang Bo. Lu Jijia reached for the drink and complained. But the next second, Lu Jingxiang took back the drink that had been handed over and put it back to its original position. You are so embarrassed to say that about others. If it weren't for Yang Bo, Zhou Kersen might have been in trouble. This, Lu Jijia was a little speechless. He was just severely scolded by Zhang Boishan. And now, he returned to his residence, and was scolded by his aunt again. But the fact is the fact. And I just can't refute it. He is better than me. Lu Jijia couldn't stand it. He knew Yang Bo's light superpower. Others saw Yang Bo hit the opponent's eyes with a laser gun, which was luck. But Lu Jijia knew that it was probably not luck. Lu Jijia thought Yang Bo was fine. So he used his light superpower to train and release lasers. You still say? Lu Jingxiang said with a glare when she heard this. At this time, Zhou Kersen trotted in. I just received a large sum of money. How much? Lu Jingxiang naturally knew that Zhou Kersen could get a large sum of money. 120 million credit points. Zhou Kersen said. How can it be so much? How much did you give last time you got the credit? Lu Jingxiang turned her head and looked at Lu Jijia. This is different. Last time, the killer didn't kidnap hostages for our credit. But this time, the killer kidnapped more than 20 hostages. In fact, there are more than 600 people on the 5th and 6th floors of the entire mall, which means that more than 600 hostages were rescued. The price is of course expensive. When Lu Jijia bought the credit, he also borrowed money from Lu Jingxiang. In fact, everyone in the big family knows that the alliance looks good on the surface now. But there are already various problems inside. But this is a matter of mutual consent. And since someone is operating it, they are definitely not afraid of being exposed. Just like Zhang Boishan manipulated the option last time. It was Niu Bo who came forward. After the incident was exposed, Niu Bo went to jail at most. Anyway, the alliance does not have the death penalty. Rich woman. Lu Jingxiang understood now, and turned to look at Zhou Kersen. I want to expose my experience. It's too infuriating. Zhou Kersen nodded, then spoke, and looked at Lu Jijia after speaking. It's not that you can't do this, but you will face a lot of problems in the future. After all, you will be a celebrity in the future. Lu Jijia went to Zhang Boishan before returning. And of course, he knew what Zhang Boishan was planning. Lu Jijia also knew that the Lu family couldn't swallow this breath. After all, the big family has a different way of doing things. Strictly speaking, the Lu family felt that they had lost face. Lu Jijia felt that it was reasonable for the Lu family to seek revenge on Zhou Kersen. But the Lu family had to involve Yang Bo. And he also suffered. And was almost killed. Lu Jijia must have felt uncomfortable. So Zhou Kersen said this. Should I ask Yang Bo about this matter? Zhou Kersen asked again. Lu Jijia shook his head. There is no need to ask this. You just need to stand up and say that you are the victim. And you can take out the judgment and compensation of your lawsuit. And then release the conversation between you and the killer at that time. The police will definitely not disclose your information for privacy. But you take the initiative to stand up and say that as long as the news media interviews the police will definitely admit it. Procedures are very important on the alliance side. If the victim chooses to admit it, then the police don't have to protect privacy anymore. In the future, I will just wear glasses and a mask when I go out. Zhou Kersen came back for most of the day. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt unconvinced. He gave tens of millions. And now he was almost killed. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that making the matter bigger and solving it once and for all would expose himself. But compared to the possibility of being hunted down in the future, it was nothing. Do you want to report to the fourth young master Zhang? Zhou Kersen asked again. I'll contact them. Lu Jijia nodded. Zhang Boijin would of course agree. Now that the victim has come forward to point out the truth, the good days of the Lu family are over. So when Yang Bo finished the game, he looked at the communicator next to him and found that many people had sent him messages. From Lu Jijia, Zhou Rui, Lu Jingxiang, Zhou Kersen, and Zhang Boijin. Zhou Kersen sent a message to explain that she had to stand up. Otherwise she would probably be hunted down all the time. The message said by Lu Jijia, Congratulations, brother. You have made a fortune again. Brother, you will make a fortune every time you encounter something. This time it was my brother who made a mistake. Of course, you can't blame me. I didn't expect those killers to come so quickly. Why did Yang Bo feel that the other party was sour from Lu Jijia's message? Lu Jingxiang sent a message to ask how he felt and whether he wanted to go out for a drink. Yang Bo was speechless. Didn't the killer still have someone to catch? Go out for a drink. Zhou Rui just asked how he was. Yang Bo replied one by one, starting with Zhou Kersen. Yang Bo replied, Do your best and believe in yourself. As for Lu Jijia, Yang Bo praised him hypocritically, Brother Jia. It is amazing that you can escape from the killer. As for Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Rui, Yang Bo said that he was fine and just needed to take a rest. Then he opened the news and found that Zhou Kersen had recorded a video herself, saying that she was the victim of the March Star hostage incident. There was also a recording and some photos, showing that she was the victim. At the same time, the legal documents from the last lawsuit and the documents of her fulfilling the compensation according to the court judgment were all displayed. Ordinary people had no idea that these rich kids were actually controlled by their families like this. Eating, drinking, and using the family's things, and finally had to pay money. Then, they were even more angry about the Lu family. Even if it was a wife, they could still divorce. Not to mention a fiancé. Besides, others had already paid tens of millions. Zhou Kersen's selfie video topped the news list. And the second was that the official of March Star said that what the victim said was true. Of course, the official did not say anything about the Lu family. After all, there was no evidence. It was just the killer's one-sided statement. Although the Lu family stood up urgently and said that they had not done it, the people in the alliance were not fools. Zhou Kersen did not offend anyone else. And these killers could not kill a low-level superpower person for no reason. Right? As for Zhou Kersen's family, it has been protested by many groups. And all the family's business stocks have fallen across the board. Many large consortiums have to stand up and say that they will no longer do any business with Zhou Kersen's family. Although these consortiums know that the big family has always controlled their family members in this way. After Zhou Kersen posted this video, many descendants of the family posted videos saying that they were also sued by the family foundation. For a time, the entire alliance was in chaos. Many families hurriedly appeased the disciples who had been sued, and then spent money to sign a confidentiality agreement. These families also hurriedly worked on public opinion, turning the direction of public opinion into a conflict between Zhou Kersen and the Lu family. Although the big families think that it is okay for the Lu family to do this. Who made you exposed now? It is better to let your friend die than to let me die. And the Lu family is also a member of the military. So we government people have to do something dirty. So when Yang Bo watched the news, few people talked about the Zhou family and Zhou Kersen, but all talked about what the Lu family did. In fact, many families also think that the Lu family has gone too far, although they have lost face after being rejected. But you can find a killer. And the killer carried out a terrorist attack on someone else's planet and kidnapped so many hostages. This is your fault, no matter which planet's official. If you encounter such a thing, you will definitely not let it go. If everyone is from the government, then the March Star official is likely to reach an exchange of interests with the Lu family. And this matter will be reduced to a small matter. But the Lu family is a military person, and March Star is at a sensitive moment. They dare not have any interest disputes with the Lu family, so they can only act impartially. Of course, Yang Bo did not see everything clearly, but he was relieved to see the news, Being watched by a military family is also a troublesome thing. It's what you deserve. Seeing that the judicial department expressed its intention to investigate the Liu family, especially the flow of funds, Yang Bo was secretly happy. Try to have less contact with Liu Jijia and the people around him in the future. I can use this as an excuse to stay at home for a few more days. Another sum of money has been deposited into my account. There will be another bounty in a few days. Looking at the extra money in his account, Yang Bo felt happy. Although he made a lot of money in Zhongba town, none of it could be transferred to his account. Even Yang Bo rarely cashed out the game coins in the game, mainly because the bullets consumed too much. And bullets all needed game coins to buy. Huh? Yang Bo was about to make dinner. And then, he saw someone calling on the communicator while eating dinner. He felt a little scalp numb when he looked at the person calling. Hello? Yang Bo answered the phone and said hello. I'm at your door. Come out and open it. A woman's voice came from the communicator. You are trespassing on someone else's land. Yang Bo replied unhappily. Open the door. I have something to talk to you about. I'm asleep. Let's talk tomorrow. You are so afraid of seeing me. Are you hiding something? Yang Bo came to the door and opened it, and saw Wang Mushua standing at the door. How did you get here? Yang Bo was very curious, because he didn't see any means of transportation. I was sent here by a fighter plane, Wang Mushua said as she walked in. Don't do anything risky in the future. If you want to act in the future, please notify me first. Otherwise, I will know that you are playing such a joke. After Wang Mushua entered the door, she waited for Yang Bo to close the door before speaking. Chapter 606, Fighting Minds. What's acting? Who is acting with whom? Yang Bo expressed doubt about what Wang Mushua said, and asked after hearing this. The reason why Yang Bo asked this question was because of two reasons. First, it seemed that Zhang Buizhen was behind the acting. Otherwise Liu Jijia's brain would not come up with such an idea. Zhang Buizhen is a politician, and it is impossible for him to hand over his handle to Wang Mushua, a military man. The second is that Liu Jijia would not tell this matter, although they are partners in private. Wang Mushua would definitely not agree if she knew that he was acting, because he is too important to the development of Wang Mushua's fleet. Zhou Rui has already told me everything. And you are still denying it here? Wang Mushua asked with a pair of eyes staring at Yang Bo. Yang Bo also looked at Wang Mushua, who was wearing a military uniform, a bit like the white suit of the Navy, giving people a heroic feeling. There is no makeup on her face. But at her level of superpowers, there is no need for makeup at all. Although Yang Bo did not move, his mental power was already controlling the communicator in the internet room. Use the communicator to send messages to Liu Jijia and Zhou Rui. Sister Rui? I haven't seen her for a long time. The planet is so chaotic recently, except for occasionally buying some food and drinks. I stay at home. Yang Bo would not admit it. Anyway, there is no evidence. Humph. Mushua hummed twice in dissatisfaction. Why do I see in the news reports that you escaped from the mall? Wang Mushua's next words made Yang Bo feel relieved. But at the same time, he became more vigilant. The woman in front of him was too smart. As smart as a monster. The words she said when she entered the door just now were a little caring and a little reproachful. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be fooled without any defense. But Wang Mushua was very evil in Yang Bo's mind. To be able to become a general at this age, this is not simply described by the word very strong. Long-term peace has made the class in the military more and more solidified, and the requirements for promotion have become more and more. Although there are two major contributions, it was all Wang Mushua herself before. In addition, last time, this woman almost exposed herself just by the actions in the game. Fortunately, she knew a little truth. That is, as long as there is no iron evidence, she will not admit it. How can I go to a place with dense traffic? Who knows what other terrorists, perverted killers, and the like are on this planet? If this planet continues to be so chaotic, I will consider immigrating. Yang Bo answered unhappily when he heard this. And when he said this, he showed a social refusal, timid and cautious look. At the same time, he turned around and went to the internet room, picked up the communicator to see the information on it, and then put it on his hand. He turned around to get water for Wang Mushua, and at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. The information showed that Liu Jijia and Zhou Rui really didn't tell Wang Mushua. Haha. I'm worried about you too. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I've been too busy recently. The main reason is that there are too many people in the fleet. Now these newcomers need to continue training if they want to command proficiently. Wang Mushu laughed. Yang Bo found that these successful people were thicker than each other. Wang Mushua didn't react at all after being exposed. Of course, it might also be that she was too cunning. Lu Jijia himself is not good enough. And he planned that and ended up with that. He was almost beaten to death. I believe that after this incident, he will probably be more restrained and learn a lesson. I heard that this incident involves people in the army. What is the reaction in your army now? Yang Bo brought a bottle of water to Wang Mushua and asked. That is their first fleet's business, which has little to do with our ninth fleet. But the Lu family is definitely finished this time. The first fleet itself is complicated, mainly because the people in the government are determined to get rid of the Lu family. Wang Mushua opened the water and took a sip, then said, it's mainly because this time it involves some shady dealings within the big family. So now you only see the conflict between the Lu family and the woman who got into trouble in the news. And the lawsuit and conflicts within the Zhou family have been suppressed. But it's good that I also received a large amount of compensation. Our family is also afraid that I will come out and accuse the family of what I did to me in the past. Not only me. Many family members who suffered claims have signed settlement agreements with the family and kept it confidential. This is an unspoken rule of the big family. But once it is exposed to the public, the consequences will be very serious. When Yang Bo heard Wang Mushua say this, he realized that there are deeper implications. In addition, the class in the first fleet has been solidified. Now that the second most influential family can be kicked out, how many more positions will be added to the other people in the first fleet? And the Lu family should never have hired a killer to carry out a terrorist attack on the planet. No government on any planet wants to see its shopping mall hijacked by a killer with hundreds of people. If these hundreds of people die or some of them die, then all politicians on this planet will have no future. What's more, there is a big family behind the mall where the incident happened. Yesterday, the stock price of this chain mall fell a lot, and the market value evaporated hundreds of billions of credit points. So this time the Lu family is finished, and people from all walks of life will not let him go. Yang Bo nodded when he heard this. It seems that you should be grateful for this incident. Otherwise you won't get compensation. If you think this planet is dangerous, how about joining the army? Wang Mushua rolled her eyes at Yang Bo and asked. Forget it. If something happens in your place, people will die in groups, and there is nowhere to run. Yang Bo shook his head when he heard this. How could he join your army and get along with a woman like you who has 800 mines every day? I'm afraid it won't take long for his past to be exposed. It's not as dangerous as you say. Didn't the internet say that the Pirate Alliance was coming to deal with March Star? Maybe they would organize a fleet and fight you again. I saw with my own eyes how fiercely the pirate fleet fought with our fleet. And now you have conflicts with other military personnel. Maybe those people won't come to rescue you when the time comes. Yang Bo shook his head. It's not a good thing for Lu Jijia to get too close to the Zhang family. The Zhang family may not be able to gain a foothold on the planet. Wang Mushua spoke again. Don't say bad things about Brother Jia. If it weren't for Brother Jia, I wouldn't be here today. Fortunately, I followed Brother Jia. Otherwise, if I stayed on Pato Star, I might have been beaten to death. I will remember Brother Jia's life-saving grace for the rest of my life. Yang Bo quickly raised Lu Jijia's banner. As for his heart, he was defending himself. I remember the life-saving grace. But if I can't do anything, I can only run away first. After all, the fat man also likes to run away. Wang Mushua was speechless when he heard this. If you have nothing to do, please leave quickly. Don't let others find out that you came to me. I don't want to be remembered by the people in the other fleets. Yang Bo was about to start to drive people away. Are you saying that I will implicate you? Wang Mushua asked a little unpleasantly when she heard this. You are a dangerous factor now. Yang Bo admitted honestly. Huh? Wang Mushua heard this and snorted coldly. She flashed in front of Yang Bo, pinched Yang Bo fiercely, and then turned around and left. Yang Bo was startled and almost dodged. But fortunately, he was very calm. Why do you pinch people all the time? Yang Bo didn't know whether Wang Mushua's action just now was to test his motives, and asked unhappily while following him out. There was a fighter plane right at his door. But this fighter plane was suspended at the door, without any sound. But it could be seen that the fighter plane was still running. The light around the fighter plane was a little distorted, and Yang Bo guessed it was a disguise. Take good care of yourself. Wang Mushua left a word, got on the fighter plane and left. After the other party left, Yang Bo quickly closed the door, and then contacted Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui. Lu Jijia also felt his scalp tingling when he received the message from Yang Bo, because he thought this acting was just a formality. But it not only got himself into big trouble, but also almost caused Yang Bo to get into trouble. It would be a lie to say that Lu Jijia was not afraid of Wang Mushua. After all, the other party must have something as a general. Zhou Rui didn't care much, but Wang Mushua must not know about this matter. After all, this matter was related to the government secrets. Yang Bo, what's the matter? Lu Jijia answered the phone and asked quickly. I will definitely not admit it. I said I didn't go to the mall at all. After all, the fourth brother has given the money. Yang Bo did not say the relationship between the military and the political, but just said that Zhang Buishan gave the money. Yang Bo didn't want to show that he was very smart in front of outsiders and knew everything. Okay. Zhou Rui is also here with me. I will tell her later. Lu Jijia breathed a sigh of relief, because he still regarded Wang Mushua as a retreat. That's good. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with me in the future. Those video evidences should be destroyed as soon as possible. Otherwise, that's for sure, I'll report it immediately. Besides, Wang Mushua returned to the battleship and watched the video on the news over and over again. She always felt that the man and woman who escaped from the mall looked very much like Yang Bo. The reason why she was not sure was that Yang Bo wore a mask, sunglasses, a loose sweater, and a hat. On the other hand, the video was also processed. After all, it involved personal privacy. Is it really wrong? Wang Mushua thought of the way Yang Bo didn't react when she pinched him just now, and felt that she was wrong. This is what happens when there is no evidence. Even if it is the fact in front of you. Without evidence, you will fall into self-doubt. Chapter 607, Look Down On. This incident has a great influence within the military, because it is an emergency. If the Lu family falls now, a lot of positions will be vacant. And then the contradictions within the entire military will be reduced. In particular, the dissatisfaction with the Ninth Fleet will also be reduced. The Ninth Fleet quickly resolved the issue of Pato Star last time, which made the military very unhappy, because this is a good opportunity to improve performance. These military leaders all have some descendants, relatives and loyal subordinates. These people must be arranged, promoted, and become officials to continue to consolidate the influence of their families. This is a good thing for Wang Mushua, at least in the short term. All the people in the military will keep their eyes on the Lu family. Wang Mushua can only check some public information about the government, and there is no way to find more information. In addition, Yang Bo is basically fully armed every time he goes out, and there is little information that can be found publicly. Besides, Yang Bo and Zhou Kurson have never gone out alone. As for this incident, the traces of Yang Bo had long been erased by Zhang Buishan, and he didn't want Yang Bo to be exposed. Wang Mushua may find it difficult to find out about Yang Bo and Zhou Kurson in a short time. Another impact is that the game department is also affected. The head of the game department is now a little anxious, because once something happens to the Lu family, a lot of vacancies will be left. For military promotion, if it is just a nominal position, it will have no effect. There must be an actual position. However, the actual position is a screw and a nail, and there is no time for vacancies. Generally speaking, people first hang up a nominal position and then wait in line for a vacancy. The colonel is now worried that he has not made enough contributions. Even if there is a vacancy for a general, he cannot fill it. This opportunity is rare. It is probably difficult to encounter such a situation in dozens or hundreds of years. Of course, the Lu family's matter cannot be determined for the time being because there is no direct evidence. However, other people do not want the Lu family to fall all at once. First, everyone should sit down and slowly discuss who will fill the vacancy, and they should reach an exchange of interests with each other. As for the Lu family, they are also actively saving themselves. But it is a pity that this time, in the eyes of the big family, an ordinary bounty, in order to save their own face, will cause so many things. Now the anger of the people has been ignited. In fact, the freedom of the people on the alliance side is a manifestation of not trusting the government. In other words, under the seemingly crazy and perverted concept of freedom, the people actually do not trust the government. The next day, After Yang Bo went online, he found that there were more than 300 tasks in his mailbox. What are you doing? Has the game department's test mission ended? That's impossible. So many difficult missions? And the rewards for these missions are a bit abnormal. Then Yang Bo returned to the game forum. And someone in the game forum was talking about him, saying that he had killed too many monsters. And the daily increase was too large. There was nothing abnormal about the others. I checked it with the remote photoelectric superpower and found that it was remote control again. This is weird. Then Yang Bo ignored all these and browsed the massive missions. The people in the game department were relieved when they saw this player browsing the missions. Yesterday's sudden incident made everyone in the military eager to take action. After all, there are too many vacancies this time. And of course, there are more people who need these positions. Anyone who has a little thought wants to seize the opportunity this time, because such opportunities are too rare. Boss, this guy won't disappear again in this period of time. Someone in the game department asked worriedly. Others heard this and said, "Shut up." The colonel shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. But the Liu family's affairs will not change in the short term. And there is no consensus on how to divide the cake. In addition, it depends on whether the government can produce evidence. If the government cannot produce evidence, we will be happy for nothing. On the surface, we military people must remain united and cannot let the government people bully us at will." Others nodded when they heard this. And someone said, "Are the people in the Liu family crazy? What kind of killer did they find? Conduct terrorist activities on the planet and kidnap hundreds of people?" The colonel shook his head. The people of the Liu family probably didn't expect that a few killers would make such a big fuss. The government must investigate it thoroughly. Of course, this also exposes the quality of the killers. Some killers always think they can do whatever they want. I just hope that I can let this guy do more tasks within 2 or 3 months. Hearing their boss say this, others don't know what to say, because the guy who plays games has a completely fixed time for playing games. Sometimes he doesn't play games for a month. And sometimes he plays games for several days in a row. There is no pattern in big data analysis. I don't know what this guy does. But then everyone was relieved, because this guy accepted a task and started to do it smoothly. Yang Bo did another task today, which was still a relatively common exploration task, because the number of tasks today was a bit strange. Although there were many good tasks in it, he didn't dare to take it. Today's task was a city exploration task, exploring a collapsed underground shelter. The space inside was very small, mainly because the bottom had collapsed, and it was easy for the bionic man to be buried when doing tasks inside. In addition, there was a mutant self-explosive rat that could rush out from the gaps of the collapse. The power of these rats' self-explosion was not very strong, but the exploding meat was very corrosive to the bionic man. The leader of the mutant rats ran away in the end, and the mental control was not brushed. The other mutant rats all gave the ability of dynamic vision. The main reason was that the mutant rat leader was too timid. Although Yang Bo knew where the other party was, he couldn't get there all at once. As a result, this guy ran into the hole, and the bionic man couldn't get into the hole. Yang Bo was a little depressed, so he counted on this leader to give some mental power points. But this is also an experience. If I encounter such a task next time, I will go as far as I can. What is going on? After the task is completed, the virtual screen is still there, so I quit the game. First, let's analyze the tasks. There are so many tasks, and there are many high-risk tasks in it. If these tasks are completed, who will benefit? This is a secret research project controlled by the military, and the benefits will definitely go to the military. Could it be the Liu family? Yang Bo then sorted out the number of tasks today, and the result was a little unbelievable. According to the intelligence Zhang Buizhen gave last time, the Liu family has many positions in the military. Since Wang Lushua said yesterday that the Liu family was going to suffer, then these positions must be targeted. That makes sense. The person in charge of this game may need to make merit. This boomerang hits me? The final result of the analysis made Yang Bo feel a little surprised that the benefits actually flew to his side again. But then I was happy. There was actually such a thing. I thought that I had resolved my crisis and made a lot of money. This was enough. Who knew that I could benefit from this matter after playing a game? In this case, I won't be polite. I will do a high-risk task tomorrow and destroy this bionic man the day after tomorrow. If someone wants to make merit, then they will definitely not mind if I destroy the bionic man. I just don't know if the next generation of bionic men in the military is stronger than this one. Yang Bo came to the suburban park invisibly, and took out the communicator. I found out that Zhang Buizhen had sent a message to Mr. Jiu. After seeing this message, I said that Zhang Buizhen was too ruthless. Zhang Buizhen sent a message stating that there was energy metal worth 10 billion credit points stored in a certain warehouse. This is a certain energy company that is planning to invest in a new energy facility on March Star. This energy facility is mainly to provide energy for the space elevator and airport behind. Because I have to go and get it myself. The energy metal originally worth 10 billion credit points is discounted by 4 billion. And Zhang Buizhen also gave a detailed defense map. Mr. Jiu, got it. Yang Bo answered with 2 words, and then put away the communicator, preparing to go invisible to investigate the specific situation. As for Zhang Buizhen, Yang Bo didn't dare to trust these people from big families too much, because they didn't have much feelings. Besides, Mr. Jiu and Zhang Buizhen did a lot of dirty work, and no one knew when the other party would give false news. After all, Mr. Jiu, who he pretended to be, was a free mercenary who was only interested in profit. No one dared to believe such a person. Of course, Yang Bo would not believe Zhang Buizhen. Every time he said something. The 2 parties were in a business relationship anyway, and he had to reinvestigate the information provided by the other party. After seeing Mr. Jiu's reply, Zhang Buizhen sent some more messages. But he didn't wait for Mr. Jiu's reply. Zhang Buizhen was a little puzzled. Uncle Nyo, where do you think Mr. Jiu and his men are hiding? Uncle Nyo shook his head when he heard this. It's hard to say. Although our planet has not been fully developed, there are many villas. It's too easy for these people to get fake identities. Although we have mastered the planet's monitoring system and warning system, the time is too short. In addition, our alliance protects the personal privacy of these people very well. So these people do not need to check any identity information when entering and leaving most places. Zhang Buizhen sighed when he heard this. Are there 2 more killers who have not been found? Uncle Nyo quickly explained. We cannot crack the communicator privately. We are applying to the Supreme Court. There is an alliance mastermind to crack the communicator. During this period, we have implemented air control, and no one can leave the planet. As long as we can crack the killer's communicator and understand the content of their recent calls, we can know where the others are. The Supreme Court is going through the process, and we should be able to get the relevant information soon. Zhang Buizhen sighed. There are too many people being watched, and it is not convenient to do things. Every move must comply with the process. If the impact is not so great, we will directly crack it privately. There is no way. This chain of evidence must be made public in the future. There cannot be any flaws. In addition, the Supreme Court and the Alliance Parliament have sent us official letters, requiring us to handle this case fairly, impartially, openly and transparently. In fact, this is the attitude of the Parliament and the Court. Don't let us mess around in private. After all, this time it targets the military. Although the military may be very happy about this matter, it will not show it. Nyo Bo explained. Do you want to talk to Yang Bo and see what superpowers he has? Zhang Buizhen nodded. Since the Supreme Court and the Alliance Parliament have sent official letters, he must do it. He thought of something he had thought of a long time ago, and then asked. When Nyo Bo heard this, he knew that his young master was actually talking about recruiting Yang Bo, and shook his head. This Yang Bo, maybe his superpowers are a bit special, but according to his resume, his superpowers were not found in the blood test. I'm afraid his superpowers are not very good. And for a resident like him who failed in the first genetic evolution, even if he has superpowers, his growth limit is limited. So there is no need for the young master to waste time on this. If the young master recruits the other party, he will have to pay a lot. If he is not talented, if he is given too many resources, other subordinates will be dissatisfied. And so far, he has only found mutant plants and mutant animals. Yesterday, he was chased by the killer and did not use any superpowers. So even if he has superpowers, they are limited. Nyo Bo said this. There was nothing he could do. The resources in his young master's hands were too limited, and there was no way to support such an idle person. Zhang Buizhen asked unwillingly after hearing this, but he found mutant creatures? Young master, how many planets have mutant creatures? And the mode of getting along with him now is enough. We need strong superpowers in a short period of time, especially combat capabilities. Nyo Bo explained again. Okay, but the reputation of our planet may be worse. I don't know what Mr. Jiu should do. Zhang Buizhen sighed again. This Zhang Buizhen actually wants to have it both ways. Yang Bo investigated the information provided by the young master, and the result was a bit unexpected. Because the contract signed by this energy company has a penalty for breach of contract. If I take these energy metals away now, this company will breach the contract and have to compensate Zhang Buizhen. So Zhang Buizhen received a message from Mr. Jiu. Mr. Jiu, John Lousy, you are a bit unkind? Zhang Buizhen was shocked when he saw this scene, and quickly asked Niu Bo to send a message. Mr. Jiu, what did you say? Mr. Jiu, the other party's penalty for breach of contract, and the value of the energy metal itself, should be discounted by 30%. I have done my best to complete your tasks before. The remuneration that should be paid to me has been delayed for so long, and the interest is a large sum. And then you settle the bill with me according to the price of the stolen goods. But I took these things personally. It's not that Yang Bo is competing, but he feels that since he plays the role of a money grubber, he has to be calculative. Chapter 608 Clown Thief. Zhang Buizhen heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the message sent by Mr. Jiu. Zhang Buizhen had long anticipated the other party's greed for money, so he left room for maneuver when sending the message in front. Don't underestimate the gap in the middle. The base of value is large enough, and the small 10% gap in the middle is a huge number. So Niu Bo replied to the message at the instruction of Zhang Buizhen. Sir, what you said is true, but I believe you are also familiar with my current situation. The previous mission was also thanks to you. But the energy metal is indeed a controlled material. But you can rest assured that I will do what I promised as soon as possible. I have ordered a batch of energy metals, which is expected to arrive in half a month. This time, I will pay 30% of the price you said. I also know many disciples from big families like me. I will introduce you to you for free. Yang Bo saw the message from the other party, so he sent a message. Then do as you say. I have never done such a thing before, and I have to rob the task reward myself. Zhang Buizhen, the penalty for breach of contract is half of yours. Mr. Jiu, you should have said it earlier. I am not a person who cares about small things. Zhang Buizhen was speechless when he saw the message from the other party. You are still caring about small things. However, there is no other way in the current situation. The family will definitely not give up. So he sent a message. I ignored this. After clearing up with Zhang Buizhen, Yang Bo had a headache. That is, how to take this batch of things away. This batch of things is stored in a confidential warehouse at the ground airport hub. Energy metals have a high density. The volume alone is 2 cubic meters, and the weight is close to 600 tons. So it doesn't make sense to transport so many things quietly without a reasonable explanation. Even if it was a surprise attack by armed militants, large transportation vehicles would be needed to transport so many things. As for explosions and fires, there is no way to deal with them. After all, these substances cannot evaporate. With a head full of question marks, Yang Bo returned to the villa in stealth and began to check on the internet. Search for the world's largest theft. Sure enough, there are many thefts. The largest theft in human history is the theft of the secret collection of the royal family of the Blue Water Empire. Many antiques inherited from the Blue Water Empire were stolen, with a total value of more than 4 trillion credit points. Of course, most people think that this theft was an insider, because the secret collection of the Blue Water Empire royal family belongs to the entire royal family, not just the emperor alone. Many people suspect that it was the emperor at that time who stole these things. Some people also think that these antiques are very watery. After all, everyone knows the value of antiques. There were other thefts left, and soon Yang Bo noticed that a series of thefts had also occurred in the alliance. And what was stolen was energy metal. There were a total of 8 thefts in this series, and the value of each stolen energy metal reached hundreds of billions of credit points. The scenes of these thefts were partly in the warehouse, and partly in transit. The only suspect in this theft was a masked clown. The scene of all the thefts was that this clown entered the place where the energy metal was stored, and the guards on duty inside turned off all the monitoring equipment without control. After waking up, these guards did not remember to turn off the monitoring equipment, etc. Some people speculated that this clown had superpowers of hypnosis or illusion. The total value of the energy metal stolen by this clown exceeded 1 trillion credit points. The last crime committed by this clown was 25 years ago. I'm afraid this is not that simple. Yang Bo looked at these thefts carefully, and felt a little bit of embezzlement. Maybe there was no energy metal in these places where energy metals were stored. Otherwise there would be no clues. Hundreds of billions of energy metals. Tens of cubic meters. Thousands of tons of weight. No trace at all? As for where the energy metals originally on the account went, it is very likely that they were sold privately, or even colluded with anti-government armed forces and the Pirate Alliance. After reading all the information about the thefts, there was no gain. So Yang Bo made a bold guess. Because even if someone has superpowers of hypnosis or illusion, there is no way to move so much energy metal quietly, unless this person also has abilities similar to space boxes. But if they have such abilities, it is not easy to make money. Hey! I'll help the clown thief level up. Yang Bo decided to pretend to be the clown. However, he still had to think about how to do it. After all, Zhang Buizhen knew that he was going to do this, so he couldn't reveal that he had abnormal superpowers. The next day, he continued to play the game to do tasks. The guy in the background of this game seems to be crazy. Yang Bo looked at the tasks in the mailbox. A task reward appeared in a high difficulty task. The Smart Turret. Smart Turret, special equipment technology changes everything. The turret follows the game character and is equipped with a machine gun with a maximum firing rate of 1,500 rounds per minute and a magazine storage of 2,000 rounds, which can be replenished and replaced. The appearance of this so-called smart turret is basically the same as the laser smart turret in his own space box. It just means that the smart turret in the game is a mechanical gun, not a laser cannon. These guys are anxious to make merit. It would be great if they could take out these equipment for me to use earlier. But buddy, I don't do high difficulty tasks now. Just do these slightly difficult tasks. Let's see who is more anxious. However, Yang Bo decided to wait a while before accepting these tasks. Maybe some people will be forced to take out some good things. I don't know how many cutting-edge equipment the military has. While doing the task, Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Today's mission is also an exploration mission. But it is to explore a valley. There is a volcano in this valley, so it is densely covered with water vapor, and it is impossible to judge the situation below from high altitude. Today's mission is to explore the terrain of this valley. The game also gives us special equipment that can detect the air structure and radiation composition in the valley. In fact, the remote-controlled simulator does not have this special equipment at all, which means that the Bionic Man itself has these detection equipment. But the game player does not have the authority to turn it on. Yang Bo has long been accustomed to this. After Zhang Buizhen communicated with Mr. Zhou yesterday, he secretly sent someone to keep an eye on the warehouse where the energy metal was stored. No news yet? Zhang Buizhen waited for a night, but did not wait for any news, and asked again at this time. Everything is normal. There are no suspicious people. Nyobo naturally knew why his young master did this. The main purpose was to see what Mr. Zhou would do to take away so much energy metal, because the young master was also very curious. Why did Mr. Zhou need so much energy metal? After all, he had taken so much last time. This guy is really patient. Young master. Will Mr. Zhou have any relationship with some other forces? After all, there are so many energy metals. Nyobo was also very confused. There must be some reason behind it. He needs energy metal so urgently. Only some big forces have such a large amount of energy metal. Zhang Buizhen nodded. Will this Mr. Zhou be from the other two countries? Nyobo asked doubtfully when he heard this. There is this possibility. Zhang Buizhen nodded. Young master, don't worry. As long as we deal with him enough, he will always show some flaws. Nyobo spoke again. Zhang Buizhen sighed and stood up, looking at the scenery outside the window. The sky was a little gloomy. It's going to be the storm season again soon. During the time we've been with him, we haven't found out any information about him. This is very disadvantageous to us, because now he knows too much information about me. If this guy has some other ideas, it will be difficult for us to deal with it. Nyobo knew what his young master was worried about. Worried that Mr. Zhou would use these things to control him. Once these transactions were exposed, although his young master would not be in trouble, his reputation would definitely be ruined. As for why nothing will happen, it's because all communication is done with their own communicators. Keep watching, but be careful. Don't let them find out. Zhang Buizhen nodded when he heard this. The main reason is that we have too few people, and it's difficult to recruit some useful people now, because we don't know what these people are here for. Nyobo was helpless, because he didn't have the resources to recruit capable people before. Now that he has the resources, he doesn't dare to say that he will let go. Who knows what purpose these people come with? Let's leave it at that for now. At least on the surface. Our planet's reputation is getting better and better. At this time, Nyobo glanced at the communicator and said, "The Supreme Court of the Union, the Ministry of Justice, and the Parliament have approved the application to crack the killer's communicator. Then let the following move faster. These guys are too outrageous." Zhang Buizhen was also angry. If there were hundreds of people in the mall and dozens of people in history, I'm afraid all the officials on the planet would have to resign. And his layout for so long might be disrupted. I'll follow up and deal with it right away. Nyobo nodded when he heard this. Today's task was a bit more troublesome. But Yang Bo still completed it. He didn't expect that the valley was actually a dead place. Mainly because the poisonous gases from the volcanic eruption gathered in the valley. The terrain is quite complex, with various super high temperature fountains and muddy volcanic ash swamps. This valley is not only poisonous, but also radioactive. It is a desolate place. Yang Bo also controlled the character to walk around, because if the radiation is too strong, it will also affect the character. These fake moves. Yang Bo, who had just finished playing the game, looked at today's news. The Alliance Parliament, the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Judicial Department approved March Star's application to crack the killer's communicator. After the Alliance mastermind was cracked, March Star officials caught 3 suspects within an hour. There were also a lot of people who opposed this news, thinking that it was an invasion of personal privacy. It's good to find these killers, lest these guys might be desperate and come back to me again. After all, the killer's brain circuit is different from that of normal people. But this was also within Yang Bo's expectations. These living killers must not know their specific strength, and they must have the idea of taking risks. After all, in the Alliance, murderers, even terrorist attacks, do not have the death penalty. It's time for the clown thief to play. Yang Bo already had a plan in mind, and went out to do something immediately. Chapter 609 True and False Clown Thief. The airport hub can be said to be the material and personnel transfer center and material warehouse of the entire March Star. Various personnel and goods from other planets will be transferred to other parts of the planet through the airport. Of course, goods on the planet will also be transferred to the airport through here, and then trade with other planets. The entire hub is a semicircular building, covering an area of 3,000 acres. And the entire hub is like a 5-pointed star. This hub can be said to be the smallest of all planets, because there are no special products here. In the past, this planet had a fiscal deficit of tens of billions of credit points every year. People who come here are basically here for tourism. But because there are more things happening here, there are fewer tourists now. Now the airport hub stores the most materials. And the companies that have signed various construction investment contracts with March Star are the ones. Build space elevators, energy facilities, build larger airports, and other infrastructure on other planets. Stronger warning security systems, stronger police drone hives, and more advanced police robot automatic repair and maintenance centers. And don't March Star allow mechas to be on the road? Various facilities on the relevant roads also need to be built. And there is also an area for parking mechas. In addition, in response to the threats that mechas may pose to the lives of ordinary people, some defense systems and defense measures should be established. All of these require a lot of investment. And the construction of these facilities requires a lot of energy metals. The energy metals in the warehouse designated by Zhang Buizhen are the materials prepared by an energy company to invest in new energy facilities on March Star. The total investment of this project reached more than 400 billion credit points. Then this energy investment company will charge after it is established. This is common in the Alliance. Although the Alliance is free, the prices of goods in different places are completely different. Although the economy is underdeveloped on March Star, the prices of energy and other daily necessities are very high. The price of energy is 5 times that of the capital star. Even so, the energy company still loses money every year, because its fixed expenses are so much. If there are not enough people using it, it will increase the price once it loses money. Of course, there may be more tax exemptions, because companies will pay high taxes when they make profits. And if companies lose money, they don't need to pay taxes at all. Companies and individuals on the Alliance side have many ways to avoid taxes. But ordinary people don't have these means. In other words, don't even think about collecting taxes from the rich. Only from the middle class and the sinking bitter haha. Because these tax policies are actually formulated by these rich people. If you ordinary people want to make an opinion, no one will support you. Strictly speaking, The radiation of energy metals is many times the normal dose. If ordinary people come into contact with these energy metals, the energy radiation carried by these energy metals will damage the bodies of ordinary people. Therefore, these warehouses for energy metal storage are the most solid warehouses. There are various shielding measures around the warehouses. There are 3 people in the security center of the warehouse. In today's highly intelligent world, it is not bad to have 3 people in the security center. On the one hand, it is because the system here is connected to the warning system of the entire planet. In addition, there are enough drones and patrol robots in the security center. All the security personnel have to do is to keep an eye on various data in the command center. However, these security personnel are not keeping an eye on various data now. But 3 people are doing their own things. One of them is a middle-aged man with yellow skin and long silver curly hair wearing virtual glasses. Judging from the movements of his hands, he is probably playing games. Another white bald young man is holding a book and reading it carefully. Yang Bo, who is invisible, walks closer and sees that it is an adult magazine. The last middle-aged man with black skin and short hair is chatting with others on a communicator. What to eat? Yang Bo went out early in invisibility. So when he came here, everyone hadn't eaten yet. The chatting security personnel asked without raising their heads. These security personnel are dressed in uniform and have hats. I want a set meal A. The person reading the book answered. The person chatting looked at the guy who was playing the game, stood up in a bad mood, and took off his glasses. What the hell are you doing? The guy who was playing the game. Maybe he was having fun. But suddenly someone took off his glasses, and he jumped up in shock and cursed loudly. Yang Bo also understood that this game mode must have turned on the Do Not Disturb immersion mode. This mode will not be disturbed by the outside world. The kind that can be disturbed is generally known by people outside who say something in the game. You idiot. I have to ask you repeatedly every time I order food. The black skin who took off the other person's eyes said unyieldingly. I told you long ago that you should not disturb me when I am playing games. Do you know how much money I have to pay if my game character dies? I have to pay 500,000 credit points. The guy who was playing the game quickly put on his glasses, then sat down again and cursed. When Yang Bo heard this, he knew that the other party was also playing the Doomsday game. The man who stood up and called people just now cursed angrily. You deserve to die in the game. Then the black guy went straight to the door. The guy who was reading a book didn't react at all. When he saw the other party leave, he asked, What are you doing? I'm going to the toilet. The black guy was furious. Hey, man, you'd better apologize to me. The guy who was reading a book was dissatisfied all of a sudden. Eat shit. The black guy kicked the door when he went out. At this time, someone called from the alarm system. What's going on over there? Just a little dispute. The bald white man heard this and knew that the alarm system detected movement here, and the police came to ask. Then there was no sound. Yang Bo followed him out when he heard this. The black guy in the toilet had just finished using the toilet and was cursing and washing his hands. TMD is an idiot. Sooner or later, he will die in the game and go bankrupt. The black guy put his hand in the special washing machine. The whole machine is like a small box. Put your hand in, and then it will spray water from all directions, and then spray a little foam. And finally it is a special washing machine, rubbing directly on the hand. After wiping, it will spray water again. And after the spraying of water, it will turn on the wind to dry, and then spray some perfume on the hand. There is no monitoring system in the toilet, which is actually the weakest link of all security systems. The main reason is that some people are very uncivilized when going to the toilet, and men and women are in the same toilet. Any organization and official are afraid of involving privacy, because there were surveillance cameras in the toilet before. Some people said that privacy was leaked. The relevant departments found that this is an unsolvable problem. If you say that there is no privacy involved, then you have to show the surveillance to the other party to get evidence. If you show the surveillance, the other party will say, Look, look, this is evidence. If you show it, it is evidence. But if you don't show it, you can't prove that you didn't violate privacy. So there are basically no surveillance cameras in many public places in the toilet. Yang Bo directly knocked this guy down with one punch. This guy had just washed his hands and was smelling the perfume on his hands, and then fainted all of a sudden. Then Yang Bo took off the guy's clothes and stuffed him into a toilet cubicle. Then Yang Bo directly used his mental power to remove the vent in the toilet. There are also detectors in the ventilation duct, But Yang Bo only used mental power to create some traces in the duct. This duct leads to the parking lot next to it. Yang Bo used mental power to remove the vent on the parking lot along the duct, and then installed it again. Then he reinstalled the vent on the toilet side. Yang Bo swaggered to the security command center wearing the other person's clothes. The bald man who was reading a book didn't even look up to see who came in. After all, there was a conflict just now. Then the next second, the bald man found that his body stood up uncontrollably. The bald man was scared to death, but his body walked involuntarily. And the other guy who was playing the game also stood up. Then the two people pressed the security system shutdown button with both hands at the same time. Yang Bo used his mental power to directly control the actions of the two people, and did not use mental seeds or anything like that, because mental seeds also have side effects. This security system requires 2 security personnel to shut down the system at the same time, and the entire system will be shut down. The guy playing the game didn't know what was happening outside at all, because his virtual glasses were in immersive mode and he couldn't see outside. But he just knew that he couldn't move. The other bald white man finally saw that the person at the door was not his companion, but a guy wearing a clown mask. At this time, a voice sounded in the control room. "What's going on over there? Why shut down the system?" The bald man found that he spoke. "I'm very sorry. We have a small problem here. Then solve it as soon as possible." The person on the other side saw that the voice of the person who replied was the person in charge of security, and the system had already recognized it. So it was okay. And the other party also did it according to the process. Then the bald man found that he raised the communicator in his hand again, and then ordered dozens of things on it, and also noted that it would be delivered to a place in the next parking lot. I felt a black screen in front of my eyes, and then I sat on the chair again, and put the book on my face. The other guy who was playing the game also sat on the chair with a bang. Yang Bo hurried out to get the energy metal. The wired monitoring equipment here was turned off, and the warehouse where the energy metal was stored could not use wireless monitoring equipment at all, because it shielded energy radiation and any signal. As for the lock of the warehouse, it was very simple. Yang Bo took out the energy weapon, cut the lock, and pushed open the 100-ton shielding door with manpower. He put all the energy metals in the space box. Then he went back to the bathroom, took off his clothes, and threw them into the washing machine. Then Yang Bo left invisibly. The white bald man ordered a lot of food, drinks and other necessities, and these were all delivered automatically by flying cars. The reason why they were not delivered by drones was because the white bald man noted that they should be delivered by flying cars. Moreover, there were many people coming and going in the parking lot next door, and there were many flying cars. Although March Star was backward, there were still tourists coming and going. The parking lot next door was well connected. When Zhang Buishan got the news, it was too late. The police did not report the abnormal situation immediately because they were all done according to the process. Because there were also some program conflicts within the planetary warning system. As for whether these program conflicts were left intentionally or existed naturally, it was hard to say. The police alert system asked the warehouse security command center as usual, and the other party answered according to the process. And there were no problems. The first person to wake up was actually the guy playing the game, because he was playing a virtual game, and the character in the game was attacked by other monsters. The system issued a continuous warning sound, which woke him up. The first thing this person did when he woke up was not to see what was happening outside, but to quickly control the game character to a safe area, because the death of the game character would cost 500,000 game coins. When the game character was operated to the safe zone and the virtual glasses were taken off, the guy with the book covering his face was found. The warehouse security system was turned off, but this guy did not turn on the security system immediately, but called the police immediately, because this guy did not know what happened. If he turned on the system rashly, would there be any serious consequences? The police came very quickly. When the police saw Yang Bo wearing a mask from the surveillance, they felt a headache. Clown thief. When Zhang Buishan received the report, Yang Bo had returned to his residence. Yes, according to the clues, the police investigated and found that the other party sneaked into the ventilation duct from a vent in the number 16 parking area, and there were traces of friction in the ventilation duct. In addition, the door lock of the warehouse was cut by high-energy cutting equipment. The surveillance from the bathroom to the monitoring room did not capture more things of this person, because he put the clothes of the person who went to the toilet on himself. Nyo Bo explained while playing the surveillance video. The most obvious thing should be that the guy wearing a clown mask entered the security command center. But unfortunately, the clothes he was wearing belonged to someone else. And he also had a clown mask on his face. According to the police's big data, after a preliminary comparison of this person's height and body shape, as well as his walking posture, it can be preliminarily determined that he is the clown thief. When Nyobo said this, he felt a little incredible. Others don't know, but he knows who took these things away. Mr. Joe has given us too many surprises. Do you think this clown thief is a member of his team? After all, according to Mr. Joe's current strength, why haven't we heard of it before? Zhang Buizhen was a little suspicious. Also, how did they get in through the ventilation duct? There is also an intelligent system inside. Hearing his young master ask this, Nyobo also shook his head. This is not very clear. The police have no clues. When the police tested it, the intelligent system in the ventilation duct could work normally. This time I wanted to find out Mr. Joe's bottom. But I didn't expect that I still didn't get anything. The reputation of our planet is getting worse and worse. Zhang Buizhen looked at the Alliance news. And the clown thief appeared again. A certain company lost energy metal worth more than 13 billion credit points. How did the other party control these two security guards? Zhang Buizhen saw another terrifying scene. That is, the two security guards stood up at the same time and turned off the security system. Based on the descriptions of these security guards, I personally guess that the clown thief used mental power to force the two to do these actions. Or the clown thief has the legendary superpower of mental power. Nyobo was not very clear about this, because the two security guards couldn't explain it clearly. But they just knew that their bodies were out of control. It's terrible. If this clown robber wants these two people to commit suicide, can he do it? Zhang Buizhen felt a sense of fear for no reason. It should be possible. But the smartwatch will alarm when someone dies. Nyobo nodded. Anyway, this is a good thing for us. Dahl Energy Company actually wanted to monopolize the energy supply of our planet. Now, their stock price has fallen. But the next second, Zhang Buizhen was in a very good mood again. This energy company invested 400 billion credit points in March Star to build energy facilities, mainly to monopolize the energy supply of the entire planet. The people behind this energy company are very powerful and influential. If Zhang Buizhen refuses, he will offend these people. Moreover, when Dahl Energy Company signed the contract with March Star, it set a very high penalty for breach of contract. Because if March Star develops too well in the future, if the penalty for breach of contract is too small, it may take the initiative to breach the contract. At most, it will pay you the penalty for breach of contract. Now that the energy metal used to build core equipment has been stolen by the clown thief, Dahl Energy Company is facing the risk of breach of contract, and also faces a huge penalty for breach of contract. So the stock market reacted first. Master is wise. He just used one message to solve several things at the same time. On the one hand, he paid part of the reward to Mr. Gio. On the other hand, he made this Dahl company breach the contract, not only causing this arrogant Dahl company to suffer serious losses, but also obtaining a considerable amount of compensation. Nyobo gave his young master a thumbs up. All this is thanks to Uncle Nyo. But Mr. Gio feels more and more dangerous. You said that there has been no news about this group of people for so many years. Could it be that they finally killed their employer? Zhang Buizhen was still a little worried. It's possible. Uncle Nyo's words made Zhang Buizhen feel nervous. Then do you have any good solutions? Young master, you can ask Mr. Gio what he needs so much energy metal for. If you can help, it would be better. Nyobo thought for a moment and spoke. But at this moment, Nyobo suddenly said, Master, the latest news. The clown thief released a video saying that the energy metal theft on our planet was not done by him, because his targets are all worth more than 100 billion. And this clown thief arrogantly stated that he would personally catch the guy who pretended to be himself. Ah! Zhang Buizhen didn't expect there would be such a scene, and hurried over to see it. He found that it was really the clown thief, and the background was not on March Star. In the end, the other party arrogantly stated that he would set off immediately to catch the person who pretended to be himself, and then live broadcast to kill this person, and said that he had killed two people who had pretended to be himself. This. Zhang Buizhen was also a little stunned, because the real clown thief released two more videos. It was that two people were directly hit on the head by this clown with a hammer. And he also said which two cases the two fake clown thieves had committed. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? This was Zhang Buizhen's first reaction after watching it. Yang Bo also saw the news at this time. What does this clown thief mean? Is he really crazy, or does he have other intentions? Many people saw the actions of this clown thief and felt that this was a provocation to the law and the judicial department of the Alliance. And it was a public slap in the face. Many people came to the conclusion that this clown was really a madman. Chapter 610 Interpretation. After watching the video posted by the clown thief twice, Yang Bo felt as if he had touched the truth of the matter. But this idea kept floating in his mind. But he couldn't grasp it. Is this guy a lunatic? He shouldn't be. But some people in the Alliance are lunatics. So Yang Bo was a little undecided. He watched the other party's videos several times in a row and found a point in the video that he had overlooked. If this guy is simply looking for the fake clown, there is no need to expose his location. Although it is not certain what planet this clown is on. The video has confirmed that he is not on March Star. Is this guy trying to clear himself? Then why does he want to clear himself? Does he mean that what he did before was just following someone else's orders? In other words, the meaning of posting this video is not necessarily to find the fake clown, but mainly to express that he is not on March Star? As for the two videos released later, this is definitely evidence of murder. In the eyes of others, this is a madman. After all, he admitted everything, but his real purpose is to prove that he is the real clown and did not do the March Star thing. In other words, this clown is likely to belong to a certain organization, and what he did before was just following the organization's orders. But what organization can make this guy so scared that he would not hesitate to release evidence of his murder and publicly admit it? It should not be a force within the Alliance. As for why it is not a force within the Alliance, because these forces within the Alliance can easily know the location of the clown. Is it a terrorist organization? Anti-government armed forces? Yang Bo carefully analyzed the matter in his mind and quickly came to such a conclusion. Of course, there is another possibility that this clown may have some auxiliary ability, and some forces use his auxiliary ability to create the illusion of a clown thief. So now this guy can't wait to jump out and prove that it was not done by him to clear himself. Just like the fire dragon burning the warehouse on Earth. Other warehouses that were burned in the past were all sold first. This time, I will make others think that some people also sold things. But the real clown did not do it. So I can only jump out to clear myself. No matter which of the two situations it is, there is a real clown behind it. A huge organization or a black hand. Dude, I've become much smarter recently. Of course, it's not ruled out that the other party is a real madman. But am I afraid of madmen? If I can't beat him, can my mecha still beat him? If one mecha can't beat him, I still have 4 mechas. Unless the other party comes with a battleship. I hope this guy is a real madman and can come to March Star to cause trouble for me. Do you want to record a video to provoke this guy? What if he is really a madman? Then Yang Bo denied this idea. Because if the other party is a real madman, he will definitely come to find him. If he is not a real madman, it is very likely that he is just talking nonsense. So provoking him will have no effect. There is no need to expose yourself. After all, the more you do, the more you will be exposed. When taking the energy metal, Yang Bo controlled the other party to buy things with a smart watch. On the one hand, to show his unique superpowers. And on the other hand, there were too many flying cars coming in and out to deliver things, which naturally became a smokescreen. And the police would definitely check these flying cars that delivered things. Because Yang Bo was not sure whether there were other flying cars entering the underground parking lot during that period. If he was unlucky, there were only a few flying cars at this time point, which would arouse the suspicion of the police. Dozens of flying cars entering the underground parking lot would form a smokescreen. John Lousy made a lot of money. Maybe he is still making plans in the stock market. The news also showed that the stock price of Dow Energy Company plummeted, because the company faced breach of contract and huge compensation. This guy just wants to eat alone. And he wants to charge us high electricity fees in the future. He deserves it. After Yang Bo finished cursing in his heart, he realized that he did not use the government's electricity, but his own energy. But he cursed, because rising energy prices will cause everything to rise. What Dow Energy Company did was to monopolize the energy supply of March Star, at least occupying the vast majority of the market share. As for the 2 billion credit points reward offered by Dow Energy to find the clown thief, Yang Bo just glanced at it and let it go. There are many kinds of energy metals, The stolen energy metals from Dow Energy this time are several rare energy metals, which are the materials needed for the core components of energy facilities. The price of this kind of rare energy metal material has skyrocketed. Because it is rare, the volume is not large. Because the volume is not large, it is controlled by two companies. These two companies know that Dow Energy must purchase materials separately and directly raise the price. I can't do this kind of thing anymore. Zhang Laosi is just using me as a knife to get others. If he wants to do it, he will charge me twice. Yang Bo felt that he was being plotted against by Zhang Boijun for no reason. I don't know what's going on with White. I still need to build my own laboratory as soon as possible. But it requires money. The key is that I can't use the money I get from doing these shady tasks publicly. Once I accept Zhang Laosi's transfer, the other party might follow the clues. Yang Bo also knew that it would take a huge amount of money to build a laboratory. So Yang Bo started searching. The first one is how to quickly accumulate wealth in the Blue Water Empire. Originally, Yang Bo thought it would take a long time to find some clues. But he didn't expect that the first one would have many answers. That is betting. The Blue Water Empire often holds various swordsmanship competitions, as well as free arenas. You can bet on the players, so you can make money quickly. Yang Bo took a rough look at it, and it looked like the arena on Earth. The most perverted way of playing is that two players participate in a free competition. There are many weapons on the field, and the audience can bet on which weapon will kill either player. There is also a bet on how long one player can last. There are many news reports about getting rich overnight. But these news reports are very vague because the way of the Blue Water Empire is not recognized by the Alliance. It seems that there is a way to make money. Yang Bo did not think about going to the Blue Water Empire to rob those nobles. But then, he thought it was not possible. After all, the Future Research Institute will be established in the Blue Water Empire. I'll talk about it when I go there. There are many opportunities even in formal competitions. But in this case, you should be careful when you participate in the competition in the Alliance. And don't expose too much strength. In fact, this kind of gambling is completely harvesting the wealth of ordinary people. These nobles and rich people must know the details of both parties. Of course, it is not necessarily true. After all, many players in the Shuilan Empire participate in the competition to become nobles. Once people fight hard, they can't be measured by ordinary standards. Then let's see how my buddy swings his sickle to harvest you nobles. Hee hee. Take a difficult task tomorrow and break the bionic man. I don't believe that there are no more advanced bionic men in the military laboratory. The next day, Yang Bo jumped out of the bed and used his mental power to quickly tidy up the things on the bed. By the way, put on your clothes, then wash up, and use mental power to control the other side to cook while washing up. Cut vegetables directly with his first generation of Likong. If someone saw the scene, they would be dumbfounded. The refrigerator storing vegetables opened by itself, and all kinds of vegetables flew out, and then were thrown into the cleaning equipment. After the cleaning was completed, the vegetables turned into the required shape while flying out. They fell directly into the prepared pot. The pot also turned over by itself. The shielding performance in this villa is very good, so there is no need to worry about others noticing the energy fluctuation. Brother, this is the only way to exercise your mental power. When breakfast was ready, he took breakfast to the internet room. The virtual game helmet of the Sword Association is here. Isn't it said to take a long time? A message on the watch made Yang Bo mutter in his heart. After eating, we took a flying car to the company's dormitory building. Sister Jingxiang. Sister Kersen. Where's Brother Jia? When they arrived at the dormitory building, Yang Bo saw Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen and greeted them. Both of them wore three-quarter sleeve low-cut dresses today. Lu Jingxiang wore white, and Zhou Kersen wore light green. The dresses are very textured, setting off the two people's curvy figures and fair skin. Both of them had their hair tied up high. It must be said that the two beauties standing together are still very visually impactful. The key is that the beauty of the two people is natural. There are many beauties in the alliance, but artificial transformation and natural ones can still be distinguished. This is like plastic surgery on Earth. Many people can tell at a glance whether they have had plastic surgery or not. So now many beauties on the street look 70% similar, giving people a feeling of being in the same mold. There is no way. The public's aesthetics are similar. Only a small part of the aesthetics are different. Since artificial intervention is required, it must conform to the public's aesthetics. However, this kind of beauty designed by people is still different from the beauty of nature. especially the proportion of facial features and lines. He went to study. If he is a politician, he needs to study more. The last time he was too reckless. It just so happens that he can't exercise during this period. Lu Jingxiang smiled at Yang Bo and said. Zhou Kersen next to him also looked at him with a smile, making Yang Bo feel that this woman's eyes seemed a little different. Yang Bo, I will return the money to you. Thank you so much. Zhou Kersen said with a slightly intimate tone. Well, this is what you deserve. After all, we took risks. I have had nightmares during this period. Yang Bo also smiled and said a lie to establish his image as a resident. Do you want to see a psychologist? I went to see a psychologist. Zhou Kersen heard this and immediately asked with concern. Chapter 611 Sword Association. Not for the time being. I think I should slowly get used to this kind of thing. Yang Bo shook his head. Then Zhou Kersen paid back all the money she borrowed last time, which made Lu Jingxiang slightly envious, because she had just reconciled with a family and owed a large sum of money. What's the matter with the virtual helmet? Yang Bo asked a little puzzled. I'm not sure either. Let's go to the Sword Association now. Lu Jingxiang shook her head. Okay then. Yang Bo nodded, and the three of them went out together. Yang Bo sat in the driving position of the flying car. Lu Jingxiang sat in the co-pilot, and Zhou Kersen sat in the back. Flying car driving can be manual or automatic, which depends on personal choice. However, Yang Bo usually uses automatic, because he is too lazy to drive. After getting in the car, Yang Bo's eyes casually saw the white calves of Lu Jingxiang, the co-pilot. However, Yang Bo just glanced at it, and then glanced at the rearview mirror, and found that Zhou Kersen's legs were also very slender. The appearance of the Sword Association is like an ancient castle with a long history. The whole building gives people a gray and vicissitudes of history. In front of the castle is a huge garden, flat green lawn, and stone pavement. The car drove from the stone pavement to the parking position. When Yang Bo got off the car and saw this beautiful garden, he knew that this place cost a lot of money, because there are huge trees in this garden. These branches are lush and leafy. If you don't know there is a storm here, you would think these trees have grown here for dozens or hundreds of years. In the storm season of March Star, it costs a lot to ensure that these trees are intact. Special protective measures should be taken. Standing here, you can look down from a high place and look at the ocean in front. There is a cliff in front of the castle garden, and below the cliff is a black reef. Most of the rocks on the cliff have been washed very smooth by the storm, because the hardness of the rock layer is different. The rocks are also strange. But this is not the highest point of the mountain. It can only be regarded as halfway up the mountain. You can see the high mountain behind the castle, and the stones on this mountain are also very smooth. This castle and garden are like a green gem on this mountain. Really rich. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. This should be a psychological suggestion. Suddenly Yang Bo became alert. He casually looked at the two women who were traveling with him, and found that the two women were a little envious of this environment. It is really enviable to be able to arrange such a grand place in this place. And this parking lot is very large. And there are green and neat lawns between each parking space. The stones on the ground are all irregular. And the cost of paving the road with this kind of stone is very high. It takes another 20 to 30 meters from the parking lot to the entrance of the Swordsmanship Association Hall. In addition to tall trees, there are many shrubs and many rare flowers and plants. In addition, the stones where these flowers and plants grow are carved. It gives people a very high-end feeling anytime and anywhere. There are also two welcoming robots at the gate of the castle. Welcome home, my warrior. These two robots are like two ancient knights in armor. The swords in the hands of the two robots were originally placed beside them. Perhaps they sensed that the members were coming and immediately raised their swords and said loudly, "This is the highest etiquette of the Blue Water Empire. Only when welcoming distinguished guests will their people make such a gesture. And the knights of the Blue Water Empire will never bend down. The only person they bend down to is the emperor. This also represents the knight's bravery, fearlessness and integrity." Lu Jingxiang explained to Yang Bo in a low voice. When Lu Jingxiang came over to explain, a fragrance rushed into Yang Bo's nose. This fragrance gave Yang Bo a rather ambiguous feeling. In addition, Lu Jingxiang was wearing a low-cut dress, and the vague scenery when she came over made Yang Bo feel a little bit overwhelmed. However, Yang Bo heard something different from this sentence. That is, Lu Jingxiang seemed to envy this noble life. Is it the influence of the game? Yang Bo suffered too much harm in his previous life, so he has a little persecution delusion in this life. Anyway, everything is thought of in the bad place, and everything that can't be figured out is a conspiracy against me. So far, although Yang Bo knows many people on this planet, no one knows his background. The only people he trusts are Annie and Xia. After all, their identities and backgrounds are relatively simple, and the identities and backgrounds of all the other people he knows are complicated. Fatty boss. Lu Jingxiang's family is engaged in gray industries. Zhou Rui and his daughter are even more so. They can support the illegal operation of a bounty hunter union branch, which is not something that ordinary people can do. Zhou Kerson's family is not simple either. They are in the mineral business. As for Master Zhang, let alone, there is also Wang Muxue. Although she broke with her family, Yang Bo still has to question her. Besides, the fact that the woman could become a fleet commander at such a young age was largely due to luck. But she also had her own strength. So when dealing with these people, Yang Bo's first attitude was suspicion, because this way, he would not be easily hurt. There were also various patterns carved on the gate of the Sword Association, and the two huge pillars next to the gate were a hole. The gate was also made of solid wood with some metal patterns on it. These patterns are some small stories of the Water Blue Empire, mainly telling the story of their emperor's early years of opening up the empire. There are also some about their folk customs. Zhou Kerson saw Yang Bo looking at the relief on the stone pillar, so he also explained. Yang Bo smelled another kind of perfume, which was more fragrant and gave people a more transparent feeling. And Zhou Kerson's eyes seemed to be a little ambiguous when looking at him, as if she was smiling at him. This made Yang Bo wonder if this woman was interested in him. But now, this woman was a hot potato and had become an internet celebrity. Fortunately, the three of them had started out in the underground parking lot of the company dormitory, and there was no one else in the parking lot of the association. If Zhou Kerson walked on the street, she would probably be stared at by everyone. Sir, welcome to join the Swordsmanship Association. As soon as he walked into the gate, a middle-aged man in a dress came up. This dress was a traditional dress from the Shuilan Empire. A black robe. The middle-aged man was wearing white gloves and a black hat, and his hair was neatly combed and short, giving people a simple feeling, because the middle-aged man took off his hat when he greeted. Yang Bo felt that the middle-aged man gave him the feeling of those British butlers on Earth. With this temperament. Thank you. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kerson also nodded slightly. Ah, thank you. Yang Bo was still a little confused. Why did he say thank you, and just say hello when he hadn't served yet? Please follow me. Three of you, the middle-aged man said to the three people sideways. This hall gives people a very majestic feeling, because the height inside is very high, about 20 meters high, and it looks like it is made of huge stones. And there are all kinds of exquisite reliefs on these stones. And even some lighting equipment is made in a relatively simple way. It gives Yang Bo a strong sense of the atmosphere of ancient history. Passing through the hall, he came to a small hall. There are many more paintings on the walls of this hall, as well as some wood reliefs in the corners, and some works of art carved with stone. The height of the entire small hall is also very high, giving people a sense of spaciousness. There is a heavy rectangular wooden table in the small hall, with 3 chairs on one side and 1 chair on the other side. 3 gentlemen, please sit down. What do you want to drink? The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and said to the 3 people, Sir, this title can be used for men or women, and it is a respectful title in the Blue Water Empire. How big is this tree? However, Yang Bo did not directly answer what to drink, but suddenly said this. Yang Bo was a little surprised when he saw this dark red solid wood table with a thickness of 12 centimeters, a width of 1.5 meters, and a length of 5 meters, because this is definitely a luxury in the Alliance, because it is too difficult to go through the procedures to cut such a large piece of wood. Originally, Yang Bo didn't intend to say it, but thinking that he was a resident and a local leopard, a talent who enjoyed welfare brainwashed by the Alliance, he said it directly. The middle-aged man was obviously a little surprised when he heard this. Lu Jingxiang hurriedly explained, This is the standard configuration of our association, all imported from the Water Blue Empire. Oh, different countries have different laws. Yang Bo nodded suddenly in realization. I want a bottle of purified water. Thank you. Then Yang Bo said what he wanted to drink. I want a cup of San Kachi's mangrove juice. Thank you. Yang Bo had never heard of what Lu Jingxiang said. I want a cup of Norma black tea. Thank you. Yongbo didn't quite understand the tea Zhou Kersen said. Mr. Yongbo, I suggest you have a glass of ice water from the Gordo Glacier. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and suggested to Yongbo. You also destroyed the glacier. Sorry. I forgot that these things are also imported. Yongbo did not give the other party a chance to continue. I still want a bottle of purified water. The kind in the supermarket bottle will do. Thank you. Also, I am here to pick up my virtual game helmet today. I want to know why the virtual game helmet was delivered in advance. Yongbo clearly felt that the other party's emotions fluctuated a little. And then he said the business of today. Because we just happened to have a member who ordered a gaming helmet. But for various reasons. He no longer needs it. The middle-aged man said. It seems that this gaming helmet was customized when it was measured. I doubt whether this gaming helmet can fit me. At this time, 4 girls in maid costumes walked in. The 4 girls all had long golden hair, blue eyes, tall stature, white hats, black clothes, and white aprons. The 4 maids silently placed the things that several people wanted in front of them, then bowed slightly and quietly retreated. This maid had a high nose bridge, fair skin, and facial features that gave people a very three-dimensional feeling. Several people had a slight smile on their faces, but did not speak. The movements of several people were very smooth and relatively neat. And the strength of the movements of several people putting drinks seemed to be the same. The things on the table did not make any noise. Even the slightest noise. The maids did not make any sound throughout the whole process. Not even the sound of footsteps. Thank you. Yongbo nodded and thanked these maids. Then Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen seemed to have just reacted and said thank you to the maids. Interesting. I didn't expect Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen to be used to the maid service. And they didn't say thank you? Is it because they were influenced by the aristocratic culture or the game? Yongbo was puzzled. But he was even more curious. Could this sword association be a dangerous place or a cult organization? If so, it would be very interesting. As for the maids of the Blue Water Empire, Yongbo had seen them a long time ago. After all, Bueller brought a maid last time. The purpose of maid service is to have no sense of existence, so that the people being served can't feel their existence. Mr. Yongbo, please rest assured about this. If you are not satisfied with the helmet after taking it back, we will replace it or refund it. Our association serves the majority of members. The middle-aged man explained to Yongbo with a smile. But he had already made a certain conclusion about Yongbo in his heart. That is, it was consistent with the situation provided in the information. This guy was just a resident who had just stepped out of society not long ago. Chapter 612 Betting. Yongbo felt a little strange. Because since he met this middle-aged man, he seemed to be able to sense what kind of mentality this middle-aged man has now. He just noticed that this person seemed to look down on him. He basically didn't have this feeling when facing other people. But he had this feeling when facing this middle-aged man. When they just met, Yongbo felt that although the other party didn't look at him directly, all his attention was on him. Is it because the Blue Water Empire has studied neural networks or souls, and then developed some genetic drugs for souls or mental power? And then these people have this superpower? Yongbo was a little curious. This is not the first time I have this feeling. And I have had it before. So Yongbo thinks it is not his illusion. It should be real. But why do I have such a feeling? I don't know at all. The only thing I can doubt is this. The Alliance does not allow the study of neural networks or souls. But the Blue Water Empire allows it. The Blue Water Empire's biochip is called a slave chip by the Alliance. It is connected to the neural network and can control others by controlling the neural network. This kind of biochip is specially prepared for slaves. As for whether the Alliance has studied this thing privately, that is for sure. Thank you. Hearing the other party's explanation, Yongbo looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Then another maid came in quietly and placed a brown solid wood carved box in front of the middle-aged man. Then the maid bowed slightly, then bowed to Yongbo and the others, and then left. The reason why the maid left is because the maid faced Yongbo, and the middle-aged man retreated, and then closed the door. Yongbo was stunned. In fact, this was also intentional. Just like a country bumpkin who had never seen it before. Although you can get high-end services on the Alliance side, it is impossible to achieve the state of these maids. Mr. Yongbo, this is the game helmet of our Swordsmanship Association. Using our game helmet can greatly improve personal reaction speed. You can rest assured about safety. This game helmet has passed the safety certification of the Alliance. In addition, we have high insurance with the insurance company. The middle-aged man opened the wooden box, revealing a virtual helmet with very modern characteristics. The whole helmet is half silver and half black. It's a bit like a motorcycle helmet on Earth. But the scene feels weird, with a solid wood table full of retro atmosphere and a solid wood box, which contains a high-tech virtual helmet. But this feeling is not the kind of feeling that gives people an inappropriate feeling, but that this virtual helmet is more advanced. There are some patterns carved on the outer box, while the virtual helmet inside is flat and has nothing on it. However, Yang Bo recognized at a glance that the color part of this virtual helmet is a rare metal, and it is a rare energy metal alloy. In other words, judging from the appearance, this virtual helmet is worth a lot. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this. After all, it is not a big deal for the Blue Water Empire to invest some money for its own cultural expansion. Very beautiful. Yang Bo also praised politely. Zhou Kersen next to him turned his head to look at Yang Bo, smiled and said, "This game can indeed improve your nerve reaction speed. A bit like our Alliance's simulated mecha training. But this is made into a game. And this game can also make money, and can also be exchanged for various specialties of the Blue Water Empire. These specialties are not for sale. Only members are eligible to enjoy them. The high-end players in this game make more money than those players in our Alliance mecha game." Yang Bo listened to Zhou Kersen's words and felt that there was a big problem here. The so-called things that can only be enjoyed by members. Yang Bo felt a little bit of a sucker when he heard it. Just like those pyramid schemes on Earth. What level of membership is required to buy something? Then I'd like to try it. Yang Bo answered with a little excitement. It feels like he likes money very much. The middle-aged man on the other side also smiled slightly when he heard Yang Bo's answer. This is in line with the character of the people on the Alliance side. Although the people of the Alliance are free, as long as they have money, they live a more luxurious life than the nobles of the Blue Water Empire. As long as you have money, you can enjoy many services that you can't imagine in many high-end hotels. Yang Bo also saw this small movement at the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth, but pretended not to see it. "We will take you to play games when the time comes. This game has a high degree of autonomy." Lu Jingxiang looked at Zhou Kersen talking to Yang Bo, and felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Since Zhou Kersen and Yang Bo were in danger last time, Lu Jingxiang felt a little uncomfortable, especially when she heard Zhou Kersen's tone when she talked about Yang Bo. Of course, she also understood why Zhou Kersen said that. After all, Yang Bo really saved her life and gained a fortune that was hard to imagine in this life. Then it's a deal. Or we leave now and go back to play games? The decoration style of this place is indeed very high-end and solemn. But Yang Bo felt a little depressed for no reason. The overall room is also dominated by dark colors, which actually gives people a psychological feeling of depression, and makes people feel a sense of awe for this place. "Mr. Yang Bo, this is your first time to our association. You can learn more about our association. We have complete facilities here. In addition, we have provided a rich lunch for the three of you. If you are willing, you can also visit our competition venue in advance. In a month, a grand competition will be held here. In the future, more and more players will come to familiarize themselves with the competition venue. It is expected that there will be no free time from 12 days to the end of the competition." When the middle-aged man spoke, his tone was relatively light, and his speed was relatively slow, giving people a more amiable feeling. But Yang Bo heard temptation from the other party's tone. What the other party said was to make him stay. "I don't think it's necessary. The competition focuses on participation. Besides, I have just joined the association not long ago, and I don't think about getting a good ranking. Yang Bo is a bit strange. If you want me to stay, then I will leave." Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen wanted to say something, but the middle-aged man opposite seemed to be waiting for what the two women said. Yang Bo stood up on his own, took the virtual helmet out of the box, and said with a little impatient tone, "Sister Jingxiang, aren't you going to take me to play games? Let's go." "Okay then." Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were about to persuade Yang Bo to stay here for lunch, because the lunch here is very special, and many ingredients are not available in the Alliance. But after hearing this, they immediately decided to go back and take Yang Bo to play games. Although the middle-aged man was smiling, his expression was slightly stiff. Obviously, he didn't expect that this would be the result. "Thank you very much for your hospitality. Yang Bo did not rashly release the spiritual seed to this middle-aged man. If this person really has spiritual or soul superpowers, if he did it himself, it might alarm the snake. You're welcome, the middle-aged man replied politely, until the middle-aged man sent Yang Bo and the other two to the door of the hall. Watching the three people talking and laughing away, his face turned cold. It seems that Yang Bo has a higher status in the minds of these two women. So what is the reason? The middle-aged man muttered in his heart. What was originally a sure thing was not accomplished. Our president actually failed? A young man wearing a hat came behind the middle-aged man and said in a teasing tone, I just don't know the relationship between them. I suspect that Yang Bo is the man in Joe Kerson's scandal in the news. The middle-aged man turned around and said without even looking at the young man. According to my observation, he is just an ordinary resident. From his micro-expressions, I can clearly understand his psychology, the young man in the hat said with some contempt. In fact, people like the Alliance, who are selfish and like money, are more difficult to control because they only have themselves in their emotional world. But this is also a challenge for us. I didn't expect that a psychology expert like me would fail one day. The young man in the hat laughed when he heard this. You are the psychology expert of our Blue Water Empire, not the psychology expert of the Alliance. The two social groups are completely different. You are wrong. Although the social groups are different, they are all human beings. Do you dare to bet with me that I will make him like the water of the Gordo Glacier in 3 months? The middle-aged man turned back to look at the young man in the hat at this time. Okay. I bet 50,000 credit points. I don't know how much I will lose. The young man laughed. 1 to 5. People can be domesticated just like wild animals. What's more, we influence them from the depths of their consciousness. The middle-aged man replied indifferently. I don't think so. Because the resident in front of us has been brainwashed by their computer for more than 10 years. It may be difficult for us to correct his thoughts. The young man in the hat shook his head. Remember the time. The middle-aged man left without looking back. Yang Bo got on the flying car and walked back, still thinking about things. Am I too sensitive? What's the meaning of their doing this? Yang Bo now has a lot of questions in his mind. Lu Jingxiang said a little disappointedly beside him. What a pity. The association probably prepared a sumptuous lunch today. Joe Kerson also nodded. There must be fish roe egg tarts that I like to eat. Yang Bo heard the two people talking and asked in confusion, what fish roe egg tarts? It is the fish roe of a fish that lives in the cold water river of the Godot Glacier in the Blue Empire. This fish roe is soaked and fermented in a natural fruit wine. After adding it to the egg tart, every bite is different. Chapter 613 Weird. Joe Kerson's series of explanations proved that this thing was a luxury item. But this kind of thing seems to be not allowed to be imported. Right? Yang Bo asked after listening. Because this kind of pure natural wild thing is very well protected in the Alliance. There are high tariffs. So this kind of thing will basically only exist within the association and will not be traded. So it is not illegal. Joe Kerson explained. Yang Bo nodded. Some things may exist as long as no one comes out to oppose, and no one comes out to shout slogans. If this kind of product is sold in the supermarket, it may be protested by some nature conservation groups. In fact, Yang Bo thinks that the Alliance's protection of nature is correct. Because although there are many planets in the universe, there are few planets that are suitable for the survival of animals and plants. As long as the planet can be transformed, humans will find ways to transform it and try to make people adapt as much as possible. Many planets have strict regulations. Only people with superpowers can immigrate, because the gravity and air composition of these planets are not suitable for ordinary people to live. In other words, if ordinary people live on these planets, they can only live indoors for their whole lives. However, most ordinary people cannot leave the planet where they were born. Just like Yang Bo used to be a resident, and it is difficult for him to leave the city where he was born, because the risk of residents traveling is too great, and residents need special protective equipment when traveling, which not only adds costs, but also adds risks for transportation companies. However, Yang Bo felt from Joe Kerson's tone that she did not seem to object to this kind of thing. People who grew up in the atmosphere of the Alliance did not have any aversion to this behavior of destroying nature, but rather looked forward to it. Although it is said that the education of disciples in large families is different from that of ordinary people, it is still in this environment after all. So is Joe Kerson's current statement or mentality due to the game or other reasons? Because people can change. Just like some garbage culture promoted by some garbage companies. If you work in this big company for a long time, you will also be affected by these garbage cultures. Back to the company dormitory. Yang Bo first learned about this virtual game. This is a game similar to killing monsters and upgrading. The game professions include knights, warriors, archers, and bards. The current highest level of the profession is level 100. This virtual game is adapted from the ancient history of the early Shuoan Empire. There are many secondary professions in it, including chefs, brewers, blacksmiths, grooms, stonemasons, carpenters, painters, etc. Players play games like living in a real country. This is not a pure upgrade game. It should be a combination of leisure, upgrade, war, and several games to create a real ancient kingdom. Zhou Kersen and Lu Jingxiang both chose warriors, using shields and swords. Why don't you become knights? Yang Bo asked the two women while eating. Knights need a lot of money. A knight first needs a mount, a groom, and at least 2 followers. In addition, knight's equipment is also very expensive, and mount-related items are also expensive. In addition, knights must pass the task assessment before they can become apprentice knights. The cheapest profession in this game is the warrior. Archers' arrows are very expensive, and bows are also very expensive. As for the bard's musical instrument, it's even more expensive. The bard wants to learn skills, which is a lot of money. Yang Bo, I suggest you don't play the game first, but go to the forum first, because this game is too complicated. If you simply choose a warrior and want to go out to hunt some animals, you will soon go bankrupt. On the one hand, you may not be able to kill monsters, and on the other hand, the cost of repairing equipment is very expensive. Generally, new players do various tasks in it first, and save some money to buy good equipment. Lu Jingxiang gave Yang Bo a suggestion. Is there a lot of people in this game? Yang Bo asked another question. A lot of people play this game in the Blue Water Empire. Most people there play it, because the content is quite violent. This game is only distributed within our association. You also know that many games in our alliance are reported and protested by others, making them not fun to play. But recently I heard that there is a Doomsday copy game here, which has a lot of people playing it. Moreover, the background of this game company is relatively large. It seems that several large teams protested, but it didn't have any effect. Lu Jingxiang was stirring the contents of the plate with a spoon. It was all kinds of vegetables, mixed with a yellow sauce. Yang Bo looked at this ingredient and felt that it was a bit too much. The yellow sauce was sticky and looked like the color of olive. When mixed with the chopped vegetables, it had no color, fragrance or taste. Zhou Kersen next to him was in a similar situation, eating a half-cooked meat. I don't know what kind of meat it is, but it looks like it was naturally fed. There was blood coming out when she cut it with a knife and fork. There was a little blood at the corner of her mouth when she ate. But the eating atmosphere here thinks that this is the best. Yang Bo's own is more normal, although the vegetables are also chopped. They are not mixed with jam, but the vegetables are dipped in jam. Then I will go back to the forum to see if you can guide me? Yang Bo asked again. I don't know about this, because the birthplace in it is random. I hope I won't be born in the border, because the mortality rate there is very high. Lu Jingxiang took a sip of the wine with the meal, and then said, Is there a punishment after death? Yang Bo felt that this game might not be so normal. You can't create a new character within 3 months after death. Zhou Kersen answered on the side. Yang Bo nodded, and the 3 of them ordered takeout in the company dormitory for dinner. Now I dare not go out with Zhou Kersen. This woman is now an internet celebrity. After dinner, Yang Bo left because he was still thinking about the Doomsday Dungeon game. He did not talk to Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen about the Doomsday Dungeon game. He could not let them know about playing this game. What if they wanted to play the game, and asked him to lead the team? He went directly back to the villa from the underground parking lot. And then Yang Bo took out the virtual helmet, and checked it carefully. It's different. Yang Bo found that many components in this virtual helmet had a little bit of energy. That is, these components contained energy metal. As for what role these components will play in the game later, it is hard to say. Let's play the Doomsday Dungeon game first. Yang Bo decided to do what he was most familiar with first. I had planned to destroy the bionic men inside today, but there was no time today. So I took a simpler task, which was also an exploration task. This time, the exploration task faced zombies, and the main thing was to check a power plant on this planet. It is said that there are archived data on the electricity consumption of this city in the past. The skills given by these zombies are relatively ordinary, all of which are knife shooting, cooking, and music skills. Because this is a hydroelectric power plant. The dam has collapsed. The archive room of this power plant is on the hillside. This archive room has been transformed, and it is like a maze inside. Obviously, some survivors later built a shelter here. Yongbo was very easy to do this task. It was a maze for others. But for his passive sound wave detection, there was a 90% probability of finding the hiding place of the zombies and the correct way out. Something is wrong. Yongbo, who finished the Doomsday Dungeon game, first charged the virtual helmet. The moment the power was turned on, Yongbo felt that the helmet was emitting a strange electromagnetic wave. This electromagnetic wave does not last long. Only about 7 or 8 seconds. Carefully put on the virtual helmet, which fits my head very well. Of course, the virtual helmet is also in the internet room. After carefully feeling it, there is no danger. And then proceed to the next step. After setting the mode of the virtual helmet, there will be a small map of the outside situation in the upper right corner of the virtual imaging screen. This music is very soothing and can make people relax. Yongbo registered directly, using the membership of the Sword Association. He first browsed the forum, and then played the game. Is this really a world? The name of the game is called the Second World. There are all kinds of strategies in the forum, including doing various tasks, even fishing, mining, and which nobles can give tasks, and which nobles cannot be provoked. There are also farming. There was a guy who was appreciated by a noble for farming, and was directly rewarded with a lot of money. There are also various game coins for sale. Game coins can be bought in the game mall. Many things can be bought, and the equipment in the game can also be bought in reality. TSK. Yongbo saw that the first place in the game coin purchase ranking was actually a manor in the Blue Water Empire. It required 5 billion gold coins and reached level 60 in the game. At the same time, the reputation reached respect, and at least the noble status of Viscount. The noble title of the character in the game depends entirely on the accumulation of military merits. Yongbo estimated that in order to reach the status of Viscount, at least 200,000 people had to be killed. This game looks like something. The background music makes me feel very relaxed and a little hypnotized. Let's watch the game first. After looking around the forum, Yongbo prepared to play the game directly. For the game character, choose male. Then choose grade, skin color, height and hair color. Fuck. After choosing, Yongbo named the game character Fei Tianjian. After entering the game, Yongbo found something wrong. Because through the remote photoelectric superpower, Yongbo found that his character was actually a real person. And this person's age and appearance were exactly the same as the one he chose. The difference is that this person also has a virtual helmet on his head. Something is wrong. He found that the place where this person is similar to the one in the game. That is, in a small village. The people in the village are also real, but they give people the feeling of zombies. And the expressions on their faces seem to be similar. The houses and various livestock roads in this village are exactly the same as what Yongbo saw in reality. It feels like he lives in this village. Could it be clones? Yongbo looked at these people and felt very familiar. He soon thought of the clones he had seen on the seabed here. Could it be that the Blue Water Empire let game players train these clones? Yongbo knew that clones were like a blank sheet of paper and had to learn everything. Yongbo had paid attention to clones before and knew that after being cloned, clones did not have any abilities, including speaking, etc., and needed later training and implantation of relevant biochips. These clones don't seem to have biochips? What's going on? If there are biochips, clones can quickly master all kinds of knowledge. Could it be that the royal family of the Blue Water Empire is training death squads? The reason why Yongbo suspected this was because clones would also undergo various changes in the clones. Even if Yongbo's cells were used to clone another Yongbo, the talents and personalities of the two people might be completely different. Human talent. This matter has not been known until now. How it is formed and how it changes. Many people think it is due to the soul. But the soul is more abstract. Then what about people from other countries in the game? And are these tasks in it really about killing people? Yongbo thought while using his photoelectric superpower to remotely check where the planet is. However, this is not easy to check, as it involves foreign countries. And the game uses the ordinary quantum communication satellites of the Alliance and the Blue Water Empire. And then the Blue Water Empire's own quantum communication satellites. Wait until dark to see what's in the starry sky. Yang Bo decided to wait until night in the game. Maybe he could determine where the planet is by the starry sky. Chapter 614 A Joke. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Bo carefully studied the various professions and ways of playing in this game. This is also a money-losing thing. This game is too real. It's like a person traveling back to ancient times. How difficult it is to survive. I don't know why the Blue Water Empire is doing this. Is it to train clones? Or to select the most talented people from these clones? Or is this an experiment itself to improve clones? Or is it about research on the soul or neural networks? But now it seems that if you want to stand out, you still have to choose a combat profession first. The Blue Water Empire can't say that it wants to train these clones here to be the best chefs, the best musicians, the best carpenters. While studying, Yang Bo carefully looked at the characters in the game. They were wearing linen clothes and helmets on their heads, but they wore a hat outside the helmets. While Yang Bo was controlling the game characters to do various actions, Yang Bo soon found that when he was controlling the game characters, the virtual helmets would emit different electromagnetic waves when he was doing actions. However, there is background music in the game, and the background music is very soothing. So many people will ignore this. In addition, any electronic product has electromagnetic fluctuations, as long as the intensity of the electromagnetic fluctuations does not exceed the safety standard. Is this virtual helmet collecting my brain waves? Or is it doing program training? In the end, I don't need to move my hands. I can directly control the clone through brain waves. It seems that the Alliance's previous neural control was to directly attach some receivers to the scalp to collect brain wave signals. It's just that the Blue Water Empire has now developed to directly use electromagnetic waves, and then convert them into brain wave signals somewhere, and then control the clones? Yang Bo found that there were batteries in the helmets worn by the clones, and the helmets were also worn directly on the heads of these people, and no other parts were implanted in the brain. There is a layer of pattern on the surface of the helmet, but this pattern should be a receiving antenna, because the helmet is not wired. Hey! Dr. Yang probed to control the character, and ran and jumped in the village. Yang Bo found that there seemed to be NPCs in the village looking at him. Could it be someone from the Sword Association? Yang Bo has persecution delusion, since the game helmet was given to him by them. This NPC looking at him must be related to them. This game is very real. The game characters in it will be hungry, physically exhausted, and breathe rapidly. As a novice, there is only one set of clothes, pants and hats, and nothing else. Yang Bo found that there were many game players doing tasks in the village. Some game players were farming, weeding in the fields, and some were helping other villagers build houses and fences. Yang Bo controlled the game character to come to the village chief to ask about hunting. Black. After learning about it, Yang Bo found that hunting required paying 60% tax to the lord here, and then paying 10% to the village. Of course, if you register as a lord subject, the lord can reduce the tax to 40%. That is to say, no matter how much you harvest from hunting, you can only keep 30%. You have to know that hunting is a dangerous thing in the productivity of this era in the game. Yang Bo himself is very strong, but the clone controlled by the game is just an ordinary teenager. So Yang Bo felt very uncomfortable when controlling the game character, such as running slowly, and various reaction actions were not so fast. And the village chief is still praising the mercy of the Lord, because some lords can collect taxes up to 80% or even 90%. This village chief is also a real person, but this village chief feels a bit like an NPC in the game, and his words and actions are more programmed. Yang Bo did not join the village as a lord, because the rules of the game that Yang Bo remembered are that the lord can unconditionally recruit all the civilians in his territory. As for what to recruit all the civilians for, they can build castles for the lord, work for the lord, or serve as cannon fodder in war. Although it seems that the tax collection is small now, Yang Bo thinks that there will definitely be trouble later. Since the Blue Water Empire wants to train these clones, the better you perform, the more trouble you will encounter later. I must check it out when I go to the Blue Water Empire this time. Yang Bo thought that he would play the game first, and of course, he would not show off too much. He would wait until he went to the Blue Water Empire to participate in the swordsmanship competition. In such a short time, the game character had a hunger level, The game officials reminded that once the hunger level dropped to a certain level, the whole person would not move. Yongbo controlled the game character and accepted a hunting mission from the village chief. That is, only after accepting the mission can he go hunting nearby. Otherwise it would be illegal, because all the surrounding land and forests, as well as all the prey in them, belong to the Lord. After accepting the task, you are not afraid of being caught by the Lord's patrol. This is a hilly area. There is a lot of land in the river valley, and the mountains in the distance are bare. Yongbo can understand this, because the society in this game is not so developed now, and people's survival is inseparable from wood. So there are also occupations such as woodcutters. Although the character controlled by Yongbo is an ordinary person, some of Yongbo's auxiliary abilities can still be used, such as dynamic vision. Although it is not as good as the high-definition image of the Bionic Man in the Doomsday Copy game, it is still no problem to find some business easily. Yongbo came to the river and found that there were many players fishing and catching fish. This river is not very wide, with a total of only about 30 meters. And there is water in the middle, about 2/3. There is a wooden bridge on the river, all built with thick logs. The bridge piers of the logs are several large pieces of wood tied together, and the logs are also laid flat on top, and there are no railings on it. These game players looked at Yongbo, a novice, and didn't care. They were all busy with their own things. The clothes these game players wear are different. They all have some leather clothes. The hunger level of the game character has dropped a little bit. If the hunger level drops below 60, all the reactions of the entire game character will slow down. If it drops below 30, the character will die. The hunger level of the game character is now 80. Yongbo thought about it, then turned back to the village and came to the grocery store. The grocery store is one of the best buildings in the village, with walls built of rubble, while the village chief's house is a wooden house. Some of the other people in the village were like shacks, most of which were made of wood as pillars, and then branches were woven between the wood, and then the woven branches were covered with mud on both sides. It was a bit like the houses of some tribes in Africa on Earth. The whole house was round and short, covered with various grasses or leaves and branches. The roof of the grocery store was all made of wood, and the wooden boards were covered with stone slabs. Yongbo did a trick. That is, he sold his character's top and exchanged it for food. This guy? The people who were responsible for observing the newcomers to the game were stunned when they saw this scene. Is there anyone who exchanges his clothes for food? However, Yongbo thought that the owner of the grocery store might have a biochip implanted, so their reaction was the same as that of the game NPC. Yongbo did not want to do some tricks, such as robbing the grocery store owner directly. But the game characters are too weak now. It's not that he didn't think about robbing other players, but other players are more advanced than himself. Besides, remote control is one aspect. The key is still the physical fitness and reaction ability of the game character. So the gamers in this village saw a game character wearing only pants and with his upper body naked. Has this guy been robbed? No. I saw someone on the forum saying that this guy sold his clothes to a grocery store and exchanged them for some black bread. Doesn't this guy know that it's unbearable to be naked in this game? This guy must be a novice. He didn't check the forum. There are a lot of parasites in this game. I think it will take this guy 3 months to create a game character. This kind of rookie happens every year. This rookie picked up stones. Could he be going to hunt with stones? Haha. I had this idea at first, but later I found that the game character attributes were too poor, so it didn't work at all. This guy probably hasn't been exposed to ancient history, and has no idea how fierce the prey in this game is. If you are not proficient in skinning, the value of the prey will be greatly reduced. This guy probably understood it later. Before the game started, I also thought hunting was simple, but I didn't expect hunting to be the most dangerous. Yongbo changed a few black breads to bring with him, and then picked up a few stones of suitable size by the river. It's impossible to carry too many stones. Carrying too many will increase the weight and increase the consumption of the character. Yongbo controlled the game character and walked towards the nearby mountain while eating. If you want to find prey, you must find a good observation point. The surrounding farmland is green, and I don't know what these crops are called. The leaves look a bit like soybeans, but there is an ear in the middle, and the seeds on it are very small. Soon Yongbo found something wrong, because the game prompted that there were parasites, and a closer look showed that there were large mosquitoes flying around his character. Yongbo quickly took a branch and kept beating them. But there were more and more mosquitoes around him. Will I become a joke in this game? The mosquitoes around him were not afraid of the increasing number of branches in the game character's hands, which gave Yang Bo a bad premonition. Then he quickened his pace and went to the distant mountain. The game kept prompting that he was attacked by parasites, and then his health was reduced. Yang Bo used his remote photoelectric superpower to check and found that there were probably hundreds of big mosquitoes around the game character. Yang Bo saw a ditch. His eyes lit up. And then he came to the ditch, dug out mud from the ditch, and smeared it on his body. Some gamers, who were watching the joke in the distance, were also surprised to see the scene, because many gamers did not believe that this game was a very real environment at first. Many gamers made a lot of jokes, but I didn't expect this guy to come up with a solution so quickly. Applying mud on the body can indeed reduce the attack of parasites. I don't know if the virtual helmet of the Blue Water Empire uses a neural network. If it is connected with a neural network, it can feel pain. 10 minutes later, Yang Bo looked at his game character. His body was covered with mud, and he muttered in his heart. Chapter 615 Academic Master. To be precise, Yang Bo was careless. He didn't expect that there were parasites in the natural environment. I don't know if there are diseases in this world. Will the person I control catch a cold after such manipulation? Don't catch a cold, or it will be troublesome if you die. Looking at the mud on the game character, Yang Bo still felt a little bit reluctant. But there was nothing he could do. Then Yang Bo continued to walk up the mountain. The trees on the surrounding mountains were basically cut down, leaving only some low shrubs. Came to a place on the mountain where you could overlook the entire river valley. The reason for choosing this place is that Yang Bo thinks the view here is wide. Did not rush into the forest, because who knows if there are any wild animals in the forest. Not to mention the fighting power of the wild animals. The viruses carried by the wild animals may cause problems for the game characters. Then control the character to throw. That is, to hit with stones. Although Yang Bo has the ability of dynamic vision, the game character does not. And the game character itself is an ordinary person, so it can only be achieved through training. And this kind of control of real people is difficult to master, because it is not a program thing. If it is just a game character, then the attributes of the game characters of the same level are absolutely the same. But the physical constitution of each person under remote control is different, so the attributes are also different. So training is needed to master the control skills during training. This feeling makes Yang Bo very strange. That is, using a machine to control a real person. TSK. This virtual game helmet is indeed problematic. Yang Bo controlled the game character to hit the preset target, and a voice appeared in the game. Congratulations to the player for mastering the throwing skill. A voice with a very happy emotion. Because it is a virtual helmet, so this sound seems to ring next to the ear. Yang Bo noticed that the sound wave interaction of this sound will stimulate a certain part of the brain, making people feel more excited. Playing sound waves with buddies. You are hitting the wall. It seems that this game will learn a lot in the future. Yang Bo is not afraid, but very happy, because these sound waves are released from many sound components in the virtual helmet. These sound waves just meet somewhere inside the brain, stimulating the brain and making the brain more excited. It turns out that this place in the brain, if stimulated with a specific sound wave frequency, can make the brain more excited. Yang Bo remembered this incident while playing the game. It will probably cost a lot for the Blue Water Empire to research this thing. When I master all of their things, I will replicate them in the Alliance and publish a paper. By then, I will be a top student. And electromagnetic influence? This guy is also good at it. If I master their technology, can I crack their nerve conduction technology? Yang Bo did not deliberately suppress his joy, because the virtual helmet is likely to have a monitoring device that can measure your brain wave frequency, and then know whether his sound stimulation has any effect. It is still difficult to control real people, because the properties of real people will change over time. For example, if you use stone throwing training, if it is a real game, you can keep training, but real people need to rest after a few minutes of training. After 2 hours of intermittent training, the throwing skill has been upgraded to level 2, and can hit targets within 15 meters. This is already good for ordinary people with bare hands. If it weren't for Yang Bo's dynamic vision, it would be impossible to do it. The key is that the person being controlled is a real person. His physical strength and the strength of his wrist will change with training. The hunt officially begins. Yang Bo is ready to start hunting, because he wants to go offline. The game official recommends going to a hotel. because going offline in the wild may be dangerous. It costs money to stay in a hotel. So Yongbo wants to hunt for some money. Fortunately, Yongbo has long-range photoelectric superpowers and passive sound detection. Although the actual distance that the character can hear is limited, Yongbo, who has long-range photoelectric superpowers, can directly obtain the sound data on the scene. What Yongbo didn't know was that he was a little popular in the game forum. And there was an open bet in the forum. That is, betting on how long Yongbo's character can survive. Other game players didn't know the name of Yongbo's game character, but they sold their clothes when they entered the game, exchanged them for food, and then smeared themselves with mud. Many people named Yongbo's character Mr. Mud. When Yongbo was training to throw, he had already taken in all the sounds around him, and knew that there was a sound that sounded like a rabbit more than 80 meters away. In fact, rabbits don't like to live in dense forests, but like to live in bushes around farmland. Control the character, and carefully avoid the thorns in the bushes. After all, you are controlling a real person. If you control a game character, but you can run around. The rabbit hiding in a bush was so bold. The character controlled by Yongbo was less than 5 meters away, but he was squatting boldly inside. In order not to arouse suspicion from the game officials, Yongbo deliberately squatted. He saw the rabbit when he squatted down, and the rabbit also saw Yongbo, and then jumped out at once. Then Yongbo hit it with a stone, and Yongbo ran over to grab the rabbit that was struggling on the ground. Then he swung it up and smashed it hard on the ground, and the rabbit died directly. Jump +1. A skill information appeared in his mind. At this time, the background music in the game suddenly became cheerful, and this cheerful rhythm made Yongbo feel that his brain was a little excited again. Good. Yongbo was happy. This frequency of sound waves acting on this part of the brain would make people more excited. And it was still in a state of being released without feeling. I don't know how much it would cost to study this kind of research, and how much investment it would take to study it. But now I have basically mastered it in a short time. Then Yongbo followed the edge of the farmland and slowly began to search. Soon, several pheasant-like creatures kept running in the bushes, and 2 of them flew directly. Yongbo threw a stone at them again, but this time he missed. This was also a deliberate performance. A rabbit jumped out of the grass in the distance, and the rabbit ran out directly. Yongbo threw a stone hard and hit it accurately. 5 hours after the game started, Yongbo returned to the village with 3 rabbits. On the way back, Yongbo washed his body in the river. I was worried that the game character would catch a cold, but there was nothing I could do. Brother, do you want to sell your rabbit? I'm offering a high price here. A game player came to chat with me before I even entered the village. The player who chatted with me was wearing leather armor, but the leather armor looked rough. To be more precise, it was simply made of knitted fur, and he looked a bit like a savage. The game character was 1.8 meters tall and looked quite strong. He was about 20 years old, with black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin. The game character had a backpack and a shoulder bag on his back. How much? Yongbo asked directly. For these 3 rabbits, I'll give you 6 copper coins for this big one and 4 copper coins for the other 2 smaller ones. The game player said, my price is high enough. If you want to sell it to a grocery store, I will give you 5 copper coins for the highest price, and 2 copper coins for the rest, because I want to practice my skinning skills. And your rabbit has no external injuries. You are a new player, and you may not know hunting. There are many things to pay attention to. You can go to the forum when you have nothing to do. Also, if you want to stay in a hotel, don't tell me that you are staying in a hotel. I will charge you 5 copper coins to open a room for you. You can just buy a portion of food and a beer. Find a corner, eat the food, drink the beer, and then lie on the table and log off. This game player gives people a good feeling. But Yongbo probably knows what this game player said. Deal. Yongbo didn't say much. Thank you, Fishiangian. Good name. Add me as a friend, and I can give you a good price when you kill prey in the future. The opposite game player only knew the name of Yongbo's game character when they traded. Brother, your name is also very good. Yongbo looked at the other party's name, Guardian of Glory, and it seemed that this name was a player from the Blue Water Empire. Brother, you are popular on the forum. Go find other players to buy old clothes, and those who sell second-hand goods in the inn or tavern. Guardian of Glory said again after taking the rabbit. Thank you. Yongbo shook his head at the few copper coins he got. However, Yang Bo did not buy old clothes, because old clothes made people feel unclean. He bought back the clothes he sold in the grocery store. But with this one buy and sell, the grocery store earned 2 copper coins, 3 copper coins when selling, and now 5 copper coins when buying. Then he bought black bread for 4 copper coins, and spent another 5 copper coins to stay in the inn. Although he could buy a meal and drink in the inn, and stay there until he went online. But Yang Bo felt that since this game character was real, it would definitely be better to recover in the room than in the lobby. Then Yang Bo started to log off. He had gained a lot today, and had mastered some other uses of sound waves. Do you want to find someone to try? Forget it. Wait until you are proficient in it. If you make a mistake and cause harm to others, it will be troublesome. If you meet the damn guys in the future, use them for experiments. I just don't know how the Shuelan Empire is doing in the research of souls. It would be great if I could learn from them. Do you want to be a top student in the future? Yang Bo felt that with his discovery today, he could become a top student. As for the sound wave frequency, there is no need to worry about it. In today's technological society, many sound frequencies can be simulated. On the other side of Oma City, the middle-aged man looked at Yang Bo's game data. People on the Alliance side are more observant of the rules, although some game players have told him that he can log off in the lobby of the hotel. Yang Bo still controlled the game character to open a room. The bald young man nodded. In the game, the behavior of people in our country and people on the Alliance side is too different. So the so-called freedom on the Alliance side is completely a deception. But this guy is really good. He went online for a few hours today and upgraded his throwing skills to level 3. And he harvested 3 rabbits in just a few hours. The middle-aged man spoke again. This Yang Bo's swordsmanship training has proved that he has some talent in prediction. Such talent can be best utilized in the game. On the contrary, other abilities cannot be utilized in the game at all. But this guy is also very free. He sold his clothes as soon as he came up, and then smeared mud on his body. Some people on the Alliance side are weird. Did you lose your bet? If you lose, you lose. How about we bet on how much he will gain tomorrow? I think it can reach 30 copper coins. The middle-aged man smiled at the bald young man again. The bald young man shrugged. Then I will bet more than 30 copper coins. How much is the bet? Do you dare to bet with 1 game gold coin? Are you crazy? You actually want to bet with 1 game gold coin? Do you know how many rabbits you need to buy? Don't talk nonsense. Do you dare? Let's bet. Chapter 616 Suspicion. Yang Bo had no idea that someone was secretly watching his game data, and even betting on himself. However, Yang Bo was very careful in this regard, and would not say anything else or do anything when playing games, because no one knew whether this game helmet had other functions. Yang Bo browsed the game forum of the second world again, and found that some gamers were very miserable. Some were recruited by nobles, and became cannon fodder in the war. Others were attacked by wild beasts while hunting. Some owed a lot of debts, and were caught and sold to pay off their debts because they could not pay the money, and then became slaves. Of course, there were also gamers who made meritorious deeds on the battlefield. In addition, Yang Bo's guess was right. The game helmets of the Water Blue Empire did have a nerve conduction function. So many game experiences can only be experienced in the Water Blue Empire. For example, if you get married in the game, if it is a game helmet with a nerve conduction function, you can experience the real feeling of love. In addition, there is pain and various senses. The experience of the virtual game helmet with a nerve conduction function is hundreds of times better than that of the game helmet on the Alliance side. Some gamers in the Alliance posted that they could even feel the heartbeat and body temperature of the game characters, including the wind and even various smells in the game. Would you like to experience it when you go to the Blue Water Empire in the future? To be honest, Yang Bo was also very excited about this. And the game helmet with nerve conduction function did not require other game accessories. Just thinking in the brain can control the game character. But forget it. I just don't know if killing other people in the game will give you skills. Yang Bo still has a question in his mind. Last time he killed a clone, he didn't get any skills. If the game is full of clones, then my only way to develop in the game is to go hunting. The reason why Yang Bo said this is because there are monsters similar to Warcraft in this game. But Yang Bo doesn't know whether the mutant animals are real. He roughly planned the game in his mind, and then took off the game helmet. There may be more secrets in this game helmet, Yang Bo muttered to himself. Then he took the game helmet to another room. The other room was not connected to the internet. And Yang Bo's room had anti-shielding measures. I'm not afraid of this virtual game helmet. If you are not of my race, your heart must be different. The Blue Water Empire has made such a big investment. It is definitely not that simple. After Yang Bo put the game helmet away, he came to the basement. But Yang Bo was a little worried. At least the Blue Water Empire would not dare to do anything with these game helmets in the Alliance. Otherwise they would be picked up and hammered by the Alliance in minutes. The experiment Yang Bo conducted was an energy-giving experiment. It was mainly based on some of the test samples from the previous experiment. They needed to undergo long-term observation and compare the data with other test samples that did not undergo energy giving. The data needed to be compared was based on lifespan and various aspects of the body. This was a relatively long experimental process. Other test samples that used genetic evolution drugs were also compared, because some drugs would have some unknown side effects. Yang Bo's experimental process is somewhat similar to the Alliance's drug clinical trials, but they are more professional. Of course, Yang Bo did not let go of interstellar creatures at all, and continued to do experiments. After finishing everything, Yang Bo prepared to eat. The Pirate Alliance has found killers again to deal with me. It seems that these killers are incredible. While eating, Yang Bo took a peek at some of the memory information of the 9th Elder of the Pirate Alliance's Standing Council. Yang Bo usually does not record all the information of these people at any time because it is too cumbersome. He just looks at these people's memories every now and then and picks out some useful things. Last time, the Pirate Alliance Standing Council wanted to invite killers from the Shuilan Empire. It is said that these people have superpowers in the soul, can find targets, and kill people invisibly. Now this killer has been contacted and has accepted the task. The Pirate Alliance Standing Council has paid a deposit of 800 million credit points, and will pay 1.2 billion credit points afterwards. It's a pity that these killers have no direct contact with the Pirate Alliance Council. I don't know what the other party looks like. Yang Bo is still looking forward to this matter. But it's a bit regrettable because he doesn't know what the other party looks like. The other party received the task through an agent, and the other party would not provide the progress of the task to the people of the Pirate Alliance Council. Yang Bo understood that most killers actually receive tasks through agents. On the one hand to protect themselves, and on the other hand to be safer. Not everyone can be an agent. And agents basically have strong social connections. Please keep this in mind. Yang Bo. And then the few people who cast the spiritual seeds did not gain much. How is this guy going to find me? Yang Bo was curious. What kind of spiritual superpowers did this killer have that allowed him to have such confidence to find him? Is he just bragging? Then Yang Bo did what he had to do. He rested for a night, and checked his smartwatch the next morning. There were 2 messages. One was from Lu Jingxiang asking him to create a game character, and then notify her so that she could send him some game coins. The other was from Annie and Xia, asking him when he would go over. Yang Bo sent the message directly, and asked them to play the game again in the evening. Doomsday copy game. Yang Bo planned to damage the current Bionic Man, so that the military's R&D department could continue to innovate. Yang Bo felt that future wars would most likely not be operated by humans, but by robots such as Bionic Men. It seems that the guy in charge of the game is anxious. He actually launched more than 20 difficult tasks. Some of the rewards for the tasks are something I have never seen before. Yang Bo looked at some of the rewards given in the game tasks. A pistol that never wears out. Yang Bo looked at a pistol displayed in the game. Its attribute was that it never wears out, and has no durability. But Yang Bo didn't believe it. Because it's impossible for something to never wear out. Don't let the game show that it never wears out. But actually put more than 10 or 20 pistols in your backpack. Or give you a virtual game screen. And then kill you. And this special item will drop. After all, the group of people behind the game will definitely not care about the player's gaming experience. So Yang Bo didn't even look at this particularly outrageous task reward. This is the task. Yang Bo saw a hunting task, which was to hunt a super zombie. According to the mission description, this super zombie is in a city. There are about 1 million zombies around this super zombie, including several thousand high-level zombies. This super zombie should be worth studying. Yang Bo looked at the super zombie and felt like a normal person. At least that's what the mission information said. This super zombie lives under a building. This building used to be a civil air defense project. This super zombie lives in a 5-story civil air defense project. And it is impossible to judge where it is. Even the military can't kill this zombie. It seems that this zombie may have some special features. And the terrain may also have special features. Yang Bo didn't know the specific situation. Anyway, he was going to destroy the Bionic Man. So this kind of unclear situation was the most suitable for him. The people in the background of the game saw that Yang Bo took the most difficult task. And they all smiled. This guy still couldn't stand the temptation of the task reward. Someone in the backstage of the Doomsday Dungeon game saw Yang Bo accept this difficult task, and said with a little joy, "This guy is still very cautious. If it were me, I would definitely not do such a difficult task." Difficult tasks not only have the risk of failure, but are more likely to cause the character to die and lose money. It is better to do some regular tasks to increase the number of task monsters. If it were me, I would earn so much money every month anyway. So I would definitely choose such a difficult task to be challenging. Although this guy doesn't make much money. Who knows if he has any debts? How many women he has? And maybe how many children? If this guy can complete several such difficult tasks in succession, then our boss's position as general will be secure. Boss, do you think this guy can complete the task today? The head of the game department, the colonel, shook his head when he saw this. This task is too difficult. In fact, this player is best at exploration tasks. But this guy's performance is very special, and the chance of completing it is very high. Hearing this, the others nodded. And someone said, "Boss." Several other people with connections in the game took on several difficult tasks. But all of them died, and then lost 500,000 credit points. These people with connections also, knowing that this game is used to train and control bionic people. People with connections are people with connections. And no matter what kind of people with connections, they must have real achievements. The head of the game department shook his head. You are right. Although people like us have connections with our superiors, we still have to make achievements on our own. I hope this guy can do a few more difficult tasks. What I am most worried about is that this guy suddenly stops playing games. The others also nodded. But the guy in front of him was a little too cautious. Xiao Yanlong sent a lot of sexy photos. And even the most basic information of the other party was not known. And it was not clear whether the other party was a man or a woman. Someone will ask, doesn't he have a girlfriend? And it has been admitted in the game. Who said that people with girlfriends are men? There are more than 200 genders in the alliance. So before the final hammer, no one knows whether this game player is a man or a woman. Hurry up and arrange the game. And pay attention to letting him play freely. Now is the critical time for my promotion. Don't restrict his various operations. Even if he sets fires, we will try to delay as much time as possible. The colonel gave another order. Chapter 617 Talent. Yes. The people in the game department also knew that once this difficult task was completed, everyone would have made a great contribution. As for slightly illegal places or more illegal things, as long as the task can be completed, they are all acceptable. After all, there will be a lot of vacancies soon. Who can fill these vacancies immediately depends on merit first and seniority second. The boss of his department has a lot of connections. As long as he can make a contribution, everything is easy to say. Yang Bo certainly didn't know that the game background would relax his restrictions in the game. Otherwise he might have been reckless again. Anyway, take it one step at a time. If this super zombie today has some special abilities, I'd better kill it first. Yang Bo didn't forget that his original intention of playing games was to brush up his skills. After accepting the task, it was time to prepare for the game, which made Yang Bo a little embarrassed. The main reason was that this task was too abnormal. This super zombie was surrounded by millions of zombies. According to previous game experience, there was also a large group of high-level zombies. It would definitely be impossible to kill all these zombies. So Yang Bo didn't bring many bullets, but some cold weapons and bombs. The game doesn't provide bombs with too much power, because there is no need. If the bomb is powerful, it is better for the military to take action directly. The reason for not providing high-power bombs is that the military wants to study this planet, not destroy it. Now the military is still tracing the origin of why this planet has become like this, but because of the energy corrosion on this planet, it is difficult to find out now. To be precise, Yang Bo felt that what he did on this planet was a bit like archaeology. It was just that he encountered monsters, like zombies, during the archaeological process. When the 40-minute preparation time was up, Yang Bo saw the virtual game animation, which was some fighters doing their own tasks. Finally, the fighter began to hover over the game mission location, and Yang Bo was switched to controlling the Bionic Man at this time. Below was an endless plain with a city in the middle of the plain. Yang Bo found that his mission location was in the middle of the city. The fighter had alarmed the zombies below, and the zombies below began to roar. And some large and advanced zombies could be seen. The fighter was circling in the sky, and the zombies below were running behind. Yang Bo's heart moved, and he directly sent a voice to let the fighter fly low. Unexpectedly, the fighter pilot actually answered directly. In fact, Yang Bo could not see the fighter pilot in the game because the rear cabin was isolated and closed from the front. The fighter began to circle around the target location, and the zombies below followed a large group of continuous roars. However, the zombies on the ground could not outrun the fighter planes in the sky. When the fighter plane circled back, Yang Bo found that there were very few zombies on the ground. Thank you. Yang Bo subconsciously said thank you when he was parachuting. Unexpectedly, the fighter pilot replied, "You're welcome. I didn't realize that I could talk to the fighter pilot before." Yang Bo muttered in his heart, because the fighter pilots used to give him a feeling of NPC, as if the fighter planes were unmanned, and they would urge you to parachute when you arrived at the place. Is it that real people are driving the fighter planes this time? Do they take this mission so seriously? Soon, the smart man Yang Bo figured out the problem. Puff puff puff. Before Yang Bo landed, there were some lone zombies below, looking at Yang Bo, who was about to fall and roaring with their mouths wide open. But they were soon called out by Yang Bo's silenced pistol. Knife skills +2. Knife skills +2. Reconnaissance +2. A series of skills appeared in Yang Bo's mind. These zombies actually gave 2 superpowers this time, of which knife skills were the most. It seems that the place where this super zombie is located is likely to be a shelter. Yang Bo is already very familiar with zombies with knife skills, which are generally abilities possessed by the survivors in the shelter. However, this kind of weird energy in the air of this planet is getting more and more, and the people in the shelter inevitably become zombies. Every time Yang Bo thinks of this, he feels a little sad. No matter how these people struggle to survive, they can't avoid becoming monsters in the end. In order to survive, they may have done many things that ordinary people can't understand. The reason is that they are too weak. If they have my current ability, it is estimated that they will not have a big problem to survive. Yang Bo sighed in his heart. Anyway, if this planet is found out in the future that some people are releasing this weird energy or virus, Yang Bo will kill all of these people without leaving a single one. Because such people are crazy. The bullets are free, spraying out from the muzzle of the silencer pistol, piercing the heads of zombies one after another. The zombies' heads are very hard, but the 2 black eye sockets are the biggest weakness. Not to mention that these guys are roaring with their mouths wide open. Yang Bo's shooting skills are fast and accurate. The bullets penetrated the eye sockets, and then the back of the head of these zombies, while they were running. The planes also have advantages. My pistol can exert its maximum power. Come on. More. The mission target is a building. The appearance of this building is also black, but this building looks much more intact than the surrounding ones, and its walls are thicker. Yang Bo certainly knows this. Concrete also has many grades, and some concrete formulas are very hard. Since the basement of this place is used as a civil air defense project, it may have existed as some strategic points in the past. Most of the millions of zombies around were attracted by the sound of the fighter planes. The zombies left behind are zombies that can't run fast, or they can't run out because of things blocking them. Yang Bo's pressure is much less, and he keeps shooting with the pistol in his hand while running. Although there are silenced rifles, the rifles are large and heavy. Besides, with Yang Bo's current shooting skills, pistols are more useful because pistols are more useful in small spaces. There is a thick wall outside the building where the target mission is located. The thickness of the wall is at least 80 centimeters, and the height is 5 meters. Now the wall is completely black, as if it is covered with moss and then dried. However, there is a big gap on this wall. There should have been a heavy door installed here before, because the fighter plane attracted ordinary zombies. All kinds of weeds and shrubs that originally grew here were trampled by zombies. However, most of the places inside the wall of the building where the target mission is located are free of any shrubs and weeds. Only some shrubs, trees, or weeds grow in the original flower beds. Obviously, the concrete used on the ground here is also different. The concrete on the ground is also black, and you can even see traces of water accumulated after rain and then dried. Yang Bo just came to the gap in the wall and saw 2 tall black zombies rushing towards him. These are 2 high-level zombies. These 2 guys are so smart. Yang Bo has encountered high-level zombies before, But these two guys actually ambushed him behind the wall. Yongbo quickly retreated a distance. Unexpectedly, the two high-level zombies stopped when they chased to the gap in the wall and roared at Yongbo outside. WOC. This scene stunned Yongbo. The people in the back end of the game were not surprised at all when they saw this scene. The head of the department, the colonel, saw this and said, "The super zombies here can control all the zombies in this wall. Boss, the super zombies here are very smart. We have organized 16 explorations before. Every time, the bionic people, robots, and drones were killed by the advanced zombies. That is, once the super zombies find that there are many robots and drones coming from outside, they will withdraw all the advanced zombies into the building. And according to statistics, the number of advanced zombies controlled by this super zombie is increasing. Every time the bionic people, robots, and drones kill a lot of advanced zombies. But every time it seems that his advanced zombies are endless." The colonel nodded. "This mission has a lot of points. Once this guy completes the mission, we will have made a great contribution. Boss, I think this guy is very likely to complete the mission. He has a great shooting talent." "That's right. And he's alone. The super zombies won't withdraw all the high-level zombies at the beginning. By the time the super zombies find out something is wrong, it might be too late. I'm really looking forward to this guy's performance." The military's internal merit calculation system also adopts a point system. Just like the game department, these tasks will be scored according to the difficulty of the task and the importance of research value. Similarly, various tasks in other military departments will also be scored. In peacetime, if you want a fair and just promotion, you need a scoring system. In wartime, it's easy to say, one person, one mecha, one fighter plane, and one warship all have an intuitive and complete merit evaluation system. The people in the game backstage thought that Yongbo would directly solve the two high-level zombies roaring at the gate. Unexpectedly, Yongbo actually walked around the wall. This scene made the people in the game backstage a little dumbfounded. According to the normal process, isn't it a good opportunity to solve the two high-level zombies now? However, this guy in the game always does tasks unexpectedly. So these people just watch. Because the people in the game department also want to learn Yongbo's unconventional way of doing tasks. This place is not simple. These two high-level zombies are probably scouts. No wonder the mission level is so high. I'm afraid the super zombies inside can control all the high-level zombies inside. Just now I saw from the fighter plane that there are not many high-level zombies below. The mission information says there are thousands of high-level zombies. Why do these high-level zombies have no concept of territory? What makes them not step out of the door now? It must be because of the control of the super zombies. If I kill these two guys now, I will probably know that two subordinates have died. These two high-level zombies should not be tamed. They are very likely super zombies. Through some mysterious ability, they can directly control the two zombies not to leave a certain range. This is a bit like the atmosphere of arranging troops. Yongbo felt a little excited. Yongbo ran along the wall while killing the miscellaneous zombies on the road. Most of these zombies gave skills such as knife skills or reconnaissance. It seems that the super zombie inside is likely to be the former leader of this shelter. Yongbo muttered in his heart while listening to the movement inside the wall. Unexpectedly, there was no movement inside the wall. So after Yongbo killed a few zombies, he took a run up. The game character jumped up. And then the game character grabbed the wall with both hands and climbed up. The inside of the wall was almost exactly the same as what was seen at the gate. There was a clear white mark on the black mossy cement floor. This trace is obviously a path that creatures often walk. Two high-level zombies in the distance suddenly saw Yongbo on the wall and rushed towards Yongbo with roars. Two more? Yongbo felt a little strange. This looked like a patrolman scent. So Yongbo ran along the wall. And while running, he took a pistol to clean up the zombies outside the wall. The circumference of the entire wall is about 1,200 meters. After running a circle, Yongbo found that the zombies inside seemed to be controlled by someone. In this circle, he encountered 8 high-level zombies, 2 in a pair. These zombies would not all follow Yongbo, but 2 zombies would turn back after following to a certain position. And of course, another 2 zombies would appear at this time. These patrolling zombies actually have their own area. Yongbo was even more curious about this place. The people in the back end of the game also saw it. Yongbo ran around the wall again and found that there were no ordinary zombies inside the wall, but only high-level zombies. Another round? mainly to see where these zombies were distributed and the patrol routes. Yang Bo ran on the wall again. But this time Yang Bo just brought 2 high-level zombies to the place where they were to be handed over. Then he jumped outside the wall, quickly ran back dozens of meters, and then jumped on the wall again. At this time, the 2 patrolling high-level zombies inside were led far away. Yang Bo quickly climbed over the wall, and then quickly rushed into the building inside. This sudden scene of the game player made the people in the back end of the game understand something. This high-rise building also has some auxiliary facilities, which are some podium buildings. After entering the building complex, Yang Bo first observed the ground. The wall is probably just the first line of defense. Yang Bo carefully observed the ground and soon found a clue. There are also traces of creatures walking on the ground, because the whole building is full of dust and black, and people often walk on the ground, which will leave clear traces. Yang Bo selected some garbage from the garbage pile and quietly placed it on the route of these walking traces. These garbage look very ordinary, just some small wooden sticks, or some garbage that looks relatively fragile. Then he found a place far away to hide. The people in the background of the game were dumbfounded. What was this game player doing? What was the use of these garbage? Why were they placed there? However, no one raised their own questions, because the guy who played the game had unusual ideas. But about 2 minutes later, the people in the background of the game understood, because at this time, there was a sound coming out, which was the sound of the garbage placed by the game players. After the sound rang, they waited for another 5 minutes. And then the sound rang again. WOC? This guy is so smart. He actually used this method to know the patrol time of such high-level zombies inside? The people in the background of the game widened their eyes. If this guy was in the war years, he would probably be an incredible commander. The colonel also nodded. Then congratulations, boss. The position of general is stable. Someone in the game background project team complimented him. Haha. Let's make contributions together and strive to lead a fleet independently in the future. The person in charge laughed. Leading a fleet independently means a steady source of wealth, logistical support for the fleet, and other supplies. The most important thing is that if you have a fleet, you can govern a star region. And then, you can collect protection fees without any money. Chapter 618 Excitement. Boss, this guy's thinking can make him a qualified commander. Someone started talking about Yang Bo's performance in the game again. The colonel sighed when he heard this. Alas, now our middle and lower level officers can't even think about having their own ideas. One of the disadvantages of the intelligent command system is this. Just like the current situation in the game, the intelligent system will give you a series of suggestions. The officers who are responsible for the specific execution, even if they have their own ideas, dare not make decisions on their own. Because once they make decisions on their own and cause a failure in the operation, the responsibility belongs to the officers themselves. But if we follow the suggestions of the intelligent command system, then our officers don't have to bear the consequences themselves. Besides, the middle and lower level officers are almost puppets now, because they don't need to have their own ideas, because everything must be based on the suggestions of the intelligent system. Of course, 99.99% of the time, the intelligent system is no problem at all. But when faced with such special environments and special events, it is difficult to find such excellent talents with our existing commander training system. Although some senior commanders may have their own ideas, as long as they are not responsible, they will definitely not come out to make irresponsible remarks. Otherwise the responsibility will be theirs. Look at the dozen exploration teams sent by the military in the past. They all followed the plans given by the command system. Because of this special mission, even if the commander has his own ideas, the success rate is only half, and no one is willing to take risks. Others also agreed with the colonel's words, because the current intelligence system is too advanced, and in 99.99% of emergencies, the suggestions given by the intelligence system are very reliable. Moreover, the military does not want lower-level officers to have their own ideas, because 99.99% of their own ideas are wrong. In fact, the commander of the 9th Fleet did not follow the advice of the intelligence system during the last battle, but issued an order to disintegrate the battleship. If this order had not been won, the commander might have spent time in prison. But this commander won. I think if it were me, I would definitely not dare to do this, because the risk is too great. Others sighed when they heard their boss say this. Under the existing commander training system, commanders are not required to have their own ideas, but are required to follow the advice of the intelligent system. Now this system has become a rigid system. And the later it is, the more difficult it is to change this system. At this time, the players in the game have entered the building. Yongbo cleverly used the garbage to detect the patrol time of these high-level zombies on the second floor. There are actually 3 high-level zombies patrolling on the second floor. Yongbo judged the 3 high-level zombies through the sound of the garbage. It seems that this super zombie also has shortcomings in controlling other high-level zombies. Through the sound of these zombies trampling on garbage, it is found that there is still some difference in the time of these zombies' 2 patrols. But the difference is not very big, and judging from the traces on the ground, the routes of these high-level zombies are fixed. The fixed route means that the super zombies do not control these high-level zombies in real time. After 20 minutes, Yongbo mastered the interval between zombie patrols and sneaked into the innermost part. This level of infiltration is simply too easy. Of course, it is also thanks to my passive sound wave detection ability. Yongbo successfully sneaked into the podium and reached the main building. The traces on the ground can clearly show where there are possible dangers. This made Yongbo feel no sense of accomplishment at all. He had already sensed the movement of advanced zombies before he reached the innermost part. And there were some ordinary zombies lurking in some corners. But this super zombie is also insidious enough. These ordinary zombies lurking around will definitely scream as soon as I show up. Fortunately, my buddy has the ability of passive sound wave detection. But why do I feel that the distribution of these high-level zombies is a bit wrong? According to the mission, the super zombie should be underground. But I used passive sound wave detection and found that the number of high-level zombies walking towards the basement gradually decreased, while the number of ordinary zombies increased. Instead, the number of high-level zombies increased towards the main building. Could it be that this super zombie is not in the basement, but on the main building? Yongbo's movements were very slow and light. And soon, he saw the route of another high-level zombie. But this time Yongbo did not put any garbage, but easily crossed this route. But soon Yongbo encountered a problem. That is, there are only 2 stairs to the main building, and there are high-level zombies stationed at the 2 staircases. Of course, these 2 staircases are also the only way to the basement. There used to be an elevator here, and you could use the elevator. But now there is only a dark elevator shaft left. Seeing this situation, the people in the game background also became worried. It's very difficult for this guy to sneak in again now. It's really too difficult. It seems that this guy has to think of a new way. He actually retreated. There is no way to bypass the high-level zombies at the stairs. This super zombie is also very smart. It actually knows to station 2 high-level zombies at the must-pass position. This is the first time I have encountered such a smart super zombie. No wonder this task is so difficult. The people in the game background watched the players in the game retreat from the podium again. However, everyone soon discovered that the game players were different from what they had guessed, because the players in the game actually went up to the podium from other places. This super zombie is so smart. If I had placed a high-level zombie on the way up and down this podium building, I wouldn't have been able to sneak in so easily. Just now, I found that there are at least hundreds of high-level zombies in the main building. It seems that the super zombie is in the main building. As for which floor it is on, we will slowly explore. We need to find a way to catch the super zombie, and then get rid of the high-level zombie. The main thing is that this building is connected in all directions. There are not only 2 staircases to escape, but also several elevator shafts. If the super zombie wants, it can quickly reach the basement from the elevator shaft. That is to say, I have to find the location of the super zombie accurately, and then resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Otherwise this guy is likely to escape directly. Not likely. He will definitely escape. I really don't want to face these smart guys. Yongbo thought of the last time he was on an exploration mission. In the sewer, the leader of the mutant rats ran away. In the collapsed sewer, Yongbo had no way to stop the mutant rats from running away. Now we can only rely on the sound wave detection ability. You can't see it. Once you show up, these high-level zombies will find you. But we have to give these guys in the background an illusion that we are lucky and have met super zombies directly. The game background now sees Yongbo sneaking around in the building. But he didn't encounter anything. In fact, it is Yongbo's passive sound wave detection ability that found that there are high-level zombies and ordinary zombies. In this situation, you must not show your face in front of these high-level zombies and ordinary zombies. Otherwise, the mission target will definitely run away. This guy is too smart and didn't arrange enough zombies in this podium. It seems that this super zombie also knows the military's reconnaissance methods. If too many high-level zombies are stationed in this podium and the main building, it is likely to attract the attention of the military. Yang Bo found that the number of high-level zombies was too different from the mission description. After thinking about it for a while, he immediately guessed it. It should be a super zombie. And not all high-level zombies were arranged upstairs. Of course, it is very likely that for a super zombie, there are hundreds of high-level zombies stationed here, which is enough for it to return to the basement in a short time. The podium is 5 stories high, and Yang Bo came to the 5th floor of the podium. Through the passive detection ability of sound waves, Yang Bo has locked the position of the super zombie. The easiest way for Yang Bo to lock the other party's position is that high-level zombies have fixed patrol routes. Otherwise they stand in one place, like a wooden stake. Then who else can be a conspicuous bag that can move around at will if not a super zombie? Of course, this is just a suspicion. Yang Bo locked the opponent's position, which was on the 6th floor of the main building. And this super zombie was not in the middle of the building, but on the outermost position. Does this guy also like sunlight? This made Yang Bo a little confused. But I can't see where this guy is now? How about getting an electromagnetic bomb to try? I'm not sure if the opponent is a super zombie, but you can give it a try. Soon Yang Bo thought of a way. So he sneaked to the 4th floor again, avoiding these high-level zombies and ordinary zombies on the 4th floor of the podium building. Then Yang Bo took out 4 electromagnetic bombs, came to a window in the podium building, and threw 2 of them directly to the 6th floor of the main building. The 2 bombs smashed directly into the window on the 6th floor. After throwing the bombs, Yang Bo rushed directly to the main building. The moment Yang Bo rushed out, he found 2 high-level zombies. But the 2 high-level zombies were stunned. But the ordinary zombies hiding in the corner reacted quickly and chased after him with a roar. At this time, the electromagnetic bomb on the 6th floor had exploded. Yang Bo had already rushed into the main building, throwing an electromagnetic bomb into the elevator shaft and another electromagnetic bomb into the stairwell. Yang Bo's mind did not contain any skill information, so he was a little unsure whether he had hit the super zombie. These 2 places were the fastest routes for the suspected super zombie above to reach the basement. Then, there was the pistol show. Puff puff puff. The silenced pistol kept making sounds, and the ordinary zombies and advanced zombies chasing Yang Bo were soon shot through the head. Knife skills +8. This is a skill given by an advanced zombie. Tracking +2. This is a skill given by an ordinary zombie. Yang Bo's movement is very coquettish, and his shooting skills are very accurate. Knife skills +8. Knife skills +8. Tracking +2. The skills given by the high-level zombies and ordinary zombies that were killed in succession are similar. The high-level zombies all give knife skills, and the ordinary zombies give tracking. Stable. Yang Bo quickly judged from the actions of the high-level zombies that the super zombies should be attacked by his electromagnetic bombs and could not be commanded, because the actions of the high-level zombies have returned to the instincts that he encountered before. There are constantly high-level zombies rushing over, and Yang Bo retreats upstairs while fighting, giving people the feeling that he wants to use the terrain advantage to solve these high-level zombies first. This is also easy to understand. After all, rushing into the basement to face thousands of high-level zombies has a very small chance of winning. The people in the game backstage also nodded when they saw this. The combat ideas of this player in the game are indeed in line with common sense. Yang Bo fought and retreated, his pistol continuously harvesting high-level zombies one by one, and retreated directly to the 6th floor. When Yang Bo arrived at the 6th floor, he saw a zombie lying on the floor shivering. But the appearance of this zombie scared Yang Bo, because this zombie gave people the feeling that it was a malnourished real person, with pale skin and white hair, and the clothes on his body were not tattered like the last time, but gave people a clean feeling. It felt like a legendary vampire. WOC. The people in the background of the game jumped up in shock when they saw this scene, and the colonel even uttered an unbelievable abuse. Then everyone heard the game player mutter, "This zombie is so strange. Is this new species that we haven't seen before worth studying? Break his legs first to prevent him from running away." Then the game player took out a pistol and broke the zombie's knees directly, and then broke the zombie's shoulders. "Quick! Quick! Send the mission information. This is the mission target." The colonel finally reacted and shouted in a trembling voice, "Hurry up and send drones and robots to support. Tell those idiots in the military. Hurry up." This TMD actually captured the super zombie alive. Also, turn on all the attributes of the Bionic Man, and require this player to persist for 10 minutes. If he persists for 10 minutes, the reward will be doubled. No, tripled. The Colonel was already incoherent. Chapter 619. Not surprising. The entire back-end department of the game was in chaos because happiness came too suddenly. Yang Bo, who was playing the game, suddenly saw the game system prompt that the super zombie mission target was in front of him, and asked him to hold on for 10 minutes and wait for support. If the super zombie can be captured alive after 10 minutes, the mission reward will be tripled. Isn't this too easy? But in the end, I will find an opportunity to destroy this Bionic Man as well. Yang Bo looked at the high-level zombies that kept pouring up from the bottom of the stairs. Unfortunately, there were no railings on the stairs. So many high-level zombies fell down while running. The super zombies were rolling on the ground now, most likely attacked by electromagnetic bombs. And now they look confused. Won't these zombies evolve into humans in the end? Yang Bo thought to himself while hunting high-level zombies. I wonder what skills this guy will give. Why don't the high-level zombies here give the mind control skill? Could it be that these zombies are controlled by super zombies, so they don't have this skill? Yang Bo was shooting quickly while thinking in his heart. Then he took out the bombs in the super backpack and kept throwing them down. Of course, the game interface is a super backpack, but it is actually a cargo robot. When Yang Bo was lurking, he was afraid that this cargo robot would be discovered by the high-level zombies. But it turned out to be okay. Of course, Yang Bo also deliberately chose some routes where the cargo robot was not easily exposed. After about 6 minutes, Yang Bo heard the roar of the zombies outside, and knew that support might have come. However, there was no chance to damage the Bionic Man at this time, because the stairs had been blocked by the corpses of many advanced zombies. A few advanced zombies kept rushing up, and they were only called out by Yang Bo. Then, there was a deafening explosion outside, and the ground was shaking. Then Yang Bo found that he was playing a virtual picture. Several people wearing heavy protective clothing jumped in from the 6th floor window, and then a fighter plane was suspended in the window. The NPC wearing heavy protective clothing came over and said to Yang Bo's game character, "Congratulations on completing the task. This kind of living super zombie is very helpful for our research." Yang Bo used his photoelectric superpowers to find that the military fighter plane directly gave birth to a large mechanical arm, grabbed the super zombie, and left without saying a word. Of course, more fighter planes outside continued to release various self-destructing drones and missiles to attack these advanced zombies. Then Yang Bo's side was a virtual picture. That is, the task was completed and evacuated. Sword skill +8. Sword skill +8. Forging +8. Tracking +2. After Yang Bo quit the game, there were still many skills popping up in his mind. These were the high-level zombies that Yang Bo kept throwing bombs to hurt. But they were not killed. It seemed that they were killed by the military. It seems that the military wants to kill the high-level zombies over there, and then go to see what is going on in the basement. Now these are the high-level zombies that I hurt by throwing bombs. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Yang Bo had no idea that the background of the Doomsday Dungeon game was carefully analyzing this mission operation. No wonder our previous dozen operations failed. It turns out that the super zombie is in the main building. In the previous dozen operations, our main direction was the basement. This guy feels a bit strange. Why did he drop 2 bombs on the 6th floor? What's so strange about this? He must use bombs to attract high-level zombies. This is called making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. This guy wants to use the stairs of the main building to clean up the high-level zombies. He must use bombs to attract the zombies upstairs, and then walk up from the bottom. Yes, bombs can attract zombies upstairs. After all, no one knows how many zombies there are in this building. The Colonel also watched the video of this mission several times and came to a conclusion. This guy is so lucky. That's right. If the military had known that the super zombies were upstairs, they would have solved it with 2 electromagnetic self-destruct drones. It's better this way. After all, the credit is on us. This may be the misunderstanding of the intelligence system, because the intelligence system determined that the super zombies were in the basement. So the military's actions were all done according to this. Through this incident, why do I feel that our military's intelligence system is a bit stupid? I don't know what's wrong with the intelligence system of the Blue Water Empire. It is said that their intelligence system has higher logical thinking, and it seems to have spiritual reasons. The colonel in charge of the game was speechless after hearing this. If it were you, would you rather accept the advice of an intelligent system without any emotions? Or would you rather accept an emotional one? Of course it is emotionless, because it can be fair. For an intelligent system with emotions, who knows who it has a good relationship with? An intelligent system with emotions, to put it bluntly, is just like the command of our previous people. Those with good relationships will be assigned simple tasks, and those with poor relationships will be assigned difficult tasks. The other people in the project department, of course, knew what to choose. The machine is almost fair to everyone according to its logical order. The emotional intelligent system is likely to be emotional to you, which will be troublesome. The colonel nodded. Congratulations, boss. I didn't expect that the boss was so lucky. This guy completed such a difficult task so quickly. The other people in the game department quickly flattered him. The colonel sat on a chair full of science fiction. He leaned his head on the headrest when he heard this. I lost my composure just now. The position of general must belong to the boss. But this guy just logged off the game. It's been a while. If we catch this guy in the future, we must make him do the task every day and make sure he completes the time. The colonel laughed. This guy doesn't play games in the normal way. I didn't expect him to give us a big surprise today. We exceeded the task today. I didn't expect that we could capture the target alive. I'll treat you today. You can order whatever you want. The colonel spoke again. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Other people in the game department thanked him one after another. Although the performance of this player in the game was a little bit incredible, it was nothing compared to the previous performance of this guy. Besides, as long as it can make contributions to get everyone promoted, even if there is a problem, everyone will help cover it up. Not to mention that there is no problem. Yang Bo walked out of the room where he was surfing the internet normally, and then the whole person floated up and flew quickly in the room without any external force. Yang Bo was training his reaction ability in a place without network connection. He used gravity superpowers to float himself up, and then moved at high speed in a small room. This can train your reaction ability, because if you react slowly, you will hit the wall directly. You can also train your control of gravity superpowers, such as releasing an anti-gravity when you are about to hit the wall, so that you can push people away. After a round of training, Yang Bo felt tired, because moving up and down quickly in the whole house still tests his control. His nerves were also tightly stretched, and the speed could not be too fast, otherwise it would damage the decorations in the house. After some activities, Yang Bo returned to the room where he surfed the internet and used his watch to tell Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen his nickname in the second world. After lunch, Yang Bo took the virtual helmet out of another room and connected to the internet. Let's go to the game forum first to see if there is any news. Mr. Mud? Yang Bo found that he was a little famous in the game again. But the people of the Blue Water Empire were still polite and gave him a name of Mr. Mud. A game player took a photo of Yang Bo controlling a character covered with mud, with the background in the field. Of course, it was just a back view. No front view. And no nickname. I don't know why the Blue Water Empire did this. Are all the people on this planet cloned? Yang Bo looked at the game forum carefully and found that the second world map was a planet with several countries. Yang Bo is not sure whether the game character he is controlling is a clone. If it is a clone, Yang Bo can still accept it. But if it is not a clone, then it is a naturally born human, which is a bit scary. It seems that there is no change. Entering the second world game, Yang Bo used the remote photoelectric superpower to check the character and found that the character was lying in the hotel. With Yang Bo's operation, the game character opened his eyes and then stood up and stretched. Then the game showed that the character was going to the bathroom to wash up, which was very realistic. Yang Bo looked at the game character and went to the bathroom in the hotel, and he was a little speechless. Of course, I know that this is the real world, so there is nothing I can do. Fortunately, the Doomsday Copy game is a bionic man, so there is no need to go to the bathroom. Hunting should get up earlier. It's a bit late now. The game character also has a black bread, which Yang Bo checked yesterday. It is indeed a black bread. He asked for some water from the innkeeper, drank the water and ate the black bread, and the character's hunger level decreased. The character needs to eat when hungry and drink water when thirsty. Game players praised this second world for being too real, and many small details were done very well. Only Yang Bo knew that this was not a detail in place. This is the real world. Other players in the village were also in a hurry. But some players were buying and selling things. There were many second-hand items in front of the inn. Unfortunately, Yang Bo's game character had nothing in his pocket. So he could only run to the river outside to pick up stones, and then go out hunting. With the small body of the current game character, there is no way to enter the forest. I killed 3 rabbits yesterday, and each rabbit gave 5 experience points. It takes 300 experience points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, which means I have to kill 60 rabbits. But what will happen to this person in reality when this game character upgrades? Will the Blue Water Empire use some potion to enhance the physical fitness of this game character? I'll kill a few more prey today, and then I'll see how the level 1 upgrades to level 2. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Just as Yang Bo came to the mountain where he hunted yesterday, he suddenly heard a panicked shout. Then a low horn sounded in the village again. Yang Bo quickly controlled the character to look at the village, and found that everyone in the village ran to the middle of the village, all running to a stone building in the middle of the village. Adults and children made a screaming sound. The robbers are coming. Yang Bo heard this voice vaguely. No way. The robbers will come to rob the village. Yang Bo was startled and quickly ran to the nearby mountain, looking at the reactions of so many players in the village. It should be right. Chapter 620 Find a Way. It seems that my thinking is a bit wrong. Yang Bo originally thought that the real game he thought it was real enough. But when he saw a group of robbers rushing into the village, these robbers could be seen from their clothes. Some wore some iron armor, some wore leather armor, and some wore some tattered animal skins. The weapons in their hands were also varied. There were about 50 robbers, 10 of whom were riding horses, and the remaining 40 were infantry. These cavalrymen were also equipped with the best equipment. They had leather armor inlaid with metal armor plates, and some leather armor that looked more upscale. The weapons in their hands were also metal weapons, and they wore metal helmets or leather helmets. Even the war horses were covered with simple leather armor to protect important parts. The horn in the village was still ringing. Yang Bo originally thought that the people in the village would be caught by the robbers, but he didn't expect that the people in the village moved quickly. It seemed that this was not the first time they encountered such a thing. The stone building in the village was the village's police station. The gate of the police station was closed, and all kinds of things were thrown on the street. Others around the village fled to the surrounding mountains. And there was the sound of horns in the distance, which was obviously a way to pass on information. The next scene completely overturned Yang Bo's view of the robbers. These robbers didn't care about those who ran into the police station. They started to search the village. Only 3 or 5 robber cavalrymen surrounded the police station for vigilance, and the rest started to rob things in the village. The chickens and ducks raised in the village suffered. There were large and small bags in the villagers' rooms, and 2 of them killed a pig, cut it in the middle, and threw out the contents. And then each carried half of it. A bandit also tied the feet of a sheep and put it behind a cavalryman's mount. There were also several cavalrymen surrounding the village and driving other people away. Yang Bo hid in the mountains in the distance, watching these bandits rush into the house. And some of them ate while taking. In just 20 minutes, accompanied by a whistle, these bandits left the village with large and small bags. Yang Bo thought the bandits were going to kill and set fire, but he didn't expect these guys to just rob and run away. These bandits are not also operated by players. With this thought in mind, he opened the forum and looked carefully. This is indeed the case, except for some professional NPCs in the game. Most of the others are players. Bandits are also game players. As for why bandits don't kill people, it's because bandits have plans to rob. Moreover, population is the most important property of each lord. Once bandits massacre villages and towns, the nobles will gather a large army to clean them up. And how to say it, there are also nobles among the game players, as well as knights and warriors. Once these bandits go too far, they will be wanted by higher-level gamers. If it is the real world, it will definitely not be easy for noble gamers to find bandits. But don't forget that this is a game. In the past, some game players were too arrogant as bandits, so people bought information privately and then chased them in the game. Because the bandits are not just one person, but many players. And there are always players who can sell out other people for money. Of course, there are also large bandit groups. And these large bandit groups are mainly in areas with complex terrain. The Blue Water Empire is still good at playing. Yang Bo shook his head after a general understanding. Back in the game, Yang Bo continued hunting and came to the river to pick up some smooth pebbles. It's not that there are no stones on the mountain, but the stones on the mountain are angular and not as stable as round pebbles. The village returned to normal, as if the bandits had never been here. Young Bo can easily find the hiding places of these rabbits with his passive sound detection ability. And the rabbits think they are hiding well. But they don't know that once there is a movement, their erect ears become the biggest flaw. In more than 3 hours, Young Bo killed 9 rabbits and obtained 9 jumps plus 1 skills. Stranger, I heard about you. You killed more than 10 rabbits in one day. I have a task for you. Young Bo sold 10 rabbits for 50 copper coins. When he was thinking about buying some equipment, he was stopped by the village chief. I am very willing to hear the village chief's task. Young Bo felt a little strange. Didn't he kill 9 rabbits? Could it be that yesterday's was also counted? That is, within a certain period of time. Killing a certain number of rabbits can get this task. Stranger, we have just been robbed by bandits, and the farmland outside has been destroyed by these rabbits. In order to ensure the grain output of our village this year, I hope you can kill more rabbits. The village chief is obviously an NPC. Young Bo's remote photoelectric superpowers discovered that the village chief is also a real person. Then, could this person's stereotype movements be caused by the implantation of a biochip? This is not the first time that Young Bo has thought of this. After the village chief finished speaking, Young Bo saw a task interface pop up. Kill 100 rabbits and choose one of 3 rewards: a pair of rabbit leather boots, a rabbit leather hat, and rabbit leather gloves. Kill 1,000 rabbits, and the task reward is 3-to-1. A metal ordinary long sword, an ordinary hunting bow, and a leather armor. Kill 10,000 rabbits and choose one of 3 rewards: a fine steel long sword, an exquisite hunting bow, and a set of 2-layer cowhide leather armor. Young Bo chose to accept the task. Don't even think about 10,000 rabbits. Even 1,000 rabbits are difficult, because this is not a game. If the game wants to kill so many rabbits, just wait where it refreshes. In this real game, once too many rabbits are killed, the other rabbits will be scared and run away. Although the village chief is suspected of getting something for free, Young Bo is doing it anyway. Moreover, Young Bo had already thought about it. Hunting rabbits with stones was a bit too slow. The next step was to use a bow. It was definitely not realistic to buy a bow, because there were only the most common hunting bows in the grocery store, and the price of one was 10 silver coins. Since this world was real, Young Bo must have his own ideas. After accepting the task, Young Bo did not rush to do it. Instead, he ran to the other side of the village to continue hunting rabbits. Another 3 hours passed, and this time Young Bo hunted 15 rabbits. Seeing Young Bo hunting so many rabbits, the nearby gamers were a little jealous. Rabbits react very quickly. They jump out of the grass and get into other crops or bushes. So it takes some tricks to kill so many rabbits. Of course, more advanced gamers don't want to kill rabbits because the benefits are too low. This time, Young Bo did not sell the rabbits to the merchants who collect rabbits, but came to the police station. Stranger, what are you doing here? Are you in any trouble? The chief in the police station was wearing leather armor and asked Young Bo in a bad tone. Sir, these are the rabbits I hunted. I accepted the task of the village chief to hunt more rabbits, but I don't have the right weapons. I want to borrow a bow. Young Bo took out 30 copper coins in his hand and put them in front of the sheriff. The sheriff was obviously stunned for a moment, and then the man's expression changed. You are a bribe. The sheriff's tone became a little teasing. Changed. Young Bo heard the tone of the sheriff was different from before, and immediately knew that the sheriff might have been controlled by a computer before. But now it is mostly a human. I am also serving the village. I hope the village can have a good harvest this year. In addition, I am willing to donate half of my prey to the police station. Young Bo was very happy that the other party had changed. Rabbit meat is not delicious. In addition, I doubt your archery skills. Bows and arrows are not cheap. What if you are a liar and take the bows and arrows and run away? The tone of the sheriff was a little playful, which was very different from the NPC mode at the beginning. I can learn archery from you. I think 20 copper coins are enough for 1 hour's tuition. Young Bo took out the last 20 copper coins. At the same time, in a huge manor in the Shuilan Empire, a handsome young man was wearing a virtual game helmet, staring at the game player in front of him in amazement, and took out another 20 copper coins for himself. Promise him. The young man didn't know what to do, and he heard a voice in his ear. When the young man heard this voice, he said to the game player in front of him, "Okay, let me see your learning ability first. If your learning ability is too bad, then get out of here." Yang Bo looked at the sheriff opposite and put all 50 copper coins into his pocket. Even the rabbit he brought was taken away by the sheriff. Then the sheriff took Yang Bo to the back of the police station. This is a simple training ground with several targets in the distance. You can see 2 soldiers from the police station chopping a piece of wood. Of course, they are holding sticks, not weapons, because metal weapons are expensive. If you use them for training, the repair cost will be an astronomical figure. This is the most common hunting bow. Now I want to tell you the precautions for using this hunting bow. First of all, you can't fire it without firing it. The chief of the police station picked up an ordinary hunting bow and explained to Yang Bo. In addition, these arrows are not cheap. Different arrowhead materials have different values. This is the cheapest wolf tooth arrow. The price of one arrow is 10 copper coins. Are you sure you want to use it to hunt rabbits? The police officer looked at the player in front of him with interest. I can recycle them. And I can also learn to make other arrows. Yang Bo had a plan in mind. Okay, I'll just show you a standard move. The chief of the police station picked up the hunting bow and said, "The arrows used for training are made of wood." The sheriff demonstrated and introduced them. All 5 training arrows were nailed to the target 15 meters away. You only have 1 hour. If you can't master the archery skills, then get out of here. The sheriff left a word, then stuffed the hunting bow to Yang Bo and left. Yang Bo controlled the game character to pull this bow. But he didn't expect that this game character was so useless that he couldn't pull it to the full. And the character already had hunger. And Yang Bo realized that he had used this person for several hours without feeding him. But now is obviously not the time to eat. First, pick up the bow and slowly pull it open. Then aim at the target. And then slowly relax it. Now this little body can't pull it open a few times? Yang Bo found that he had overlooked another point. That is, the person he was controlling now. His own strength might not be enough to draw the bow many times. But since he was here, it would be better to get a bow for free. Then Yang Bo picked up the arrow for training. And missed the target as expected for the first time. And it seemed that the distance of 15 meters was very close. But the man in front of him was not very strong. And it was his first time. So it was normal to miss the target. However, Yang Bo himself had a talent for shooting. So he hit the target on the 3rd time. But he didn't hit the bullseye. On the 5th time, the arrow hit the bullseye. Congratulations to the player for mastering the bow and arrow skill. The current skill level is level 1. This popped up on Yang Bo's game interface. The sheriff looked at the game player in front of him. And there was not much surprise. Because many game players have various talents. So they can control these game characters and master these abilities quickly. You can come to pick up the bow every morning. But you must return it in the evening. If the bow is damaged, you need to pay 3 times the compensation. And you must hand over 60% of your income every day. The sheriff set his own conditions. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded quickly when controlling the game character. And did not sign any agreement. Just a verbal agreement. Now I will provide you with 10 wolf tooth arrows. Remember you owe me 100 copper coins. The sheriff gave Yang Bo another 10 wolf tooth arrows. Yang Bo nodded quickly. And then took the bow and arrow and left. Because the hunger of the game character continued to increase. Some game players in the village widened their eyes. Isn't this the Mr. Mud from yesterday? Why did this guy get a bow today? Yang Bo came to the outside of the village. And it was already afternoon. Yang Bo was already familiar with the terrain around the village. And knew that there was a place with many pheasants. Whoosh! An arrow was shot directly. A flamboyant male pheasant was pierced by a wolf tooth arrow. But the pheasant did not die immediately, but jumped up and fluttered. Then the other pheasants around were scared and fled. Yang Bo had already prepared a stone in his hand. And he hit it directly. And another male pheasant was hit, and fell to the ground and jumped. But before it jumped twice, Yang Bo, who came over, grabbed his head and twisted it. Flying +1. A skill appeared in his mind, which made Yang Bo a little speechless. Then another pheasant was not dead yet. But Yang Bo caught it, and twisted its neck again. Another flying skill was given. The flying skill is still very useful. Especially when Yang Bo used his superpower to fly. He could feel the specialness of the flying skill. After strolling for an hour, Yang Bo had 5 more male pheasants in his hand. And the feathers of this male pheasant were very gorgeous. The sheriff was also surprised that Yang Bo could hunt so many male pheasants. Because the feathers of male pheasants are very valuable decorations. Most of the feathers are used to make fans, which are very popular with ladies. Stranger, you gave me a surprise. I have a task here. If you can complete it, then I will have a mysterious reward for you. The sheriff started talking seriously again. Yang Bo knew that this guy was controlled by the computer again. Chapter 621. You are unkind and I am unjust. The reason why Yang Bo did not blindly hunt animals to level up was mainly to see what the game was ultimately about. If you want to know what the game is about in the end, you must play at a high enough level. And the more high-level players you can get in touch with, the more you will know. I have the ability of photoelectric remote control, and can obtain more information. Speak. Your Excellency. Yang Bo was very curious about what task this guy would give him. Viscountess Green has always wanted a unique feather fan. But these more ordinary feathers must not be liked by the Viscountess. I hope you can find more beautiful feathers. Legend has it that there is a group of beautiful elves growing in the oak forest 5 kilometers to the west. I hope you can get their feathers. The sheriff said this. Okay. But the defense of the clothes I am wearing now is very low. No matter what the other party wants these feathers for, it does not prevent Yang Bo from getting wool. I have an old leather armor that I can lend you, but it may not fit you. Outsider, I warn you not to play tricks, or I will chop off your head myself. The sheriff thought for a moment before answering, and then threatened Yang Bo again. When Yang Bo came out of the sheriff's office, many gamers widened their eyes, because this guy actually had an extra set of leather armor. Although it looked old, it was well maintained, with not only a helmet, but also boots. This, you know, such leather armor is not something a newcomer can easily own. It's a pity that the stingy guy didn't give me a dagger. Yang Bo was still muttering in his heart. Then Yang Bo hurried to the inn, asked for 2 black breads and a roast chicken, and also ordered some fruit wine. Don't forget to starve this guy to death while playing games in the future. It will be troublesome. Eating does not require Yang Bo to control. So Yang Bo watched in the game. Although the sheriff said that the feathers of those male pheasants were very ordinary, he still gave Yang Bo 40 copper coins. Of course, the 100 copper coins owed to the sheriff have not been returned, which means that the total value of these pheasants has reached 100 copper coins. After eating and drinking, Yang Bo opened a room, let the character rest in the room, and then he went offline, put the game helmet in another separate room. And then Yang Bo thought about what happened in the game today. It seems that this kind of operation of mine is probably the first time in the game. Thinking of himself going to the sheriff to bribe the sheriff and wanting to borrow a bow. The other party's tone and action changes before and after proved that someone was behind the operation. Then will the controlled person have this memory later? Has the Blue Water Empire mastered the method of clearing or changing memory? If so, it would be too scary. I just don't know if the biochips on the Alliance side have backdoors and can be controlled by others? According to the information collected so far, the senior officials and big families on the Alliance side do not use biochips. Does this mean that biochips are dangerous in this regard? Then if the Blue Water Empire's biochips reach this level, wouldn't the Emperor be able to control everyone? Or is this biochip being tested? It is not necessary to change the memory. Just kill the previous clone and replace it with an identical clone with new memories. Then outsiders will not be able to judge at all? This may be the reason why the NPCs in the game are more stereotyped. If the emotions are too rich, then once the carrier of the clone is changed, it is very likely to be discovered by the game players. Too scary. I think there must be a bigger conspiracy. Yang Bo felt that this game seemed to have a huge conspiracy, but it was hard to say what this conspiracy was. And Yang Bo could vaguely feel that he could get a lot of benefits from it, let alone other things. This method of using sound waves to stimulate certain parts of the brain to increase pleasure made Yang Bo feel very rewarding. He cleverly used multiple sound wave frequencies and repeated them in a certain area to form a special effect. Forget it. Let's see later. And we will definitely find out the truth. Yang Bo thought about it and let it go. Then he went out invisibly and went directly to Annie and Xia. Annie and Xia were already waiting. They not only bought a lot of delicious food, but also prepared good wine. Annie had a pair of bare white legs and was wearing a very short low-cut white hollow lace nightgown. Xia was also wearing the same nightgown, but she had a pair of long black stockings on her legs. The color of the nightgown was pink, and it was visible. Let's eat first. Yang Bo saw this scene after entering the room, picked up Annie, and rushed into the room regardless of Annie's screams. I need to eat something to replenish my energy. Xiao hurriedly picked up the food and started eating, because it would be difficult to find another opportunity to eat later. Yang Bo opened his eyes the next morning. Annie was lying on his chest, and Xiao was curled up beside him like a cat. Yang Bo climbed up and covered the two with a thin quilt to cover their beautiful figures. There were fragments of nightgowns and some stockings on the ground, but the stockings were curled together. Yang Bo moved his mental power, and all the fragments were collected by a pair of invisible big hands and thrown into the garbage bag. Yang Bo took a bath and left. Leave a message for the two. Come again in the evening. Then turn invisible and go back to the game. These staff members of the Doomsday Game backstage. It's time to play games today. But that damn game player is not online. Boss. These staff members of the Doomsday Game backstage. The boss invited them out for fun for most of the night last night. Wait a minute. His online time has been unstable recently. The colonel felt empty in his heart. He completed the task in excess yesterday. If he could get a few more such tasks, he would be among the best in his peers and have a great chance to become the youngest general. Now that this guy is not online for a minute, the colonel feels empty and a little flustered. Why doesn't this guy reply on his social account when he is online in the game? A staff member asked in confusion. How many points does this guy have for the task? The colonel asked. Not enough for now. If he completes the task today, we can invite him to participate in various activities in the name of a female star. Of course, our game officials can also observe and adjust the intensity of the activities at any time. A staff member answered immediately. Well, let's see if we can find his true identity this time. What kind of person do you think this guy is? The colonel was still unsure when he heard this, because this guy who played games had not played the game for more than a month. It's hard to say. I feel that there are some contradictions in many places. However, there are still many such top-notch people in our alliance. They have brainwashed in all aspects of the alliance. And some people still think that their gender is a stool. Some staff members were speechless. At this time, the game player came online, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After Yang Bo returned to the villa, he first looked at his watch. There was a message from Lu Jingxiang, saying that she had mailed him 20 silver coins, so that he could upgrade to level 10 as soon as possible. And then he could go to the nearest station to take a carriage to find her. My brother is being kept. Yang Bo muttered in his heart, but did not reply to the message immediately. I must get rid of this bionic man today. Yang Bo went to the game today not to play games, but to get rid of the bionic man to see if the military could prepare a more advanced and powerful bionic man for him. This guy's two teammates are not online. He must have been too happy last night. This guy can even do it to ordinary women. Do you think he is on social media because he is inferior? After all, people with superpowers usually look for ordinary women because they are not good in some aspects. No wonder this guy doesn't reply to others on social media. So this is the reason? The colonel shook his head and said, Don't speculate for now. See what tasks he takes, and try to give him some slack within our authority. This guy has taken on another extremely difficult task. Some people in some departments were a little happy. Yang Bo cursed at his heart. The threefold task reward is all virtual things. Yesterday's extremely difficult task. The promised threefold task reward. Yesterday's task originally gave 3 task items. An invincible badge, a one-time item, which can release an energy shield that lasts for 5 seconds after being activated. A cold weapon scimitar made of super materials. Finally, a super soft armor made of special materials. Originally, there should be 3 invincible badges, but I didn't see where the badges were. In other words, this thing might give itself a special effect in the game. And this kind of one-time thing, the official backend of the game can make your equipment useless by adding some game special effects to you. As for the cold weapon scimitar, it's speechless. Although 3 were given, this one is exactly the same as the previous cold weapon, at least from the appearance and material. I was not sure at first, but when I received 3 of these cold weapon scimitars, a bunch of them appeared in my warehouse, and I took one and put it in the super backpack. There were 5 in the cargo box of the freight robot, which means that this thing is nothing special, just a lot of them. One is used as 5. As for this super soft armor, it is even more ridiculous, because nothing has changed on the bionic man, although I have already operated it in the game, and the game character is equipped with super soft armor. On the contrary, There are 2 more sets of protective clothing in the cargo box of the freight robot following behind. Which means that 1 is used as 3. Don't let me catch these bastards, or I will make them look bad. You want me to do a mission to make merit again, but you are reluctant to take out new equipment. I don't believe that the military doesn't have any good special equipment. Bah! I broke the Bionic Man today, so I won't play this game for the time being. You are so stingy and still want to make merit. I will make you guys regret it and be furious. Although Yang Bo was not sure that the person in charge of the game background needed to make merit urgently. He was suspicious because he asked the fighter plane to circle the mission area twice more yesterday, and the other party agreed. So today Yang Bo chose another mission to hunt super mutants. This time the super mutants were in a lake. Under this lake was a dead volcano, with complex underwater passages. The mission showed that more than a dozen expedition teams had lost contact in this lake. Yang Bo was used to the unclear description of the game mission. But it didn't matter. Anyway, he had to send the Bionic Man away today. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Yang Bo was determined to make these guys in the background of the game furious, so that they would want to find him faster. When they meet in person, he will give them a big surprise. Of course, he still has to pretend to be prepared, and bring the invincible badge. This thing is virtual anyway, so the sooner you use it, the sooner you can save your trouble. These people in the background of the game don't know what they will face next, and they are still happily talking about how everyone went out together last night. Some of the responsible colonels are also relaxed and comfortable. After completing this difficult task, they are only 1 step away from becoming a general. As long as they can reach the position of brigadier general, their family can operate a fleet for them. An hour later, Yang Bo arrived at the target of the mission. He saw a high mountain lake with steam rising from the lake and thick snow on the surrounding mountains. It was a dead volcano crater. The water inside was constantly rising with mist, but there were no plants around. Logically, this crater had temperature, and there should be some plants. The water under the crater was dark green, which made people feel as if it was poisonous. Yang Bo asked the NPC who operated the fighter to fly the fighter for a circle, but he did it unexpectedly. You still want to make merit? After parachuting, Yang Bo was more certain that the person who operated the fighter was definitely a real person. Yang Bo landed smoothly next to the volcanic lake, where the weathered rocks around him kept collapsing. The area of the volcanic lake is not very large, with a diameter of only about 400 meters. But the mission shows that the volcanic lake is the deepest, reaching more than 600 meters. He pretended to stroll around the volcanic lake, and then Yang Bo took the diving equipment. This diving equipment is also virtual, because robots do not need oxygen. Only game characters need oxygen. Equip the diving equipment and dive directly. Yang Bo took out a bomb and threw it directly into the water. With a bang, the bomb exploded in the deep water. The underwater wave can also be detected passively through sound waves, which is similar to sonar detection. I understand. After just a dozen seconds, Yang Bo understood why the military failed to explore this volcanic lake. Because the water in this volcanic lake looks normal, but its concentration is completely different. It's like there are some freshwater lakes on the seabed of the Earth. Once a submarine passes through this freshwater lake, it will be directly pressed under the freshwater lake due to the huge pressure difference between the upper and lower parts. And then the entire submarine will be destroyed. Yang Bo smiled in his heart and took the initiative to die. He dived to a position of about 400 meters. And then Yang Bo turned to the left. The next second, the character kept alarming, and the whole character sank directly into the water, without control. Yang Bo pretended to be impatient to issue one operation command after another. But unfortunately the screen went black. Then he used up all 3 invincible badges, and watched an extra layer of energy shield appear on the character. 3 layers of energy shields took the game character to sink continuously under the water. But any other control methods did not work, because the invincible badge is just a virtual game special effect, and the whole character is a remotely controlled Bionic Man. The Bionic Man has been damaged by the huge pressure difference, and the pressure at the bottom of the water hundreds of meters deep is very high. The mission failed. The character died. Then Yang Bo went offline. The people in the back end of the game were watching with great interest, when they suddenly found that the Bionic Man had lost control. And then in a short time, the Bionic Man lost contact. Quick! Check the data. The colonel quickly gave the order, because this was the most advanced Bionic Man with a strong data collection function. Chapter 622 Exploration. The people in the game background panicked all of a sudden, and then hurriedly checked various data. The Bionic Man controlled by Yang Bo has many sensors, and the data of these sensors cannot be seen by the game players. The game background will record the whole process. The staff in the game background carefully looked at the data, and found that a large number of data sensors failed, and no data was transmitted. This also led to the incomplete data transmitted back. In fact, the staff had expected it long ago, because once there was a problem with the data of the sensor, it would automatically alarm. However, during the process of the Bionic Man losing control, the data did not alarm, which explained the problem. What the hell is going on? The Colonel was also very angry when looking at the game data in the background. Boss, the situation this time is similar to the previous exploration. All the remote-controlled robots and various detectors suddenly failed, and no traces of any creatures were detected. Could it be some kind of sudden eruption of energy? After all, this is a volcano. Maybe it is various energies in the earth veins? Others in the game department speculated, but there was no basis. Boss, the key now is that the Bionic Man damaged the game player. However, someone immediately reminded, damn, is it possible that someone is plotting against me? The Colonel was shocked when he heard this. This happened at such a critical moment of promotion. Others in the game department did not speak, because this possibility was not impossible. After all, the Bionic Man was not made by his department, but by the Scientific Research Department. Moreover, this Bionic Man was originally a test product, so even if there was a problem with it, there was no way to trouble the Scientific Research Department. Boss, this is indeed possible. After all, if there's a problem with the Bionic Man, it is just experimental data. What you need to do now is to quickly find someone to allocate a new Bionic Man. Otherwise, at this critical moment, someone said, I will report my work immediately. The Colonel felt his scalp tingling when he heard this. This matter was not going to happen sooner or later, and it came so suddenly. Although the game department has a high level of confidentiality, many people know about it. At least several major military leaders know about it. And now in this battle, these military leaders also have many direct disciples. No one knows that this is intentional by the game players, because no one can connect this matter with the game players, because the game players are under surveillance throughout the process, and the game players' reactions are also perfect. Hee hee. I'll wait until the Liu family's affairs are settled before playing this game. You fool me, and I'll fool you too. Let's see who can't live without whom. But I'll still go up there once in a while to see how things are going. Yang Bo was really disgusted by the game department, making some fake things to fool him. Then he replied to Lu Jingxiang, saying that he would reach level 10 as soon as possible and then take a carriage to her place. Lu Jingxiang immediately replied to the message, asking Yang Bo to be cautious about any problems in the game, and asked Yang Bo to read more game strategies in the forum, and to treat this as a real world, so that he could play the game well. Then he asked Yang Bo to go to the Sword Association in a week, because they were going to prepare for the draw. Yang Bo replied that he was an old gamer, and liked this kind of real game world the most. He had read a lot of strategies on the forum. Then he took out the game helmet of the second world. I don't know what secrets the game helmet of the Blue Empire has. The game helmets on the Alliance side only have electromagnetic waves and sound waves to stimulate the brain. Yang Bo was looking forward to it. Entering the game of the second world, the game character slowly opened his eyes. Because of the virtual imaging, Yang Bo felt that he was the game character. He saw the ceiling of the hotel room. The ceiling was rough beams and rough wooden boards. And there were spider webs. Everything was so real, as if he was in this real world. Yang Bo was still controlling the game character and rubbed his eyes subconsciously, because the corners of his eyes looked a little blurry. As the character climbed up, the surrounding scene also moved. The wooden boards on the floor of the hotel room had several colors. It seemed that the wood materials were different and formed after the baptism of time and years. There was also a wooden table in the room. The table was also made roughly, and the gaps between the wooden boards could be seen. I have to say that the game developed by the Blue Empire is quite good in terms of control. Of course, this is also because they control the clones and create a real world. Just like these situations in front of us. It is easy to ignore when making games. But if it is a real world, it doesn't need to be done at all. It's like this room has a model feeling of baptism by time. No matter how well the game is designed, it can't be so real. No wonder Lu Jingxiang and others are influenced by this game. If they have enjoyed a luxurious life in this game, They will definitely yearn for it. Yang Bo almost figured out one thing. He controlled the character to get up and wash up. He used a toothbrush tied with animal hair. The towel was also a relatively coarse linen. The texture looked bad. But Yang Bo didn't feel anything. If you use the neural network connection on the Blue Water Empire, you will probably feel the roughness of the towel. I'm very curious. If a man and a woman do what they like in the game, the neural network can make people feel like it's real. Then what will happen if they commit a crime in the game? If you become a noble in the game? If you buy some slaves? Wouldn't it be? Yang Bo controlled the game character to wash up and go downstairs, thinking in his heart. The color of the stairs is not only old, but also black dirt can be seen in the corners. Only the middle part where you walk is worn smooth. If this kind of game is brought to Earth. But it's okay to think about it, because the technology difference between the two is too big. For this kind of virtual imaging technology, the computing power of a virtual helmet is probably equal to the computing power of the entire computer on Earth. If the virtual helmet is connected to the neural network, I'm afraid there will be no game character status bar that I see now, because at that time you can experience it yourself. Yang Bo was thinking about things while controlling the character to eat. After eating, Yang Bo went to the police station and received a bow and arrows. Today's weather looks a bit gloomy, and it's not sure whether it will rain. As for the 5-kilometer oak forest mentioned by the sheriff, Yang Bo plans to explore there. No one knows how many people there are in the second world, and no one knows how many game players there are. Anyway, everyone knows that there are many game players, and many times NPCs and game players are almost indistinguishable. NPCs in other games are basically doing program things, and the NPCs in this game, except for sometimes acting a little unnatural, do what they should do at other times. The village chief does not issue tasks to every game player in the village every day. The village chief also has his own work. It is easy for Yang Bo to understand, because this is a real world after all. Everyone has their own life, and they all have to work hard to fill their stomachs. Should we get some gunpowder? I wonder where in this world I can learn forging. But will this cause the game control department to ban me? Maybe I will make gunpowder myself, and then the gunpowder will explode and kill me. What about higher level monsters? There are also knights of dozens of levels with such high combat power. Will they also use genetic evolution potions for clones? WOC. I almost understand how much benefit this real clone world has. Not only can I test the talents of these clones, but I can also do various drug experiments. Since it is an experiment, it will definitely be presented in the game. Yang Bo became more and more excited as he thought about it. As long as the experiment was presented by people in the game, he could find a way to get the results first. But then Yang Bo controlled his excitement, because he was afraid of being detected by the virtual helmet. Yang Bo brought 3 pieces of black bread and a piece of bacon when he went out today. Yang Bo now feels that his thinking is a bit strange. On the one hand, he treats this real game character as his own worker, but it is easy to ignore it when playing games. But I feel that feeding this guy better should be very beneficial for future growth. Why don't we do an experiment sometime, and feed this clone with black bread for a few days in a row? Will someone feed this game character some nutritional supplements after I go offline? It is very likely, because many other game players may ignore this point, and just let the clone eat something to fill their stomachs. Don't think that 5 kilometers is not a big deal for Yang Bo personally, but for small trash like the clone in the game, 5 kilometers of mountain roads and forests may be death. So Yang Bo will not directly pull the full 5 kilometers at one time, but explore a little today and explore a little tomorrow. After leaving the village, Yang Bo turned back to buy another sickle. This sickle cost 30 copper coins, and it looked like it was made of very low quality metal. The grocery store did have refined sickles, but each one cost 1 silver coin. When the grocery store owner sold the sickle, he also told Yang Bo to use it carefully. Fortunately, I can know the surrounding situation through sound wave detection. I didn't see any prey along the way, mainly because it was too close to the village and there were too many game players. But Yang Bo found that there were pheasants in the bushes not far away. Chapter 623. Changes are worse than plans. But now we are out exploring, so we won't attack these pheasants. And it seems that this pheasant is probably hatching chicks. Hey, let's go hunting wild boars. Do you want to go? Although the mountain here doesn't look very big, there are only a few ways to go up the mountain. Not long after walking, someone greeted him from behind. Yang Bo controlled the game character, and when he turned around, he found that there were 6 players behind him. These 6 players were wearing low-quality leather armor. These people had nets, spears, hoes, and ropes. Thank you. But no. Yongbo quickly refused the other party. With the small body of the clone, he was controlling now. If he went with these guys, he would definitely be the last one to run when something happened. Moreover, the leather armor and bout he was wearing were very valuable. No one could tell whether these guys would take a fancy to these things and send him to the wild boar. Oh! The people behind him looked at each other when they heard this. And the one who asked the question just now replied. Yongbo walked to the side road. Brother, this guy is very cautious. I don't know how this guy can get such good equipment just after entering the game. That's right. If we take him with us, we will have an extra layer of security. We don't need to do anything when the time comes. The wild boar will kill him. When the time comes, we will come back and report to the police station. And we will not be blamed. It's a pity that this guy is more vigilant. Brother, can we really deal with this wild boar king? I'm not asking you to go against the wild boar king directly. We dig a trap. Several people were talking in low voices as they walked up the mountain. These people had no idea that Yongbo could hear these conversations from such a distance. Wild Boar King, do you want to go up and take a look? It's a good opportunity to test whether the clone can bring you skills. Am I the kind of person who plays games honestly? Of course not. Although I may not be able to kill the Wild Boar King. And I may not be able to deal with the 6 people in front. I am more likely to fail than to succeed. Besides, these idiots actually want to plot against me. So Yongbo prepared to follow them stealthily. Although the game characters do not have the ability to track. Yongbo, the person playing the game, has the ability to passively detect sound. In fact, there are some traces of the people in front on the road. As the road enters the forest, on the one hand, there are not many roads. And on the other hand, the grass on the roadside and the dew on the branches will change after people walk by. I feel that this kind of virtual helmet is better. If it is a virtual helmet with neural sensors, it may not feel very good now. Yongbo looked at his character. His legs were wet, which was the morning dew that wet his trouser legs. Fortunately, I didn't go with him. The clone I'm controlling now is much inferior to others in terms of endurance and strength. Others carry so many tools and walk such a long distance without resting. The game interface of the clone I control has already shown fatigue. Yongbo wanted to retreat in his heart. Because in this state, even if he met the Wild Boar King, he might not be able to outrun the people in front. As for killing people directly, there are 6 people on the other side. And he is not sure. And the biggest threat is the Wild Boar King. But there are still many wild animals in this mountain. I don't know if squirrels are valuable. Logically, squirrel tails are used to make brushes. I just don't know what the nobles in this game world used to write. Yongbo simply retreated, because the character's attributes were too poor now. And he couldn't keep up with the opponent's pace. He didn't know where the Wild Boar King was, and how long it would take to catch up. It seems that the forum says that you can also collect herbs. But it's a pity that I don't have money to buy related books. This game is too real. If other games have a one-click recognition function. But I can go to the forum to have a look. Although I don't recognize the game characters, I know that it's not the same. Yongbo did what he said, and looked at the forum while walking back. He found that there was indeed a complete list of herbs on the forum. And there were also some magic potions? Is it a mutant plant? Could this planet be used by the Blue Water Empire for experiments? Yongbo's memory is very good now. After roughly reading it twice, he roughly remembered it. Unfortunately, there are no more herbs on both sides of the road. The herbs have probably been picked by people. We return to the shrub area at the junction of farmland and forest. This area is not small, because gamers cut wood to make money. After the big and small trees were cut down, only shrubs were left. And shrubs are the favorite places for rabbits and pheasants. Fox. Yongbo scanned everything around him with his passive sound wave detection ability, and soon found a hole hidden in the bushes. An animal was slowly and carefully poking its head out of the hole. Soon Yongbo saw the fox through a gap in the bushes. It was a gray fox. Unfortunately, fox skin is not valuable now. Fox is valuable only in winter. Yongbo did not deal with the fox, but attacked a rabbit in the distance. Yongbo kept approaching the rabbit. When he was about to reach the place, the rabbit jumped out. However, Yongbo, who was well prepared, smashed the rabbit with a stone. The reason why the rabbit was hit with a stone is that the rabbit's fur is intact. which is 2 copper coins more expensive than the one hunted with a bow and arrow. Of course, if the sharpshooter directly penetrates the eye, the value will remain unchanged. If the bow and arrow penetrate the fur in other places, the quality of the entire fur will decrease. To put it bluntly, the available area is smaller. If an arrow penetrates the rabbit on the body, then the rabbit is worth at most 3 copper coins. Besides, wolf tooth arrows are very expensive. If they are broken, they will be worth 10 copper coins. If the whole rabbit is killed with a stone, it is worth 5 or 6 copper coins. If it is a rabbit in winter, the value will increase, because the rabbit's skin is thicker in winter, and the rabbit is fatter in winter, and the energy accumulated in a summer is accumulated. There are these strategies on the forum. Jump +1. Tie the rabbit with a rope and hang it around the waist. And then Yang Bo will continue to search. 3 hours later, Yang Bo used a wooden stick to carry more than 20 rabbits and returned to the village. This guy has so many harvests? Is he really a hunting expert? Rabbits are good at hiding and run very fast. Maybe he is a noble. Only nobles like this traditional hunting method. I don't think so. I see that his game character walks in a programmed way. It doesn't look like he is controlled by someone from our country. You know all this? You must be kidding. I have died 6 times. Why did I die 6 times? The first time, I didn't know anything. After entering the village, I registered my name and was recruited by the Lord. I went to the army to transport supplies. During this period, I didn't even upgrade. I had endless work to do every day. I died after 3 months. And then I was banned from logging in for another 3 months. The second time, I became smarter. I didn't register my name in the village. When I went out hunting, I encountered a wild beast and was bitten to death. The third time, I was attacked by bandits and was arrested. I worked as a bandit for half a year and was killed by a knight. The fourth time, I planted crops honestly, but I got sick and died. The fifth time, I learned to be a doctor. But unfortunately, I had no money. So I went to worship a teacher, who knew that this teacher was an evil doctor and used us apprentices to do experiments. This time I planted crops honestly and grew slowly. Yang Bo was very sharp and speechless when he heard about the unfortunate man's experience. However, it also proved how cruel this world is, because everything he has is not controlled by computers, but allowed to develop freely. There is a reason why the average life expectancy in ancient times was low. If you really want to travel to such a different world without plugins, you may become a pile of mud early like the players of this game. Can I study medicine? Yang Bo brought his prey to the police station first. There were 2 guards at the police station. They were wearing exquisite leather armor, holding a spear in their hands, a long sword, a short sword, and a dagger on their waists. The 2 of them were wearing 3 layers of leather armor, not to mention their defensive power. And the 2 guards were obviously much bigger, giving people a strong and powerful feeling. Dude, you're great. One of the guards praised Yang Bo when he saw him carrying so many rabbits. Thank you, Mr. Kyle. Yang Bo knew that this person was called Kyle, so he thanked him. Then Yang Bo gave 60% of the rabbits to Kyle. There were 25 rabbits in total, and 60% was given to Kyle, which was 15. And then Yang Bo took the remaining 10 to the market and sold them for 50 copper coins. This is because the rabbits Yang Bo killed had no external injuries and intact fur, and most of them were male rabbits. Female rabbits are not as valuable as male rabbits, because female rabbits will tear the hair on their chests and abdomens to make nests for the little rabbits when breeding offspring. If such hair grows again, it will become thicker. These details will not be reflected in other games, but they are reflected vividly in this game. Yang Bo returned to the inn, bought a glass of fruit wine, and ate while drinking. The main reason is that Yang Bo did not let the game character drink raw water in the wild, because it might make the game character sick, and then he would have to go to the doctor again. After eating and drinking, Yang Bo went to the small market outside the inn. This is a trading area formed spontaneously by players. Brother, you have such good equipment, so there is no need to look at our things. That's right. Brother, how did you do it? You can get such good equipment in one day? This novice village is called a village, but the scale is a small town, so the game players here are well aware of what happened in the village. Ha ha. Yang Bo laughed and did not directly answer these people's questions. Brother, I see you are still short of a dagger. I have a dagger here. Someone looked Yang Bo up and down and found that he was still short of some equipment. So he quickly came up. Chapter 624, Unusual. Sorry. I don't have money. Yang Bo didn't plan to equip a dagger. There are several reasons for this. The first is that the current character attributes are too weak, and holding a dagger is not very useful. If you encounter danger, running away is the first choice. The second is this game data. It is speculated that someone in the background should be able to see it, because I registered with the Sword Association to get a virtual helmet, and it is a so-called customized virtual helmet. So someone must know my real identity. In summary, don't expose all your cards. Third, I really don't have money, because I still owe 100 copper coins. Brother, you are so polite. You have only been here for a few days, and you can get this set of equipment. Brother, how did you get these equipment from the public security office? The small vendor asked with a smile. Yang Bo was a little speechless. This is the bad thing about this real game. Just like what happened in a village in reality. The whole village will know it soon. So many people know everything that happened to me. A foreigner. That is, a new game player. It just triggered some tasks. This is a task item. If it is damaged, you have to pay for it. If you can't afford it, you have to sell it as a slave. Yang Bo answered. Hidden task. The player who was selling things asked in surprise. I don't know about that. Yang Bo left after he finished speaking. There was nothing good in this small market in the village. It was basically all junk discarded by these players. These people mainly collected various mountain products. Then Yang Bo went out to hunt rabbits and pheasants. In the next 3 hours, Yang Bo harvested very few rabbits. These guys did not refresh constantly like in the game. Yang Bo guessed that these guys might have run away from home. However, he harvested a lot of pheasants. Yang Bo's first target was still the male pheasant, because its gorgeous feathers can be used as decorations and are more expensive. Before leaving the game, he returned the equipment to the sheriff, then went back to the hotel to eat, and stayed after washing up, thinking that he was controlling a clone. Yang Bo considered more things. I don't know how they make the clones stronger. I'm really looking forward to it. Is it a genetic drug or a mysterious practice method? Yang Bo, who had just finished the game, was thinking about things while reading the forum. While Yang Bo was reading the game forum, the March Star branch of the Sword Association, the president, who was the person who received Yang Bo last time, looked at Yang Bo's game data and said, I didn't expect this guy to get into the game so quickly. It seems that his self-control is too poor. This is indeed rare. After all, the virtual game helmets on the Alliance side do not have any sensory functions. Even in our country, virtual game helmets with sensory workers are rarely used to get into the game in such a short time. The young man next to him nodded after looking at the game data. According to statistics, only 1/100,000 players will let the character take a bath within a week of playing the game. 1 in a million players will let the character take a bath within 3 days, even if they clearly feel uncomfortable, because the virtual helmets on the Alliance side do not have a neural conduction sensory system. This timeline will be placed further. Only when they experience the life of nobles will they yearn for nobles. The president said. That's true. We have to slowly change the views of some people in the Alliance, and make them supporters of our system and culture. The young man looked at the game data, and saw Yang Bo's meticulous care for the game characters. How about we bet on how long it will take for this guy to die for the first time? According to statistics, the first death of game players is 1 month. The president laughed. I have a feeling that this guy may not die so easily. Look at how cautious he is in doing things. The young man shook his head. I bet 2 months. I bet this guy won't die in 2 months. 1 gold coin. No problem. Besides, Yang Bo looked in the game forum and found that he could change his job at level 10. And the character's attributes would be greatly improved at this time. Bard. Yang Bo noticed a profession called Bard. This Bard was described in the game forum as an auxiliary profession that could inspire morale through singing and heal injuries through singing. Isn't this too amazing? Could it be a superpower? Why is there so little information about bards in the forum? Or is it that this game is testing a genetic evolution potion, and the probability of a bard with superpowers like this being born is very low? Although the game forum gave an explanation that bards have poor fighting ability, especially in close combat, so most bards appear as auxiliary professions and will not expose themselves. The team with the bard will also keep this secret, because the overall combat effectiveness of the team with such an auxiliary profession will be greatly increased. After looking at it for a while without understanding it, Yang Bo looked at the competition arrangement of the Sword Association again. The competition of the Sword Association is divided into two types. One is the team competition, and the other is the individual competition. Yang Bo participated in the individual competition, which requires a draw and then a random competition, using a points system. This guy is actually the president. The president came to receive me personally? Yang Bo found out on the official website of the Sword Association that the guy who received him was actually the president. This Water Blue Empire is really rich. Yang Bo was also surprised to see that the funding plan for the March Star branch next year is 150 million credit points. And the total investment in the construction of the branch site exceeds 2 billion credit points. I don't believe there is no conspiracy. But why do the people in the Alliance turn a blind eye? That is to say, my data may not only be known by the people in the Swordsmanship Association, but also by the Alliance. Is the Alliance doing this because some people have received money and lack of supervision? Or is the Alliance also playing a big game and wants to be the yellow bird? Tomorrow, I will do more experiments in the game to see how the game affects game players. Putting aside some unknown conjectures, Yang Bo decided to be more realistic and do more tests. Then I can pretend to be cool, start writing papers, and buy test equipment for experiments. I didn't expect that we would become academic masters one day. Although the Blue Empire will definitely not recognize the papers I publish or the patents I apply for in the future. The Alliance should recognize them. Will there be anyone in the Alliance who wants to obtain the research results of the Blue Water Empire? Then the Blue Water Empire must enter the game to study these things. And it is also a member of the Sword Association. This is interesting. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. Then he went out invisibly and came to the villa of Xia and Annie, continuing the unfinished work yesterday. At the same time, he told the two that his game character died while doing a task, and he would go up to brush the rankings at the end of the month. In this way, time passed steadily for a few days. Yang Bo faced more and more difficulties in the game. The number of hares around the village was extremely rare, and the number of pheasants was also extremely rare. The harvest would also be less and less every day. Of course, this was on the surface. In fact, Yang Bo was doing more experiments, such as chopping wood, catching fish, and swimming. The whole game now gave Yang Bo a feeling of lifelessness, just like the feeling of shutting down the game. In which game do you want to kill monsters? But there are no monsters? You can only get rewards by doing other tasks. There are many tasks in the village, such as weeding farmland, etc. But the rewards for these tasks are extremely pitiful. Some even just give some food and 2 or 3 copper coins for the game character to work for a day. Yang Bo finally understood why the hunter profession in this game is so rare. Because the prey here will run on the one hand, and they also have a breeding cycle, which is completely different from the refresh in the game. As for the silver coins that Lu Jingxiang mailed to Yang Bo, it has not arrived yet. This is very normal in the game, because the transportation is backward and basically relies on horse carriages or 2 legs. This morning, Yang Bo got up and drove to the dormitory. Yang Bo, what level are you in the game? Lu Jingxiang asked as soon as they met. Lu Jingxiang was wearing a white sportswear today. Although the outer coat looked loose, the white low-cut tights inside outlined her figure very clearly. And Lu Jingxiang also opened her coat. Only level 2. This game is too difficult. Yang Bo did not concentrate on upgrading, but tested the impact of the game helmet on the user while hunting in the game under different circumstances. Come on. This game is too difficult. According to statistics, the first character of most game players will die in a very short time. The main reason is that this game is too real, and there will be many accidents. My first game character was taken away by a plague. Lu Jingxiang encouraged Yang Bo when she heard Yang Bo's words. Zhou Kersen also came out at this time, also wearing a white sportswear, but the low-cut tights inside were black, which set off Zhou Kersen's slender neck and fair skin. Let's go! Zhou Kersen said, zipping up her sportswear as she walked, and at the same time secretly glanced at Yang Bo. Yang Bo felt that if he sent Zhou Kersen a private message about whether to make a date, he would probably make a date, because it was clear that she was showing him what was inside. After getting in the car, Yang Bo found that Lu Jingxiang also zipped up her sportswear. Is your charm so great? Why didn't you have such a beauty in your previous life? It's not that there was no beauty in my previous life, but the occasion was not right. Yang Bo muttered to himself. And then the 3 of them went to the Sword Association to participate in the lottery ceremony. Chapter 625 A Strange Party. Yang Bo. You are very talented in swordsmanship. I suggest you develop in this area in the future. Lu Jingxiang sat in the co-pilot seat and looked at Yang Bo and said. The reason why Lu Jingxiang sat in the co-pilot seat was because the fat boss had said that the two of them should date. Oh! Yang Bo was also wearing a set of sportswear today, which was also white, and a white t-shirt underneath, and his voice was a little puzzled. The association has many activities every year, and there are also various competitions, and there are also endorsements. Of course, the premise of all this is that the ranking is high enough and the reputation is enough. Although the sport of swordsmanship has not yet become popular in our alliance, it is a top sport in the Blue Water Empire. Many large companies and groups in the alliance will also hire spokespersons when they have business in the Blue Water Empire. They are more inclined to hire people who have excellent results in swordsmanship competitions within the alliance, because the laws and systems of the Blue Water Empire and the alliance are completely different. The players of the Blue Water Empire are likely to violate the laws of the alliance and cause some actual conflicts. In addition, the sport of swordsmanship can also meet a lot of people. In fact, many disciples of large families in the alliance will learn swordsmanship. As long as you have results, you can become a coach even if you don't accept endorsements. This is one of the shortcuts to integrate into the upper circle. Of course, this path is not something that everyone can take. You must have enough talent. And you are the most talented person I have ever seen. Yang Bo felt strange when he heard Lu Jingxiang say this. My first feeling was that what Lu Jingxiang said was that I didn't care about the upper circles at all. In the face of absolute strength, there was no circle at all. But the second feeling is that this woman is planning her future development. The third feeling is that this woman should be influenced by the luxurious life of the Blue Water Empire. Anyway, several feelings mixed together, making Yang Bo feel weird. Sister Jingxiang, I will consider your suggestion. But the first prerequisite now is that I have enough achievements. It's too early to think about these now. Yang Bo thought about it and then answered like this, because he was not sure what the other party's intention was. If it was just for his own good and to help him plan for the future. If he answered badly, it would hurt others' feelings. Zhou Kersen, who was in the back row, heard this and said, Yang Bo, try to talk less when you participate in the competition, because the competition is broadcast live on major websites. The sports pie within the alliance is so big. The Swordsmanship Association has been developing relatively stably because of the financial support of the Blue Water Empire. So it will suffer some attacks. In addition, after all, we are winning the prize money of the Blue Water Empire. So even if we are dissatisfied with their system, we still have to be careful about what we say. After all, the Blue Water Empire has existed for so many years. And there are reasons for it. The influence of our personal speech has almost no effect. But we'll get ourselves into some trouble. Yang Bo nodded when he heard this. In fact, the alliance is not as good as everyone thinks. But it is much better than the other two countries. As a former resident, I have a deep understanding of this. In fact, the development of the entire human history is a competition of badness. From civilization to system to social structure. It is all about who is worse. Yes, if there are reporters interviewing you, you can say that you are tired and don't want to talk. In fact, there are several swordsmanship geniuses in our alliance. But they said some bad things about the system of the Blue Water Empire during the interview. So they were directly banned. Lu Jingxiang also nodded. Yang Bo was speechless. No matter what kind of genius you are, how can you take other people's bowls and curse the street? However, Yang Bo felt that this matter must not be so simple. It is estimated that these guys blocked the way of some geniuses in the Blue Water Empire. In the alliance, free speech is allowed. Once a word is not said well, it is likely to fall into the abyss. The reporters of the alliance are even more cunning. The questions they ask have a lot of traps. If you ask a question randomly and answer it incorrectly, it is likely to attract a lot of opponents. Because the media of the alliance does not serve the residents, but their parties. Therefore, the media reporters supported by these parties will dig traps when interviewing opponents. And keep digging traps. A reporter who can't dig holes is definitely not a good reporter. To be a reporter in an extremely free speech environment like the alliance is definitely not an ordinary person. Today's association is even more lively. The entire venue is fully decorated. It turns out that there is a huge lawn behind the castle. This lawn is probably more than 100 acres. Look at the green lawn. Every blade of grass is almost the same color. And it is neatly cultivated, giving people an inexplicable sense of luxury. The lawn is now filled with various white chairs, parasols, and tables. There were all kinds of fruits that Yang Bo didn't recognize on the table, as well as some food, tea, wine, and so on. There were 500 or 600 servants, who served everyone silently like robots. There were only more than 100 people participating in the lottery ceremony today, because the lottery was not drawn by themselves, but randomly drawn in groups. But the scene in front of Yang Bo felt strange, because everyone participating in the lottery ceremony was wearing sportswear. Imagine that men and women in various sportswear were holding wine glasses, or various drinks, and eating various high-end foods on the high-end lawn. There were also servants, and the style of painting felt too strange. If it was just fine wine and food and servants, they should be in the magnificent banquet hall. If a separate lawn was paired with sportswear, this would be reasonable. But wearing sportswear to eat and drink, and holding a wine glass while chatting and drinking, this was a bit strange. The young man Mike with red sleeves is a swordsmanship genius from Tianyun Star. He won the 38th place in the last Shuelan Empire competition. However, he did not accept any endorsements. Instead, he became a coach in the Tianyun Star Swordsmanship Club. Lu Jingxiang also held a glass of wine and gave Yang Bo some advice. When Yang Bo heard about Tianyun Star, he thought of the little son who was flirting with him. Tianyun Star is a satellite of the capital star. The capital star of the Alliance has the most powerful defense in the entire galaxy, and their defense power is not like that of March Star. There are 23 planets in the galaxy where the capital star of the Alliance is located, and only the capital star has a natural environment that can be lived. However, the other 23 planets have been transformed into artificial planets, and most of them have powerful weapon defense systems. It has the largest laser cannon in human history, super energy ion cannon, various high-energy ray emitters, etc. Of course, it also has the most elite and powerful army in the Alliance. Many planets in the galaxy where most of the natural planets in the Alliance are habitable have been transformed into artificial planets. The name of the young man in the blue sportswear is Lin Nan. But he is also a multisex person. He ranked first in our Alliance division last time. But he went to the Blue Water Empire to participate in the competition, because he met a strong opponent. His total score was 2 places lower than Mike, the tall beauty over there. She ranked second in our Alliance division in the last competition. But she was unlucky in the Blue Water Empire and met strong opponents. It is said that the son of the Duke of the Blue Water Empire is pursuing her. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen followed Yang Bo and listened to the introduction of the two. But what made Yang Bo a little speechless was that he also became a conspicuous bag to others. Is the Lu family unlucky because of this man? I don't know. But it doesn't look like it. This man has no figure and no looks. Anyway, I don't like him. There is nothing wrong with saying this, because Yang Bo has not undergone genetic optimization, so he is not very handsome. But what makes Yang Bo disgusted is that the man who said this is a sissy and looks down on him. If the environment is not right, Yang Bo would have kicked this guy away. The Lu family is unlucky enough. For this woman from the Zhou family, they have ended up like this. That's what the Lu family deserves. Who asked them to hire a low-level killer? Kill people if they want to. But they have to hold hundreds of hostages on the planet. If the government does not deal with it this time, believe it or not, many planets will explode in the next step. And there will be inexplicable terrorist attacks. The Lu family deserves it. They should cancel the engagement. They are not the ones who are embarrassed. Who is the woman next to the man? The person from the Lu family who did the dirty work is said to have left the family and paid a large sum of money for the settlement. Now the Lu family who did the dirty work has nothing to do with her. Why does this man have 2 women? Does he have some special skills? It should be about the same. If we talk about special skills, it's our Mike. He is a coach with more than 30 young women. And they are all superpowered. I heard that too. It is said that it can carry electricity. Nonsense. Why do I hear that it seems to be high temperature? I heard that it seems to be able to vibrate at high frequency. TSK. Is it possible that multiple functions are combined together? You are such a bad person. Unless it is a man-made device. Hee. No wonder he earns hundreds of millions a year. I don't know what his special skills are. I am so looking forward to it. The person who said this was another man. Yongbo didn't take these people seriously at all. And of course, he wouldn't show it. He just followed the two women like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Social status. Yongbo came here mainly to gradually improve his social status. Because his pharmaceutical ability could not be used to improve his social status. He couldn't show his superpowers either. After all, if he showed them, he could release lasers at will. I'm afraid the first reaction of the Alliance would not be to improve his social status, but to monitor him in all directions. After all, no government official or dignitary can be assured that he can walk around alone as a self-propelled laser turret. For these government officials and dignitaries, life and even safety are the first priority. When Yongbo robbed Jean Letien's spaceship, the reason why Jean Letien was so willing to cooperate was because he valued life too much. Xian. The three of them walked around, and Yongbo met more than a dozen people with strong swordsmanship. Suddenly, someone shouted in the distance. Yongbo turned his head and saw an acquaintance. Chapter 626 Unaccustomed. Li Idwa, a female singer that Yongbo's original self liked the most, was walking over and looking at Zhou Kersen with a smile. Aileen. Zhou Kersen saw that it was Li Idwa and walked over, and then shouted. Lu Jingxiang glanced at Yongbo from the side, and then walked over. Yongbo looked at the way Lu Jingxiang looked at him, and it seemed that something was wrong. He suddenly remembered that it was probably the fat boss who told Lu Jingxiang his identity information. Because when I was looking for a job before, I seemed to remember filling in whether I liked anything. I seemed to fill in that I liked music, and the singer I liked was Li Idwa. Yongbo didn't walk over, because the old me liked it, but the current me didn't like it very much, because the old me spent a lot of money. For a person who enjoys resident welfare, the money in hand is originally small, and it is spent on these places. Of course, it doesn't mean that Yongbo wants to pursue anything, but that he is no longer the old me, and there is no need for any reason to dislike it. Kersen, did you run away from home just for him? Li Idwa whispered in Zhou Kersen's ear. His tone was a little doubtful, because the man in front of him was not very handsome, and he didn't seem to be from a big family, because if he was from a big family, Zhou Kersen wouldn't be wanted. In addition, he seemed to have seen him somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. But Li Idwa didn't think much about it, because he held concerts everywhere and met too many people. No, he's just an ordinary friend. We introduced him to the Swordsmanship Association. What Zhou Kersen said was true, but in her heart, Zhou Kersen was a little dissatisfied with her best friend, because Li Idwa's tone was a bit contemptuous of Yongbo. Of course, Zhou Kersen also understood that Yongbo's appearance was not as handsome as other men, but Zhou Kersen thought Yongbo was very handsome. Maybe because Yongbo saved her. Anyway, Zhou Kersen thought that Yongbo's temperament was the most handsome when he faced the killer with a control box cover. Aaron, why did you come today? Didn't you say you should have arrived a long time ago? Lu Jingxiang also asked from the side. Aaron was Li Idwa's nickname, which was also the name between best friends. I'm not like you two. I'm a free man now. I went to another place to attend a cocktail party on the way. When Li Idwa said this, he had a little envy in his tone. Then the three of them talked about some other things, and asked each other about various situations in the recent period. Li Idwa did not ask to meet Yongbo, and Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen did not seem to want to introduce Yongbo, which made Yongbo feel a little interesting. Mr. Yang? The president came to Yongbo with a glass of wine in his hand. Smiling, President. Yongbo raised his glass politely and greeted him. No need to be so strange. You can call me Tao. The president's tone was very intimate, giving people a feeling of being in the spring breeze, without the feeling of superiors and subordinates. Thank you for the president's hospitality. Yongbo smiled and raised his glass and nodded. This is what we should do. We strive to serve every member well, and let every member get the best service. Yongbo, if you have any needs, you can write to us, and we will try our best to meet the needs of every member. That's good enough. This is the most luxurious cocktail party I have ever seen. Of course, this may be related to my experience. Yongbo smiled slightly and talked about his identity as a resident. The reason why Yongbo likes to talk about this is to make the other party careless, because a resident does not have much ability at all. Residents are the lowest level of the alliance. Of course, there are two situations for residents. One is like the fat boss, who has independent economic ability and enjoys the resident status mainly for convenience and tax benefits. And Yang Bo's former residents were the lowest level of society, and the most useless group of people. To show your identity, you have to make these people feel that you are useless. Even if you are useful, it is limited. After all, you were a resident before. To be precise, this is a psychological hint, suggesting that the other party does not have much strength. Do you like the game of Second World? Although to some extent, this game is a bit too real, which will cause some experiences not to be very good. But I think this game has many more interesting ways to play. The president asked with a smile again. Yang Bo said in a slightly exaggerated tone, "This game is amazing. It is the most realistic game I have ever seen. Many games claim to be the most realistic. It is a game that really requires the use of the brain. The fact that Shuelan Empire can produce such an excellent game has changed some of my previous views." Faced with Yang Bo's slightly flattering tone of talking about his country, the president was very pleased and smiled. "I think so too. I wish you good results in the swordsmanship competition. Of course, if you want to go to the Empire to watch the competition, I can also provide you with help." The president's words were a bit naked. If Yang Bo was willing to go, he could let Yang Bo go. "Thank you." Yang Bo said thank you. "Remember to email us." The president looked at Zhou Kersen and raised his glass and left with a word. Zhou Kersen and Lu Jingxiang came back, and Li Idua went to say hello to others again. This is completely fine in this world, but it would be embarrassing if it were on Earth. At this time, the president's voice came, "Dear members, welcome to March Star. I am honored to host such a grand competition here. We will do our best to provide all services for our distinguished members. If you are not satisfied with our service or have any requirements, please send us an email. Of course, you can also find me in person. Our competition is divided into 5 rounds this time." Yang Bo, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen stood on the grass and listened to the president's words. After the announcement of the competition process, half of the people in this competition venue will be eliminated, and the remaining half will go to Tianyun Star to participate in the semifinals and finals. Then the top 150 in the finals will go to Shuelan Empire to participate in the competition there. Yang Bo also found that the competition is full of luck. In theory, if you encounter a strong opponent 3 times, you will be eliminated directly. If you encounter weaker opponents in 3 matches, it will be easy to enter the semifinals. However, the draw for the competition is usually based on the results of previous competitions. For Yang Bo, who has no competition results, he will face opponents with no results or relatively poor results. In theory, newcomers like Yang Bo will basically be eliminated. The draw was soon made. Yang Bo's first match was 20 days later, and his opponent was also a newcomer with no results, named Li Yong. As for the second match, the draw has not started yet, because the second match will be drawn based on the results of the first match. Then 11 days later, Yang Bo will get an hour to adapt to the competition venue. The competition venue and competition equipment are much more standardized than the venues and equipment for daily training. So the association provides each participating member with the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the venues and equipment. All the people participating in the competition were arranged in this branch. Of course, Yang Bo did not need this kind of service, and Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen certainly did not need to enjoy this service. Half a day passed, and Yang Bo found that coming here was a bit of a waste of time. "I just ate and drank for half a day and got to know some of the strong players who participated in the competition." Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen went to a party with their best friends, so Yang Bo took a car home by himself. "If I had known that I would eat and drink today, I would not have gone. A wild boar like me cannot eat fine bran. Of course, maybe I am not used to this social habit." Yang Bo knew that it was probably his own problem. He liked to hold cocktail parties in the Alliance because he could get to know more people at the cocktail parties and reach more distribution of interests. That is to provide a platform for mutual acquaintance. On the one hand, because Yang Bo is a resident and a novice, no one took the initiative to talk to him when he attended the cocktail party. Of course, it may be because of Zhou Kersen, because Zhou Kersen is now in a lot of trouble in the eyes of many people. Yang Bo went home and went to the forum of the Doomsday Dungeon game. He found that the forum was discussing various tasks and the meeting of female singers. Then, the forum was full of fan circle culture. The fans of these female singers were dismantling each other on the forum and exposing each other's female singers' black materials. Yang Bo also watched with relish. He didn't expect that these female singers had a lot of black materials. Then he took out the virtual helmet of the second world. A little confused, Yang Bo is now playing the game of the second world and feels a little confused. Because of his busyness for more than a week, the number of pheasants and rabbits around the village has dropped sharply. It's not that how many were killed, but that these pheasants and rabbits have all run away, without pheasants and rabbits to bully. Yang Bo looked at the attributes of the character. He wanted to bully wild beasts such as wild boars, but he felt powerless. As for collecting herbs for so many days, Yang Bo didn't see any useful ones. The slightly useful ones had already been picked up by other players. What should I do next to improve my character strength and make money? How about this task? Yang Bo was ready to do the task given to him by the sheriff, which was to hunt a more beautiful pheasant. Because Yang Bo didn't know what kind of beautiful elves lived in the oak forest 5 kilometers away that the sheriff said. Most likely birds or poultry. That's like a forest. Yang Bo had no choice now. He was only level 2. At this level, it was still dangerous to go to the oak forest 5 kilometers away. It's also troublesome if the character is too weak. First of all, the number of equipment that can be carried is relatively small. If there are too many, it will affect the weight, and indirectly affect the endurance and overall reaction ability. Yang Bo began to prepare. At the same time, the president of the Swordsmanship Association was telling his opinion of Yang Bo. Yang Bo is a person with a bottom line and is quite stubborn. I have hinted several times that he can call me by my nickname, but he stubbornly calls me the president. A young man next to him nodded. Maybe it has something to do with his resident life. To be honest, this is the first time I have seen a real resident of the Alliance become a member of our Swordsmanship Association. Chapter 627 Shameless. But this guy's training data is indeed excellent. This time it's time for us to make a fortune. The president chuckled. It doesn't matter how good his results are, as long as he can enter the finals. The young man next to him nodded. In fact, such a rule-abiding person is still very good. At least he will abide by the rules we set. I am most afraid that some people in the Alliance will mess around under the banner of freedom. Alliance freedom is just a slogan they shout. In fact, their class is more strict than ours. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that someone was talking about him behind his back. He was struggling in the game about what equipment to bring to the forest 5 kilometers away. First, you need to bring a bow and arrow. Then you need to bring fire, sickle, rope, black bread, and water bag. Yang Bo calculated that he had to bring so many things when he went out. As for why he had to bring a water bag in the wild, it was because there was no water on some mountains, and black bread couldn't be eaten without water. No wonder so many players want to learn skills and become farmers. They have no choice. Yang Bo also understood that this world is very real. If these players who joined are regarded as time travelers, most of them will die soon, no matter how much knowledge and ability this time traveler has. In this social system, any cold or diarrhea can send people to heaven. In addition, the physical fitness of these people is not very good, so some ideas cannot be implemented. For example, Yang Bo wants to make gunpowder now, but there is no material, and there is not even a place to do experiments. Whether it is refining saltpeter, buying sulfur, or charcoal, all of these require resources. Let's say there is no test site. Even if you find a cave, you can use tools to refine saltpeter, which costs money, and sulfur may not be produced in this place, and you don't know where to buy it. And charcoal is not something that anyone can burn, even if you have unparalleled hunting skills, like Yang Bo this time. But facing the prey running away, you can only go to the most dangerous mountainous areas, and you may be injured or robbed and killed by others. After getting ready, Yang Bo started to set off, spending 100 copper coins to buy 5 iron arrows. All metal items are very expensive here. The iron arrows of 20 copper coins are not the highest. The highest is the fine steel armor-piercing arrows of 50 copper coins. Yang Bo also spent a huge amount of money to buy 2. Although the owner of the grocery store advised Yang Bo not to buy it, because the killing effect of this armor-piercing arrow is not good under insufficient strength. However, Yang Bo still prepared. As for other short swords, on the one hand, he had no money, and on the other hand, the game character was too weak to have targeted training, and his body was not coordinated. As for why Yang Bo did not train, it was because he had to pay tuition fees for training, and it was not low. Today had already wasted a lot of time. So after Yang Bo was ready, He controlled the game character to set off 5 kilometers away, walking through the lush fields, watching the busy game players, and entering the bush forest. Yang Bo maintained a certain rhythm. Hurrying is also a technical job, especially in this real world. If the speed is too fast, it will be difficult to maintain physical strength at the end. If the speed is too slow, it will delay time, which is the same as a 5-kilometer race. While walking, Yang Bo also controlled the game character to eat to ensure physical consumption. For an ordinary person, 5 kilometers does not take much time to walk on the main road. But it is different when entering the mountain. The road is very good in the first 1 kilometer of the 5-kilometer journey because there are many people walking here. There are woodcutters, farmers, and players who herd cattle and sheep. So the road condition is very good. After 1 kilometer, the road condition becomes worse. After 2 kilometers, the mountain road begins to be rugged. You can only see traces of people walking. And there are all kinds of branches blocking the road. The game character controlled by Yang Bo slowed down. Climbing the mountain consumes a lot of physical strength. However, Yang Bo has been controlling the game character to enhance endurance in the previous week. When I got here, the surrounding trees blocked the sky. Even if the sun was shining outside, the woods gave people a dark feeling. The road condition was even worse, with thick dead leaves on the road. Yang Bo tried his best not to make more noise, and then used the passive detection ability of sound waves to listen to the surrounding movements. At 3 kilometers, Yang Bo climbed a hill and looked at the oak forest in the distance. The oak trees were very tall and broad-leaved, and they could be recognized at a glance. Fortunately, I didn't encounter any beasts on the road, but the beasts also know that this is a road that people have walked on. Ordinary beasts will not come here because it is easy to encounter hunters. There are also full-time hunter players in the village, and these hunters are of relatively high level. However, these hunter players may not come back for 10 days or half a month after going out once. So it is hard to say what they will gain. Sometimes they return with a full load, and sometimes they return empty-handed. Standing on the ridge, Yang Bo listened attentively for a while, his face a little solemn. I remember that bears seem to have a very keen sense of smell, and can smell the scent of prey several kilometers away. I hope I don't encounter any beasts. This game is really difficult to play. Then Yang Bo began to go down the mountain, and he pricked up his ears while going down the mountain. Fortunately, there is a narrow path inside. While walking, Yang Bo began to look around, mainly to see if there is any place to hide. In other words, if you encounter danger, you can find a safe place as quickly as possible. Finally, we arrived at the place, a large oak forest. The oak trees are straight and tall, and each one needs 2 or 3 people to hug. There are thick leaves on the ground, but you can see that there are traces of animals rummaging on the ground. The oak forest breeds a lot of life. First of all, the fruits of the oak trees will become food for many animals, from small squirrels to large wild boars, as well as pheasants, mice, etc. In addition, there are pine trees, open hemp, etc., which also grow in this environment. Looking at the obvious traces of the ground being turned over, it was obviously the traces of wild boars turning over. Yang Bo listened carefully, and could hear the sound of birds singing on the treetops. Hey! Yang Bo controlled the game character to look around, and suddenly saw a place where there seemed to be truffles. Truffles are also a very expensive ingredient, and are very valuable in the game. Yang Bo hurried over and controlled the game character's hands to carefully dig it up. This place seemed to be exposed by some pheasants and something else. Turning over the dead leaves. Congratulations to the player for discovering the precious ingredient truffles. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the reconnaissance skill. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the collection skill. Yang Bo had just picked up the truffle with his hands, when 3 congratulatory voices came from the game interface. As expected, the place where these sound frequencies converge stimulates certain parts of the brain, making people feel more excited when they hear this sound. Looking at the black truffle as big as a fist in his hand, Yang Bo felt strange. In fact, Yang Bo discovered a long time ago why the people in this world are similar to those on Earth. And there are many similarities between animals and plants. This made Yang Bo feel that this interstellar era should be in the same universe as the Earth. Only creatures born in the same universe may have such a high degree of similarity. Of course, there may never be an answer to what exactly happened. Yang Bo picked up the black truffle and started looking again. Soon he found the second black truffle. Black truffles are also called pig arch fungi, so they are easily eaten by wild boars in the wild. In addition, when on Earth, many people use pigs to find black truffles. Soon he found several black truffles as big as a fist. The location Yang Bo was looking for was in a place where wild boars could not easily reach, and it was a relatively steep slope. I've made a fortune. Yang Bo found some fresh oak leaves, wrapped the black truffles, and put them in the backpack behind him. Then Yang Bo continued to search in the oak forest, and soon heard the sound of wild boars humming in the distance. I'll go. Soon Yang Bo saw a group of wild boars trying to find food on the hillside, with more than a dozen of them, big and small. One of the big boars looked up and looked around, and finally his eyes met Yang Bo's. Then Yang Bo saw the boar turned his head with disdain and continued to work hard, making dead branches and rotten leaves fly everywhere. Then Yang Bo saw a golden hue in the distance. After a closer look, it turned out to be a pheasant, a bit like the red-bellied pheasant on Earth. But the male pheasant was golden all over. These male pheasants are like conspicuous bags. They are so obvious in the woods, and the female pheasants not far away are not good-looking at all. This guy is more beautiful than on Earth, with a golden body, and it changes color at different angles. Yang Bo looked at these beautiful pheasants. No wonder the ladies are so eager for the feathers of this pheasant. Then Yang Bo turned around and left, because he had wasted a lot of time today. And now these pheasants are very smart to keep a distance from the wild boar. If he wants to hunt these pheasants, Yang Bo needs to replan. And of course, more importantly, he needs to ask the sheriff for some benefits. It is best to teach yourself some fighting skills, so that you can improve the survival rate of the game character in the wild. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to return to the village at night. It is said that the jungle at night is more dangerous than during the day. Yang Bo was still very worried about the way back, because in the afternoon, various animals come out to forage and beasts come out to hunt. Before dark, Yang Bo returned to the village. Your Excellency the Sheriff, I saw the beautiful elves you mentioned. They have golden feathers and are full of noble aura. Yang Bo returned to the village and went directly to the police station. Have you gained anything? The sheriff heard this and hurriedly asked Yang Bo. Sir, that place is too far away, and these elves are too vigilant. And there are wild boars and leopards in that forest. It is too dangerous for me now. Yang Bo began to complain to the other party. But I have gained something. I found some black truffles to present to you. Yang Bo took out the black truffles wrapped in fresh oak leaves from his backpack. The sheriff's expression changed obviously, and Yang Bo knew that this was taken over by someone again. And it was definitely not the program control in the other party's mind. The quality of black truffles is very good, but we can't take the benefits of the villagers. This is against our professional ethics, the sheriff said with a hypocritical look, but his hands did not slow down at all. He opened the fresh oak leaves, checked the black truffles, and then put them in the drawer. I hope you can teach me some fighting skills. I think this will help me complete the task faster. Yang Bo watched the other party accept the black truffles and felt relieved. Since you are willing to learn fighting skills, I can teach you, but I can't guarantee that you can learn it. The sheriff agreed immediately. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. You want to use those pheasant feathers to curry favor with the nobles. So how can you not give something? I can teach you fighting skills, but you must complete the task within half a month. The sheriff changed the subject and spoke again. How many elf feathers do you need? Yang Bo asked. At least 5 are needed. And you must be careful when catching elves. It is best not to have wounds, because the blood loss of injured elves will change the color of feathers. The sheriff spoke again. Yang Bo knows some hunting skills, such as hanging foot traps, which he learned from watching short videos in his previous life. I will try my best. You can go to the oak forest 5 kilometers away and successfully bring back black truffles, which proves your courage. Come with me to the training ground behind, and I will teach you fighting skills. Thank you very much, sir. I will complete the task as soon as possible. Yang Bo followed the other party to the training ground behind. The sheriff picked up a short wooden sword and threw it to Yang Bo. Fighting skills mainly test reaction, and reaction is closely related to one's own strength and training. If you can exceed the task I give you, then I will teach you a very powerful skill. Of course, the premise is to complete the task within half a month. The sheriff's words made Yang Bo's imagination run wild. But when he thought of the Doomsday game and the guy's tricks in the background, he was a little bit worried. Last time, the sheriff said he would give him a mysterious reward, But this time, it was clear that he would give him a powerful skill. The sheriff demonstrated the fighting skills of the short sword. Stabbing, blocking, cutting, and picking. Then he asked Yang Bo to control the character to attack. But every time, he was easily resolved by the sheriff. The basis of all skills is strength. Any skill without strength has no attack power. To increase skills, you must continue to train. And you must supplement enough nutrition. I suggest you eat more barbecue, the sheriff said while conducting combat training with Yang Bo. But I don't have any money now. Can you lend me some? Yang Bo, the shameless man, started to borrow money. It was obvious that the sheriff opposite was stunned. And Yang Bo smiled in his heart. Chapter 628 Not Losing. I remember that you had a good income the week before. What do you want to borrow money for? The sheriff asked after a pause. Now it was Yang Bo's turn to be a little surprised. Did the sheriff really want to lend him money? I want to be a warrior as strong as you. And I want to buy better equipment. Yang Bo originally said that he wanted to be a warrior as strong as you. And then use the money to learn skills elsewhere. But he felt it was not right. So he changed his words. Stranger, I think you have a wrong understanding of strength. Strength refers to ourselves, not equipment. Without a strong self, we cannot use stronger equipment, the sheriff said earnestly. Yang Bo immediately asked after hearing this, Then may I ask your excellency, how can I make myself stronger? If I am stronger, I can complete the task assigned by your excellency faster. I don't want to delay your important things because of my incompetence. Hearing this, the sheriff looked at Yang Bo's character with a playful look. Actually, after reaching level 10, everyone can receive a power awakening ceremony. When you leave this village and enter the city, you can go to the city hall to receive a power awakening ceremony. When the power awakening is successful, you will have great power. Of course, I know a little bit about power awakening, but your body is too weak. If you awaken the power, it will easily cause your body to collapse. Do you understand what I mean? Yang Bo felt a little confused when he heard this. But he also understood that as long as he could reach level 10, he could go to the city hall to awaken the power. Will this power awakening be to inject the clone with gene evolution potion? But it shouldn't be. With my current small body, upgrading to level 10 is equivalent to more exercise. The success of the gene evolution potion has little to do with the body's constitution. It mainly depends on each person's genes. Yang Bo muttered to himself. He is a pharmacist himself, and knows the role of the gene evolution potion very well. The failure of gene evolution is mainly related to one's own genes, and has little difference with the constitution. In order to become a great warrior, I am willing to accept your power awakening. Once successful, I will do my best to repay you. Yang Bo felt that simply killing monsters to upgrade was boring. He still had to communicate more with these NPCs to get more information. Are you sure you have thought it through? The sheriff's next answer surprised Yang Bo again. I was originally going to show my loyalty and flatter him, and then use the task to control the sheriff in front of him. Although I know that the current sheriff may be remotely controlled by someone, I still have to show what I should show. To make people feel that I am following the rules of the game, and that I am a person who follows the rules very well. I'm sure. Yang Bo quickly agreed. If he didn't agree to such a good thing, the worst that could happen was that his character would die, and he could play another game. Yang Bo's guess was correct. The sheriff in front of him was being remotely controlled. What Yang Bo didn't know was that the game developed by the Blue Water Empire had various test tasks. And Yang Bo's request for power awakening was also a test task. Come with me. Let's sign a contract first. Once you are awakening, anything that happens has nothing to do with me. The sheriff spoke. Yang Bo nodded quickly and followed the sheriff into the police station and came to a room on the second floor. The room on the second floor looked very ordinary, with simple wooden floors, stone walls and narrow windows. The police station was originally like a fortress. There was still a dim light in the room, because the windows here were small. The lighting was not good. Yang Bo used remote photoelectric superpowers to check and found that the real situation was similar to what he saw in the game interface. The sheriff wrote a contract. Yang Bo did not recognize the text on it because it was the official text of the Water Blue Empire. But the game interface could be translated. It was similar to what the sheriff said. Yang Bo controlled the character and signed the agreement readily. Then the sheriff took out a small box with a transparent stone in it. Energy stone! Yang Bo was a little surprised, because when he used remote photoelectric superpowers to check, It turned out to be a small piece of energy stone. And it was an artificial energy stone. Put this in your palm and hold on to your heart. Then the sheriff placed this pea-sized diamond-shaped energy stone in the palm of the character's hand. Yang Bo controlled the game character to put his hands together and hold the energy stone tightly. Is this a genetic evolution model developed by the Blue Water Empire? Or is it an experiment in itself? After checking with the photoelectric superpower, it was similar to what he saw. And Yang Bo was immediately curious. It's a pity that I don't know what the game character feels now. Maybe the virtual game helmet connected by the neural network can feel it clearly. Although Yang Bo has remote photoelectric superpowers, he can only be a bystander and cannot participate. Through the remote photoelectric superpower, he could still feel that the energy emitted by the energy stone was affecting the character he controlled remotely. The game interface showed that the power was awakening. And there was a percentage progress meter. 5%, 6%, 9%, 10%. The progress jumped every 3 to 5 seconds. Yang Bo originally thought that 10 minutes would be enough. But he didn't expect it to last for half an hour. The game character showed that the hunger, fatigue and endurance increased. Congratulations, foreigner. You have successfully awakened the power. The next step is to experience the power you have in the future and then choose your career correctly. The sheriff had a very relaxed expression on his face. Yang Bo found that the energy stone in the character's hand was gone. It seems that this time in the Blue Water Empire, it is necessary to figure out what this energy stone is. How can you use the energy stone to activate the genes in the body directly? Of course, this still needs to be observed later. If it is simple genetic evolution, it is actually very easy. But it is difficult to succeed in genetic evolution. Successful genetic evolution has a broad or narrow sense. In a broad sense, successful genetic evolution means that even if one becomes a monster, it is considered successful. After all, the genes have changed. Another case is that if the genetic evolution is successful, then the lifespan is reduced or major defects are caused, which is also a successful evolution in a broad sense. In a narrow sense, successful genetic evolution means that not only the lifespan is increased, but also there is no great impact on the human body, and some of the abilities of the body are greatly improved or superpowers are awakened. Therefore, the genetic evolution of the Blue Water Empire may be an experiment. But Yang Bo is even more excited because this kind of experiment is not something that anyone can know. This wave of games is worth playing. Being able to personally participate in this kind of project. The benefits I get are simply indescribable. Of course, in the game, Yang Bo still has to behave in a disciplined manner. Thank you, honorable sir. I will complete the task as soon as possible. And you can tell me if you have anything in the future. The key is not to follow the rules. After all, the remote control of the game is in the hands of others. If it is really in reality. Is Yang a disciplined person? I know you are very happy. But I have to tell you a bad news. Once the power awakens successfully, you need to eat about 5 times more than ordinary people every day. And I suggest that you eat at least 3 pounds of beef, or 5 pounds of pork, or 6 pounds of chicken every day. I do not recommend you to eat rabbit meat. The sheriff looked at the game character in front of him with a smile on his face. This is another experimental individual worthy of attention. Thank you very much for your advice. Yang Bo has been prepared for a long time. Because the successful genetic evolution will also take in more nutrients. As for himself, it doesn't matter because he is charging. If you have anything to ask, just come to me. What you need now is a good meal and rest. Don't think about more power. Because your power is still a seed. You need to keep growing before you know what your power is. The sheriff spoke again. Yang Bo said goodbye to the sheriff and returned to the inn. A pound of beef is 20 copper coins. Because beef is also a controlled material in this game world. Because it is also a working ox. Which means that 5 rabbits can be exchanged for a pound of beef. That means at least 60 copper coins a day are needed for living expenses. And this is the most basic. To be safe, at least 120 copper coins a day are needed for living expenses. My guess is that it is just like genetic evolution. At the beginning, the more nutrition in the body, the better the effect of genetic evolution. But where can I get the money now? 120 copper coins a day is worth at least 30 rabbits. And in this tiny village, if I eat 3 pounds of beef today, tomorrow there will be game players who will guess that I have awakened my power. Is there anything else that can supplement nutrition? Yang Bo first opened a room in the hotel, and then asked the owner Lu to send 3 pounds of beef up, while letting the game character eat by himself. He was thinking about it. Does Chinese herbal medicine have any effect? Honey? There should be wild honey. Right? It seems that the purchase price of honey is not cheap. When he thought of this, he opened the game forum. He found that there were game players raising bees in the game forum. Honey is indeed very valuable because it is a luxury product. This crappy game is so hard to play. This is the most common sentence among players in the forum. Then Yang Bo looked at the awakening of power. There are many types of awakening of power. Some of them are the enhancement of their own abilities, such as vision, smell, hearing, etc. The other 2 are divided into 2 categories. One is the power attribute, and the other is the agility attribute. Only a few have the attribute of the bard. The ratio of the power attribute and the agility attribute is related to the choice of the profession later. It also depends on the growth value of power. That is, the growth ratio between each level. It seems that each player's character attributes are different. Did the Blue Water Empire cultivate these clones with different genes? If these clones have the same genes, why do they produce different attribute results? Yang Bo had many questions in his mind. Chapter 629 Calculation. Just when Yang Bo was about to continue browsing the forum to see if there was any more news, suddenly there was a wave of energy fluctuations from the space mecha. After a few seconds, the energy fluctuations went out, and Yang Bo knew that White had made progress in his research. Then he hurried to the basement and summoned the space mecha. Of course, the necessary preparations, that is, the weapons that should be prepared. This time, release a spiritual seed for them. Yang Bo still felt that this simple and crude method was more effective. The preparations were also very simple. Preparing enough electromagnetic bombs, and also preparing his own armor. Half an hour later, Yang Bo sat in the space mecha, watching the scene around the basement gradually distorted. And most of the external sensors of the mecha had lost any function at this time. This feeling is similar to the spaceship making a space jump. The whole body, nerves and all senses seem to lose all control and connection in an instant, but recover in the next second. Sir! What made Yang Bo relieved was that this place looked normal. And White and the other 2 spoke with a little fanaticism and a little respect. How is the research progress? Yang Bo nodded. Our research progress is very fast. We will have a complete plan within 3 months. The main reason is that we didn't complete all the space mechas before. White explained quickly. Yang Bo showed a space box button on his finger, and then said, "This time I only bring you some energy metals, and the rest is being raised." White and the other 2 were not surprised at all that Yang Bo had a space box, because the man in front of them was so strange. Yeah. White and the other 2 nodded immediately, and then registered the energy metals that Yang Bo took out. The 3 were also very surprised when they looked at these energy metals, because energy metals are controlled materials. The man in front of them could get such a large amount of energy metals, and I'm afraid there must be a lot of power behind him. Sir, we have submitted our resignation application to the company, but the company wants us to sign a non-compete agreement. He turned around and looked at the man wrapped in armor in front of him and said, "Then sign it, and I will be responsible for any problems at that time." Yang Bo is not afraid of non-compete agreements or non-compete agreements. Anyway, the research institute will be placed in the Blue Water Empire, but the procedures for our resignation may be completed in 6 months to a year. I wonder where our next research will be. White asked again. When Yang Bo heard White's words, he was a little alert in his heart. To be honest, Yang Bo is now in a weak position on both sides, because if the other party does not turn on the energy device here, his space mecha cannot come over. Moreover, the 2 sides are just combining their interests. White and others are attracted by Yang Bo's ability to control high temperature, while Yang Bo is attracted by his research and development ability. I have already made arrangements for this. I will tell you the place after you resign. This is not that Yang Bo deliberately did not say it, but his territory is not fully prepared yet. Yang Bo plans to send an email to the territory after returning this time, asking them to prepare the research project. Yang Bo is more determined to let White release the spirit seed. Next is the old routine. Yang Bo cooperated with the 3 to complete some ultra-high temperature material tests. However, during an ultra-high temperature experiment, Yang Bo slightly magnified the temperature fluctuation, causing the material to explode. Taking this opportunity, Yang Bo blocked White with his whole body, and the armor withstood the impact of the material explosion. In fact, even if Yang Bo did not block it, there would be no problem, because White and others attach great importance to experimental safety. The reason for controlling the explosion is mainly to use this energy fluctuation to distract White, and then take the opportunity to release the spirit seed. After several hours of delay, after the material test was over, Yang Bo returned to the villa. As expected, these guys also have their own little abacus. After returning to the villa, Yang Bo used the spirit seed to find out the little abacus of White and others. White, I don't know where this gentleman wants us to conduct research. He won't lock us up in one place, right? After finishing the tense experiment, White and the other two sat together, drinking drinks and listening to music. Wilson asked. White shook his head. It's hard to say. Let's follow what we three agreed to do. We will resign from the company first. As for the non-compete agreement, we will mainly develop ultra-high temperature materials in the future. Wilson asked again. The company recently said that it wants to check our various data? Then let's start a fire. Anyway, we have enough materials and energy loss at our level. White curled his lips. I think we can set up an ultra-high temperature laboratory by ourselves, and we don't need to cooperate with that gentleman at all. According to our current data, there must be many super companies willing to cooperate and invest with us. If it doesn't work, we can also cooperate with the military. Another person said calmly. Don't think about the military. But we can find a way with the government. And the gentleman on the other side is very powerful. But without our equipment, he can't find us. White laughed. Wilson also chuckled. If we have a major success in space delivery and energy frequency interference, then we can completely cause a mistake and send this gentleman to an unknown space. White nodded. But now we are in a cooperative relationship. After all, it may not be easy to find another super high temperature superpower. Wilson nodded. After we resign, we will negotiate with him. If the conditions are not suitable, we will set up our own material laboratory and then win over other large companies and groups. With these large companies and groups as our backers, this gentleman can't do anything to us. Another person also nodded. Besides, we can also announce the energy frequency of his space mecha. And he wants us to manufacture space mecha. Right? We can do some tricks at that time. We must be on guard against this. White and Wilson also nodded. TSK. If these three bastards really sabotage me in the space mecha, then the slave chips of the Blue Water Empire are suitable for you three guys. Yang Bo, who was in the basement of his villa, was not surprised at this situation at all, because the evil of human nature will never have a bottom line. Besides, the two parties are originally a cooperative relationship of interests, so don't think too much of other people's character. Besides, Yang Bo himself is also prepared for both, so no one should say that anyone is bad. After wasting several hours, a new day is coming. Yang Bo simply came to the second floor of the villa. The layout of the second floor is completely different from that of the first floor. The second floor is very luxurious because of the official compensation for the last attack. Standing in front of the window, Yang Bo watched the sky outside getting brighter and brighter. The sea in the distance is still turbulent. Because of the 3 moons, the tidal energy of this planet is very huge. Storm season is coming again. The half-year storm season is coming soon. And this will usher in another wave of tourists, because it is difficult to see such a big storm on other planets. It's not that other planets don't have bigger tides than this. It is said that there is a planet that is 98% ocean, which leads to a bigger tide in the entire ocean, reaching a point that no man-made equipment can contend with. There are many recreational projects on March Star, one of which is to take a shuttle boat and shuttle through the huge storm tide. The tourists inside watch the overwhelming tide pressing down on themselves. In addition, there are various special flight sightseeing equipment, which can see huge eye of the storm. And you can use the sightseeing equipment to pass through the eye of the storm. Experience the excitement of various marine creatures swept up by the storm and hitting the sightseeing equipment. Of course, this kind of sightseeing must sign a confidentiality agreement, because environmental protection organizations will protest against this. Although these marine creatures swept up by the storm may have died, or their heads and tails are broken, the game of the second world is not that you can only enter the game every morning, but it is more dangerous in the wild at night. There are many gamers in the city who play games at night, because there are more job opportunities for game characters. In addition, Yang Bo knew that it was a suspected clone controlled remotely, so giving the character enough rest time was more conducive to the character's growth. After entering the game interface soon became different from the previous one. The hunger of the game character was lower than before. The hunger degree was a yellow progress bar. The fuller the progress bar, the less hungry it was. It seems to be effective. And I just ate so much beef last night. I bought 3 pounds of beef in the morning and ate it in the hotel room before leaving the hotel. The endurance consumption has obviously decreased today, but the hunger degree seems to have increased. The game character controlled by Yang Bo started to go out hunting. The various states of the game character are displayed in the energy progress bar mode without specific values. It can only be roughly guessed according to the progress bar. Yang Bo felt that the reason why specific numbers were not used was mainly because each clone was different and could not be digitized. Of course, there is another possibility that once something goes wrong, the game official can replace you at any time. And after the replacement, it can only be said that the attributes are roughly the same, and it is impossible to restore 100% if all are digitized. Many game players are superpowers and may be very sensitive to small changes in numbers. Yang Bo did not control the game character to go to the mission location 5 kilometers away today, because he had to get familiar with the game character after the power awakening. Soon Yang Bo knew that his choice was right, because today the character's endurance consumption was slow, but the hunger increased rapidly, and once the hunger dropped to a certain level, the endurance would also drop rapidly. When Yang Bo was playing the game, he didn't know that the clone he controlled had been paid special attention, and he was also labeled as a rule-abiding person. Chapter 630: A Strange Feeling. Pain in the balls. Yang Bo felt pain in the balls after finishing a day's game in the second world, because he had been running in the game for a whole day and had harvested 2 hares in total. As for the pheasant, it saw the game character he controlled from a distance and ran away. Don't underestimate wild animals. These wild animals are very smart. Many animals can judge who is who by sound. Now the game character controlled by Yang Bo has a limited distance to throw stones. As for the bow and arrow, the range is also limited when the power is insufficient. As for the hare running faster, it means that there is no prey around the village. But there is no prey within a certain range of the game character. It looks like a new battlefield will be open tomorrow. As for the Apocalypse copy game, I don't even plan to watch it recently. It will drive someone in the game backend crazy. Go to the Mecha Game Forum to have a look. Put the virtual helmet in another room and prepare for other activities. It's a pity for the Justice Gang. Otherwise they could have delivered food to Tainyo again. The Justice Gang is in court, but the verdict has not been announced yet, and we don't know what the result will be. However, according to the Alliance's judicial system, it is very likely that this lawsuit will drag on for decades. The longest compensation lawsuit in the history of the Alliance dragged on for more than 300 years, and all the plaintiffs were dragged to death. Yang Bo entered the Mecha Game Forum and found that without the Justice Gang, the forum was much less popular. The players of the Justice Gang boycotted Mecha Games, so they didn't play games or enter forums. When he opened the game discussion forum, he found that Mecha Games had to develop new war modes on the one hand, and conduct competitive games on the other. It is divided into individual competition and team competition. The top 10 players can get a real mecha. Each team in the mecha team competition is equipped with 5 mechas, which means that the official game will give away 60 mechas this time. The abacus beads are too loud. This is the military's preparation to poach other people's talents. Once you get the top 10 in the individual competition and team competition in the mecha competition, if you want a real mecha, you must register your personal identity information. In addition, there are many rewards in the future. I am afraid that personal identity information will also be required when you receive the award. This war mode has been prepared for so long. Why hasn't it started yet? Is it because there is no war with other countries? Yang Bo does not plan to participate in the mecha competition. The risk of exposure is too great. As for this war mode, it is worth looking forward to. Now Yang Bo's main concern is whether there are any strange mutant creatures in the game. It's a pity that mecha games now have fewer fancy operations, especially bombs and other things. Not only are they restricted from sale, but they are all virtual images played on the game side. I don't know how the Green Demon Star Council is developing, muttered in his heart. Then Yang Bo used the spirit seed to check if the people he released the seeds to had any useful information for him. The Pirate Alliance Council and the 2 pirate groups did not have any more useful information. White was researching these things. Suddenly a discovery made Yang Bo feel bad. In addition to the spirit seeds released by the previous few people, there was another person. The woman who ran away and left behind when she disguised herself as the leader of the Silver Moon Pirate Group to attend the Pirate Alliance conference. The woman's family contacted her and asked where she was. If it was just this, Yang Bo would understand. But he also knew another piece of information, which was that the Pirate Alliance Council had invited a group of killers who were said to be good at soul superpowers to come and get him. Although there was no clear evidence that the two were related, Yang Bo felt that the two seemed to be closely related. If it is really as I guessed, it seems that this killer with soul superpowers has some unique skills. But this is the only way to find me, because the Pirate Alliance only knows that I have contacted this woman. But you still have to be careful. Are the superpowers in the soul the same as my spiritual seeds? But just in case, you still have to make some preparations. Thinking of this, Yang Bo no longer had the heart to play games, and went out invisibly wearing armor. As for why Yang Bo had to wear armor every time he went out, it was because clothes could not be invisible. When he didn't have armor before, he could only run naked. Although others couldn't see it, he felt weird. Arriving at a hidden place in the country park again, Yang Bo revealed his body, and the appearance of his armor had been changed to that of a sweatshirt. Zhang Buizhen. Hee. Just now, Yang Bo thought of Zhang Buizhen just in case. When the time comes, let Zhang Buizhen's people be in the open, and I will be the one to reap the benefits in secret. Zhang Buizhen has been in a good mood recently. He is holding a teacup and pretending to be sitting outside the window, watching the clouds roll in the sky and drinking tea. A certain Guojianglong Energy Company is now in big trouble, and has to pay him a large amount of liquidated damages. At that time, the energy company was aggressive, and would embarrass me if I didn't agree. Now it's fine. And the family has been quiet recently because of the Liu family's affairs. At least on the surface. The Liu family's incident this time sounded a warning to all big families. That is, to be a little more lenient to the people in the family. Young master. Nyobo hurried in. Zhang Buizhen looked at the smartwatch that Nyobo placed in front of him, and the contact displayed on it was Mr. Jiu. Mr. Jiu, Zhang Buizhen. I have some information recently. I wonder if you are interested. Zhang Buizhen. What information is it about? Mr. Jiu. Information about a super killer? Zhang Buizhen saw this answer, and his anus tightened, because he knew how powerful the family's energy was, how wide the family's sphere of influence was, and how many killers the family had cultivated. And the super killer that Mr. Jiu said must not be an ordinary thing. Maybe it was aimed at him. Zhang Buizhen put down the teacup and quickly asked Neo Bo to send a message. Who is it aimed at? Yang Bo saw this message and replied immediately, on the surface. It was a super killer hired by the Pirate Alliance, who wanted to kill the traitor of the Pirate Alliance. Zhang Buizhen saw this information and looked at Neo Bo again. Neo Bo certainly knew what his young master was thinking. So he whispered, Young master, be careful to prevent the other party from making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. After all, it is difficult to determine who issued the task and who the target of the task is. So what should we do now? Zhang Buizhen nodded when he heard this, because the information transmitted by various killer task platforms was not so accurate. As for who the killer's real target was, it was hard to say. Of course, they didn't know that Yang Bo got the news from the task publisher, and thought that he bought it or got it in other ways. This way, the news would be full of uncertainty. Let me ask. Neo Bo sent a message while speaking. Zhang Buizhen, please tell me. Sir, if the news is confirmed, you can ask for any amount of money. Yang Bo saw the message from the other party, so he replied, this time the killer is a bit special, so I don't want any reward. But once the killer shows up, I want to compete with him. Zhang Buizhen's two people were shocked when they saw this message. And Neo Bo quickly sent a message, everything is fine. But what kind of killer is it that is worth it for you to do this? Mr. Jiu, the legendary soul killer, who can kill people invisibly and control others with his soul, is said to have never failed. And no one knows who this person is. Zhang Buizhen was a little confused when he saw this message and looked at Neo Bo. Neo Bo hurriedly explained in a low voice, Master, there are indeed such killers. And the situation is similar to what Mr. Jiu said. It is said that these killers have soul superpowers, which can control other people's souls, and control others to commit suicide. Zhang Buizhen was shocked when he heard this. Then there is no protection. It's not clear. But according to some people's analysis, soul superpower should be a kind of mental power, and should have a release distance like other superpowers. But there are also people who think that these killers can control the closest people around the target, and let the closest people take action. Zhang Buizhen felt creepy when he heard this, and hurriedly said, "Ask him." Yang Bo saw the other party's reply, "Sir, do you have any specific clues?" Then he began to reply, "I did get a seemingly plausible message that the soul killer is trying to contact a woman. It is said that this woman has had close contact with the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. According to our team's deduction, the soul killer will contact the person the target has contacted, obtain the other party's soul-related things, and then use this thing to find the other party." Yang Bo couldn't say it too clearly, because he had several skills that could get the other party's position after releasing them. The first was vision sharing, and then the spirit seeds ignored space and distance. According to this speculation, the soul killer must have some ability to track souls. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that Zhang Buizhen had also contacted that woman. So Zhang Buizhen was even more uneasy when he saw this news. So he quickly asked Niu Bo to reply, "I know. I will inform you as soon as I have news. I don't know if you have more information about the soul killer." "Mr. Jiu, I will inform you as soon as I have news." Zhang Buizhen, "Okay." Zhang Buizhen was very polite when he sent a message to Mr. Jiu. But immediately after sending the message, he said to Niu Bo, "Check if there is anything wrong with that woman." Niu Bo nodded immediately and went to check. Besides, after Yang Bo exposed this matter, he felt much more comfortable with Zhang Buizhen in the front. He was not afraid even if the soul killer had a trump card. He would take corresponding measures according to the opponent's trump card and put himself in a safe and hidden position. Besides, Zhang Buizhen didn't have to wait for long before Niu Bo got what he wanted. This Mr. Jiu is really powerful. Looking at this woman chatting with his family, there is probably something wrong. I just don't know if these people are coming for the so-called pirate leader or for me. Zhang Buizhen looked at the information in his hand and said, Chapter 631, Trap. Master, no matter from which angle, we have to take action. Hearing his master say this, Niu Bo said in a low voice, without waiting for his master to ask why. Niu Bo continued to explain, first of all, even if this killer is only targeting this woman, Master cannot ignore it, because this woman is under the protection of Master. Zhang Buizhen nodded when he heard this. If this woman has a problem now, then others can only say that he is incompetent. The problem involved is too big, mainly whether an organization can protect the people inside the organization well. Although this woman has nothing to do with him, it is a slap in his face to protect others to death. Second, this kind of soul killer has no record of failure, and few people even know about it. If we take him down, it will also be a huge reputation. Third, March Star is our territory after all. Not just any cat or dog can come to make trouble. Fourth, it is very likely that the other party's target is still the young master, but he is just using this as a cover. Fifth, Mr. Jiu really wants to fight this killer, so we can just see Mr. Jiu's true strength. No matter who wins or loses between the two of them, it will be beneficial to us. Niu Bo's last sentence was more obscure. That is, if Mr. Jiu has problems, we can just get rid of the trouble. Zhang Buizhen nodded after hearing Niu Bo's explanation, and then took a big sip of tea without any image. These killer organizations really think that our planet is nothing. They don't know that most of the things that happen on our planet are done by ourselves. And the Pirate Alliance also claimed to retaliate against me. Even though the killer's target was not me, I would definitely interfere with anything the Pirate Alliance wanted to do. Uncle Niu, I'll leave it to you next. Uncle Niu bowed and replied, Master, first of all, there are few people around the woman's location. I think it is necessary to install some weapons with greater lethality around her, especially range attack weapons. Uncle Niu was very good at doing things. Although his master said to leave it to him, he still had to ask for instructions on everything. Range attack weapons? Zhang Buizhen asked when he heard this. And at the same time, he felt his scalp tingling. If this kind of weapon was used, the planet might become famous again. I think that the most primitive physical attack bombs and energy weapons may not be effective. Of course, we are preparing in many aspects, including energy weapons. In addition, drones such as mechas are also prohibited from use, because the soul level has very magical abilities. Rely on long-range lethal weapons. Uncle Niu was also very afraid of the soul killer. Then do as you say. Zhang Buizhen also felt a little scared of this soul killer. Yes. Niu Bo immediately went to prepare. Yang Bo, who returned home, had no idea how well Zhang Buizhen had prepared. I'll go see how Zhang Buizhen has prepared in a while. But be careful to prevent this guy from putting me in too. Yang Bo muttered to himself before going to bed. Lying on the bed, Yang Bo suddenly realized a problem. The second world game is so real. What should I do if it doesn't go online for a few days in a row? Before playing the game the next day, Yang Bo searched for this problem in the second world game forum. He found that the system can be hosted. But the system-hosted characters face a lot of troubles. Some characters died after the system was hosted. Some drowned. Some were killed. Some went out without permission and disappeared. And some died from drinking without restraint. Of course, there are some weird troubles, such as borrowing high-interest loans, or being captured by robbers and becoming a robber. There are also characters who can't survive under the system hosting, and they sign a contract to sell themselves and become a glorious slave. Of course, there is also a mode of system hosting, which is to set a certain program and let the game characters do it according to the program every day. Of course, this costs money. In addition, many players suggest that the characters should not carry any currency when the game is hosted, because some game characters will go to gamble. Yang Bo felt that it was too pit after reading it. But it was because of such various things that game players never get tired of it. What kind of experience will female players have in this game? After entering the game and seeing female players, Yang Bo realized a problem. Will these clones give birth to children? Or pretend to be pregnant and then give birth to a clone baby? Too scary. Suddenly Yang Bo felt too scary. If you form a family in the game, will you also face various problems like in the real world? And through the game content. On the one hand, big data can be used to understand the various situations of each game player, such as what kind of personality they like, what color they like, and what they like to do. It can also subconsciously affect game players. For example, if game players like to do something, but if the game content is changed and game players feel that this thing is becoming more and more boring, they will lose interest. Is the Blue Water Empire doing this to cultivate the so-called intelligent personality? A somewhat terrifying idea popped up in his mind. Or is the intelligent mastermind of this game learning? Once the developed intelligent system has an independent personality, it will probably be a disaster for the whole world. Of course, it's hard to say. Logically speaking, the Blue Water Empire is not so stupid. So what is the main purpose of their development of this game? Unify the stars and control all mankind? Humans are very fragile, and many weapons can cause fatal damage to people. But people are also very powerful, because in history, many times the resistance of human beings is also astonishing, especially at the spiritual level. Forget it. Don't think too much for the time being. I have to work hard to improve the game level now. And then I may participate in many tests, such as this power awakening test, which should be a way to stimulate genetic evolution. Putting aside the unrealistic things in his mind, Yang Bo is ready to perform well in the game. Of course, you have to hide your true character and strength when you are performing. This is of course no problem, because you have the camouflage ability of a grandmaster. After eating and drinking in the inn, Yang Bo controlled the game character and prepared to go to the oak forest to try his luck. Not long after walking out of the inn, he met the village chief, and Yang Bo controlled the game character to walk up. Dear village chief, I have recently encountered a very difficult problem. That is, those damn rabbits will run away in advance when they see me. Yang Bo didn't care whether he could get benefits from the village chief. But how could he know if he didn't try? Stranger, I already know what you did. You did very well. Those damn rabbits are very cunning. My suggestion is that you can raise a pet such as a hound or a falcon, so that you can complete the task faster. The village chief's words made Yang Bo's eyes light up. Dear village chief, but I know nothing about catching domesticated pets. Hearing this, Yang Bo felt that there was a chance. So he asked, capturing domesticated pets requires love. Of course, more skills, and it happens that I am good at this. Before the village chief finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yang Bo. Village chief, sorry, I have something urgent to do, and I have to leave first. Yang Bo quickly left the village chief and left. Because I just checked the forum. This pet is a big pit. First of all, it is very troublesome to capture and tame a pet. What is more troublesome is the feeding of the pet later. Whether it is a hound or a raptor. Not only do you have to train it every day, But you also have to eat and drink it every day, which is another big expense. The most important thing is that once you have a pet, it is easy to be recruited by the local lord. And the probability of being recruited by the lord is too high. It does not mean that the lord will recruit only when there is a foreign war. Sometimes the lord goes out hunting and recruits gamers with hounds or raptors in the territory, and will not give a penny as free labor. As for why the village chief gives these abilities to gamers, it is because gamers cannot get money, but the village can be tax-free. After going to the grocery store to buy some thin hemp ropes, Yongbo controlled the game character to go to the oak forest. This guy has nothing to do every day. Just playing games at home? The president of the March Star branch of the Sword Association asked when he saw Yongbo online again. Isn't this normal? He has been a resident for more than 10 years and has developed the habit of staying at home. The young man next to him shrugged his shoulders when he heard this. But this guy really knows how to play games. He entered the experimental project so early. If the experiment is successful, we will definitely get rewards. The president looked at the data carefully. The big head was taken by those people in the country. Your idea is very dangerous. It is influenced by the liberalism of the alliance. The president glanced at the young man. I don't believe you are not affected. Although I am affected, I am extremely loyal to the empire. I believe this. But you must be wary of liberalism. You must treat this as a test. The president spoke again. I just treat this job as a practice. Although the young man was slightly dissatisfied, what the other party said was also correct. It's good that you have such an idea. The president nodded. There was nothing he could do. If things were too pure, he would not be able to work in the alliance at all. It's mainly because the individual talents of the residents on the alliance side are too poor. Otherwise, their abiding character is most suitable for our empire. The president looked at Yongbo's game data and sighed. The young man nodded. This is why we have been doing things very slowly over the years. Because of the social system. People with good talents have free thoughts. And these abiding people have no talents and are worthless. I don't know how the research in China is going. It seems that there has been little progress in so many years. The president sighed in his heart. Let's see how Yongbo performs in the game first. He should have some kind of superpower. Even if he is not qualified to go to the empire, we can invite him to the empire. Once he really enjoys the luxurious life, it will be difficult for him to return to freedom. The young man nodded when he heard the president's words. The luxurious life in the empire is hard for 99% of the people in the alliance to imagine. Only 1% of the rich and powerful in the alliance know what a luxurious life is. As long as these people have enjoyed it, 90% of them will want to immigrate to the empire. Of course, they have to use games to test it first. Let these capable gamers use neural network virtual helmets to enjoy a luxurious life, and then judge the mental fluctuations of the gamers in this process through data. If the data determines that the other party is greatly affected, then the subsequent procedures will be started. It's a pity that the proportion of talented people among the residents of the alliance is too low. And there are residents who enter our association, which lowers the level of our association. The president looked at Yongbo's data and said helplessly, there's nothing we can do about it. If we serve ordinary people or residents in the alliance, our association won't be able to develop at all. These residents and ordinary people have long been monopolized by major forces in their country. The young man nodded. Chapter 632 Carelessness. If I use a virtual helmet with a neural network to connect to the game, can I use it to release mental skills? Yongbo, who was controlling the game character to rush towards the oak forest, suddenly thought of something. Even if I can release skills, I won't release them. Because once I release skills, I might be monitored by the game officials of the Blue Water Empire, even simulating some energy fluctuations when I release skills, so that others can also learn this skill, or release this skill through other scientific methods? Of course, Yongbo became worried again. I must go to the Blue Water Empire to see what their research on the soul is all about. If I release mental skills, I wonder if there is any scientific method to monitor it. If there is no way to monitor it, then I can release skills openly. It seems that to deal with invisibility, you have to start from the soul. Because the soul is also something that cannot be seen or touched. But it exists, which is a bit similar to invisibility. Yongbo feels that his thinking is very divergent now. Just arrived at a ridge, and you can see the oak forest in the distance. Seeing that the character's trouser legs were mostly wet. To be honest, Yongbo felt sorry for the clone. He was afraid that this person didn't know why he did this. I don't know how the Blue Water Empire did it. And I don't know what this clone is thinking now. Yang Bo listened attentively while controlling the game character to go down the mountain. But he vaguely heard a sound like a bear roaring. At this moment, the calls of various birds in the originally lively forest also stopped instantly, as if these birds were also listening to the sound from afar. About 2 kilometers. A straight line distance of 2 kilometers should be a safe range. Although bears can capture the breath of prey 4 or 5 kilometers away, they rarely have the opportunity to catch up with prey 4 or 5 kilometers away. Head over. Looking at the weak game character now, Yang Bo felt a little overwhelmed. Why don't we not go? After hesitating for a while, Yang Bo thought that safety was the priority. So he controlled the game character and began to search for other prey along the ridge. Soon Yang Bo found traces of prey walking on the ground. It should be a relatively large animal, but I don't know what it is. The traces left on the ground under the corresponding control of the character were very faint, but the footprints should still be large. But it is difficult to say what the footprints are. In fact, there is also a component of luck when hunters place traps. Even if they don't catch the prey, it is not necessarily that the hunter can harvest the prey. Maybe the prey is taken by other predators first. Congratulations. You have learned the trap skill. And the current skill level is level 1. When Yang Bo controlled the game character to set up a hanging leg trap, a message popped up on the game interface. Will this game let the clone learn what the game player knows? An idea popped up in his mind. This clone can be said to be a blank sheet of paper. Apart from its own genes, all other thoughts, behaviors, and abilities it possesses are almost blank. In the process of controlling the clone, the game player will unknowingly pass on his own skills to the clone. I feel that this matter is getting deeper and deeper. If this clone has all my skills and my thoughts and behaviors, and these things can exist in a similar way to data, then once the Blue Water Empire obtains my biological samples, can it cultivate an identical me? According to what I know now, the soul is unique. But will the Blue Water Empire have a breakthrough in research? Or has superpowers in the soul? Can it split or copy the soul? If my hypothesis is true, the Blue Water Empire may be playing a big game. Imagine if many people on the Alliance side are clones copied by the Blue Water Empire, and their souls are exactly the same as the original owners. Too scary. Thinking of this, Yang Bo also felt a little horrified. Although there is no direct evidence, I think this game may be doing experiments in this regard. Yang Bo controlled the game character and made more traps while thinking about things. He set up 5 traps in succession, memorized the locations of the traps, and then began to search for prey. This thing. Yang Bo was speechless looking at the limp bow in the character's hand. This kind of bow made of pure natural materials is very troublesome to use and maintain. Maybe it is because of the high humidity in the morning. So the whole bow is now soft. Congratulations to the player for mastering the repair skill. When Yang Bo controlled the game character to rearrange the bow, another message popped up on the game interface. Then he began to search in the jungle. Hunting in the jungle is very difficult. Yang Bo clearly heard the sound of animals, but he couldn't see them at all because there were too many things blocking his sight in the jungle. He couldn't attack without seeing the prey, because you don't know what is blocking the direction of the prey. And these branches and other things will also change the direction of the arrow. What is this thing? On a hillside, Yang Bo heard the sound of something gnawing on trees. After searching for a while, he found a big rat. To be precise, Yang Bo saw a big rat head, which was bigger than the head of an adult rabbit. Whoosh! The arrow in his hand was shot out with a whoosh. Because the distance between the two sides was not far, Yang Bo also knew that the game character's ability was limited now, and he couldn't play the effective range of the bow. So he had to get closer. A wolf-tooth arrow penetrated the big rat that was gnawing on the tree. Yang Bo hurried over and saw that a big gray rat was rolling down the hillside, and it was carrying its own wolf-tooth arrow. This rat is probably 10 pounds. Looking at the big rat on the hillside in front of him, Yang Bo was also surprised. The whole length of the rat was probably close to 1 meter, half of which was the tail. Dynamic vision +1. A piece of information flashed in Yang Bo's mind, and the rat under the hillside was motionless. Yang Bo moved cautiously down the hillside, and suddenly picked up the bow at his hand and aimed at the distance. A gray shadow flashed through the gap in the jungle, and the next second the prey that Yang Bo had just shot was dragged away by the gray shadow. Whoosh! The animal was too fast. Although Yang Bo saw the animal with his eyes, the game character he controlled was slow to react. It was a bit like playing a game skill countdown. Yang Bo certainly knew that this was caused by the poor physical condition of the game character he controlled. It hurts. Yang Bo felt so bad because he saw it. But the game character was a little slow to react, which caused the arrow to miss the target. It looks like a fox. This guy should be staring at my prey. The voice he heard just now did not find the animal. And it was obvious that the other party might also be hiding nearby. I didn't get anything. And I wasted a wolf tooth arrow. This broken game is not fun at all. The current game character can't even think about catching up with the animal in the jungle. So Yang Bo didn't chase it. Then he started to look carefully again. But maybe the first prey he caught in the morning was taken away by other guys. So Yang Bo didn't find any valuable prey later. Yang Bo got off the game, feeling a little depressed. He was so strong in reality, but he couldn't use enough power in the game. How can I make quick money in the game? Putting the virtual game helmet in another room. Yang Bo thought to himself while cooking. The game character's attributes are too poor. Is there any way to quickly improve them? I wonder if herbs can help strengthen the body. Thinking about things, Yang Bo ate the meal, and then went out again invisibly. Let's go see what Master Zhang has prepared, and what kind of feast he will prepare for our guests. Yang Bo was thinking while walking invisibly. The target person lives in a high-end villa area, and it is a single-family villa. The main reason is that Master Zhang believes that this woman has an affair with Mr. Jiu. When he arrived at the high-end villa area, everything seemed normal. Didn't young Master Zhang prepare? Yang Bo looked around and didn't find anything unusual. But the high-end villa area is very private, unless you enter the house. Finally, a flying car drove over from a distance and headed for a villa near the target. Yang Bo hurriedly followed, and finally closed the garage and entered the garage before. Robot? Unexpectedly, after the door of the flying car opened, a real person came down. And there were two robots. The two robots were taking out various weapons from the trunk of the flying car to install themselves. Why are they all such old-fashioned weapons? Yang Bo saw that the weapons equipped by the robots were physical attack weapons, including electromagnetic guns and guns similar to chemical substances. Could it be that the Soul Killer is afraid of this kind of physical attack weapon? Young Master Zhang and his people should know something about the Soul Killer to prepare like this. After all, they come from a big family. It seems that my plan is completely fine. Yang Bogan came to the second floor with a fully armed old-fashioned robot. In the large living room on the second floor, one person was observing everywhere with a telescope and another person was wearing virtual glasses, with surveillance equipment next to him. The people who came up just now placed two robots in another room. Yang Bo saw that there were already two robots in this room, and these robots were equipped with various antique weapons. He checked the whole villa and found that there were 4 robots equipped with antique weapons, and 3 people took turns to monitor the villa where the target was. But at this time, Yang Bo found that he had missed a point. That is, the woman he left behind was going out, and it was said that his family came to find him. This was discovered by Yang Bo through the spiritual seed. Do you want to control her and not go out? Chapter 633 Incident. Stupid woman. This woman really believed the person who sent her the message. And Yang Bo finally did not choose to control the other party with the spiritual seed, because he was not sure whether Master Zhang had installed any equipment in the other party's home. And he didn't know if there would be any impact on this woman after being controlled. This woman was still excited to go out to meet others. Fortunately, the people who were monitoring in this villa also started to act, and one of them got on the flying car with 2 robots. Yang Bo hesitated for a moment and did not go out with the person who was monitoring. The other party shouldn't be so stupid? Intuition told Yang Bo that the Soul Killer could not be so stupid. So Yang Bo sneaked to the villa where the woman lived. However, he was at the door of the villa garage and could not enter the villa. The main reason was that Yang Bo knew that there were people monitoring here. At the same time, he was a little worried, a little curious, and a little expectant. What he was worried about was that this woman would encounter an accident. And what he was curious about was that the person who was looking for this woman was really his family. To be precise, Yang Bo hoped that this time it would be the Soul Killer who came, and then Master Zhang's people would fight against the Soul Killer. Yang Bo could feel the changes in the woman's mind through the spiritual seed. He was very excited, but also a little nervous. This woman had lived here for a while. She was able to learn a lot of things through the internet and other information channels. Her mind had also changed a lot. She was no longer brainwashed like when she served the Pirate Alliance before. Of course, it didn't mean that she had completely changed. 20 minutes later, the woman arrived at the agreed place. A tea house in a shopping mall. The woman trotted to the agreed place. Yang Bo felt that this woman was too stupid. How could her family not come here to meet? The information she exchanged with the other party made Yang Bo think that this was a trap. There was an automatic suspension elevator in the mall, which was equivalent to a flying car, but it looked like an elevator. After entering the elevator, guests could get off the elevator anywhere in the mall. For example, if you want to drink tea, this flying car-like elevator will send you to the door of the tea house. For example, if you want to go to a clothing store to buy clothes, the elevator will directly send you to the door of the clothing store. When the woman got off the elevator, she came to the door of the tea house. There were 2 waiters at the door of the tea house, and they were real people. One of them saw the woman coming and quickly greeted her, "Dear guest, welcome to." The woman saw the waiter greet her and quickly prepared to say thank you politely. Then at this time, an accident happened. At the moment when the woman looked at the waiter's bright eyes seemed to shine with an inexplicable light, which made the woman's mind go blank in an instant. Damn! Yang Bo could instantly feel a strange force trying to invade the woman's brain. Yang Bo felt a strange force trying to read the memory in this woman's brain. Don't forget that this woman has Yang Bo's spiritual seed in her brain. So this person is trying to compete with him. Molesting. Catch the pervert. Yang Bo made a decision in a flash. That is, to control the woman, hug her, and then lie down and shout loudly. Yang Bo saw from the corner of the woman's eyes that the waiter in front of him seemed to be stunned and motionless. But this waiter or soul killer underestimated the hatred of the word sexual harassment in the Alliance. And in the Alliance, 90% of those accused of sexual harassment will be found guilty. Because someone was once successful in accusing someone of sexual harassment after being looked at twice more. Pervert. Hearing a woman shouting to catch a pervert. And even hugging a waiter's legs and lying down. These shopping malls have a large flow of people. When a fat woman heard this, her whole body was like a cannonball, hitting the waiter's body fiercely. Behind the waiter was a glass wall. The kind of glass wall that can see outside from inside, but cannot be seen from outside. Of course, the strength is not to be mentioned. The waiter was hit against the glass wall by a strong force. This fat woman is a superpower at first glance. Because in the Interstellar, people who look particularly conspicuous are all people with strong superpowers, such as bald, fat and other people with crooked melons and dates. Because genetic evolution makes some of these people's imperfect genes evolve faster. Of course, it also indirectly proves that the degree of genetic evolution of these people is relatively high. The fat woman suddenly knocked the waiter against the glass wall, and then her head hit the waiter's head hard. Yang Bo felt his head buzzing. This fat woman seemed to have practiced. She hit the other party with a head, but before he could react, she grabbed the waiter's clothes with her fat hands and smashed the handsome waiter hard on the floor behind him. At this time, the fat woman's companion, a hot blonde girl, looked at the pervert who was hit on the ground by her companion, raised her high heels, and kicked him hard. However, at this time, a ray of light appeared on the chest of the waiter, tearing his clothes directly, split the sky. Yang Bo was also shocked when he saw this scene, and quickly controlled the woman to crawl to the corner next to him. However, perhaps because the waiter was hit and dizzy, the split sky swung in the air and did not hit anyone. You shameless peeping Tom. The fat woman was also shocked and quickly lay down. But seeing the other party's split sky flying aimlessly, she was more certain that the waiter in front of her must be a peeping Tom. Otherwise, why would a person with split sky come to be a waiter? However, the next second, the fat woman quickly rolled to the side, because the fat woman saw a drone flying over. Other people around also quickly fled. And at this time, the waiter seemed to be much more sober. However, the next second, the waiter's split sky directly blocked his head. A bullet hit Li Kong, causing it to vibrate, and the bullet flew out. But the next second, a string of drones launched a suicide attack on the waiter. Because they were in the mall, there was no way to use explosive drones. But this type of drone relies on powerful kinetic energy, and the weight of the drone itself to attack others. The speed and weight of this drone can be regarded as a solid weight shell. Of course, if it has explosive power, it is equivalent to a howitzer shell. Sister, are you okay? The fat woman crawled to the side of the woman where Yang Bo used the spiritual seed, and asked with concern. Yang Bo found that during the time he controlled others, other people's minds were blank. What happened? The woman asked a little confusedly. She was just at the door of the tea house. What's going on now? This damn peeping Tom. The fat woman thought the woman in front of her was scared silly. After all, it was such a big battle. At the same time, the fat woman was a little strange in her heart. When did the security force of this shopping mall become so strong? The drone seemed to be free of charge, and it rushed towards the young man in tattered waiter clothes fiercely. Although this young man had the sky break, but there were more drones, and the mental power consumed by controlling the sky break was too much. Many drones had not yet reached the young man, as if they were disturbed by some mysterious force, deviated from the flight path, and then hit other things next to them. Yang Bo saw this scene and roughly understood that, in fact, if a little more external force is applied to this high-speed aircraft during its flight, it will lose control. Of course, there is enough space and time in the sky to adjust and correct errors, but this is obviously not possible now. The distance is narrow, and the altitude is low, and this waiter probably used mental power to interfere with the flight trajectory of these drones. Puff! Finally, a bullet hit the young man's leg. However, the bullet did not penetrate the young man's pants, but the strong impact brought by the bullet still made the young man's leg bend. Just like that, he was hit by 2 drones, and his whole body was like being hit by a car. To be precise, the young man was like being hit by a solid shell and then flew away. Then the next second, the young man was shaking all over. These were bullets hitting his body. Although his clothes and pants protected him from the bullets, the strong impact of the bullets still made him unable to control his body. Then, 7 or 8 drones hit him like solid shells. When the opponent's scimitar fell to the ground, he spit out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the ultra-high voltage electric shock drone came on the scene, and the young man was shaken by the electric shock. Then the robot came on the scene and put a black helmet on the young man, and then put a confinement collar on his neck. I don't know what happened. Now I have no memory of what happened just now. Facing the kind questioning of the police, the woman explained pitifully. The fat woman next to him had already extended a carrot-like finger. Officer, do you still have any sympathy? This girl obviously has a stress disorder, which leads to a blank memory. You don't ask the voyeur or the pervert, but you target the victim. Do you want to protect the voyeur and the pervert? This bastard actually has a cracked sky. And a person with a cracked sky would actually come to work as a waiter? At this time, a staff member in the tea house hurried over and said, Officer, the person you caught is a fake. Our staff is dead. The police reported to the higher authorities and arranged for others to check the matter, and then said to the parties involved, if you remember anything, please contact us. Are you police blind? There are so many surveillance cameras here, but you insist on letting us victims tell the story of our assault in person. I'm going to sue you. You are committing intentional injury. Are the police so unreliable now? You bastards. You take taxpayers' money and only know how to hurt the victims. The police heard what the women around them said, and they didn't dare to refute it all, and left in a bit of embarrassment. Chapter 634 Storm. Faced with such a situation, the police could only walk away in embarrassment. If they were a little more forceful, they might end up in jail and be labeled as discriminatory. The rights of women in the alliance are very high on the surface. As long as it involves sexual harassment, they are just rats crossing the street. Although the police have already watched the surveillance, the victim and the perpetrator are blocked. As for whether there was physical or other sexual harassment between the two people, it is impossible to judge. This is actually a calculated angle by the soul killer, who can use the victim to block the surveillance view. As for the female victim, it is normal that she doesn't remember what happened just now. After all, the scene just now was too big. Of course, it is not uncommon for the police, because there have been too many things happening on the planet recently. But for ordinary people, this is still a rare thing in life. Many people don't know what they did or don't remember what happened during this period when they are hit or stimulated suddenly. This is very common. Maybe they will slowly remember it later. Of course, there will be victims who deliberately choose to forget this unforgettable experience. Of course, as a police, routine procedures must be followed. The victim was still sent to the hospital for psychological treatment or close observation. However, this video immediately spread on the internet, mainly because the identity of the perpetrator was very suspicious. Because people who can use the air slash are not ordinary people. Moreover, many people on the internet are asking for the same clothes. because this ordinary clothes not only resisted bullets, but also resisted the impact of a group of ultra-high-speed drones. Internet users from all over the league are speculating about who is this powerful person who uses the sky split and likes to pretend to be a waiter to peek and sexually harass. And later it was confirmed that the original owner of the waiter was killed by this person. And many people believe that this is definitely not an isolated incident. Everyone's curiosity was aroused at once. In addition, a large group of people are now in a state of confusion. And the first one to be confused is Zhang Buizhen. This is the Soul Killer? Zhang Buizhen was a little bit unbelievable about the legendary Soul Killer. And that was it. Nyobo said, I have seen the surveillance video, and there is an 80% chance that it is the Soul Killer. This person's mental power is terrifying. Master, please watch this video. This is a super high-speed collision drone. These drones are within a certain range of approaching this person. The drones are affected by inexplicable external forces. Nyobo played a virtual image, which is when a super high-speed drone hits the Soul Killer. The drone inexplicably loses control when approaching the Soul Killer. Of course, some of them are directly attacked by the sky split. However, Nyobo also showed various flight data of the drones. And the flight data showed that there was an unknown force acting on these drones. TSK. This guy is too strong. Zhang Buizhen knows how powerful the attack power of this super high-speed drone group is. Yes, and the clothes on this person are not simple clothes, but an unknown material. I don't know what the specific material is yet, but I personally guess that it should be the fur of some mutant creature, which can use energy to change its appearance color. Nyobo nodded and explained again. The research value of this set of clothes alone is probably more than 10 billion credit points. In addition, the quality of the sky-splitting sword used by this person is also quite high. I personally estimate that it should be produced by a forging master or a grand forging master. But the relevant departments are still analyzing the details. Zhang Buizhen nodded when he heard this. Now the whole alliance is paying attention to this matter. What do you think we should do? Nyobo thought for a while after hearing this, and said, Master, after the investigation is clear, we might as well announce the actual situation. Because the origin of this person must be extraordinary. At that time, we will hand him over directly to the Alliance for processing. And this person also has a lot of related equipment on him. And each piece of equipment has a very high research value. I am a little suspicious whether this person is sent by the military or a mysterious department of the Alliance. Because within the Alliance, it is said that there is also a mysterious department responsible for some taboo research. Zhang Buizhen nodded when he heard this. Then do as you said. But the victim woman in the video behaved a little strangely? Master, according to my personal guess, the Soul Killer is best at silently controlling the opponent's every move, which should be a kind of mental power. But Master, you also know that everyone's mental state is different. Some people have a bad temper. Some are slow to react. And some are a little neurotic. So no one can explain this reaction clearly. And Master, pay attention to the Soul Killer in the front of the video. It seems that he didn't expect things to develop to this point. Zhang Buizhen heard Nyobo say this. Watched the video carefully again. And then nodded. I didn't expect it to be so easy this time. But if I hand the person over to the Alliance Judicial Department, how do I explain to Mr. Gio? I'm afraid Mr. Gio will have to go and snatch it. This person has now attracted the attention of the Union Justice Department. We can use various means to investigate the case. But this person will probably have to be handed over to the Justice Department. Master, look at the internet. This matter is too popular now. Zhang Buizhen nodded. Now people on the internet are curious about the identity of the perpetrator. Not only does he have the power of the sky, but he also has mental power. In addition, he has clothes on his body. It is obvious that he is not an ordinary person. In addition, he is also a sexual harasser. How should we deal with the Soul Killer now? I'm afraid we have no experience in this area. Zhang Buizhen was still a little worried. So he asked, I suggest that you ask Mr. Gio if he has any good ideas. Mr. Gio is too well informed. If Mr. Gio doesn't intend to take care of it, then we will directly ask the Union Justice Department to take action. I personally think that this Soul Killer is extremely dangerous. His mental power is omnipotent. At this stage, we can only use high voltage current to keep him in a coma. Nyobo nodded. Zhang Buizhen also knew that the use of mental power was too magical, pervasive, and could do many things. It is said that no prison can hold a super strong person with mental power. Then send a message to Mr. Gio first. Zhang Buizhen had to be careful of Mr. Jiu. Niu Bo sent a message to Mr. Jiu in front of his young master. But he didn't expect the other party to reply so quickly. Mr. Jiu, it's not convenient for me to come forward now. You can handle it yourself. But I want the specific results later. After the incident, Yang Bo left the villa area, and then returned to the suburban park, found a hidden place, exposed his body, and waited for Zhang Buizhen's message. Now that the matter has been made public, Yang Bo does not intend to continue with the previous plan. Of course, he wants to know what kind of skills this soul killer will give him. But now there is a great possibility of being exposed, because he is not sure that the soul killer is one person. In addition, the attention to this matter is too high, and there are many people paying attention to it within the alliance. If he goes to meet this soul killer now, it is easy to be exposed. Zhang Buizhen, I don't know if this person today is a soul killer? Faced with such a question, Yang Bo chose to answer that he didn't know, because he had never seen it. Zhang Buizhen sent another message asking if he knew how to deal with a strong mental power. Of course, Yang Bo answered that he didn't know. Just kidding. If I am a strong mental power, will I tell my weaknesses? After finishing the matter, Yang Bo was still a little worried about whether the soul killer would have a companion, because the effect of mental power was too strong. If the soul killer still had a companion, then he would probably be rescued by his companion, or his companion would continue to perform the mission. However, when Yang Bo returned to his villa, he was relieved to see the news from the news media, because the official March New released the latest news. First of all, it is suspected that the perpetrator is an A+ level super strongman with super strong mental power. In addition, the authorities have requested assistance from the Union Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, because the authorities have no experience in dealing with such a strong spiritual person. The Union Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court decided to send a special working group to assist March Star in investigating the perpetrator as quickly as possible. Another thing is that the police suspect that the perpetrator is the legendary soul killer. These three pieces of news directly set off the internet. On the one hand, the A+ level super strongman turned out to be a sexual harasser, and he was also a pervert who liked to pretend to be a waiter and peek at others. The other one was the soul killer, because this was a name unknown to the public. Of course, as the news spread, naturally someone came out to popularize the soul killer. So many people knew that the soul killer had soul superpowers and controlled other people's souls. And some people pointed out that the soul killer should be from the Blue Water Empire. Now that the news is like this, even if there are companions, they dare not show up without permission. Yang Bo knew that some things would be easier to deal with if they were made big. If the soul killer is dead now, can I get the skills? If this person is the soul killer, then he is too weak. Yang Bo knew that he and the soul killer had actually fought a soul killer and had invaded the other party's head. But he was still counter-operated by himself. I don't know how many good things this guy has. His clothes are bulletproof, and even the super high-speed impact drone can't hurt this clothes. And the cracks on this guy's body are not ordinary stuff. It's a pity that I didn't take advantage of the opportunity this time. I didn't expect the other party to come so eagerly. But how did this guy get from the Blue Water Empire to March Star so quickly? According to the time nodes of the Pirate Alliance bounty mission, even the nearest planet would find it difficult to reach March Star so quickly. Yang Bo carefully looked at the takeoff and landing times of various spacecraft that had recently arrived at March Star, and found many suspicious points. Chapter 635 SS level mission. Could it be that the soul killer guy is already on March Star? Otherwise, it is impossible for him to come from the Blue Water Empire so quickly. Then what is the real purpose of this guy coming here? This unlucky guy originally had other missions, but just took the Pirate Alliance's mission midway? The more Yang Bo thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. There must be a lot of things in it. I just don't know why Zhang Buizhen can't dig it out. There is no need for me to remind Zhang Buizhen. After all, he has so many talents that he can definitely think of these things. Now I am curious about who this guy's real target is. Could it be that the target is Zhang Buizhen? Because Zhang Buizhen is the most valuable on this planet. Because the development prospects shown by this planet are probably better than all the industries of the Zhang family now. It would be great if that were the case. And it has nothing to do with me. The Zhang family asked the Blue Water Empire to kill their family members on the Alliance's territory. Yang Bo had this guess in his mind. But whether it was true or not, the news would definitely come out later. In fact, Yang Bo had a misunderstanding at this point. Because Yang Bo knew how often the soul killer took the mission, So he had doubts about the Soul Killer's target. But Zhang Buizhen didn't know it all. Tomorrow. Let's see if there are any missions within the Mercenary Union. If this Soul Killer is very important, there must be other missions. If someone posts a mission in the Mercenary Union, and someone takes the mission to save this Soul Killer, I can help Zhang Buizhen. This skill is coming again. The next morning, Yang Bo got up and went to the internet room, and found a lot of messages on his watch. The messages from Annie and Xia mainly asked if he was okay, and if he had any problems. Someone cared about him. And Yang Bo felt warm in his heart. And then he had a video call with the two of them. The two of them had already started physical training. And they were wearing very sexy yoga clothes that outlined their bodies. The fat boss and Zhou Rui also sent messages to ask him to be careful when going out recently. Yang Bo replied to the two of them. Now that they are politicians, they will definitely be very busy if they encounter such things. Because politicians have to express their opinions on hot topics happening in real time to see if they can get some attention. Of course, getting attention must be done carefully. Because if you are not careful, you may fail. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen also sent messages. And Yang Bo also replied. Then he entered the game of the second world. Controlled the game character. Repeated washing and eating. And then went to the public security station to get equipment. And hurried to see the trap he set yesterday. Because he hadn't received any skill information during this period. Yang Bo was a little worried. But the hanging leg trap would not necessarily kill the prey. Before he reached the trap, Yang Bo heard some movement and was secretly happy. As expected, when he reached the first trap, he found a pig. But this pig had scales on its body, and was gray and black overall, and had 2 long fangs. This pig probably weighed 20 to 30 kilograms. The unlucky guy's hind legs were being hung by the hanging leg trap. With 3 legs on the ground, the prey kept turning its head to bite the rope with its mouth. But when it jumped, the hanging leg trap was originally tied to a small elastic tree. And the elasticity of the tree would pull the whole prey up again. So no matter how this guy jumped, he couldn't get rid of the hanging leg trap. If the front legs were trapped, it is very likely that the opponent would bite the rope and run away. This guy saw someone coming and kept baring his teeth, and rushed towards the game character controlled by Yang Bo. Yang Bo did not kill this prey, because the live prey is more valuable. He took out the rope to tie up the guy's mouth and 4 legs, and untied the rope of the hanging leg trap, preparing to set it up in other places. The second trap was empty, and the third one had prey that triggered the trap. But the rope was bitten off. A big rabbit was caught in the 4th trap. The rabbit was hanging in the air and was dying. After taking it down, the rabbit was tied up again. Rabbits are also very good at biting people. A fox was caught in the 5th trap. This guy bit off all the bushes in the trap. A good harvest. Yang Bo smiled in his heart, and then moved the 3 hanging leg traps to other places. Then, he happily controlled the character to bring the prey back to the village. But this time Yang Bo was more careful. He put the scaly pig he didn't recognize in a sack, and took it directly to the police station. Stranger, I didn't expect you to capture a level 0 alien beast. The sheriff didn't care much about the foxes and rabbits Yang Bo had harvested. But when the contents of the sack were poured out, the sheriff's face changed. Sir, what does a level 0 alien beast mean? Yang Bo had seen records about alien beasts on the forum. To put it bluntly, they were mutant animals. However, the alien beasts in this second world only grow in a few large mountains. Players must reach a certain level in the game before they can go into the mountains. Otherwise it is too dangerous. As for why there are strange beasts in this mountain range, Yang Bo thinks it is likely to be cultivated artificially. Or some radioactive things are placed in the mountains to affect the surrounding creatures. However, no matter what radioactive things are, there is a distance limit. This is originally a wild boar, because it is affected by an unknown force. It grows scales and increases its own strength. But it does not reach the standard of a first-level strange beast. I am willing to bid 20 silver coins to buy this strange beast, and give you the equipment on your body. The sheriff then said. Yang Bo naturally knew that the price of this strange beast would definitely be higher. But he had no way. And he had to stay in the village. And this guy also gave him a task. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. So Yang Bo directly agreed. No problem. The sheriff heard Yang Bo's promise and asked in confusion, Don't you plan to ask the real price of this beast? I, a foreigner, can survive here thanks to the help of the sheriff. And it has nothing to do with me how much the sheriff can sell it for. Yang Bo quickly controlled the game character, and said with a slight bow. The value of a dead level 0 beast is only 5 silver coins. But your living beast is not easy to get. Some mysterious professionals need this kind of living beast for experiments. And I also give it as a gift. The sheriff explained with a smile. I didn't expect the sheriff to know a mysterious professional. Yang Bo didn't know what a mysterious professional was. While controlling the game character and talking to the sheriff, he checked the forum. As a result, it was not on the forum yet, which made Yang Bo a little curious. Could it be that the participation of game players on the planet's second world is not very high, and some of the essence of this world has not been discovered? WOC? Could it be that this second world itself is a newly discovered civilization, and the Blue Water Empire wants to learn more about this civilization? Suddenly a bold idea popped up in Yang Bo's mind. But there are many things in the middle that cannot be explained. Or maybe the game players know the mysterious professional, but they all keep it secret because this professional will bring benefits or other things to the game players? But according to my guess, the people who can use these mutant beasts should be pharmacists and the like. Next time if there are such strange beasts, remember to send them all to me. Although I don't have much money, I have a lot of equipment in the police. Yang Bo got 20 silver coins. And the sheriff said something before leaving. Yang Bo was no longer curious about this. If you rely on the mountains to eat the mountains, and the water to eat the water, can you still be poor if you guard the granary? Originally, Yang Bo had many things he wanted to ask the sheriff, but he felt that it was not appropriate now to ask a lot at once. Thinking about the soul killer, Yang Bo looked at the process of the game character hanging up. Yang Bo made a detailed hanging up procedure for the game character, and first deposited a silver coin with the innkeeper, who patted his chest and said that he would make sure that the guests would eat, drink and sleep well. Then he found the sheriff, and said that he wanted to use the training ground. Then Yang Bo threw the game character into the game, trained himself, and then ate when it was time to eat, and rest when it was time to rest. Then Yang Bo went out in stealth wearing his armor. An hour later, Yang Bo appeared in the country park. Of course, he was covered up. Sure enough, the Mercenary Union has a mission. He took out another smartwatch and logged into the Mercenary Union mission hall. The first one is a rescue mission, SS level. Not everyone is qualified to take this mission, but Yang Bo is qualified now. Dear Ace Mercenary, the issuer of this mission allows mercenaries to propose their own mission requirements. Yang Bo soon met the Ace agent, who is in charge of one of the missions. Is the Water Blue Empire also willing to give out the title? Yang Bo sent a message to the other party directly. Dear Ace Mercenary, you can put forward your requirements, and I will feed back to the issuer of the mission. The Ace agent is watertight. It's just that soul killer. Survival of the fittest. Such a person will die, and it will cost a huge price to save him. Yang Bo sent another message, with disdain in his tone. Dear Ace Mercenary, I can tell you that there are already 6 Ace Mercenary groups interested in this mission. The Ace agent tried to stimulate Yang Bo with this, because this is also an opportunity for the Ace agent. If the Ace Mercenary in front of him completes the mission, he will get more benefits. My request is a Viscount title, plus a sealed territory. And these things can be traded. Yang Bo made a request with a big mouth. Dear Ace Mercenary, please wait a moment. The Ace agent answered immediately. In less than 20 minutes, Yang Bo received feedback from the Ace agent. Dear Ace Mercenary, the task publisher agrees to your conditions, but you need to pay a deposit of 1 billion credit points. I'll think about it. Yang Bo didn't plan to do this mission. Of course, it is natural for the other party to ask for a deposit. After all, the other party is eager to rescue people, but is afraid that the Ace Mercenary will retreat when encountering difficulties. Yang Bo was already very happy now. Another Ace Mercenary group was coming, which was just right for him to get some skills. Wait a little longer, and I'll sell this news to Jean Boisson. Hee hee. Chapter 636 Surprise. There was no news from Jean Boisson, and it was estimated that there was no result yet. So Yang Bo returned to his villa, taking the virtual game helmet back to the internet room. Yang Bo found that the game character who was idle was training. Fighting training, physical training, and archery training. It feels like watching a person's life. After watching for a while, Yang Bo felt like he was broadcasting a person's life. Of course, others probably saw it as a game live broadcast. But the Blue Water Empire is willing to use a planet for experiments. There must be big secrets inside, and the forum is not omnipotent. Maybe some game players have come into contact with something, but for their own interests, they don't announce it. Yang Bo watched the game character train inside for a while, then sat down to rest for a while, and started training again. If the game was live, it would be boring. But Yang Bo knew it was real. Let the game character train for 2 days first. Anyway, there is money. Yang Bo felt that training the game character in this way might be better than controlling the game character himself and going out hunting. So Yang Bo increased the meat supply for the game character. Yang Bo mainly had to prepare for the upcoming swordplay competition. First, he watched the previous swordplay competition videos. And then, he went to the Swordplay Association. On the one hand, he was familiar with the competition venue. And on the other hand, his intuition told Yang Bo that this Swordplay Association should not be so simple. I don't know what the status of this soul killer is in the Shuilan Empire, and whether the people in the Swordplay Association will take any action. Put the virtual game helmet of the second world in another room to isolate the network. The next morning, Yang Bo was preparing to go to the Fencing Association by himself. But unexpectedly, Lu Jingxiang sent a message to invite him to the Fencing Association. Sister Jingxiang, I won't go. I'll go when the competition comes. Yang Bo called Lu Jingxiang directly, mainly because he didn't want to go with Zhou Kersen. Because Zhou Kersen is too famous now, and more people come to the Fencing Association to participate in the competition. Yang Bo didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Last time, someone had already whispered behind his back. Fortunately, Zhang Boishan and others kept their identity information confidential, and no one knew that it was him who was attacked in the mall with Zhou Kersen. It's just the two of us. Kersen won't go this time. Lu Jingxiang seemed to know Yang Bo's concerns, and chuckled on the other side and said, Okay, then I'll go with Sister Jingxiang. Yang Bo was relieved when he heard this. Come on. I'll wait for you in the company dormitory. Lu Jingxiang was very happy when she heard Yang Bo say this, and there was excitement in her tone, which Yang Bo could hear. Yang Bo was still wearing a sports suit, with a long-sleeved t-shirt underneath, because he needed to take off his outer coat when training. Sister Jingxiang. The flying car drove automatically, and took Yang Bo to the underground parking lot of the company's dormitory building. Lu Jingxiang was also wearing a white sports suit. When Lu Jingxiang got on the flying car, her long black straight hair fell like a waterfall. Yang Bo liked this long black straight feeling very much. Although Lu Jingxiang was wearing a sports suit, her top was not pulled up. You can see that she was wearing a tight vest inside, which also restrained the bulging chest. The snow white and slender neck is so conspicuous. And there is also a slender waist. Thank you for accompanying me today. After Lu Jingxiang got in the car, she smiled and smoothed her long black hair behind her back, and said to Yang Bo, Actually, I want to go too. But I don't want to go with Sister Xian. After all, I am afraid that the killer will find me. Yang Bo laughed and said jokingly, She is also distressed now. When I go out shopping with her, I can be fully armed. But I can't go to the association. Besides, there are many people I know in the association. If I cover up too tightly, it will give others a sense of impoliteness. All the people who are going to participate in the competition have arrived. I have made an appointment. Let's adapt to the venue today. Do you have the confidence to go to the Water Blue Empire to participate in the semifinals? Lu Jingxiang looked at Yang Bo with a pair of watery eyes with a little expectation. Yang Bo nodded, I'll try. Let's go quickly today. We can play the game again after we come back. Now you are a novice, so be careful not to starve the game character to death. Lu Jingxiang leaned on the backrest of the car seat intentionally or unintentionally, making her chest more prominent. I left the game character idle. I set a trap yesterday and caught a live level 0 alien beast. I sold it for 20 silver coins. Yang Bo took the initiative to talk about the things in the game. Ah, you earned 20 silver coins so quickly? Lu Jingxiang was also very surprised to hear this. The second world game cannot be recharged, so the game coins in it are very valuable. I am also lucky. In addition, I have a good relationship with the local sheriff, and the game character has awakened its power and succeeded. But now I don't know which aspect of the game character's power awakening is. Yang Bo said something that stunned Lu Jingxiang. What level are you now? Lu Jingxiang couldn't believe her ears. My game character is now level 2. And I'm almost level 3. How did you do it? Logically, you should be level 10 to leave the village and go to the city to awaken your power? Maybe I'm good at playing games. After all, when I was a resident, I played games when I had nothing to do. But then again, the game of the second world is too real. Yang Bo brought up his past miserable life. That's impossible. How can you awaken your power without reaching level 10? After the sword training, I'll go to your house to see it. Lu Jingxiang still didn't believe it. Yang Bo felt weird. Such a beautiful woman took the initiative to say that she wanted to go to your house to see something. Of course. No problem. In fact, I personally think that this second world game should be fun as long as you treat it as a real world and deal with it according to real logical thinking. Sister Jingxiang, what are you doing in the game? Lu Jingxiang's face darkened when she heard this. We are learning weaving now. Joe Curson and I want to become tailors. But we don't have enough materials for training. So we can only work on some farms, and then buy some hemp to make rags for training. Ah. What level are you now? Lu Jingxiang sighed. I have been playing for 6 years. And I am only level 21 now. The higher the level of this game, the harder it is to upgrade. At level 1, I have experience in killing rabbits. But at the advanced level, I have no experience in killing rabbits. Now I want to level up quickly. I must learn enough combat skills. And then go hunt monsters. But the monsters in this game are not fixed refreshes. These monsters will run around. So it is very difficult to hunt monsters. You can catch a 0-level monster at such a low level, which is simply a burst of luck. You should save this money. The investment in game equipment is still a big part. And the maintenance cost of game equipment is also very expensive. Yang Bo was speechless when he heard this. He played for several years and only reached level 21. But it is indeed difficult in the game. And most game players are still working hard for food and clothing. I already have a set of double-layer leather armor. And a bow and arrow. Ah. Lu Jingxiang had nothing to say. And felt that Yang Bo had a talent for games. Lu Jingxiang wanted to see how Yang Bo played the game like a cat scratching. And he could have 20 silver coins at only level 2. And he also had double-layer leather armor and a bow and arrow. Then did you learn any skills? Lu Jingxiang asked again. Setting traps? Archery. Fighting. Tracking. These are probably the only ones. I didn't see the details. TSK. Lu Jingxiang wanted to say something. But the Swordsmanship Association had already arrived. Before getting off the car, Lu Jingxiang tied her hair up and zipped up her sportswear top. The parking space was full of various speeding cars. And they all looked very high-end. Swordsmanship was originally defined as a high-end sports entertainment project. So these members are basically people with status and position. For these rich people, buying a speeding car is not a big deal. Unlike what Yang Bo imagined, there weren't many people inside the association. Lu Jingxiang had made an appointment. So she registered first after arriving at the association. Because there were still more than 2 hours before they could get familiar with the venue. Yang Bo and Lu Jingxiang chose to drink tea. Only then did Yang Bo know that other members had their own entertainment activities. Some drank tea. Some karaoke. Some climbed mountains. Some held cocktail parties. And some traveled to other cities on March Star. Yang Bo. I really don't know what to say. Lu Jingxiang tied up her long straight black hair, which made her neck look longer and whiter with her long black hair. She spoke while holding a teacup. Why did Sister Jingxiang say that? Yang Bo was a little confused when he heard Lu Jingxiang's nonsense. I wanted to teach you swordsmanship. But I didn't expect you to be more talented than us in this area. I wanted to talk to you more about the second world game today. But I didn't expect you to play better than us. Lu Jingxiang put down the teacup and looked out the window, where you can see the sea. I still have to thank Sister Jingxiang. Yang Bo smiled and praised Lu Jingxiang when he heard this. This is your own talent. It seems that I will learn game experience from you in the future. Sister Jingxiang, if you have anything in the future, just tell me. Yang Bo could only express his attitude in this way. Yang Bo. In fact, there are many factions within the Swordsmanship Association. So in the future, you should try to speak less during the competition. Many of these people come together for their own interests. And they will also unite to suppress newcomers. Yang Bo was very surprised to hear this and asked, can they also use tricks during the competition? Chapter 637 Adaptive Training. There are some things that can be avoided in any competition. If some newcomers perform well, it will threaten the performance of these people. People in their team will make some foul moves during the competition. And sometimes even use superpowers. For example, If two people use the same move against you and use superpowers, what is your subconscious reaction when you face a third person and see the other party use the same move? Yang Bo finally understood after listening to Lu Jingxiang's story. That is to say, the other party used the same move for real or fake. As long as it involves interests, no one will be soft-hearted. So you should be careful in the competition. But your resident status is a protective color. Lu Jingxiang smiled and looked at Yang Bo and said, so in the next competition, your resident status will be used for hype. Do you mind? Yang Bo felt strange when he heard Lu Jingxiang's words. When the original owner was a resident before, he was afraid that others would say that he was a resident. Now that he has the ability, he has to take out his resident status again. Don't the others have residents? Yang Bo asked in disbelief. Even the fat boss who likes to run away is a resident. Let alone these people. A large part of these people are indeed residents. But they dare not use their resident status as an excuse because they cannot withstand investigation. After listening, Yang Bo nodded. No problem. Yang Bo, if possible, at the beginning of the game, you should try to be low-key and not attract their attention. Lu Jingxiang spoke again. Finally, it was Yang Bo's turn to adapt to the venue. This competition venue was completely different from what he had imagined. This competition venue looked a bit like a gladiatorial arena. In the middle was a 20m x 20m ring, surrounded by tall stands. And the entire layout was full of retro style. And the entire competition venue was built entirely of stone. There were also circles of stone steps on the tall stands. The entire competition venue gave people a darker and more depressing feeling. But when the lights were turned on, the entire competition venue was like being under the sun. Although Lu Jingxiang came today, she did not participate in the adaptive training, because Lu Jingxiang knew her own technical level. But there were other people in the stands, some of whom were from gambling companies, and others were from other companies. Some companies evaluated the contestants during the early training process, and then signed them first. The stands that could seat thousands of people now had only a few dozen or 30 people. Yang Bo chose to train a robot sparring partner. The association also provides real-person training. But the price of real-person training is not cheap. This training robot is a real bionic man. But in order to distinguish between bionic men and real people, the Alliance has made all bionic men's heads look like machine structures. This training robot is the top training robot of the Swordsmanship Association, and is more advanced than the training robot purchased by the Fat Boss. Yang Bo put on his competition uniform, with the sword in his hand facing up and holding the hilt with both hands. This is a signal that I am ready. With the start of the competition, the training robot on the opposite side suddenly stepped forward and stabbed Yang Bo's neck with the sword in its hand. This kind of training robot is not the most difficult one at the beginning, because it cannot test the true strength of the contestants. So the training robot's move seems fierce, but the speed is relatively low. Yang Bo took a step back. The training robot's left foot was always in front. The right foot was always behind. And it took another step forward. And the training robot's elbow moved. And the sword in its hand slid towards Yang Bo's body. After Yang Bo took a step back, his body leaned slightly to the left, and then suddenly jumped to the right. Sure enough, the difficulty level of the training robot is relatively low now. It was attracted by Yang Bo's fake move. So the sword in its hand directly attacked Yang Bo's left side, who knew that Yang Bo jumped to the right all of a sudden. And Yang Bo quickly drew his sword, flipped his wrist, and slashed the training robot's left hand holding the sword directly. The scoreboard showed that Yang Bo scored 5 points. In sword fighting competitions, the point system is adopted. That is, different points are given for different parts of the body hit. 5 points is the highest single score. Of course, the highest level is KO. At this time, the training robot can only hold the sword with the right hand, because the left hand has been disabled by Yang Bo just now. The people in the stands were not surprised by this change, because everyone can do this kind of difficulty. Then Yang Bo could clearly feel that the difficulty of the training robot had been raised to a higher level, and the speed of the movements was faster. After 2 more moves, Lu Jingxiang stroked her hair with her hand. So in the next few moves, Yang Bo was hit by the training robot frequently. In the end, the training robot won. Of course, everyone will fail in the face of this kind of training robot. It's just a matter of how long they can persist. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Bo returned to the lounge, and Lu Jingxiang trotted over to bring a bottle of water. It's okay. Yang Bo smelled a fragrant aroma. which was the perfume on Lu Jingxiang. After a 20-minute break, he trained again. After this training, there were only a few people left in the stands, because Yang Bo's performance was really not flattering. After 2 hours of training, Yang Bo didn't even sweat a bit before it was over. The free lunch of the Swordsmanship Association was indeed very rich, and it was all buffet. Although I didn't see many people when I came in the morning, when I ate lunch at noon, Yang Bo was still shocked by the hundreds of people. However, there was no noise when these hundreds of people ate buffet, and everyone ate silently. Yang Bo couldn't name many ingredients, and some of them he had never seen before. A green low-alcohol wine, which has a special fragrance in the mouth, and the layering of this fragrance will change. Yang Bo checked and found that this low-alcohol wine is fermented from the sap of a tree. Everyone has a different taste layer because everyone's saliva pH is different, so the taste is different. In addition, everyone's nerve elements are different. Some people are more sensitive, so the taste is richer, while some people are less sensitive, so the layering is lower. In addition, if you are happy, your nerves are particularly excited, and the taste is different. Of course, this kind of wine is not sold to the public, and you must have a membership to buy it. However, this kind of wine is available here. Yang Bo, are you satisfied with the service provided by our association? After Yang Bo and Lu Jingxiang finished eating, they were about to leave when they met the person who received them last time. That is, the president of the association. Mr. President, thank you very much for your hospitality. But there are just a few shortcomings. Yang Bo didn't feel strange about the president coming to see him, because this guy must know his performance in the game. Lu Jingxiang didn't expect Yang Bo to say it was not good, and of course the president didn't expect it. So he smiled and asked, Mr. Yang Bo, if you are not satisfied with anything, you can mention it, and we will definitely solve it. It's a pity that the buffet cannot be packed. Otherwise, I will pack the dinner tonight and take it back. This is the most expensive meal I have ever eaten in my life, and it is also the best meal. Yang Bo replied with a smile. Puff. Lu Jingxiang was listening to Yang Bo talking about the shortcomings, but she didn't expect this man to say so. That's a pity. But Mr. Yang Bo can continue to come to eat in the evening. The president of the Swordsmanship Association didn't expect Yang Bo to mention this shortcoming, and he knew that the other party was joking. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. President. I have something to do in the evening. Yang Bo also said very politely. The president looked at Yang Bo's back as he left, expressionless, not knowing what he was thinking. This guy's training data today is too bad. A young man strolled over and whispered. Young people are not arrogant and not ostentatious. I am optimistic about him. The biggest reason why 99% of geniuses in this world fall in the middle of their careers is that they are too young and too arrogant, and think they are invincible. The president said lightly, then turned and left. Lu Jingxiang followed Yang Bo to Yang Bo's house. The decoration of your first and second floors seems to be completely different, Lu Jingxiang asked. The second and third floors were destroyed by a group of terrorists, and the government renovated them for me. But I signed a confidentiality agreement, so no one knows. Yang Bo shrugged and replied, Ah, your house can be destroyed like this? Lu Jingxiang couldn't believe it at all. Yang Bo brought Lu Jingxiang a bottle of water, then took out the second world game helmet and directly turned on the display mode. Ah! Lu Jingxiang looked at Yang Bo's game character level, which was really only level 2. But he was already wearing standard leather armor, standard hunting bow, and also had archery, throwing, traps, tracking, fighting and other skills. Your leather armor is more valuable than the ordinary leather armor on the market. Standard leather armor is the leather armor used by the National Army in the game. The materials used are the best. That is, all high-quality leather, while ordinary leather armor on the market is made of other materials. The same is true for bows and arrows. The weapons and equipment used by the national military in the game are of higher quality than civilian ones. At least one level. Can you tell me in detail how you did it? Lu Jingxiang looked at the equipment on Yang Bo's character and explained. Yang Bo sat next to Lu Jingxiang, and then recounted what he did in the game. Are you bribing the sheriff? How can this be called a bribe? I borrowed his equipment. And shouldn't he share the prey? I think when you learn tailoring skills, if you give the teacher who teaches tailoring skills some small gifts, or some good wine in the game, you will probably get a lot of money. Yang Bo also roughly knew that Lu Jingxiang and others played games without treating the game as the real world. They treated the people in the game as NPCs. They did whatever the NPCs told them to do. And never said they would give these NPCs benefits. I'll go back and try it. Lu Jingxiang was eager to try after hearing this. Then I'll take you back. Are you so anxious for me to leave? Lu Jingxiang heard this and looked at Yang Bo and asked. Chapter 638, Make it clear. Huh? Yang Bo naturally knew what Lu Jingxiang meant by this attitude. We are all adults. Don't we understand this? But because we are all adults, Yang Bo thinks that some things should be made clear first. If we can get along, we can be together. If not, forget it. Yang Bo thinks that he is still very responsible in this regard, and will not take advantage of others for no reason, although he can hide it from Lu Jingxiang now. After all, she has basically no chance to meet Annie and others. But people should be conscientious and responsible when doing things. So what should be made clear should be made clear. So he looked at Lu Jingxiang calmly and said, Sister Jingxiang, there are some things I should have said a long time ago. In fact, I have a girlfriend. And 2 of them. Ah! Lu Jingxiang was also shocked by Yang Bo's sudden words. This surprised her more than Yang Bo's achievements in the game. How can I? Lu Jingxiang looked at Yang Bo in surprise. He actually had 2 girlfriends. Just when she wanted to ask me why I didn't know. She couldn't ask. Because everyone in the alliance takes personal privacy very seriously. Lu Jingxiang wanted to ask Fatty if he knew. But she couldn't because it was also a personal privacy. And she didn't know what identity to use to ask the other party. Should she use the identity of a girlfriend? Now the 2 of them are just good friends at best. Not yet boyfriend and girlfriend. What do your 2 girlfriends look like? Lu Jingxiang felt very uncomfortable. No wonder Yang Bo treated her like this. It turned out that he had his own girlfriend. She's still very beautiful. Yang Bo nodded. He still had some feelings for Lu Jingxiang. After all, she was a great beauty. But as a man, he had to explain everything that needed to be explained. Is she a superpower? Lu Jingxiang was a little disappointed. Of course, she was just disappointed. After all, the 2 of them had never really started dating. She just had a good impression of Yang Bo. Yes. Yang Bo nodded. Lu Jingxiang looked at Yang Bo's figure and muttered in her heart, 2 superpowers. Is this guy bragging? Since Yang Bo had a girlfriend, and 2 of them were superpowers. Lu Jingxiang gave up some of her thoughts about Yang Bo. Lu Jingxiang returned to her place and looked at her dress in the mirror. She said in her heart, I was dressed well in the morning, thinking of how she had dressed up to attract Yang Bo in the morning. Lu Jingxiang felt her face flush, as if she had been taken advantage of for nothing. But then she straightened her chest and looked at her waist again. That guy's girlfriend must not have a better figure than me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked at me more this morning. At this time, Zhou Kersen knocked on the door. And Lu Jingxiang opened the door and started talking. Yang Bo is so secretive. He already has a girlfriend. And 2 of them. Ah? Are you mistaken? Zhou Kersen subconsciously thought that Lu Jingxiang had heard it wrong. He said it himself. And there are 2 superpowers. And I didn't see it before. Lu Jingxiang was still a little unconvinced. Zhou Kersen thought to herself that Yang Bo wouldn't have rejected Lu Jingxiang. So she answered like this. But it didn't feel right. Everyone liked this type of Lu Jingxiang. Lu Jijia was also shocked when he heard his aunt say this at night. Where does this guy go to meet his girlfriend at home all day? Lu Jijia couldn't figure it out. With Yang Bo's personality, he never leaves the house every day. And he can have 2 girlfriends. So Lu Jijia picked up his watch and chatted with Yang Bo. Lu Jijia, Yang Bo. Is it true that you have a girlfriend? Yang Bo, not only do I have a girlfriend, but I have 2 girlfriends. And they are also superpowers. Lu Jijia was upset when he saw Yang Bo's answer. When did you hook up with 2 girlfriends? Yang Bo, although I don't go out. I play games, and I also have online social networking. Lu Jijia, or 2 superpowers. Can they accept you together? Yang Bo, when I just met them, they were not superpowers. But now they are. When Lu Jijia saw Yang Bo's answer, his eyelids jumped, and he probably knew why. Because of Yang Bo's talent for medicine. So Lu Jijia went straight to Yang Bo's villa, and made sure to ask clearly. Half an hour later, Yang Bo and Lu Jijia sat together. And the former said, Brother Jia, I met my 2 girlfriends in the game. Before I met them, they were not superpowered. I felt that they had good personalities. Later, when we were getting along, I thought about whether the potion I made could make them superpowered. I didn't expect that both of them really succeeded. Lu Jijia knew that the potion made by Yang Bo was of high quality. But he still asked, did they all have secondary injections? Well, but you still have to ask Brother Jia to keep it a secret. Yang Bo nodded. TSK. That's no problem. But Zhou Rui seems to be interested in you. Lu Jijia didn't expect that the high-quality gene evolution potion made by Yang Bo would have such a good effect. You family members are from 2 different worlds than me. I still prefer ordinary people. Yang Bo laughed. You just lie to yourself. If you didn't give them the gene evolution potion, would your 2 girlfriends like you? What do your girlfriends look like? Lu Jijia felt itchy in his heart. Hee. Very beautiful. With a very wow figure. Yang Bo smiled proudly. When will you bring them out to meet our friends? Lu Jijia looked at Yang Bo's proud look and always felt that this guy was lying. Forget it for now. After all, the gene evolution has just been successful. Yang Bo shook his head. That's right. The first few years of successful gene evolution are the most important. You need to lay a solid foundation. They don't know your specific pharmaceutical capabilities. Right? Lu Jijia asked again. I don't know. They think I'm just an ordinary pharmacist. They are just like me before, with no access to these things. Yang Bo nodded. With your enhanced abilities, you can have more women. My aunt was very angry when she went home today. She actually has a good impression of you. Lu Jijia still didn't give up on Yang Bo. Lu Jijia looked carefully and found that he was far behind Yang Bo, whether in pharmaceutical ability or superpowers. Although it seems that his level as a superpower is higher than Yang Bo. If Yang Bo really wants to use lasers, he, a superpower, will most likely die. Yang Bo's abnormal superpowers, let alone his level. I'm afraid that even an A-level superpower will be hit by a laser if he is not careful. If Yang Bo continues to grow, he will become more and more abnormal. It is hard to imagine how strong this guy will be if he grows to A-level. Although Lu Jijia really wants to know what Yang Bo's girlfriend looks like, he can't ask. After all, it is personal privacy. Anyway, as long as he has a good relationship with Yang Bo, he will meet her one day. After returning home, Lu Jijia said to Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen, I am sure that what Yang Bo said is true. He met his 2 girlfriends while playing games. What a pity! Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen looked at each other and said in their hearts that it was a pity. But later, Lu Jijia found Lu Jingxiang privately, Aunt, if you like Yang Bo, there is still a chance. Am I so short of men? Lu Jingxiang stared at her nephew. There are many kinds of men. And Yang Bo is the kind of man who is scarce and scarce. There are some things that Lu Jijia can't say clearly. Don't play dumb with me. If you can, just say it. If not, get out. Lu Jingxiang naturally knew that her nephew must have a reason for pushing Yang Bo so hard. But this guy wouldn't tell her. Lu Jijia had no choice but to get out. But then he thought, although Yang Bo didn't become my uncle, it's impossible for Yang Bo to be with Zhou Rui and that female general. Lu Jijia was afraid that Yang Bo would get along with these 2 people, which would break the balance of cooperation among the companies. Lu Jingxiang entered the game of the second world, and the game character was in a city. The game city of the second world is relatively safe. In the suburban countryside, most players will not go out at night because they are likely to encounter wild beasts. Lu Jingxiang has ignored this ancient style of urban architecture. The entire city is built with stone and wood and has high walls. The wooden floor of the room creaks when walking, and you can hear the sound of mice making noises in the cracks of the floor. Lu Jingxiang's game character is a tailor apprentice. It is extremely difficult to upgrade in the game of the second world. Most gamers have tried their best to make ends meet in the game. So the house rented by Lu Jingxiang's game character is very poor. Lu Jingxiang's game character and Zhou Kersen's game character share this house. Buy something? Lu Jingxiang calculated her savings and decided to use 2 silver coins to buy a bottle of wine for the teacher who taught tailoring skills. Although she was a little unconvinced about this suggestion, Lu Jingxiang was still ready to give it a try. Although many people think that the game Second World is a real game, gamers are gamers after all, and they don't treat NPCs in the game the same way as in real life. At most, they can be polite and speak in a nicer tone. As for giving gifts to NPCs and bribing them, some players must have thought about it, but they will definitely not say it out loud. Lu Jingxiang's game character went out wearing a thick cloak. The cloak is mainly to prevent all kinds of dirt that may come out of the window at any time. Because many NPCs in the game are unhygienic and directly empty the toilet through the window. Be careful when walking on the road, especially in places with poor lighting, because there are always dirty things. The most criticized point in this game is hygiene. Lu Jingxiang controlled the game character and came to the wine shop to buy a bottle of fruit wine for women. Then she came to the teacher who taught her tailoring skills with this bottle of fruit wine. The tailor teacher of Lu Jingxiang's game character opened a tailor shop in the city. Teacher. Good evening. Lu Jingxiang controlled the game character to enter the tailor's shop and greeted politely. Xiang. Good evening. Lu Jingxiang's game character is called Xiang. The tailor teacher is a middle-aged woman who is dressed very decently. I brought a little gift to the teacher. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Jingxiang controlled the game character and felt strange when she said this. Lu Jingxiang put the prepared gift in front of the teacher. The middle-aged woman looked at Xiang in surprise. Thank you. I have been suffering from insomnia recently. This bottle of white wine from the Arnold region is just right for me. It's great that the teacher likes it. Lu Jingxiang felt strange. She didn't expect the NPC's reaction to be so real. She even picked up the wine and looked at it carefully. Come over at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Viscountess Kondo has ordered a silk scarf from me. I think you can complete this task quickly under my guidance. The middle-aged woman spoke again. Lu Jingxiang was also a little stunned when she saw the task. She didn't expect that what Yang Bo said was true. The task is to make a silk scarf. And the task reward is the method of making a silk scarf. Thank you, teacher. The game character controlled by Lu Jingxiang said goodbye to the tailor teacher. Lu Jingxiang controlled the game character back to the rental house and quickly downloaded the game to share this experience with Joe Kerson. Joe Kerson was also a little surprised that he could do this. So he quickly logged into the game and bought a bottle of perfume for the tailor teacher. He received a leather boots making task. And the task reward was the method of making leather boots. This guy. Lu Jingxiang and Joe Kerson looked at each other. There are too many things that tailors can make. But it is very difficult to learn the skills. Because once the game players learn the production technology, they will compete with NPCs for business. So it is extremely difficult to learn a good craft in the game. Of course, the two have played games for several years. And it is good to have some savings. Some people play games and turn their game characters into slaves. Because some people can't even make the game characters eat and drink. So they have to sell their game characters and become slaves. As for those who die several times, there are all kinds of weird ways to die. Some were even killed directly by the nobles in the game. Because in the game, the nobles only need to pay compensation for killing people. In addition, some game players were inexplicably teased by the game nobles. No wonder this guy can find a girlfriend in the game. Joe Kerson sighed. Because he had more than a little affection for Yangbo. And Yangbo also saved his life. Yes. Let's get up early tomorrow to play games. Yangbo also went to bed early, preparing to find Master Zhang tomorrow to find out about the soul killer. And also to watch the video of the swordsmanship competition. Since he was going to the Blue Water Empire to cause trouble, it would be better to have a legitimate identity and a legitimate reason to go. And there was no need to be sneaky. The main reason was that the distance between the two was too far. And it was difficult to sneak in and sneak back without being discovered that he was missing. Chapter 639 Bird Media. The second world game character continues to hang up. Let the character train every day. And the Doomsday Dungeon game is temporarily not available. There is no news from the Soul Killer for the time being. SSS level mission? However, Yang Bo found that the SS level mission displayed last time in the Free Mercenary Union has now become an SSS level mission. Through the Ace Agent, Yang Bo learned that March Star is now among all the mission platform killer organizations. The safety aspect will be reevaluated, and it is evaluated as one of the most dangerous planets. What a sin. The issuer of this mission is a big loss. But March Star has indeed buried a lot of people. Moreover, the Ace Agent also revealed that many Ace mercenaries are worried about being killed and silenced later. Because the Soul Killer can control other people's souls. If the issuer of the mission does not want to pay for the mission later, and sends the Soul Killer to kill them, what should these people do? And it is said that the issuer of the mission has issued the mission on all platforms, including the black market, killers, brotherhoods, bounty hunters guilds, etc. But so far no one has accepted this mission. Because everyone knows that the issuer of this mission is the Blue Water Empire. If the Blue Water Empire goes back on its word, will everyone want to retaliate against the Blue Water Empire? The Blue Water Empire might have to send people here. And the Sword Association, as the base of the Blue Water Empire, might. Yongbo thought of another point. Hee. It seems that I need to visit the Sword Association more often. Yongbo checked the flight schedule from the Blue Water Empire to March Star when he got home. Then he calculated the time when the Soul Killer was caught. And then calculated several time nodes. The first time the Soul Killer was caught, the Blue Water Empire would definitely react on its own. It seems that if the people of the Blue Water Empire reacted in the first time, they would arrive at about the same time as the people from the Supreme Court of the Union Ministry of Justice. I wonder if any of these guys from the Supreme Court of the Union Ministry of Justice are on the villain list. Forget it. Try not to cause trouble on March Star. Then Yongbo watched the video of the sword competition. Not to mention these players. There were many tricks in the moves. And Yongbo also found that some foul guys were some gangs suppressing newcomers. Although the equipment used in the sword competition not only has various sensors, but also because of the material. It will break as long as it exceeds a certain force. But there are many foul actions, such as directly hitting. One of the players was hit directly 3 times in a row. Although the people who hit the first 3 times were deducted points for fouls. When this player faced this situation for the 4th time, he also subconsciously made an inappropriate reaction and then fouled himself. There will be no problem if I directly collide with him in a sword fight, because the sword in the opponent's hand is also made of special materials, and it will break if it exceeds a certain force. What style should I use in the sword fight? Fast and accurate? Or show them? There is no need to waste time. Just come up and solve the opponent as soon as possible. I also urgently need to publicly enhance my reputation. These small gangs target people who are not so famous. If I am famous enough, I believe these guys will not dare to do this. Besides, how can we not show off if we want to get into the Blue Water Empire? Knock out the opponent within 3 moves. If you fail to knock out the opponent within 3 moves, you will fail, and give people the impression that you only know 3 moves. This way, it won't waste time. Yongbo looked at his opponent who he had drawn, who was also a new member of the association. This new member was 30 years old and came from Red Earth. There was no other information. Even the gender was not specified, because the Alliance is very sensitive about gender. I'm really looking forward to it. If I can get first place in the Blue Water Empire, I can get a piece of land openly. Although I have a lot of land now, I can't show it publicly. This planet does have land, but there is no development. When the time is right, I will take over the property of the pirate leader. Of course, this is the case on the surface. Today, Yongbo has been studying the video of the Architecture Association competition, from the Alliance competition to the Blue Water Empire competition. However, there is no video of the Blue Water Empire's free competition on the Alliance side, because it is said to be too bloody. Yongbo, thank you. In the evening, Lu Jingxiang talked to Yongbo through the watch. Sister Jingxiang? Yongbo was a little confused. Why did she thank me right away? I have learned to make scarves for the characters in the Second World game. And Zhou Kersen has also learned to make boots. And the tailor teacher obviously has a better relationship with us. And she let us do odd jobs in her tailor shop so that we can learn more. When Lu Jingxiang said this, Yongbo could hear the excitement in her tone through the watch. We will have other game questions to ask you in the future. You can't ignore us, Lu Jingxiang finally said. Yongbo immediately patted his chest and said it was okay. How can these people be so stubborn when playing a game? Yongbo certainly knew that the Second World game was more about human relationships. However, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were fine. At least they could still make a living, while some people couldn't even get enough food in the game. The Second World says it is the real world. But who would have thought that it is the real world? But the civilization level of this real world is very low. And it is very different from the current Blue Water Empire Alliance. And the way people get along with each other is the same. Fortunately, I came from a low civilization and can understand the twists and turns here. Should I catch those golden pheasants and secretly give them to those noble ladies, and then seek an official position? Forget it. My character in the game is a foreigner, and those nobles are not vegetarians. They might rob my things and accuse me of theft. It's not bad to follow the sheriff. It's best if I can lead an army later, so that I can upgrade quickly. And if I want to know the real secrets of the Second World, I'm afraid I have to move up. Yongbo always felt that the Second World was not such a simple experiment. As if there were more secrets. Yang Bo played the game in the second world for 2 days, mainly to observe the living habits of the golden-feathered pheasants that he wanted to catch. Bird pollinator. The original plan was to see what these golden-feathered pheasants like to eat the most. But it turned out that these guys eat a lot of things, including insects in the soil, and some miscellaneous things. However, this pheasant with golden feathers is a male pheasant. And most of the time these male pheasants seem to be on sentry duty. They wander around. And once there is danger, these conspicuous ones will run away, while other female pheasants will immediately lie on the ground and wait until other prey chases the male pheasants before these female pheasants scatter and flee. During the observation, Yang Bo found that as long as the female pheasants make a certain sound, these male pheasants will rush over in a hurry. Yang Bo processed this sound separately, and then let the game character learn this sound. The game character learned it for 2 days before learning this sound. Today I will officially complete the task of the sheriff, and the sword competition will start soon. After Yang Bo entered the game this morning, he took his things and set off. After the awakening of power, my body has indeed changed. Now my speed, endurance, and strength have increased. It seemed that I walked for an hour and a half to the oak forest for the first time, but now I am there in an hour. After observing for the first 2 days, Yang Bo had already figured out the foraging pattern of these golden pheasants. Yang Bo found a bare valley because it looked like there was no danger. Then Yang Bo controlled the game character and got into a pile of dead branches and rotten leaves. This was a shallow pit dug on the ground a few days ago. There were a lot of dead branches and rotten leaves on the shallow pit. This morning, it seemed that the shallow pit had also been dug by these pheasants. The game character lay in the dead branches and rotten leaves. And then Yang Bo asked the game character to imitate the sound that attracted male pheasants. Yang Bo controlled the game character again and picked up 2 female pheasant feathers and shook them on the dead branches and rotten leaves. Less than half a minute after calling, Yang Bo heard the sound of a pheasant running. He couldn't see it now, but he had the ability to passively detect sound waves and could hear the slightest movement around him. A golden pheasant dragged a long golden tail and jumped closer to the bare area. There were no bushes or other things in this area that looked safe. This golden pheasant saw 2 female pheasant feathers on a pile of dead branches and rotten leaves. He tilted his head and looked for a while, then approached step by step. The next second, the call became more urgent, and the golden pheasant pounced on the place where the 2 feathers moved. The next second, the golden pheasant disappeared among the dead branches and rotten leaves. And the sound continued, and it was louder and more frequent. Then, in less than 10 minutes, another unlucky guy came here to look around, and after confirming that it was safe, he disappeared among the dead branches and rotten leaves. 20 minutes later, Yang Bo was stunned because 3 golden pheasants appeared at once. These are probably bachelors. The golden male pheasants coming in front are the leaders of the group with female pheasants. The 3 golden pheasants were the most hungry. They pounced on them after a quick look. 5. That's enough. Strange. Why didn't the character show any skills this time? Could it be that the game officials don't know how to give game characters skills? Just as Yang Bo was about to stand up from the dead branches and rotten leaves, he suddenly heard the sound of an animal approaching. He turned his head secretly and found that it was a cat that looked a bit like a leopard, with golden marks on its body. Is this thing probably more valuable? This golden leopard probably weighed about 30 kilograms. Yang Bo was ready to take a gamble. This leopard was very alert and kept sniffing the ground with its nose. But the ground was full of the smell of those male pheasants strolling around. Chapter 640 Letter of Recommendation. The golden spotted leopard has a nose full of pheasant smell. This leopard also likes to prey on pheasants. So when it heard the sound of the game character controlled by Yang Bo, it ran over quickly. The leopard saw 2 hairs of its prey move, and its whole body rushed over. But the next second, the dead branches and leaves scattered all at once, startling the leopard. And then a pair of big hands grabbed the leopard's 2 ears. Yang Bo controlled the game character and first threw away the dead branches and leaves on his body to block the leopard's vision. Then he jumped up and pressed the leopard under him. This kind of cat must not be caught by him. So Yang Bo pressed the leopard to the ground. The leopard now knew that this was a trap. But it was too late. Yang Bo held it tightly by the neck and pressed it to the ground. The back half of its body was held down by the knee of the game character controlled by Yang Bo. So the leopard struggled hard, but couldn't get up. Its claws tried to grab the person in front of it, but it could only grab the mud on the ground in vain. Bang! Bang! The game character controlled by Yang Bo grabbed the back of the leopard's neck with one hand and hit the leopard with his other hand. The leopard whimpered and bleed from its mouth on the ground. But it couldn't get away. Fists hit the leopard's head like raindrops, and its eyes were swollen from blinking. After a few minutes, the leopard finally stopped struggling, and Yang Bo took out a rope and tied up the leopard's mouth. Then he used another rope to connect the leopard's two front legs. The same operation was done for the hind legs. And then the leopard's left front leg and right hind leg were connected with a rope. The distance between the ropes of a pair of front legs or a pair of hind legs was relatively short, so the leopard could only move in small steps. As for why the left front leg and the right hind leg were connected, it was mainly to prevent it from jumping. Then Yang Bo cut a wooden stick as thick as a wrist and tied it around the leopard's neck with a rope to connect the wooden stick. This is a bit like a long clamp for dogs. The leopard jumped a few times on the spot, but couldn't break free. On the one hand, its mouth was tied, and on the other hand, the front and back legs were the largest, and the extension distance was only so long. There was a rope limit, and a pair of front legs and a pair of hind legs could only move in a small range. Then Yang Bo carried the sack of pheasants with golden feathers on his back, and then held a stick in one hand, and the front of the stick was connected to the leopard's neck. The other hand also held a branch and drove the leopard directly to the village. Because of the rope and the stick, the leopard wanted to turn around and bite the people behind it. But it couldn't. Instead, it was beaten by the people behind it. The leopard did not think about running to other places, but it couldn't run away. The stick on the back of its neck fixed its direction. When he first saw the village, Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief, mainly because he was afraid of meeting other players on the road. But he didn't expect to meet no one today. The players in the village were stunned. Isn't this a newcomer who has just entered the game for 2 days? This guy not only has wallets and bows and arrows, but now he has caught a golden leopard. This thing is still alive. Many players quickly took screenshots to save it, because this golden spotted leopard is called a golden leopard. As a pet, it is very expensive, and nobles often offer high rewards. At the police station in the village, the sheriff was also stunned by the golden leopard that looked like a dog with its tail between its legs. This golden leopard is agile, can climb trees, and has a keen sense of smell. It is difficult to encounter a dead one, let alone a living one. Stranger, I have to admit that you are very lucky. The sheriff personally cut the rope on the golden leopard and put it in a cage. Although some parts were worn, it did not matter because it was alive after all. This is all the good luck that you brought me. The game character controlled by Yang Bo was polite. Your Excellency, this golden leopard is an unexpected harvest. And this is my real harvest. Yang Bo handed the sack to the sheriff. The sheriff saw 5 golden pheasants in the sack, and looked at Yang Bo's game character with even stranger eyes. I have to go to the city now, because the feathers of these pheasants need to be processed quickly. But what I want to ask is, do you want money or something else? The sheriff looked at the harvest and asked. Your Excellency brought me good luck. I want to work with you. Yang Bo thought that being an official was also a way. Okay. I will be back the day after tomorrow morning at the latest. The sheriff nodded when he heard what Yang Bo said, and then left with the golden feather pheasant and the golden leopard. It was obvious that this guy was going to use connections. To be honest, Yang Bo was a little worried, fearing that the sheriff would take advantage of him. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was the weaker party in the game. He could only take a gamble. To be a sheriff in a village and not be too old, he must be either capable or have a backer. And the armor on this sheriff is also very exquisite, which is not something that ordinary people can equip. In addition, the warhorse is also very good, and he has a way to know the needs of the noble lady. In fact, in this kind of ancient social structure, money is not as important as power. As long as you have power, you have enough money. Yang Bo knows that the unemployment rate of players in the Second World game is quite high. After a busy day today, nothing was gained, and the game character controlled by Yang Bo was idle. There is no need to control the game character himself, wash and brush his teeth, etc., because the game is too real. It is a bit irritating. After all, going to the toilet is not reflected very well in the game. After downloading the game, Yang Bo saw a screenshot of himself driving a golden leopard in the game forum. But there is no nickname for his game. The price of the golden leopard is very expensive. Of course, The difference is also very large. Because the appearance of the pet is the most important. If the appearance is not good, even if it is alive, the price is only 50 silver coins. But the price of a golden leopard with good appearance can reach 150 gold coins. Yang Bo has no doubt about this. But as for how to distinguish the appearance, no one has explained it in detail. Then Yang Bo found out that beasts were very expensive in the Second World game, especially the live ones, because the nobles like to raise these beasts and use them for fighting and gambling. A series of industrial chains were also born around this noble hobby. The next day, Yang Bo went to the Second World game and did not find the sheriff back. This is actually a good phenomenon, proving that the sheriff was more successful in going through the back door. If the back door was not successful, he would come back the next day. Yang Bo's game character was still training on the AFK because he had money. After all, controlling the game character for training was a rather boring thing. On the third day, the sheriff still did not come back. On the fourth day, the sheriff still did not come back. However, on the morning of the fifth day, Yang Bo just went to the sheriff's office and found that the sheriff had returned. "Foreigner, thank you for everything you have done for me." When the sheriff said this, his happy expression was beyond words. "Sir, this is also your luck," Yang Bo said while controlling the game character. "The last time I issued a task to you, I said I would give you a skill reward. I have 2 skills to teach you. One is writing, and the other is painting." The sheriff spoke directly, referring to the mysterious skill that was to be rewarded last time. Hearing this, Yang Bo suddenly realized that the game character was still illiterate in the game. "Sir, I want to read." Yang Bo suddenly had an idea and directly put forward his request. "Of course, I can write you a letter of recommendation." The sheriff said this and looked at Yang Bo's game character. Yang Bo felt strange when he heard this, as he had to study in the game. "Thank you very much for your generosity." Yang Bo didn't know how much it would cost to study, or where to study. "I will recommend you to study at Green College, and you will get a part-time job in the college to pay for your study and living expenses. As for the golden leopard you captured is of medium quality. As for the specific value, I haven't asked anyone to estimate it, but I will transfer it back to Green City." The sheriff spoke again. "Congratulations on your promotion." Yang Bo heard this and knew that the sheriff in front of him had been promoted. "When I return to Green City, I will become the sheriff of the East District of Green City. However, if you want to join the city guard, you must complete the assessment. You have to go to the academy to study, so you can temporarily join the night patrol. The city gates are closed at night, so there is not much danger. And you can also take this opportunity to train and get an extra salary." The sheriff spoke again. Yang Bo probably understood that this guy would be a sheriff in a district when he returned. If he wanted to join the city guard, he must first take the assessment and can enter after passing the assessment. However, now this guy recruited himself as a temporary worker for night patrol. "I am willing to follow your orders." Yang Bo thought it was good. He would first see what the situation was in the city and have a place to stay. He would talk about it later. Hunting was too unreliable. Hunting depends entirely on luck. If you are lucky, you can get a lot. If you are unlucky, you will be attacked and killed by wild beasts. I still have half a month here, waiting for the new sheriff to come to take over. I can write you a letter of recommendation now. I am also going to give you 50 silver coins. But for your safety on the road, I will give you the money when I return to Green City." The sheriff spoke again. So Yang Bo, who was confused, watched the sheriff write him a letter of recommendation. And with this letter of recommendation, he could take a carriage to Green City. So Yang Bo, who was confused again, sat in a shaking carriage to enter the city. The carriage was following a caravan, and there were armed guards in the caravan. The public security here seems to be very unstable. Yang Bo looked at the reactions of these characters in the game and felt that the public security in this world should be very bad. Chapter 641 Ikes. Something is wrong. Yang Bo was shaking in the carriage, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. That is, when he caught the golden pheasants, the 5 pheasants did not give any skills. At that time, because there was a golden leopard next to him, all his attention was on this guy. So he subconsciously forgot. First of all, reptiles don't give skills. Then clones don't give skills. So could this golden pheasant be cloned? If the golden pheasant is really cloned, plus the sheriff's mission, Is this a test? Yang Bo, who was sitting in the carriage, felt his scalp tingling when he thought about this. As if he was in a huge conspiracy. But maybe this game itself is a conspiracy. The next second, Yang Bo thought it through. But there are still 2 points to confirm. The first is whether the Water Blue Empire deliberately made this world like this. The second point is that maybe this planet itself is another civilization. Just like the Green Demon planet. The Water Blue Empire does this just to use the hands of these game players to unlock the secrets of this civilization. Or to cultivate enough special talents. Or is it that the Water Blue Empire's research on the soul is related to this planet, or even this civilization? In fact, whether it is the Alliance or other countries, other civilizations have been discovered in the continuous exploration. But most of them are too low level, and have no use for the Alliance or other countries. So these civilizations will be destroyed or annexed by the Alliance. For example, if the Alliance finds a civilization similar to the Earth, it will conquer it first, and then put the Alliance's set of rules on this planet. If there is a special civilization like the Green Devil Star, or some special planet alliances, they will be kept for observation and then conduct a series of scientific experiments. So Yang Bo has reason to suspect that there must be a reason why the soul research or neural network research of the Water Blue Empire is more advanced than the other 2 countries. Like the sheriff, people have biochips implanted in their brains. And I am afraid that the natives of this world cannot detect it at all. And the civilization of this world does not seem to have any strict household registration system. Like the clone I control, it looks like it is just wearing a hat on its head. Only when the hat is lifted can you know that there is a neural network connection inside. Maybe in the research on the soul, the biochip is not very useful. And it depends entirely on each individual? The same is true for superpowers. It depends entirely on individual talents. Even if the parents are extremely outstanding superpowers, the children born may not have good talents. And the soul is more mysterious and more unpredictable. If the golden pheasant is cloned, then what is this mission aimed at? Yang Bo decided to follow this line. First of all, the lady likes fans made of golden pheasant feathers, which means that the final owner of these cloned golden pheasants is this lady. But there is no way to send these golden pheasants directly to the lady? But why? After thinking for a while, Yang Bo decided not to think about it, because the known conditions were too limited. Or is it simply that the Blue Water Empire does not want this creature to become extinct? So it cultivates it, and puts it on this planet? After 5 hours of trekking, we finally arrived at Green City. Green City is located in a basin, surrounded by mountains and rivers, with high mountains behind it, and a winding river in front of it. The entire basin is full of lush farmland. But there are buildings standing in the farmland in the distance. A bit like the ancient fortresses of the Xia Kingdom. There are 2 ancient castles on the mountain behind Green City, which look magnificent and huge. Green City has high city walls, which are about 20 meters high and look all built of stone. However, Green College is not in the city, but under the mountain with 2 castles. Green College is located halfway up the mountain, and a group of buildings gradually spread from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside. The entire building is built of stone, with stone walls and slate roofs. At the entrance of the foot of the mountain of Green College, there is a huge training ground outside, which is separated by wooden fences. You can see archery, horseback riding, and slashing with a long sword. Stranger, this is not the place for you. The carriage dropped Yang Bo off at the entrance of Green College and then left. One of the 2 guards wearing sackcloth and holding spears shouted loudly, "Why do they call me a stranger and recognize me at a glance?" Yang Bo felt a little strange. "Sorry. I'm here to see Mr. Eddie. I have a letter to give him." Yang Bo quickly stopped far away and answered loudly. This civilization is very backward, and most of these guards have no civilization to speak of. And he is a stranger, so it is best to answer from a distance. Because some players on the game forum said that they were killed by nobles for no reason. But the law in this game is to sentence these nobles to pay compensation. This is also in line with the characteristics of this civilization. That is, the people who sink are like animals and have no civil rights. Follow me, foreigner. Put your eyes away. Don't let people misunderstand. The guard who spoke looked at the letter in Yang Bo's hand. This is indeed an envelope that only nobles can use. And it also has a family emblem on it. Yang Bo followed the guard and entered Green College directly. This thing made Yang Bo feel like he was in a mountain city. There were endless steps to climb. After climbing a step, there was a flat ground with various buildings on both sides. After climbing about 100 meters, Yang Bo saw a catapult on the platform. Then he climbed more than 100 meters and saw some large wooden equipment. But they were placed in the room, and the whole picture could not be seen clearly. When he reached the top of Green College, Yang Bo found that this place was actually inside the mountain, with artificial caves and stone chambers. Fishiangian? What a weird name. Your name is a bit too strange. I suggest you change it. Eddie is the vice president here. He is a middle-aged man with a height of nearly 2 meters and a strong body. This man is also a big bald head. The exposed skin is bronze. At this time, Yang Bo's game interface popped up a message, asking if he wanted to change his name. I will follow your wishes. Yang Bo directly changed his name to Hauntel, the English homonym of hunter. Hauntel. This is a very good name. Your original name sounds like a foreigner. Since Zyalwok recommended you, you are now a student of Green College. But it is difficult to graduate from our school. Green Academy has a history of more than 1,600 years, and has trained countless warriors for the kingdom. You should learn about it carefully first. I suggest you choose more than 2 courses. In addition, due to your financial reasons, I will arrange a work-study opportunity for you. Come to me tomorrow afternoon. Eddie looked at Yang Bo and said, Thank you for your kindness. Ike, take our newcomer to his room and tell him about the rules of the academy and what courses we have. Eddie shouted loudly. Then a young man in linen clothes walked in from outside the door. Yes. The young man bowed and saluted Eddie with one hand on his chest and answered one word. Yang Bo also bowed and followed him out. Boy, I despise you the most for taking the back door. After Yang Bo followed the young man named Ike out of the door. The other party actually said this. As soon as this guy opened his mouth, Yang Bo knew that he was a native. Gamers don't talk so much nonsense. Do you mean that Sir Eddie did something wrong? Yang Bo is not a vegetarian. And asked directly, I didn't say Mr. Eddie. I was talking about your behavior. Ike turned around and looked at Yang Bo. In other words, you are also dissatisfied with the person who wrote the recommendation letter for me, and think that he did something wrong? It seems that I have time to go to the city and tell the gentleman who wrote the recommendation letter for me about this matter. Yang Bo put a big hat on him again. You idiot. I'm talking about you. You? The young man named Ike in front of him was angry. Then I will go back immediately to get the recommendation letter back. And tell Mr. Ike that you are very dissatisfied with what Vice Dean Eddie is doing now. Yang Bo turned around and walked back. Damn it. I didn't mean that. When Ike saw Yang Bo actually turned back to look for Eddie, he thought of Eddie's abnormal ability. His face turned pale, and he hurried to explain. That's what you meant. Or let Mr. Eddie judge for himself. Yang Bo was relentless. Okay. I was wrong. You're right. I also think I took the back door. Damn it. I've admitted that I was wrong. I need to be able to choose where to stay. And you'd better not play tricks. Otherwise the gentleman who wants to write a letter of recommendation for me will also be happy to see you. Okay. You insidious and shameless villain. Axe heard Yang Bo's words and glared at Yang Bo. Yang Bo didn't take this brainless young man seriously at all. Not to mention that there is really a choice of accommodation. The accommodation is in a room with stone walls and slate roofs. And it lives in a row of rooms more than 100 meters away from the foot of the mountain. The toilet is on the far right of this row of houses. So the room close to the toilet is definitely not a good room. Yang Bo chose a room in the middle. The furnishings in the room were simple. Just a simple wooden bed, with a simple quilt and bedsheets on it. There was a desk and a stool in front of the window. And next to it was a standing wardrobe. Although the workmanship of the desk, stool and wardrobe was rough. Boy, the meal is at the bottom. There will be a bell sound when you eat. Of course, if you run slowly, and there is no food in the cafeteria, you deserve it. Axe pointed at a building at the foot of the mountain with a gloating look. So what courses does our college have? Yang Bo didn't care about this guy's provocation. Seeing that the day was about to end, he decided to find out what courses there were here. Chapter 642 Accident. After Yang Bo finished the game, he thought about what he had learned in the game. This Green Academy has a variety of skill training. But in summary, they all serve the nobles. Combat professions include riding, knights, archery, fighting, assassination, reconnaissance, tracking, operating catapults, and giant crossbows. There are even more auxiliary professions, such as secretary, accountant, cooking, brewing, gardening, animal training, tailoring, music, painting, etiquette, perfume making, cosmetics making, sculpture, horse breeding, herding, etc. Which of these professions should I choose? If I am not playing games, but really living in the second world, which skills would I choose? Although combat skills sound awesome, it is easy to become cannon fodder. And looking at the city layout of this world, you can tell that the probability of war is not small. And at least there will be some conflicts. If I travel to the second world, then I will definitely choose an easy and safe profession. When Yang Bo was struggling to choose what profession to choose, he was in the Swordsmanship Association not far away. I didn't expect that Yang Bo actually entered Green Academy. The president looked at Yang Bo's game data with a smile. The young man next to him said with a sad face, "You still have the mood to care about this. Or you should care about the task assigned to us by your superiors. You are a pig brain. If you really do this task well, you will die," the president said unhappily. "The other party is not from our department. Their department allocates dozens of times more funds to our department every year. Now such a big mistake has happened, which is what our superiors are happy to see. It would be better if the other party lost face more. These guys are usually arrogant. I didn't expect that they would fall into the hands of a little woman this time. They said they were the most loyal hounds of our emperor. It's better for the emperor to not have such useless hounds." The president was annoyed and explained, "But we can't let this guy be taken to the Supreme Judicial Department of the Alliance." The young man next to him answered helplessly after hearing it, "Don't forget the main job of our department. Besides, we didn't know that the other party came to March Star. How can we do it if something happened? Besides, who is satisfied with what the general manager has done over the years? The superiors gave tasks out of necessity. Even if the tasks cannot be completed, the main responsibility is not on us," the president said angrily. "Instead of caring about those useless people, you might as well care about this Yang Bo. In some ways, this Yang Bo is worse than you." The president looked at the young man with a smile on his face. The young man got angry when he heard this. "How am I not as good as him? I have only died 3 times in the game in the past 20 years. Besides, I am already a senior chef in the game. I believe that with my efforts, I can become the best chef. Let's bet on what profession Yang Bo will choose." The president laughed. "This newcomer will definitely choose riding and knight, and also choose secretary. He said he wants to study. If he chooses these professions, I bet he won't live more than 3 months." The young man said immediately after hearing this. The president shook his head and said, "I don't think this guy will choose a combat profession, because he is very disciplined. Don't talk nonsense. According to statistics, 100% of game players will choose a combat profession when they first choose a profession. Even after a game player dies 3 times, 60% of players still choose a combat profession." The young man replied unhappily when he heard this. "This Yang Bo is going to break 100%. Look at what he does in the game. He has truly integrated into the game. Even I haven't integrated into the game yet. You only knew to bribe your mentor 2 years ago. Yang Bo, this guy, just entered the game and knew to bribe the sheriff." The president laughed. "Don't talk so much nonsense. For 1 gold coin, I bet Yang Bo will at least choose a combat profession." The young man's face darkened when he heard this. It took him more than 10 years to realize the truth. And Yang Bo used it in the game. Hee. You are doomed to lose. The president was unsure when he said this. This guy Yang Bo may be able to touch the real secret of the second world. The president said this again for no reason. Impossible. Although we cloned the locals from the second world using their biological samples, no one has yet figured out the real secret of this world. The second world seems to have an invisible barrier that treats us clones or people with biochips differently. The young man shook his head and said, "Yeah. I don't know what went wrong. Maybe we haven't really integrated into this world." The president sighed when he heard this. "I wonder how the development of the Green Devil Star of the Alliance is going." The president said again, "We have too little information about the Green Devil planet. We only know that the Alliance's superpowers are so strong mainly because of the mutant creatures on this planet. The people we sent there all betrayed us in the end. Perhaps some energy from that planet caused these people's thoughts to change. But one thing that is certain is that the Alliance has not yet touched the core of the Green Devil planet. Although the Alliance has the ability to destroy this planet, why this planet has become like this and the evolution of its creatures is still a secret. We still have to find an opportunity to contact the commander of the Ninth Fleet. It's a pity that we didn't get their SSS-level mutant material samples, but instead exposed our high-level intelligence personnel. But to be honest, these guys in the Alliance are also ruthless, and actually destroyed the entire super laboratory. Let's find another opportunity. According to our deduction, the Ninth Fleet will not last long. It will be disadvantageous for us to contact the Ninth Fleet too early. We must make the Ninth Fleet be excluded and suppressed by them, and make the Ninth Fleet feel desperate before we take action. The President nodded. We can also contact Zhang Buizhen. But I suspect that the Chief Steward's people are targeting Zhang Buizhen this time. The Chief Steward has interests with many forces in the Alliance, so it is reasonable for the Zhang family to invite the Chief Steward's people. The President spoke again. The young man shook his head. The Chief Steward's people act in a very secretive way, and it is difficult to guess their movements. Forget it. Let them clean up the Chief Steward's mess. I believe it will be done soon. The Chief Steward's people are still not going to contact us this time. I hope he will get into trouble again this time. The President shook his head. After Yang Bo downloaded the game, he browsed the game forum for a while, and came to a conclusion. That is, the survival rate of combat professionals is worrying, and the chance of rebirth is very high. At this time, Yang Bo found that Lu Jingxiang sent him a message again. It turned out that she earned 10 copper coins in the game today. She was doing odd jobs in the tailor's shop, and helping the teacher make silk scarves to share the dividends. Yang Bo then remembered that the silver coins Lu Jingxiang mailed to him had not yet arrived in his hands. The logistics efficiency of the second world was too poor. 1 silver coin is 100 copper coins, which means that Lu Jingxiang's game character has to work for a long time to get enough money to mail to him. Forget it. Yang Bo found that the distance between Green City, where he was, and Lu Jingxiang City was more than 400 kilometers. The key is that the two belong to two kingdoms. Yang Bo sent a message to congratulate him, and then the two chatted again. Yang Bo went out again invisibly to inquire about the Soul Killer. No matter the Mercenary Union or the Brotherhood, no one from various killer organizations took this task. There was no relevant information from Zhang Buizhen, and Yang Bo was a little confused. Would this guy hide the information? Never mind. Don't show up for the time being. The Blue Water Empire might be eyeing Zhang Buizhen. Are you sure you chose these 3 professions? In the game the next day, Eddie was a little surprised when he saw the profession Yang Bo chose. Yes. Yang Bo nodded respectfully. This doesn't fit the character of you outsiders. There is no combat profession among the 3 professions? The combat profession of our Green Academy is very famous in the whole kingdom, and has trained many warriors. Eddie asked in confusion. What a bullshit warrior. It's almost cannon fodder. Yang Bo muttered to himself when he heard this. If you want to be a warrior, you have to think about how to die quickly. My personal ability is limited, so I can only choose these auxiliary professions. Yang Bo answered respectfully. Are you sure you choose the 3 professions of gardening, sculpture, and secretary? Eddie asked repeatedly. Yang Bo nodded with certainty. The reason why he chose these 3 professions was because of limited conditions. Because he didn't use a neural network helmet, and couldn't touch the sense of smell in the game. He couldn't learn cooking, brewing, and perfume making. Because even if Yang Bo knew these things himself, the game character's operation would definitely be different. And he needed to identify them according to the smell and taste, and then improve them. The profession of secretary is simply reading and recognizing words. Gardening is easy to say. He has a dynamic vision, and can keenly observe various situations of plant feedback. Sculpture is even more so. As long as you look at the appearance, you don't need to smell, temperature, etc. As for why, he didn't touch animals, such as animal trainers and horse breeders. It's because it's too dirty. This game is a real world, when you personally control the game character to shovel horse manure. Although there is no smell, the visual feeling is still uncomfortable. Are you sure you don't want to learn a combat skill? The recommendation letter doesn't say that. Eddie continued to ask. My luck can't always be so good. Yang Bo saw that the other party was still promoting the combat profession, and he knew that the kingdom probably needed a lot of combat professions. Well, because of the profession you chose, I will arrange a new place for you to work and study. Eddie looked at Yang Bo differently because many outsiders were like I am the best in the world. I am a natural warrior. A natural warrior. Eddie liked this kind of outsider because he could continuously supply excellent warriors or fighters to the kingdom. Although Yang Bo did not choose a combat profession, he could train privately. Besides, He could also learn something from the sheriff privately. If the game character is registered in the academy as a certain profession, then he may be called up to the battlefield at that time. Now Yang Bo is very curious about this second world and wants to see what this world is like. Yang Bo controlled the game character and strolled around Green Academy. Today he was wearing a set of brown linen clothes, which were the clothes of Green Academy students. Ha. In the Swordsmanship Association on the other side of Oma City, the president laughed in a room because a poor guy lost another gold coin to him. What is this guy thinking? Is this still his attitude towards playing games? Looking at this guy's early performance, he doesn't seem to like playing games like cultivation. The young man who lost a gold coin looked at the game data carefully and couldn't figure it out. Hee. Facts are facts. The president felt much better because it was too difficult to earn a gold coin in the game. But why did this guy choose gardening and sculpture? In reality, this guy doesn't seem to have these two skills. Obviously, this guy has rich experience in catching prey. Why did he choose gardening and sculpture? The young man couldn't figure it out. Even if it's a supporting profession, you should choose winemaking, perfume, and cooking. After all, these things can be checked online. If you learn a lot, you can live a good life in the game. The president heard the young man's chatterbox question and laughed. So you can't be the president. You can only follow me as a follower. Yang Bo's game helmet does not have a neural network connection. How can he know what the perfume smells like? How can he know the quality of his cooking? The young man slapped his forehead when he heard this, and then said, "Do you want to bet on how long it will take him to earn a gold coin?" The president laughed when he heard this. "I think it should be very soon." "Do you dare to bet?" the young man asked when he heard this. "How do you bet?" "If he can earn 1 gold coin in 3 months, I will give you 3 gold coins. If he can't earn 1 gold coin, you will give me 3 gold coins. You want to get back what you lost. 3 months is too short. Just ask if you dare. Let's bet. Anyway, all this money is lost to me. But you have to be prepared. If you lose 3 more gold coins, you will have to sell yourself as a slave in the game. It's fine to be a slave. Being a slave includes food, drink, accommodation, and a wife. Yes, the wife has been slept with by the master first. It's a waste if you don't sleep with her. Pooh. Besides, Yang Bo found a way to make money while walking around. Yang Bo found that the highest point of Green Academy was in the cave, because stones were being mined inside. These stones would be polished into stone balls for catapults. He had to learn carving. Now carving stone balls can make money on the one hand, and exercise skills on the other. No problem. 50 copper coins for 1 stone ball. Yang Bo asked the person in charge of the quarry here, and the person in charge readily agreed, and then gave Yang Bo a set of tools. Of course, the tools were not allowed to be taken away. Yang Bo has a dynamic vision, so as long as he looks at the stone in front of him, he knows how many parts he needs to cut off to get the finished product. So Yang Bo began to control the game character and began to polish the stone ball like a stonemason. It's like returning to the construction site in my previous life. Yang Bo worked on the construction site in his previous life, so he still has some understanding of this industry. Of course, he used power tools in his previous life. Huh? The president of the Fencing Association March Star looked at Yang Bo controlling the game character and working in the quarry in a stunned manner. I'm dying of laughter. This guy actually came to do this job and wants to earn a gold coin in 3 months. The young man next to him laughed. Chapter 643 KO. The reason why Yang Bo is interested in the job of carving catapult stone balls is mainly to let the character learn this job, so that he can let the character work in the game by himself. In fact, the job of carving stone balls is rather boring. Yang Bo thought about things while working, and soon some things that he had not thought clearly before were now clear. The task of the golden pheasant should be to push the sheriff to a higher level. That is to say, there should be some noble ladies who like the feathers of the golden pheasant first, and then there will be the golden pheasant and this task. At the same time, I found that there are 3 types of people in the game of the second world. One is players like us, and the other is NPC. But it seems that they can be controlled at any time, just like the sheriff. In the process of contact with the sheriff, I can clearly feel that he has changed. There is also a kind of Ike's and Eddie. So far, this kind is like a local native. Anyway, this world is a test product of the Blue Water Empire. If everything on this planet is what the Blue Water Empire has arranged is also a test product, In other words, this planet is a civilization that already exists, and is also a test product of the Blue Water Empire. It feels a bit like the Green Devil planet. So far, the underground world of the Green Devil planet is still a forbidden area for humans, because all means of communication below will be affected, and any high-tech of humans will fail below. Human technology is not omnipotent. It can be said that humans are actually very small in the entire universe, because the energy in the universe is too great, not to mention black holes. Even the aftermath of some planetary explosions can cause human spacecraft to lose communication, and some even lose power, causing the entire spacecraft energy system to be damaged and everyone to die. Under such a huge energy impact, any rescue means are pale, and any backup means of survival are useless, such as lifeboats. There is another advantage of carving stone balls here. That is, meals are provided. Yongbo found that this academy might not be so simple. Those caves and stone chambers that were excavated before were guarded by soldiers. It was the first time to control the game character, and it seemed a bit unfamiliar to do this job. After a whole day, not a single stone ball was carved. The next day, Eddie was also a little surprised to hear that Yongbo was going to carve a stone ball. Young man, carving is divided into many realms. If you want to become a carving master, a work can be sold for dozens, hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. It may take decades. I suggest you choose some other professions. Eddie persuaded Yongbo again. Dear Dean, I just want a stable job. I don't expect that I can reach the level of those masters. Yongbo answered respectfully and modestly. Okay, but let me make it clear first. There are no senior instructors for carving and gardening in our college, because the tuition fees of these senior instructors are very expensive. I understand. Thank you. Then you can carve stone balls first. When you can carve a complete stone ball for a catapult in one day, I will let the instructor teach you other carving skills. As for gardening, I will also make some arrangements. Yongbo was a little confused about what Eddie said at the end, but since he had something to do now, he would do it first. After all, carving stone balls can make money every day and can also exercise strength. So Yongbo began to let the game character learn to carve stone balls in the game every day. Although Yongbo had many ideas in his mind, he could use various tools to carve stone balls, such as making the simplest lathe, whether it was powered by windmills or water, because there was a large stream of water flowing out of the cave. This stream of water was divided into two streams in the middle, one for domestic water and the other for sewer water. In Yongbo's view, this academy is a military fortress, because Yongbo felt that if he took out the lathe, he would be out of tune with the surrounding natives. Although it can increase his income or his reputation in a short period of time. It took 5 days for the game character to learn the skill of carving stone balls, because the game interface popped up. Then Yongbo set up an idle program for the game character. Anyway, the academy provided food and accommodation, because the sword competition was about to start. March Star was one of the 3 major competition places on the Alliance side. However, the number of people in the stadium here was the least. The other 2 stadiums, the Capital Star, which is the planet where the Alliance capital is located, had more than 4,000 people in the competition. There is another competition venue, Trollo Star, with more than 2,000 participants. Only 460 people from March Star came to participate in the competition. Only 8 people from March Star participated in the competition, and the rest were all from other planets. Yongbo, Lu Jingxiang, and Zhou Kersen took a flying car to the Sword Association again. Today is the day for Yongbo's competition. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen did not participate in the competition. Zhou Kersen was still covered tightly. Yongbo, we have earned more than 1 silver coin in the game during this period, and the average daily income is more than 20 copper coins. Zhou Kersen and Lu Jingxiang sat in the back seat of the flying car. Yongbo sat in the driver's seat. Zhou Kersen said, "Then congratulations to you." Yongbo keenly noticed the change in Lu Jingxiang. In the past, Lu Jingxiang sat in the co-pilot when she rode in his flying car. Hee. We are now junior tailors. The teacher said that we can become intermediate tailors after another 3 years of study. And then we can become senior tailors after another 3 to 5 years of study. As for master-level tailors, it depends on your talent. As long as you can become a senior tailor, the country will reward you in the game, and there will be subsidies every year. Zhou Kersen said again. Yongbo, What is your game character doing now? Lu Jingxiang suddenly asked. I work in a quarry. Yang Bo did not say that he entered the academy. Quarry. This is not a good job. Some gamers have accidents in it. And some gamers have died early because of dust pollution. Lu Jingxiang said when he heard this. I am just transitioning now. At this time, the flying car arrived at the Sword Association. There are a lot of people in the association today, because the opening ceremony was held in the morning, and the competition started in the afternoon, mainly for simultaneous gambling. The opening ceremony was held on a large piece of high-end lawn, with many reporters and many local dignitaries from March Star participating. Niu Bo also came. The fat man Lu Jijie came. Zhou Rui also came. But Master Zhang did not come. There were more guests than contestants. And Yang Bo seriously suspected that these guys were just here to eat and drink, because many things here are specialties of the Water Blue Empire. Yang Bo hid in the crowd but still couldn't escape the eyes of acquaintances. But no one greeted him publicly. The president gave a brief speech, mainly about vigorously developing the high-end sports activity of swordsmanship, and how much funding would be increased next year. Why didn't Li Aidwa go up? Yang Bo looked at Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen with their girlfriends. Although Li Aidwa was fully armed, Yang Bo could see it at a glance. To be honest, there are indeed few celebrities in the local area, and it is some politicians who speak on the stage. However, these politicians are also good at dealing with things. When they speak, they will talk about me personally, so that it becomes private. Even if something happens to the Swordsmanship Association in the future, it will not have much to do with their political future. After the opening ceremony, they ate and drank, and the president and these politicians talked and laughed. Yang Bo found that he seemed to see a group of actors playing their own roles on the stage. Too fake. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Bo changed into the equipment for the competition and went on stage. It's terrible. There were only a few dozen people in the audience, because the game can be watched remotely now. Many people drink tea and relax at other places, and virtual viewing is clearer than watching it on site. Because of the location and lighting, the scene may not be as good looking as the video presentation. And now virtual imaging technology will make you feel like you are there. Please! After both sides came on the court, they put one hand on their chests and bowed to each other. Yang Bo still doesn't know what the other party is called because the other party used a code name 1017. With the start of the broadcast, the opponent 1017 took 2 steps in a row, both with his right foot in front and his left foot behind, as if he jumped twice in a row. The sword in his hand directly locked Yang Bo's throat. Yang Bo wins. A voice sounded in the next second. This kind of situation where one side wins without saying how many points one side scores is a direct knockout. All this happened too suddenly. In the last second, 1017's attack was swift and fierce. Many players thought that they could only retreat to avoid the opponent's fierce attack. Unexpectedly, the next second, player 1017 failed. However, everyone was relieved when they saw the current situation. The sword in the hand of player 1017 was against Yang Bo's neck, and the sword in Yang Bo's hand was at the opponent's throat, although the opponent's head tilted to the right to try to avoid the sword in Yang Bo's hand. Then the slow-motion playback found that player 1017 was very fast, and the sword of player 1017 was not motionless, and the tip of the sword kept shaking left and right. This is the real and the fake. As long as you hide, the opponent will intercept you directly on the trajectory of your hide in the next second. But at the last moment, Yang Bo's head turned right, but his neck tilted to the left, which made number 1017 think that Yang Bo would dodge to the right. And then, the sword was aimed directly at the right side of Yang Bo's neck, who knew that Yang Bo's neck tilted to the left. That is, Yang Bo was twisting his head. Number 1017 also noticed the sword in Yang Bo's hand, and shook his shoulders, trying to confuse his opponent. But the opponent saw through his intention. TSK. Lu Jingxiang was at the scene, and didn't see what happened clearly. She quickly picked up the virtual glasses to watch the replay and realized how much the two had experienced in this short moment. Chapter 644 KO again. Should we celebrate? Zhou Kersen asked from the side. I have to go back to look after my game character. In the morning, Yang Bo heard that Lu Jingxiang, Zhou Kersen and their girlfriends had arranged to have a party in the evening. I forgot that you are a newcomer, so go back and rest early. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen realized that in the early stage of the second world game, The character could easily starve to death. Okay then. Yang Bo nodded. I didn't expect this guy to be able to beat 1017. The Sword Association was originally a castle-like building. In the room at the top of the tower on the right. The president watched Yang Bo's car leave the parking lot, and said in disbelief. 1017 is probably confused now. If it was just a score, there would be a chance to revive. But now, he was directly KO'd in the first game, and completely lost the chance. The young man said with a chuckle. The president nodded. You never know what will happen in the next second. This guy was probably thinking about how to develop in the future when he came on the stage. But this guy's origin is very mysterious. On the surface, he is just an ordinary person. But with his data, he doesn't look like a newcomer. The young man said, I think they should be from the bookmaker. No matter who they are. As long as they follow our rules. It is reasonable and compliant. The president nodded. Remember to give me a gold coin quickly. The president's next sentence made the young man's face change. The young man asked with a smile, how about we make another bet? I think Yang Bo will get some new technology and equipment in the process of carving the stone ball. How about betting 2 gold coins? Time? 1 month. I bet that within 1 month, he will come up with some new equipment to speed up the progress of carving the stone ball. You are wrong. Although more than one player tried to change the world, nothing changed in the end. No one will accept this new technology. The application of new technology will make other workers unemployed and reduce the income of the beneficiaries of the upper and lower interest chains. The president shook his head. But Yang Bo doesn't know. The young man laughed. I bet with you. I think Yang Bo is a rule-abiding person. Such people will not easily break the rules. The president shook his head. In fact, he was not sure. But the money one was this guy's anyway. When Yang Bo returned home, he did not play the game, but watched his own game video. This guy is not low in strength. I wonder who he is. In fact, Yang Bo just reacted subconsciously at the time, and did not think much about other things because the opponent's attack speed was too fast. I didn't expect so many people to watch this video. It turned out to be the fastest record of knocking out an opponent. No wonder so many people watched it. At this time, the smartwatch showed that someone called in. Fourth brother. It was Zhang Buizhen who picked up the phone. Brother, I didn't realize you were such a good swordsman. Zhang Buizhen said happily on the other side. Fourth brother. You're kidding. I just hit it by accident. I don't know how I won. The other guy was too fast. Yang Bo said modestly. Last time, I wanted to learn swordsmanship from you. But I was delayed by some mistake. I don't think I saw fourth brother today. I'm not suitable for this kind of occasion. After all, I don't hold any official position. I thought fourth brother would come. And I looked around. Keep up the good work. I'll bet on you to win every time you compete. Thank you fourth brother for your kindness. Come to my house for dinner after this election. Sorry to bother fourth brother then. Then Fatty Boss and Zhou Rui sent messages. Even Wang Mushua sent messages. All of which were congratulatory messages. And Yang Bo replied one by one. In fact, most people who watched this game thought that Yang Bo was lucky and let his opponent misjudge. And Yang Bo's gambling-like game style is hard for others to agree with. Because in this game style, if you win, you win. And if you lose completely. Many people are not optimistic about this gambler-like game style. Because everyone thinks that swordsmanship competitions still depend on skills. Each game of swordsmanship lasts no longer than 50 minutes. But most games last no more than 2 minutes. So at 9 o'clock in the evening, Yang Bo's random opponent for the next day came out. Her name was Bai Na. She was 28 years old and from Sandy Star. Yang Bo watched the opponent's game video and found that the opponent was agile. The sword in the opponent's hand was like a poisonous snake. Although each attack was not fatal. Each attack was scored. The attack angle of the sword in the opponent's hand was tricky, and the speed was extremely fast. Real and fake. In the end, she won the opponent with an absolute score advantage. Her opponent looked like a straightforward player. But the equipment in the sword competition had a limit on strength. If the strength was too great, the sword in her hand would break by itself. Hit the snake at its weakest point. However, Yang Bo felt that the opponent was not very threatening. Let's proceed according to the original plan. Since others think I am a gambler, I will follow this mode. Yang Bo's game on the second day was at 10 a.m. But he came alone today because Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen stayed at the Swordsmanship Association last night. Yang Bo. Come on! Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were not two people, but also a group of their girlfriends, all of whom were top beauties, of all types, including pure girls, plump young women, petite girls, and European and American big breasts and fat buttocks. Yang Bo nodded, and then went to change clothes. Li Idwa muttered a little, because he seemed to know the person in front of him, but he had no impression of him. Yang Bo changed his clothes and went to the competition venue. There were more people watching the game today. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were a group of beauties, but most of them wore masks and glasses, covering themselves tightly. Please! Yang Bo and his opponent saluted at the same time. The competition clothes showed the gender, but the faces could not be seen clearly because they were both wearing helmets and protective gear. With the start of the broadcast, the two sides officially started the competition. Bai Na moved to the left and pointed the sword in her hand at Yang Bo very steadily. To Bai Na's surprise, Yang Bo did not move at all, because according to her own rhythm, if she moved to the left, the opponent should attack or move to the right to keep a safe distance. However, this did not bother Bai Na. She took a step forward with her right foot and jumped forward. The sword in her hand rushed out like a venomous snake, and the sword in her hand also made a sword flower, which made the opponent unable to understand the movement. Bai Na's next step was to retreat, continuing to use her agility to her advantage. But she didn't expect that just as she finished using her moves and was about to retreat, Yang Bo also moved. The sword in Yang Bo's hand directly knocked Bai Na's sword away, and the whole person took 2 quick steps forward. Bai Na had originally finished using her moves and was about to retreat, but she didn't know that Yang Bo actually took the initiative to attack, and it was too late for her to change her moves. The sword in her hand drew an arc with the power of Yang Bo's sword and was about to cut Yang Bo's body. Yang Bo wins. Just when Bai Na's sword was less than 2 centimeters away from Yang Bo's body, a voice sounded in the radio. It turned out that Yang Bo's moves were very simple. He used the opponent's moves to use old ones, and there was no new power. While knocking the opponent's sword away with the sword in his hand, the long sword in his hand pointed directly at the opponent's vitals. To put it simply, it was a surprise attack. A straight stab. Just like when 2 armies fight with bayonets. They don't care about the route and trajectory of the opponent's bayonet. Just stab the opponent's vitals. There are 3 key points in bayonet fighting: fast and accurate. As long as your bayonet hits the opponent's vital part first, even if it's only 1 second, the whole person will be paralyzed. Yang Bo saluted the opponent and then left the field. This guy. Everyone watching this game felt that Yang Bo was a bit too aggressive. If the opponent's moves are fake, Yang Bo will be in trouble. Young people are like this in the past. In fact, it's just a game. As long as you don't care and don't accept it, just fight. That's because you haven't met a real master. A real master can change his real and fake skills at any time. I won money by betting on Yang Bo. This guy wins cleanly and loses cleanly. There are still many people watching the sword fighting competition video. And Yang Bo has also attracted a wave of traffic. Mainly because the record of KOing the opponent yesterday is still there, and everyone is discussing it. Watching this kind of competition is one aspect, but more importantly, watching everyone's discussion. Because some people simply don't understand it. Of course, any competition is controversial, and there are many people arguing about this game. If Bai Na's moves are not used, the opponent will be finished. And some people are reviewing it. Yang Bo, you are so amazing. Although there is still a little feeling that Yang Bo's victory is not right. After all, the moves are too aggressive. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen are still very envious of Yang Bo. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Yang Bo hurriedly greeted everyone and then left. This little man is still a little shy. A beautiful young woman among Lu Jingxiang's girlfriends looked at Yang Bo and greeted him, then hurried away, saying in a teasing tone, he has to go back to take care of his game character. He has just entered the second world. Lu Jingxiang really wants to say that the other party already has 2 girlfriends. So how can he still be a little man? Jingxiang, don't you like this kind of little man? If you don't like him, introduce him to me. Although this beautiful young woman was wearing the sportswear of the Sword Association, she was dressed very beautifully, with a big wavy hair, a bright red lip, and a pure and lustful face, giving people an infinite reverie. I'll introduce him to you when I have the chance. Lu Jingxiang also laughed. Let's go. We should go to watch the second game. Someone else said. Today is Mike's first day on the court. I wonder what kind of wonderful performance he will have. There is a deep meaning for Mike to come here from Tianyun Star to compete. The competition on the capital star is too fierce. And the schedule of the events there is too tight. Sometimes there are more than 3 games a day. If everyone can solve the battle quickly like Yongbo, it won't take much time. The group arrived at the venue where Mike was competing, and found that the seats in the entire venue were basically full. This is the difference. Even Lu Jingxiang did not equate Mike with Yongbo, because everyone thought that Yongbo was just lucky, and made the right bet. Chapter 645 Fake Competition? The fencing enthusiasts on the Alliance side pay more attention to the achievements of the Alliance's own people in the fencing competition. And Mike is one of the best. Mike is tall, with golden hair, deep blue eyes, wheat-colored skin, and a high-nose bridge. The first impression he gives people is that he is healthy and sunny. The treatment of such players is completely different. When Mike goes on the field, he first salutes 360 degrees around the competition venue. Of course, this is the etiquette of fencing competitions. Mike, I love you. Mike, come on. Mike, Mike, Mike. I heard that Mike is already a B-level superpower. Some people say that he will be the youngest A-level superpower in our league. Yes, he is only 30 years old this year. And he has achieved such a high achievement. His annual endorsement fee is as high as more than 2 billion credit points. The products he endorses are all used by him personally. He only endorses them when he feels the effect is good. He is handsome, capable, and rich. It would be great if such a man could be my husband. There must be more than one woman for an A-level gene evolver. One woman can't stand it. I just want Mike to love me once. Then you get pregnant with his child and share his property? Pa. No way. Many people at the scene shouted Mike, I love you, and some people talked loudly. And they also said I love you. Not only women, but also some very seductively dressed men. This is not surprising in the league, because this is their freedom. They have the right to express their love to Mike. Lu Jingxiang and her group of girlfriends were much calmer. After all, they were from a large family. However, several women looked at the tall and handsome Mike with somewhat fiery eyes. Mike's opponent sat in the lounge, waiting to go on stage with a blank expression. Mike returned to the lounge after a round of the competition. Mike has a full-time team. With the help of the team, Mike quickly put on the equipment for the competition. At this time, the host outside began to speak. There was a special host for this level of competition. Unlike Yongbo, who obeyed the orders of the intelligent system during the competition, today's wonderful duel is between the genius Mike from Tianyun Star. I don't think I need to say more about Mike's achievements. The one who is playing against Mike is Nader from our Red Earth Star. He ranks 10th in the Virtual Battle League block rankings, and ranks 1st in the Red Earth Star Sword Association. I think all members of the Red Earth Star Sword Association are very clear about this. When the host said this, he was watching the bets of both parties online. The total amount of bets has now exceeded 1.6 billion credit points. In the league, all sports games can be bet on. And this is a very large industry. Of course, bookmakers will constantly adjust the odds according to the proportion of funds between the two sides. Many people are not surprised at such a large amount of funds. After all, Mike achieved good results last time. This Nader is here with bad intentions. Yongbo was also watching the game at this time, while paying attention to the odds of the betting, and found that there was suddenly a large amount of money betting on Nader's victory. The sports in the league are no longer just sports. There are many shady dealings in it, most of which are caused by the betting companies. Match fixing, buying off referees, etc., are unavoidable even in today's high-tech society. Because no matter what, there is a scale in between. Besides, if the athletes don't work hard in the match fixing, high technology is useless. Even if the athletes are equipped with various sensors and scanned, their muscle data or other data can be compared. It is obvious that they can kick the ball, but they just miss it or the angle is wrong. Half a minute before the game, a large amount of funds poured in, and Yongbo felt something was wrong. At this time, Mike had already played, and he had no idea what was going on. It's just different. Yongbo saw that the stands were full of spectators, which was completely different from when he was playing. And he could also see female spectators boldly expressing their love. Yongbo was not interested in female spectators at all, because no one knew who he was. The more perfect and beautiful women are, it is likely that they are the result of artificial intervention. Of course, there are also the host's endless introductions, which are not available in ordinary games. However, the number of people watching the entire virtual live broadcast room was not large. Only more than 40,000 people. On the one hand, swordsmanship is a relatively niche sports entertainment project in the league. On the other hand, although swordsmanship is very popular in the Blue Water Empire, but the audience there simply disdains to watch the regular league games. They prefer to watch the bloody free games. The league swordsmen are several levels behind the Empire in terms of technical skills. Even many swordsmen in the league like to watch the Blue Empire's games, because the other side is more skilled, and there are not many people who like them. As the game began, Nader and Mike pointed their swords at each other. Yang Bo has seen Mike's match video. This guy interprets the match like art. Each move gives people a very elegant feeling. It seems that he is not holding a sword in his hand, but a piece of art. To be precise, Mike's swordsmanship is like a performance. Of course, this is just an illusion, giving people a feeling that he is full of murderous intent in the bustling city. Sure enough, Mike started to move. The sword in his hand turned a circle elegantly, and this circle locked the opponent's whole body. Then the tip of the sword made a sword flower in this circle. To be precise, this is a visual illusion given by the high-speed shaking of the sword tip. Of course, Yang Bo can see it clearly, and ordinary people can see this effect even more explosively. Nad pointed his sword at the opponent without moving. Yang Bo couldn't see the strength of this guy, and didn't have his match video. The next second, Mike took a small step forward with his right foot. And at this time, Nad suddenly stepped on the ground with his left foot. The next second, Indy's body used the power of his left foot, and the whole person rushed towards Mike like an arrow. Mike smiled contemptuously when he saw the scene, then moved his body to the side, while the sword in his hand kept moving and locked onto the opponent. Of course, this smile was invisible to others. But in the next second, a voice rang out in the radio, "Ned wins." At the moment when the two bodies were intertwined, and their swords were pointed at each other, Ned's body suddenly turned, and the sword in his hand stabbed directly into Mike's chest and abdomen. Of course, Mike's sword also chopped on Ned's shoulder. But in terms of the vital parts of both parties, Mike was knocked out. Yang Bo saw clearly that Mike's sword was originally aimed at the opponent's neck, but Ned's body suddenly straightened, not only allowing Mike's sword to hit his shoulder, but also allowing the sword in his hand to move a few centimeters higher on Mike's body. This is a fake match. Yang Bo always felt that the two were playing a fake match. But I have to admit that Nader's power was used just right. If this guy used more power, he would be fouled. I seriously suspect that Nader was trained by some institution. Yang Bo's suspicion was not unreasonable, because if a superpower is trained, he can control his power within a very small range. Why do people of the same level lose when fighting against training robots of the same level? It is because training robots can control their power very well, and will not lose control. And people are not as good as machines in this regard. If it is a simple one-time power that can be controlled better than machines. But if it is continuous control, people are not as good as machines. Wow! Dirty tricks. There is a shady trick. Fake match. Many people who watched the virtual video immediately spoke up. Yang Bo felt like he was at the scene. The reason why he heard these people's voices was because they said something similar to barrage. That is, these people paid to speak, and all people in the virtual live broadcast room could hear it. But Yang Bo thought that most of these people lost money. Mike is a little arrogant. I think he wants to maintain his elegant posture. Of course, it is precisely because of his way of playing that he can gain so many fans and endure so many products. But from another perspective, this is also one of his shortcomings, because he always maintains his image and maintains his elegant state. If I face him, I can start from this aspect. Every move he makes is a bit deliberate to maintain elegance. Then it should be easy to calculate his next move. Of course, it is not ruled out that he is doing it for others to see. After thinking calmly, Yang Bo found that Mike was not scary. It is a guy like Nad who will do anything to win. Not only does he have the mentality of a gambler, but his control over his own strength has reached a perverted level. In a swordsmanship competition, the strength of both sides is also the most important link. All the contestants who can enter the competition field have their own strength greater than the strength required by the competition. Then if the opponent's strength is 1 point greater than yours, you will be 1 point more dangerous, and the opponent's chance of winning will be greater. Of course, the bookmaker won this time, because most people bet on Mike to win. Yang Bo did not participate in gambling, because this thing is originally affected by too many factors. I want to bet on myself. But this is not allowed. If the players are allowed to bet on themselves, then the players betting on themselves to lose is 100% winning. It is not easy to win the game, but it is still easy to lose the game. But I like guys like Nader, so I can improve my skills. Yang Bo muttered to himself as he entered the second world game. The second world game character was carving a stone ball. The character had a significant increase in strength and other aspects, and could now carve a stone ball in a day and a half. As for the carving skill level, it still did not change, and Yang Bo did not care about it. The sheriff will return to the city in a few days. I don't know what it feels like to be a temporary worker in the city guard. In addition, he has to give me money. I don't know where the money Lu Jingxiang mailed to me went. I hope it is not lost. Yang Bo reset the hang-up program, put the second world game helmet in another room, and then Yang Bo started to log into the Doomsday Dungeon game. See if I have a new Bionic Man equipped. Chapter 646, Eat Alone. It's pretty fast this time. There are so many more tasks. Did the military make any big discoveries that they are willing to invest so much money and invite so many female stars to participate in the event? It should be that some materials on this planet are useful for military research. But these guys have restricted the functions of this Bionic Man again. But the restriction makes sense. It's a pity that my equipment is dropped. Yang Bo looked at the equipment on the character, and all that could be dropped. The overall attributes also dropped a lot. And the super backpack also dropped. I will continue to kill monsters tomorrow and not do tasks. The reason why Yang Bo went online to have a look was because it was the end of the month again. Although he didn't care about these game coins, Annie and Xia did. Yang Bo's online appearance made the staff of the back-end department of the Doomsday Dungeon game feel relieved. Because after the last character died, this guy never played the game again. Now he used 500,000 game coins to revive in the game. But this player quit the game again after looking at his character's attributes. Isn't this guy's enthusiasm dampened? The colonel in the backstage of the Doomsday Dungeon game muttered to himself. But other staff members noticed it. It's almost the end of the month. Otherwise this old pervert probably won't play the game. I also guessed that he might be online in the next 2 days. After all, he comes online at the end of every month. He only goes online to kill monsters, and doesn't do quests. When it came to this, everyone looked at their boss intentionally or unintentionally. If this guy doesn't do quests, then the dream of their boss to become a general will probably be shattered. Haha. Sometimes luck is like this. The colonel clenched his hands tightly. But of course, he still smiled on the surface. Of course. In his heart. The colonel had hung Yang Bo up and whipped him 10,000 times. And he was more determined to find the real Yang Bo. As long as he finds this guy, he must deal with him well. Because he makes him worried and scared. I am afraid that his position as a general is gone. Because the Lu family's affairs will not be delayed for long. And there are already considerable conflicts between the military and the government. The government hopes that all the current military leaders will die. And then some new military personnel will be controlled by the government. Although the military is now controlled by the government on the surface. These military leaders also have enough capital to force the government to give in some aspects. The contradiction between the two sides can be said to be irreconcilable. So now some people in the military are killing themselves. So the government will definitely solve this problem. And may even want to dig deeper into this matter. So the Lu family's matter must be solved soon. Otherwise his dream of becoming a general may be over. Of course, if this guy can be found as soon as possible, there is still a chance. After all, the credit is real. Everyone knows that their boss is a bit hypocritical. But they can't say more about this matter now. After Yang Bo finished the game, he saw his opponent for the next day of the sword competition at night. Because he knocked out his opponent for 2 consecutive days. Yang Bo's score in the Sword Association is relatively high. So this time, the random opponent ranked 495th in the Alliance in the last competition and came from Red Earth. It's strange. Why did the people who ranked higher in the last competition come to our planet? Yang Bo has always had a question. He knew when he attended the party for the first time that the first and second place in the last alliance came here to participate in the competition. Could it be that the Swordsmanship Association is using this to cover up some purpose? Although on the surface everyone thinks that these people come here to participate in the competition in order to reduce the number of games. Although these people are very strong, no one can tell what is going on in the competition. One less game means one more chance of winning. Because there are also mistakes during the competition. What's more, For these ranked players, the most feared are not those ranked players, but newcomers like Yang Bo. These newcomers do not have any game videos or any excessive information. When they really meet, they have no idea what the opponent has. Yang Bo's opponent Martin is very depressed now, because Yang Bo directly KO'd his opponent twice before. Although it seems like a gambling element now, I can't afford it. Martin ranked more than 400 in the last league division, reaching the top 500, and also received some funding from the association. That is, the association pulled some advertisements and the like. Every year, there are more or less hundreds of millions of endorsement income. Martin feels a headache when watching Yang Bo's game videos, because in the two games, Yang Bo did not show any school or any pattern. There are many schools and patterns in swordplay. As long as you can see what the opponent is using, your chances of winning are relatively high. The newcomers are fierce. This is the evaluation of all the old players on the newcomers, because the newcomers are often very brave, and they start with big moves, or even direct attacks. Sometimes even the old players can't do it. Of course, most of the newcomers are just pretending, but some of them are really fierce. The next day, Yang Bo still went to the Swordplay Association alone by car. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were said to be going out with their besties to have fun. It was a pity that these two people were his agents. Yang Bo. Come on! The two were obviously drunk and seemed to be still not awake. They hurriedly greeted Yang Bo in the lounge and went to the stands to wait. Yang Bo changed into his competition clothes and came to the competition venue. He found that Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were each holding a cup of coffee and drinking it. There were also their besties next to them, also holding coffee. Obviously, this group of women had fun last night. Seeing Yang Bo looking over, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen also made a cheering gesture to Yang Bo. Their besties also made a cheering gesture, but Yang Bo found that their besties' gestures were a bit perfunctory. Please! Martin and Yang Bo saluted each other. Begin! There was no host snagging, and it was still a virtual voice without emotion. Martin watched Yang Bo's two game videos yesterday and felt that he had taken the initiative. So when he heard the start today, Martin jumped up and rushed towards Yang Bo like a galloping horse. Oh! It's Martin! Ranked 495th last year. Lu Jingxiang finally reacted at this time. Before Lu Jingxiang's girlfriends could say anything, they heard a voice. Yang Bo wins. Puff! Zhou Kersen sprayed out a mouthful of coffee, and several of the two girlfriends also sprayed out a mouthful of coffee. Yesterday, this group of people had too much fun. So today they are not in a good mood. They are going to drink some coffee and go to watch Mike's game later. As for the multi-sex player Lin Nan, no one is interested. And as for the female player who ranked second last year, as a woman, I can only be jealous and will not go to see her at all. How could it be so fast? Zhou Kersen quickly put down the cup and picked up the virtual glasses to play back the video. This was a bit speechless. Martin jumped up like a horse and rushed towards Yang Bo at high speed. Yang Bo's action was also very simple. He took a big step forward with his right foot, which made Martin misjudge. Then Yang Bo jumped all over. To outsiders, Yang Bo was going to confront Martin head-on. But who knew that Yang Bo actually jumped to the right? Martin misjudged the distance between Yang Bo and himself, thinking that Yang Bo would take another step forward, so the sword in his hand would block Yang Bo's route. Who knew that Yang Bo actually jumped to the right, and at the same time, the sword in his hand slashed from the bottom to the top. Then the vital part of his lower body was attacked. To be precise, this sword passed from the lower abdomen to the chest. Despicable. Shameless. Treacherous. This guy is still a newcomer. How many fake moves did he make for me in just this moment? Martin cursed in his heart while exchanging greetings with Yang Bo, and then left. This time he was so embarrassed. He wanted to strike first, but who knew that he would be misled by the opponent's series of fake moves? It's a pity that he made such a big scene. But now, he has become a joke. Yang Bo watched Martin's game yesterday. This guy is very scheming, and his moves are flexible and changeable. Of course, such people are also the easiest to be deceived, because while he is using moves to deceive others, he also has many possibilities when looking at other people's moves. So when Martin showed a thunder strike, Yang Bo judged that he had a backhand, so he made a fake move. If Martin really struck a thunder strike, Yang Bo's fake moves would be useless. Sure enough, Yang Bo's judgment was correct. He made a fake move, and the other party immediately withdrew all his strength. Yang Bo. You are so amazing. In the lounge, Lu Jingxiang and her group of girlfriends looked at Yang Bo carefully from top to bottom. Yang Bo felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by a group of women, because he had never been so concerned by women in his previous life. When he went to KTV, a row of women came in and looked at him. But at that time, he was a spender and a buyer. And now, he was like an animal being watched. Ahem. You are too irresponsible as an agent. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Yang Bo saw that Lu Jingxiang's young female girlfriends were already rubbing their hands. If they didn't leave, they might be touched. Although her girlfriends were beautiful, Yang Bo was not sure that the other party was a real woman. Hee hee. Seeing Yang Bo making an excuse to leave, Lu Jingxiang's girlfriends laughed unscrupulously. Shizuka, this little brother has a great body. Yes, I can see the strength of his body through his clothes. I want to be crushed by his strength. You perverts. Yang Bo's superpower level is not high. Lu Jingxiang rolled her eyes. That's perfect. I like weaker ones, so that I can feel the feeling of conquering, not the feeling of being conquered. Don't say it. Let's find a place to rest for a while, and then go to watch Mike's game. Shizuka, if you want to introduce the little brother to me, I will introduce you to some endorsements. The little brother has already defeated Martin. If he wins 2 more games, he will be eligible for endorsements. Yang Bo is not short of money. He lives in a villa worth hundreds of millions. Let's go. I have a broker's license, and I won't do that kind of pimping. Oh. Shizuka, do you want to eat alone? Chapter 647 Special Props. Lu Jingxiang shook her head, and then went to find a place to rest with the others. Everyone will go to watch Mike's game later. Mike is the male god of all the women in the Alliance Sword Association. The alliance is really open. Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief after leaving. The main reason was that he was not sure whether these so-called girlfriends of Lu Jingxiang were real women. Because some people are women on the surface, but they are actually men. Just think about being looked at by such people with a bit of invasion. And I feel goosebumps all over my body. Besides, most of Lu Jingxiang's girlfriends are from the family. Although many couples from families in the alliance have no feelings after marriage, they basically play their own games. But if you meet some stingy guys, they may hire a killer to kill you when they see you and his wife flirting together. Just like Zhou Kerson's fiancée. Of course, Zhou Kerson's matter is probably related to her own family. After returning home, Yang Bo began to prepare to play the Doomsday Dungeon game to kill game monsters. As for Mike's game video, I'll watch it later. The background of this game is to let me complete tasks and explore unknown places. Yang Bo asked Annie and Xia to play the game. Annie and Xia have been practicing their professions in the game. That is, using the materials they harvested before to make equipment. The two of them also arranged their time very full, training superpowers in the basement of their villa while training secondary professions in the game. In a word, they were afraid of being poor before, and now they will definitely work hard if they can find an opportunity to make money. It hurts. Yang Bo saw that the game character's attributes had dropped too much and the super backpack was gone. Seeing that the game character's equipment was gone and the attributes were also reduced, plus many of the skills of the monsters in this game were temporarily useless, Yang Bo was a little bored for a while. But he still had to do the task because he thought of the bonus. In this game, Yang Bo also faced the same problem. That is, the matching between his own strength and the game character. Whether it was the Doomsday Dungeon game or the Second World game, the character attributes in the game were too different from Yang Bo himself. So when playing the game, I always felt that the game character was half a beat slower. The main goal is still mental strength. Yang Bo was selecting tasks, and the smartwatch next to him rang. Yang Bo. Congratulations. Yang Bo took the watch and saw that it was a call from Zhou Rui. So he picked up the phone. Zhou Rui's tone on the other side could be heard, and she was quite happy. Thank you, Sister Rui. Where are you now? I'm at home. Why don't you make more friends at the association? Zhou Rui was a little surprised that Yang Bo went home so quickly. This guy still doesn't know how to socialize. I don't think I know anyone. So I came back to play games. Yang Bo's words were true. How about I treat you to lunch at noon? Zhou Rui finally revealed her true purpose. I am watching other players' games and previous players' game videos. Tomorrow I will most likely match the top 500 players in the league division of the previous sword competition. Yang Bo found an excuse. Well, I didn't expect you to be so good. Yesterday I watched Martin's competition video and found that he used a variety of swordsmanship. So this person is more suspicious. So I used several fake moves in succession to deceive him. TSK. You are really amazing. Zhou Rui also watched Martin's competition video. But she didn't think of this. Now that Yang Bo said this, it is indeed true. Then I won't bother you anymore. Zhou Rui put down her watch and sighed on the other side. Zhou Sun looked at his daughter and didn't say anything, because his daughter's current achievements are already very impressive. Although this planet is not very developed, a senator of a planetary parliament still has some weight, which is much higher than the status of the president of the Bounty Hunter Guild. As for the relationship between his daughter and Yang Bo, he, as a father, will not care. Emotional matters depend on oneself. If outsiders intervene, they may not be people inside and outside, even if they are biological parents. She made her own choice. Even if she encountered some waves, she couldn't blame others. Yang Bo received messages from several acquaintances, all of whom expressed congratulations. Boss, this guy hasn't played the game yet. Does he not want to play anymore? When Yang Bo was replying to the message, the staff of the Doomsday Dungeon game backstage saw that the game character did not move. So someone asked. The colonel heard this and asked, "Why do you say that?" Many game players feel bored after their equipment drops. But this guy's equipment is top-notch. And the attributes are also very strong. And this time the time since the last game character died is shorter. Many top players in the game feel bored after suffering some setbacks, because everything they have paid seems to have returned to zero. This is why many top players in games will quit the game when they encounter setbacks. After hearing the staff's explanation, the others nodded. The colonel was also troubled by this. Is there any good solution now? Not yet. If we give him some special props, it would be bad if he posts the props to the game forum. Is it possible for this guy to quit the game? However, everyone faced another problem. That is, if this guy quits the game, what will happen to everyone's credit? Seeing that this guy has already entered the game, the colonel said, you should quickly think of a way to restore some of his strength, so that he can complete tasks and kill monsters. This is related to the credit of all of us. If this guy quits the game, it will be a loss for all of us. As long as the task can be completed, it's okay to go a little bit out of line. Others thought about it quickly after hearing this. And soon someone said, we can add some task props to the task, which can only be used in a certain task. This can improve this guy's enthusiasm for the game on the one hand, and it can also allow this guy to complete the monster killing task. And we can also get credit. The colonel nodded after hearing this. Then do it according to your wishes. After Yang Bo sent the message, he opened the task mailbox to see if there were any tasks with many monsters. There are more than 100 tasks in the mailbox now. As for the many tasks in the past, I don't know if they have been completed by others. Of course, it is also possible that the game officials have faked one task and disguised it as several. Huh? Yang Bo found that there was a special item in a mission. Land Patrol Vehicle. Yang Bo looked at the mission-specific props for this mission, which turned out to be a patrol vehicle similar to the Earth Armored Vehicle. Isn't the background of this game crazy? Yang Bo looked at this mission carefully. The patrol vehicle was equipped with 2 weapons. One was a laser weapon, and the other was a physical attack weapon such as a machine gun. To be precise, it should be a machine gun, because the caliber reached 35 millimeters. The machine gun has a reserve of 20,000 rounds, and the energy of the laser weapon is also sufficient. Then he read the mission description carefully. Why do I feel like this is a mission specially customized for me? After reading it, he muttered in his heart. This mission is also an exploration mission, but it is to explore an underground base. The mission description says that this is one of the last bases on this planet, and one of the huge shelters built by this country. However, it did not escape the erosion of this strange energy, so there are many zombies in it, and the preliminary estimate is that there should be as many as 100,000. There are also many monsters. However, the use time of this armed patrol vehicle is only 1 hour. Yang Bo understands this point, because this planet has a strong corrosive effect on all metals. His bionic man is covered with a thick layer of special material. In this way, the bionic man has to be repaired every night. Some bionic men controlled by game players are covered with patches. Of course, I won't let go of such a good thing. Yang Bo took the task immediately after seeing this task. No matter whether this task can be completed or not, as long as the monster can be killed, It will be fine. That's more reasonable. The guys in the game backend should have done this a long time ago. Prepare more special benefits for me. I will complete more tasks. And you will also make more contributions. You have to make some fake data to fool me. Yongbo felt very relieved about this change in the game backend. Of course, Yongbo also knew why the game backend would not give him too many perverted task props, just to prevent him from posting them on forums everywhere. Of course, the game backend did not know that Yongbo knew the true face of this game. And even more did not know that the virtual data used to fool the players were all seen through by the other party. Then the NPC explained the task to Yongbo in detail. It turned out that the countries on this planet made some deployments when they found that there was a strange energy that changed the creatures. Originally, these countries had some survival bases mainly to avoid war. Basically, most countries have such bases, with more in big countries and fewer in small countries. Of course, some small countries do not have them. This survival base can accommodate 100,000 people, and there are many creatures in it. But no one expected that this energy would cause greater damage to metals. So the seemingly powerful base soon fell apart. The main goal of this exploration is to see if there is any valuable information inside. Another point to note is that we don't know anything about the structure inside. And the base was made entirely of metal before. And after the metal was corroded, many places collapsed and were very dangerous. There are also many mutant creatures, most of which are creatures preserved inside the survival base, mainly for the preparation of restarting civilization in the future. In addition, according to reliable information, there may be nuclear facilities below, because the outer metal shell is gone. This nuclear energy facility is likely to be still in operation, and these high radiations have aggravated the mutation of the creatures inside. Nice mission. Yongbo likes this kind of underground passage mission the most, because his passive sound wave detection ability is most suitable in this place. And even if there are many monsters, he can deal with them calmly, because the terrain will limit the monsters. Chapter 648 on the road. What a pity! Yongbo looked at the huge entrance in front of him and shook his head. The code name of this base is 09. The base is in the mountain in front of him. The whole mountain is very majestic. You can see that there are some mineral veins with no mining value in the middle of the mountain. This kind of mountain can effectively prevent some energy detection. The huge entrance looks like it was the entrance of the railway in the past. The entrance is 14 meters wide and 10 meters high. It looks like a passage for two trains side by side. At the entrance, you can also see the remains of the heavy metal door that was once left behind. The surviving humans here thought that they could protect themselves with these steel fortresses, but they didn't expect that these steels would all turn into dust under the strange energy. These shelters built by humans with all materials are like jokes in front of this strange energy. I don't know if there are any surviving humans on this planet. Humans are still too small in the universe. Yongbo sighed in his heart and looked at the special equipment given to him by the game official. The shape of this equipment is very strange. It is said to be an armed patrol car, but it has no wheels or tracks, but 6 mechanical arms. The body of the patrol car is a carriage with a length of 3 meters, a width of 2 meters, and a height of 2 meters. This game prop seems to have appeared out of thin air. In fact, Yongbo knows that the military airlifted it in with a fighter plane. This game prop also exists in reality. Yongbo climbed onto this patrol car. There are only 2 joysticks, one of which controls the entire patrol car, moving forward, backward, left and right. And there is also a speed button on it, which can accelerate while moving. The other joystick is the weapons system. The entire cockpit is a bubble-shaped cockpit, and the transparent cockpit is a display. The weapon joystick can select laser weapons or machine guns, and can adjust the direction. Wow! Yongbo found that this patrol car would be too powerful if used on Earth, because this thing can climb mountains and wade through water, and the depth of wading can reach 1,000 meters. It can move on the ceiling like a spider, because the 6 mechanical arms can go deep into the stone wall and firmly grasp the stone wall. Of course, the mission requirements also stated that this patrol car can only be used outside the mission area to help players clean up the zombies and mutant animals inside. The patrol car cannot be used in the internal area due to tunnel collapse and various reasons. This is the artifact that the game background saw me spawning monsters and gave me. Then I'm not polite. These things should have been used by me a long time ago. I'm not a fool. I will tell everyone if I use them. Yongbo controlled the patrol car to enter the tunnel. There are already collapsed parts in the tunnel, And you can see that a lot of steel was used in the tunnel when it was first built, because you can see a lot of traces of rusted steel on the stone walls of the tunnel. Entering the tunnel, although the light outside is dimmed, the view of the tunnel from the patrol car is like looking at the daytime. The various collapsed stones in the tunnel make the tunnel uneven. Fortunately, this kind of patrol car is not tracked or wheeled. Otherwise, it would not be able to move forward. The patrol car just climbed up a pile of collapsed stones and saw dense zombies in the tunnel behind. The machine gun opened fire. Yang Bo was in the patrol car and could not hear the sound of the machine gun. However, he could see that the number of machine gun bullets was decreasing. A dense number of skill points appeared in his mind. Knife skills +2. Knife skills +2. Cooking skills +2. Music +2. Painting +2. Shooting +2. The zombies in the tunnel also gave a variety of skills. But the skills of knife skills were more. The bullets of the machine gun hit these zombies and directly hit the zombies' heads to explode. The most important thing about these zombies is the strange energy they carry. So Yang Bo tried to let the zombies die as far away from this machine as possible. Of course, Yang Bo also knew why this machine could only be used for 1 hour. Because after 1 hour, this machine would probably be unusable. Although the main body of this machine would not be completely corroded by the strange energy within 1 hour. Some internal systems such as control and energy systems would likely be affected. At the same time, when moving forward, Yang Bo avoided direct contact between the mechanical arm and the zombie corpse. The sound of machine guns attracted many zombies again. It seems that the zombies here were attracted by the military exploration team before. Yang Bo looked at the skeletons of some zombies on the ground. And there were quite a few of them. And he had a guess in his mind. When Yang Bo was killing zombies in the tunnel, Annie and Xiao watched the number of zombies killed by the team increase. The two have always been curious about how Yang Bo did the task. The key is how he could kill so many monsters by himself? The reason why the two did not say it is because these are personal privacy in the alliance. If Yang Bo does not say it, the two will not ask. Great. Yang Bo drove the patrol car forward quickly, because the tunnel of the entire base was 15 kilometers long, and the core part of the base was behind 15 kilometers. After all, a base that accommodates more than 100,000 people. You can imagine how big the internal supporting facilities are. And not only more than 100,000 people, but also various creatures and various things of great historical significance, such as antiques, paintings, music, and the history and civilization of the entire country, etc. Entering such a base has been prepared. But the preparation of the base is left. If you want to restart human civilization, you need to prepare too many things. In addition to human zombies, some animal zombies gradually appeared. The skills given by animal zombies are just those. What surprised Yang Bo was that there were advanced zombies among these human zombies, giving mental control skill points. In less than half an hour, the machine gun bullets were used up. And then Yang Bo controlled the laser shooting. At this time, Yang Bo knew why this machine could only be used for 1 hour. Because the laser used the energy of this car. I guess the game backend is afraid of giving me too good equipment. I will drive this car and kill everyone here. The game backend wants some information that may exist in this base. Not to destroy this base. Of course, all this is speculation. Exactly 1 hour later, the patrol car ran out of energy. And the patrol car here could not go in because the entire tunnel collapsed, leaving only a gap for people to pass through. I didn't see any mutant creatures. These guys are also very smart. Yang Bo jumped out of the patrol car, then quickly took out his pistol and moved towards the core area of the base. But just after taking 2 steps, Yang Bo found something wrong. The remote photoelectric superpower found that the patrol car that had no energy actually ran away. But in the game interface, the patrol car without energy was completely black, and had been corroded by strange energy. Forget it. I can't do anything to them anyway. Slaughtered more than 40,000 monsters in an hour. The main reason is that the points given by the sword skill are too few. 99% of them are given 2 points. In addition, the proportion of the sword skill in the shelter is very high, but it is very rare in other places. This is because the survivors in the shelter basically know the sword skill. I don't know what kind of attributes the sword skill master skill will give. Yang Bo can find the exact path in the cracks of the rocks in the tunnel through the passive sound detection ability. The mutant animals are coming. These bullies, who only care about the weak and the strong. Just now when I was driving the patrol car, these mutant animals didn't dare to show up. Now they showed up when they saw me alone. But these mutant animals are also fools. Even if I kill them, it won't do anything. A mutant animal just showed up and was shot by Yang Bo's pistol. Dig +4. Yo! Yang Bo was a little surprised by the skills given. Mainly because he was surprised by the skill points of this guy. This is a big rat, which looks like a corgi. You can see that its claws have mutated into long black claws and shiny fur. This base should have ventilation holes. If this base is still operating normally, the ventilation holes can prevent animals from coming in. But now the steel facilities in the base are all rotten. Puff! Yang Bo reacted very quickly, constantly moving in the gap of the collapsed rubble. No matter whether the opponent was a zombie or a mutant animal, he would be taken away by bullets at the first sight. And without exception, he would be hit in the vital parts. The game background was no longer surprised by the reaction of this player. This guy's reaction speed and shooting skills were really good. After killing his way out of the collapsed area, Yang Bo came to the core area of the entire shelter. This place is really full of nuclear radiation. Yang Bo saw the data on the game interface prompting that there was harmful radiation here. So he was asked to leave as soon as possible. Yang Bo wanted to turn around and leave. But the game background was very smart this time. So he prepared to take a look. This place was obviously bombed by something. Could it be that this section of the collapsed area was caused by the military's exploration? These idiots would not use bombs in this passage. Yang Bo looked at the rocks in the tunnel, some of which were already in danger. The passages here are divided into, from left to right. The first passage is parallel to enter. The second passage is downward. The third and fourth passages are upward. And the fifth passage is also parallel. Yang Bo stood in each of the 5 channels, and found that the nuclear radiation energy at the entrance of the second channel was particularly high. This second channel should lead to the energy control system. If such a base wants to last long, it must have a nuclear energy system to have electricity. The longest one is the 5th channel. The 3rd and 4th channels have collapsed more seriously. Which channel is the data stored in? Let's go to the first channel first. Yang Bo has the ability to passively detect sound waves, but he can only know where the channel leads to, and what the inside looks like. It is difficult to know what is inside. Chapter 649 Impossible. The data storage should be separated from the living area, so it is very likely to be the 5th channel. But the 5th channel may also be the back door of this base? I don't know if the base will separate people according to their levels. It is very likely. After all, 100,000 people is not a small number to manage. And in this environment, then choose the 5th channel. Yang Bo directly chose the 5th channel. Now he just wants to complete the task quickly, and has no interest in the mutant creatures inside, because he doesn't know how many mutant creatures there are, and if they are all mutant rats with excavation skills. It doesn't matter if they are not. But unfortunately, the most mutant creatures in this environment are still rats. The 5th channel is about 20 kilometers long, and there are many collapsed places in it. No wonder it's so difficult for the military to explore here. The interior of this collapsed environment is too complicated, and there are these mutant creatures hiding nearby to cause trouble. The biggest enemy is still the strange energy of this planet. No matter what remote control equipment is, it cannot do without metal. Just like the bionic man I am controlling now has a protective layer on the outer layer. But as long as it is scratched by mutant animals, the entire bionic robot will soon fail. Plus this complex terrain. Yang Bo carefully passed through the cracks in the collapsed rocks. No one knows that there is a way to go after you pass through this collapsed rock crack. Although Yang Bo has the ability to passively detect sound waves, he still deliberately makes mistakes. Deliberately takes some dead ends, and then come back to take another road. Of course, Yang Bo also observed carefully, and found that there were traces of mutant animals walking on the ground of the passage. Some collapsed places can only be climbed up the collapsed place, and ventured to climb over it. Puff! Digging +4. Yang Bo just climbed up a collapsed place, and a mutant rat rushed over. This guy was waiting here. Even if the robot has radar, it can't be found, because the place where this guy is hiding is invisible at all, and it is blocked by thick rocks. There is a kind of scanning equipment that can penetrate the delay, but the power is too high, and it is too difficult to install in this place. In addition, this planet is interfered by strange energy, so the radar data is not very accurate. Yang Bo held a pistol in one hand, and the other hand, and 2 legs drove the body to crawl into the collapsed place. From the tunnel below, The collapsed place is almost covered tightly. But these stones collapsed from above. And there are holes on them. Ignoring the mutant animals, Yongbo continued to move forward. Why didn't I see any zombies? What puzzled Yongbo was that he had walked 15 kilometers in this passage and killed a lot of mutant rats. But he didn't see any zombies at all. When Yongbo came to the end of the 5th tunnel, he was also shocked by what he saw. Because there were windows here. And there were pieces of cracked glass on these windows. The sunlight was scattered throughout the tunnel through these glasses, giving people a feeling of mottled light and shadow. And on the other side of the tunnel were stone chambers. I'm afraid this is where the dignitaries of the underground base live. Yongbo understood it after a rough look. It turned out that this place faced a canyon with a river below. And the window was on the cliff. And through the window, you can vaguely see some traces of metal mechanical devices outside the cliff, which are probably to protect these glasses at critical times. Privileges are everywhere. It turns out that these mutant animals enter and exit the underground base from here. But these cunning guys all ran away when they saw me kill their companions. The mutant animals are very smart. Not like zombies, who stupidly rush forward when they hear the noise. The people here may be killed by mutant animals first. Standing at a broken window, I found that the scenery here is very beautiful. There is a canyon in front of me. Looking at this broken window, there are obvious traces of animals passing by frequently. And the ground is worn very smooth. Finally, in a huge stone chamber here, Yongbo found some things that look like CDs. These things are lying quietly in plastic boxes, all over the floor. Obviously, these things have been placed on iron racks. However, many things have been damaged. After all, mice like to bite blindly. Yongbo found mutant rat cubs in another stone chamber, and found a lot of hay hair, and even some fabrics that humans once had. There were many cubs in each rat nest. Congratulations to the player for completing the final base exploration mission. Yongbo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the message popping up on the game interface. The people in the game backend were also dumbfounded. Everyone thought it was an underground base. But they didn't expect these guys to open up such a place on the cliff. In the background of the Doomsday Dungeon game, some staff members naturally knew that this was prepared for the privileged class. Because through the perspective of the game player's character, they could see that the living environment here was quite nice. So they said, I can only say that the people in this base are courting death. They actually built the base like this for a little sunshine. In fact, it is useless for them to build it anywhere. According to common sense, underground bases should not be built like this. The colonel interrupted everyone and said, notify the military research department to receive these stored information. Boss, this guy is so lucky. I was originally worried about what to do if he encountered nuclear radiation. That's right. I didn't expect the data storage place to be so far away from the facilities. The colonel shook his head and said, in fact, they all overlooked one point. When these bases were built, these dignitaries would definitely stay away from dangerous places like nuclear facilities. These materials will also become part of the entertainment of these dignitaries in their underground bases. After all, energy facilities at this level of civilization are full of uncertainty. And I think the reason why they chose to open windows in this place should be to prepare for the use of light energy directly when there is a problem with the supply of personnel inside the base. Hearing this, some staff members thought for a while, and then said, Boss, do you mean that at the critical moment, they will abandon others? The colonel nodded, yes. Although it sounds cruel, this is the last resort for humans to preserve civilization. This is also the reason why this tunnel is so long. I think there must be some self-destruct devices next to the nuclear facility. Besides, no one knows how long they will stay in a base of 100,000 people. If the supplies are not available at that time, they will probably make a choice. Everyone nodded silently when they heard their boss's words. Although this is true in theory, everyone still felt uncomfortable when they heard this statement. I don't know how the military will deal with the nuclear facilities below. Will they issue another mission? It shouldn't be possible. Because it doesn't matter if there is more nuclear radiation pollution in this world. Boss, this guy is your lucky star. I didn't expect that the mission that the military has failed to complete more than a dozen times was completed by this guy in less than 2 hours. That's right. Why did this guy choose this tunnel? If it were me, I would definitely choose one of the two upwards. I would choose to go down. I subconsciously think that the downward tunnel may have more secrets. So you are not him. And your luck is not as good as his. So what if this old pervert is lucky? Isn't it contributing to our credit? Ha ha. Everyone laughed when they heard this. Yang Bo quit the Doomsday Dungeon game and looked at his sword skills. Sword skills? Grandmaster, A5026/100000. The main reason is that the sword skills give too few skill points. Basically only 2 points. Which means I have killed more than 40,000 zombies with only sword skills. That means I killed more than 40,000 guys who survived to the end. It's not easy. Let's see if there are any similar tasks tomorrow. There are many people in this base who have sword skills. It would be best if these guys in the game background give some special props tomorrow. After Yang Bo finished the game, he muttered to himself. In the evening, the Swordsmanship Association sent an email saying that the player he would play against tomorrow was Zhang Bai, who ranked 368th in the last league region. He was 32 years old and from the Capital Star. The guy from the Capital Star also came to our side. Yang Bo was a little speechless. Why did my opponent jump from 495th to 368th in a flash? Isn't this jump a bit too fast? Just when Yang Bo was about to watch the opponent's game video, Lu Jingxiang called, Yang Bo, you have to be careful tomorrow. Zhang Bai is very powerful. That's right. Yang Bo. The opponent is fighting desperately. That is, exchanging injuries for injuries. That is, exchanging his own small points for big points. Zhou Kersen also said beside him. Yang Bo understood what was going on. That is, exchanging injuries for injuries. But the swordsmanship competition is a scoring system, and different points are recorded according to the different locations of the opponent's vital points. I was just about to watch his match video. But why did my opponent jump so much? The last one ranked 495? Yang Bo nodded. No matter who it was, he would give him 3 tricks. If he couldn't solve it with 3 tricks, he would lose. There are only 12 people in the top 500 who came to our side. Martin was drunk today. He wanted to come to our side to play fewer games, but he didn't expect to be knocked out by you. According to the ranking, the one above Martin is Zhang Bai. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen explained it in a flurry. Yang Bo suddenly realized that the swordsmanship competition was not only held here, but also in 2 other places. There are only 12 players in the top 500 here. Then who will be the next one if I beat Zhang Bai? Yang Bo asked with a little curiosity. The next one is Zhou Yang, ranked 298th. Oh! If you knock out a few more people, you'll soon face Lin Nan. Lu Jingxiang exclaimed, and at the same time was a little confused. Is Yang Bo so strong? Zhou Kersen was also a little confused. Now Yang Bo is playing against a player ranked 368th. If he plays a few more times, he will face Mike. Then the two looked at each other and said in unison, it shouldn't be possible. Chapter 650 Quadruple Kill. Zhang Bai, ranked 368th in the last swordsmanship competition. But today Zhang Bai is a little sad because he met the legendary newcomer. Fierce. What does it mean that this newcomer knocked out his opponent in 3 consecutive games? What does this mean? This means that the strength shown by this newcomer is definitely not as simple as it appears now. This means that his plan to come to this remote planet to compete is likely to fail. The reason why he came to this remote planet to compete is to play as few games as possible in the first round of preliminary selection. After all, there are only a few hundred contestants on March Star, and only 12 people ranked in the top 500 in the last session. Even if there are some fierce guys among the newcomers, the number cannot be too many. After all, the base is so small, unlike the other 2 competition areas, which are all thousands of players. Who knows how many fierce newcomers there are in such a large base? In other competition areas, not only do you have to face unknown fierce newcomers, but also face 488 people ranked in the last session. If you are unlucky, you may be eliminated in the first round. But what Zhang Bai didn't expect was that the guys who ranked first and second in the last competition were shameless enough to come here. And there was also Lin Nan. What's even more worrying is that a very fierce newcomer appeared here, knocking out his opponents in 3 consecutive games. Of course, the male god Mike was knocked out here, and I'm afraid he didn't expect it himself. Now everyone in the circle calls him an idiot. After all, he came all the way to this remote planet just to win a few games to improve his chances of winning. Now that he was knocked out, he probably wanted to die. Of course, the newcomer in front of him is not a good thing. After all, judging from his historical performance, the first and second games were all newcomers. So it goes without saying But Martin in the third game, who was able to rank in the top 500, definitely has his own strength and stood out from one game after another. Zhang Bai had a hunch that he might be knocked out too. Damn it! Zhang Bai cursed in his heart. If he was knocked out, his ranking would drop rapidly. It didn't matter if the points gap was a little bigger in the game. But he must not be knocked out. Hee hee. If I get knocked out, who will be the unlucky guy next? If this guy knocks me out in this game, he will definitely skip to the next level. If this new guy knocks out his opponent in the next game, he may directly face Lin Nan or the first and second ranked guys. It looks like we are going to be unlucky. And we will all be unlucky together. There are no players in the other two divisions who have knocked out their opponents 3 times in a row. This broken place, March Star, is so weird. How many terrorist attacks have occurred on this planet this year? I should not have come here if I had known. There is a reason why Zhang Bai is depressed. Because there are only 3 videos of Yang Bo's games. And the battles are basically resolved within one move. How can you tell what kind of tactics the opponent is taking? On the other side, Yang Bo is also watching Zhang Bai's game videos. His fighting style is very fierce. And his attacks are very sharp. And the winner is basically decided within 10 moves. The opponent is the kind of player who trades injuries for injuries. He scores 3 points, 4 points, and 5 points when he hits the opponent, and 1 point or 2 points when the opponent hits him. Every time he traded injuries, he scored at least 1 point more than the opponent. I have to say this guy's tactics are indeed effective. Yang Bo nodded after watching. What Yang Bo didn't know was that he also attracted a lot of attention within the Swordsmanship Association. Because this was the player who knocked out his opponents 3 times in a row in this year's competition. However, because the first 2 games were all newcomers with no results, everyone just took a look. The next morning, Yang Bo first went to the second world game, looked at the game characters, and then put the virtual helmet in the room without network. Yang Bo, come on. We are counting on you. This morning, Yang Bo picked up Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen on the way, and the 2 came up and cheered for Yang Bo. Thank you. Yang Bo thanked him. Yang Bo, are you sure you can beat Zhang Bai? Lu Jingxiang leaned forward and stretched her neck to ask while sitting in the back row. It's hard to explain. His moves are fierce and sharp. If you beat him, we can get the endorsement. It's a bit early to get the endorsement. Let's talk about it after the results are settled. Yang Bo didn't expect Lu Jingxiang to be so obsessed with money. But it's not that long yet. If she takes the endorsement now, she will lose money in the future. In fact, it's better to take it earlier. What if the ranking is not good in the future? Lu Jingxiang explained after hearing this. I'm not short of money anyway. Yang Bo's answer made Lu Jingxiang roll her eyes. Lu Jingxiang couldn't say that she was short of money because she paid a large sum of money to the family. In fact, I think we can wait a little longer. Zhou Kersen spoke up next to her. Okay then. Lu Jingxiang knew that she just wanted to get the endorsement earlier. And Yang Bo couldn't do anything if he didn't want to. He came to the lounge with familiarity and changed into his own special competition equipment. The contestants were in different lounges. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen, who broke the record, helped Yang Bo organize his equipment in the lounge today. Come on! The 2 said to Yang Bo and hurried to the stands. In fact, they had no idea. There were still few people at the competition site. But what Yang Bo didn't know was that the number of people watching the competition online was several times more than before. After the salute at the beginning of the game, both sides stood in the designated place. Yang Bo could feel that Zhang Bai was ready to go. However, Yang Bo had already had a countermeasure. This kind of fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries was indeed fierce and fierce. But such people had to calculate in their hearts. How could he not lose? If he found that he lost by exchanging injuries for injuries, he would change his tactics. This was his chance. When the virtual voice said to start, Zhang Bai was indeed full of unstoppable momentum. And the sword in his hand stabbed directly at Yang Bo's head. And Yang Bo didn't move at all. He simply pointed the sword in his hand at Zhang Bai's head. The people in the stands were also a little surprised to see this scene. Is this going to be a loss for both sides? Zhang Bai looked at Yang Bo's sword, which was instantly pointed at his head. And he didn't take any other protection. He also felt a headache. In a flash, Zhang Bai subconsciously made a choice to change his moves. His whole body moved to the right to avoid Yang Bo's sword. At the same time, his sword also changed its target and slashed at Yang Bo's chest. Yang Bo wins. Just as the two people crossed, or more accurately, Zhang Bai passed by Yang Bo's left. The voice of the virtual broadcast came. Many people watching the game quickly picked up their virtual glasses, because some people's vision was blocked by the two people. Zhang Bai is doomed to lose if he changes his moves. Yes, to deal with his way of exchanging injuries for injuries, we have to use a losing strategy. I said before that Zhang Bai's style of play always calculates the gains and losses in his mind. Always wants to score more points. And will eventually fall on this. The above person said it lightly. But when he really participated in the competition, many of his actions were subconscious. Zhang Bai's style of play has become a subconscious habit. This newcomer is very smart, using stillness to control movement and using the unchanging to respond to changes. After Lu Jingxiang picked up the virtual glasses and entered, she saw many people discussing. It turned out that at the moment when Zhang Bai changed his moves to the right, Yang Bo's body leaned forward, and the sword in his hand directly crossed Zhang Bai's neck. At this time, although Zhang Bai tried his best to dodge, he still couldn't avoid Yang Bo's sword. And Zhang Bai's own sword had changed, leaving no room for himself to return to defense. Yang Bo's sword only took 0.1 seconds to cut across Zhang Bai's neck, and then across Yang Bo's chest and abdomen. However, Zhang Bai's sword was not strong. This was originally a vital attack, but Zhang Bai leaned back to avoid Yang Bo's sword. So the power on the sword was small. The sensor on Yang Bo's competition suit had data, and there was also a sensor on Zhang Bai's sword. So the intelligent program determined that Yang Bo won. This newcomer is too smart. First, he made a posture of mutual destruction, forcing Zhang Bai to change his moves. And then, he also used the method of exchanging injuries for injuries, when the opponent's moves were old. Unfortunately, Zhang Bai's style of play did not leave any room for defense. If he had prepared a little defensive space, he would not have been knocked out by the opponent. You are talking nonsense. Zhang Bai's style of play has no defense. It sounds easy, but when participating in a competition, people can't think that much. Many moves are subconscious. I can only say that this newcomer is very smart and found the flaws in Zhang Bai's moves. Finding a flaw is a flaw. In the real competition, you can't do whatever you want. This newcomer is so fierce, knocking out his opponent 4 times in a row. Haha. Those guys who went to the competition on March Star must be feeling very nervous now. This kind of remote planet is most likely to produce such newcomers, because they can do anything for fame and money. That's right. And that Mike. He was originally a seed player in our metropolitan area, but he went to a remote place and was knocked out by others. Just like an idiot. Your whole family is idiots. That's right. Mike is our male god. Your idiot male god was knocked out. Hurry up and buy a male god robot to enjoy it. What a bullshit male god. I want to vomit when I see his pretentious style. That's right. Too fake. Your whole family is idiots. Your whole family is idiots. Come out. You. Come out. What's wrong with you if I come out? Free speech is allowed in the league. Idiot male god. Lu Jingxiang found that Yang Bo's video live broadcast room was closed, and it was obvious that the association did not want the conflict inside to escalate. It seems that Mike is indeed a little. Lu Jingxiang now thinks that it is a mistake for Mike to come to the March Star competition. The ranking will drop madly if he is knocked out. But Lu Jingxiang can't care anymore, and hurried to see Yang Bo. But the latter had already run away, leaving Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kerson's group of girlfriends disappointed. Interesting. In the room of the castle tower, the president of the March Star branch of the Sword Association watched Yang Bo's car leave the association. Is it possible that he is just a homebody? The young man next to him said with some dissatisfaction. I think he can still KO another player. Do you want to take another gamble? The president looked at the young man in front of him with a smile. Although this young man was only his assistant, he was trained as a successor. Why do you say that? The young man was a little unconvinced because he had lost twice. Because he abides by the rules? The president's words made the young man a little puzzled.